We open on a vast, infinite universe where countless worlds sprout like mushrooms after rain. And from these worlds, an innumerable number of overwhelmingly powerful gods were born. They were so dominant they could shatter stars and swallow suns, treating the lives of hundreds of millions of beings as a mere game to be decided on a whim. This was known as the era of myriad heavens. But unfortunately, the existence of these gods did nothing to enlighten civilization. Instead, it plunged it into darkness. Wars between gods and between worlds created utter chaos, leaving the myriad realms devastated and ruined. In this chaotic crucible of war, countless worlds and civilizations were crushed to dust. One day, amidst the ruins of the myriad realms, a being bearing the will of the world shouldered the mission of mending this shattered timeline. Yet from these ruins, an entity known as the Myriad Heaven Saint Master System was quietly born. From the moment it opened its eyes, it knew its mission was to find a compatible host, a true and powerful Myriad Heaven Saint Master. Its purpose? To correct foolish mistakes and change the destructive fate of the myriad realms. At this moment, a small angel, radiating a golden aura as bright as car headlights, was soaring through the vast universe searching for a suitable candidate. Just as she was complaining that she could fly for another 10,000 years and still not find anyone to sign a contract with, the system notified her that it had found a promising candidate. She couldn't believe that a few random complaints had led her straight to someone. With that, she shot straight into a spatial gate, which took her to the world where the potential host was waiting. The gate transported her to the Milky Way, a minor world. She started complaining again. A minor world? What kind of host would be in a backwater place like this? Then she saw a man. He was the chosen host. The little angel thought to herself that he was just an ordinary human. Looking at his appearance, he didn't seem strong at all. But that was fine. Being a little weak made him easier to control. She flew straight over to complete the contract, even though the man looked rather plain. The little angel was confident she could mold him into a supreme being to fix history for her. As she merged with the man, a brilliant golden light flashed, illuminating the entire galaxy like New Year's Eve fireworks. The system announced the contract was complete, congratulating the man on officially becoming the host of the Myriad Heavens Saint Master System, version 1. At that moment, the man slowly opened his eyes. In front of him was the little angel. She boasted that he was extremely lucky to be chosen by her, introducing herself as the legendary, most powerful, and cutest Myriad Heavens Saint Master System. From this day forward, he was her host. She told him not to worry, as she would train him to become the strongest, unrivaled Myriad Heavens Saint Master in the universe. Before she could finish, the man stood up and asked coldly, "Are you really the Myriad Heavens Saint Master System?" The little angel stuttered in response, "Yes, that's right." Her mind was racing. Who was this guy? His aura was completely different. The system finally displayed the man's information. After reading it, she nearly fainted. He was Tranda, also known as the Tao Venerate, the strongest god in the myriad realms since ancient times, with an unfathomable cultivation level. The little angel was stunned. She collapsed to her knees, speechless. It was the legendary Tao Venerate. Her luck was worse than Cinderella's, to accidentally pick a host who was basically her supreme boss. And why would a great Tao Venerate be hiding in a minor world? This was just bullying a child. The system once again displayed a welcome message for Tranda. It announced that from now on, the host would travel 10,000 years into the past under its guidance. The ultimate goal was to become the Saint Master of the myriad realms by recruiting and teaching those who were once its gods. Then, the system sent a long list of gods to recruit. Back to the little angel. Realizing she had messed with the wrong person, she was terrified. She lowered her voice, acting timidly like a kitten. "Venerable Tao Master, I am so sorry for disturbing your eternal slumber. I'll be leaving now." But life isn't that easy. Just as she was about to flee, Tranda spoke, "Where do you think you're going?" He then looked through the list the system had sent. Human Emperor Ko, Demon Ancestor, to the Demon Saint. All were peerless experts of the myriad heavens whose fame once echoed throughout the realms. But in the end, they all perished over the long years. I've grown tired of traveling against the river of time for tens of thousands of years. Our little angel was at her wit's end. She couldn't win a fight, and she couldn't escape. It was a disaster. She grabbed Tranda's sleeve, her voice pleading, "Venerable Tao Master, I'm just a child who doesn't know any better. How about I find a way to remove this system? Please be merciful and spare me. I didn't mean to provoke you." Tranda looked at the little angel with sharp eyes. "Although I'm a bit annoyed to be stuck with you, I never said I don't need the system." He added, "I don't know the connection between going back in time to take these gods as disciples and fixing the world, but it sounds interesting." The little angel asked again, "So you agree to be my host?" Tranda replied, "Yes. Now lead the way. Let's see if something interesting will happen." At that moment, on a mountain in the human emperor realm, Ko Tien Pham, former princess of the Hien Vien dynasty, was being hunted to the point of death. Just as she was about to collapse, two young maids, one named Bak Lo and the other Luke Zhao, managed to catch her. Suddenly, hidden weapons shot towards them like missiles. She luckily managed to block them. It turned out their pursuers were the 12 shadow guards of Bak Nugok Kin. They all looked identical, making them hard to tell apart. One of them spoke up. As expected, of the Hien Vien Emperor's most favored daughter, covered in injuries and afflicted with various deadly poisons, yet you still managed to escape for 3 days and 3 nights using spirit stones. But it all ends here. Back with Tranda and Tusu, they were in a space-time tunnel. Tusu flew behind him, constantly shouting, "Dao Venerate! Slow down! I can't keep up!" She couldn't match his speed. In an instant, they successfully traveled through time. Tranda told her, "If you can't withstand the resonance of the space-time passage, you can enter my body." But Tusu wouldn't dare. Without another word, Tranda pushed her into his body, completing the fusion quickly and efficiently. Done, he looked around. His current task was to find the human emperor, Ko Tien Pham. Tranda asked Tusu, "Do you know Ko Tien Pham's current location?" Tusu stammered, "Well, maybe we'll run into her soon." "Venerable Dao Master, the system is still at its lowest version, and many functions haven't been unlocked yet. I have no way to pinpoint the exact location of the target disciples. Although I don't know why she's on a snow mountain, she must be nearby." As he said that, Tranda seemed to sense something. He turned to Tusu and said, "There's a faint fluctuation of spiritual power. Let's go check it out." Back with Ko Tien Pham's group, the 3 of them were still struggling breathlessly against the 12 shadow guards. One of the 12 said, "I didn't expect you to last this long against us. You're quite skilled. Loyal guards risking their lives to protect their master. What an interesting show. Not only will you fail to save her, but you'll also lose your lives. Cultivation isn't easy. Isn't this pathetic?" Ko Tien Pham knew their chances were slim. She turned to Bak Lo and Luke Zhao. "Don't mind me. You two run. If this continues, you'll die with me." The shadow guard laughed triumphantly. "With 2 loyal subordinates to accompany you to the underworld, the 9th princess won't be lonely." With that, he ordered them to attack and send the 9th princess on her way. At that very moment, a beam of light shot down from nowhere, surprising the 12 shadow guards. Tranda appeared, causing them all to freeze for 5 seconds. "Who are you?" One of the 12 shouted the question, but Tranda ignored him, seemingly pleased to have found Ko Tien Pham. The shadow guard asked again, "A Taoist from where? Are you reinforcements from the Hien Vien dynasty?" "I don't care who you are. Get lost if you don't want to die. Otherwise, I'll kill you too." Tranda narrowed his eyes. So noisy. At this moment, Tiosu reminded Tranda, "Master, I need to remind you of something. This world may not be able to withstand your power, so..." Before she could finish, Tranda told her not to worry. "I know my limits." Tranda bent down, picked up a pebble, and with a single, divine flick of his finger, he unleashed a terrifying wave of power that swept away the 12 shadow guards like trash. If you look closely, it kind of resembles Son Goku's Kamehameha. Seeing this, Ko Tien Pham's group was utterly stunned, their jaws dropping in shock. "Who is he?" After saying that, Ko Tien Pham collapsed and fainted. Bak Lo and Luke Zhao didn't forget to thank Tranda. They introduced themselves as guards of the Hien Vien dynasty's consort Lin and asked which sect Tranda belonged to. Tranda walked over to get a closer look at Ko Tien Pham's face and told Tusu to confirm if it was really her. Tusu then confirmed, "This is the person we're looking for." Tranda picked up Ko Tien Pham and turned to Bak Lo, saying he would take her away. Bak Lo stood before Tranda, his aura leaving her unable to move. Seeing this, Luke Zhao hurriedly tried to stop him. Her Highness is afflicted with multiple deadly poisons. If she isn't treated in time, I'm afraid she won't make it. But Tranda said nothing. In a flash, he disappeared, leaving the 2 girls alone in the cold winter, wondering who he was. Looking back at that attack just now, that move was definitely not something a Spirit Soul Realm expert could do. Even a Guikang Realm expert wouldn't be capable of that. Meanwhile, at the Van Lai Inn in Qinduang City, Hien Vien Dynasty, Tranda was treating Ko Tien Pham. He used all sorts of rare to super rare medicinal herbs for her to soak in. Tu Su, curious, looked at his technique and exclaimed, "Master, are you saving her or making soup?" Tranda calmly replied, "I've already neutralized all the poison in her body. However, All her meridians have been severed. Repairing them isn't difficult, but her current aptitude is too poor to be my disciple. So I'm taking this opportunity to cleanse her marrow as well. Tu-Su was still a bit worried and asked, I understand, but she's just a teenager. Using so many heavenly treasures on her, will that really be okay? Tran Da couldn't care less. He was the strongest here, so no one would dare stop him, right or wrong. He then called Tu-Su and reminded her that the system had mentioned a lottery draw. Now that he had found Kothian Pham, he wanted to draw a few items for her to use. At that moment, a circle appeared with 5 types of elements on it. Tu-Su said, Master, press this button to draw. I want to see how good your luck is. To briefly explain this wheel, each color represents the quality of the item. Yellow is the absolute best, followed by purple, green, and blue. Black is, of course, the worst. After he pressed the button, Tu-Su stood beside Tran Da, cheering for it to land on yellow. But life is never that easy, and the arrow stopped on purple. Tu-Su quickly said, Purple isn't bad either. Let me help you get it. With that, she flew straight into the system. Tran Da looked annoyed. After all, he was the strongest in the universe, so his disciple couldn't use some mediocre item. To be frank, even a god can be a sore loser. Tu-Su was inside the system, about to see what item he had drawn. Suddenly, a hand pierced through the inner space. The system repeatedly warned of an uninvited guest. Tu-Su looked back and could only cry out. Tran Da didn't care, reaching in and grabbing the golden orb directly. After examining it for a moment, he said, This magic treasure really isn't bad. Tu-Su scrambled out of the system and said, Master, you can't do that. The system can't withstand that kind of power. If you keep doing this, the lottery system will collapse. Besides, the draw is based on random probability. It's not something I can control. So please, try to play by the rules. Tran Da nonchalantly said he'd be careful next time, as if anyone would believe that. Then, he urged Tu-Su to prepare clothes for Kothian Pham because she was about to wake up. As for Kothian Pham, after waking up, she vaguely remembered being pursued by the 12 shadow guards. Suddenly, a Taoist master came to her rescue, and then she passed out. Where was she now? She could also feel that her meridians were now perfectly restored. Tran Da suddenly appeared from behind. Kothian Pham was startled and spun around. Tran Da put on a cool expression, showed off some water magic, and told her not to be alarmed. He was the one who saved her. He also reminded her that she was exposed. Kothian Pham thrashed about in embarrassment. She was acting all shy, but she probably enjoyed it. After getting dressed, Kothian Pham entered and immediately thanked Tran Da. She asked how her meridians had been so perfectly restored. Tran Da said that he was the one who healed her, and she was no longer a cripple. Kothian Pham asked Tran Da with a serious face, Do you know my true identity? Tran Da calmly replied, Of course I do. You are the youngest and only daughter among the 9 children of Emperor Hien Vien. You had exceptional talent from a young age and were diligent, so the emperor doted on you. But one day, your cultivation was completely destroyed, turning you into a cripple. The dynasty covered it up, announcing to the public that the princess's meridians were severed due to a backlash from her cultivation technique. But you know the real reason best. Hearing this, Kothian Pham was both indignant and terrified. How did this person know such secrets? With tears in her eyes, she told Tran Da that even though he had healed her meridians, her cultivation couldn't be restored. If you plan to use me as a hostage to threaten the dynasty, you're mistaken. The royal family has no use for a cripple without cultivation. Tran Da added, Your talent is still there. Your strength can be rebuilt. Don't you want to get revenge? The system screen also displayed a mission for Tran Da, recruit Kothian Pham as a disciple, by making her willingly join his sect. The reward would be 1,000 Saint Master points. At this, Kothian Pham hesitated. I do. Of course I do. Then take me as your master, Tran Da continued. With that, Tran Da released his energy. The power was so immense that Kothian Pham fell to her knees in fear. Tu-Su popped out and said, Master, the mission is to make her join willingly. How can you do this? This Tran Da was a master of finding loopholes. He'd do something and then claim he wasn't paying attention. As for Kothian Pham, after witnessing that power, she was shocked. Not even her father, the emperor, or the elders possessed such strength. It was a power that seemed capable of crushing one's very soul. He stood up, walked over to Kothian Pham, and said, First, I saved your life on the snow mountain. Second, I healed your meridians, detoxified you, cleansed your marrow, and rebuilt your meridians. Third, I'm willing to teach you cultivation techniques and take you as my disciple so you can get your own revenge. If I wanted to kill you, I wouldn't have waited until now. Tranda added that he didn't care about her status as a princess. As for Kotian Pham, she still hadn't let her guard down. She asked Tranda, "Are you an evil cultivator? The kind who uses their disciples' body and soul to forge magic weapons for themselves?" Tranda smiled. "You know quite a lot, but as I said, I don't care about your identity, even if you are a princess with decent looks. If I wanted to do what you just described, I wouldn't have gone to the trouble of saving you. The reason I'm taking you in is because fate brought us together, so I wish to accept you as my disciple." It's not like he could just say the system told him to do it. With that, Tranda told Kothien Pham he would give her two choices. 1, return to being the princess of Hien Vien, or 2, follow him, and he would help her reclaim everything she had lost. At the Dao Palace, inside the main hall, was the golden reward from before. Kothien Pham had now become Tranda's disciple and was allowed into the Dao Palace to cultivate. After some time, she also recovered her cultivation realm. She excitedly ran to show off to Tranda, only to be scorned by him. It made sense. Her meager cultivation was probably not even worth a fraction of his fingernail. With that, she sulked in a corner, muttering curses at the heartless man. Suddenly, Tusu announced that she detected a malicious signal aimed at Tranda. Before she could finish her sentence, a beautiful woman appeared next to them. She was Lich Hong Swang, daughter of the Hong Lian Ma Tan. Hong Swang approached Tranda and said, "Greetings, Taoist master. I wonder if I might sit here." Let's rewind a bit to the story after Ko Tien Pham became Tranda's disciple. That day, right after the ceremony, Tranda materialized a Dao palace. Ko Tien Pham was amazed because the spiritual energy in this Dao palace was hundreds of times richer than the spiritual veins of the sacred mountain. Thanks to this, she was able to restore her cultivation realm in just 3 days. Tranda walked into the Dao palace, looked at Ko Tien Pham and said, "Restoring to the peak of the mortal realm in 3 days. Not bad." Ko Tien Pham continued, "It's all thanks to you, master. Besides, I can already feel my spirit seed converging. I'm confident that I'll soon be able to forge a blue spirit seed just like before. And with master's help, I might even be able to attempt a purple spirit seed." Tranda tapped her on the head and said, "What's this nonsense? What are you so proud of? I could forge that with a single sneeze." Ko Tien Pham held her head and argued back. "Didn't you say you accept disciples based on fate, not talent? A purple spirit seed is something only the direct disciples of major sects can forge. What are you complaining about now?" She thought that would be the end of it. But Tranda, the strongest being in 10,000 years, would never accept his disciple cultivating something so mediocre. He told Ko Tien Pham, "With your talent, a blue spirit seed is beneath you. While I don't look at talent when I accept a disciple, it doesn't mean I won't have strict requirements for you. The chance to break and rebuild is not something everyone gets. Therefore, you must shatter your old realm for me. You must forge a golden spirit sea." Ko Tien Pham was stunned and jumped in surprise. "A golden spirit sea? How is that possible? Master's request is too whimsical." Tranda turned, his face perfectly calm. "Isn't it just a golden spirit sea? As my disciple, this is a realm you must achieve. Come on, you've reached the peak of the mortal realm. It's time for you to go out and get some experience." The two of them stopped at an inn. Ko Tien Pham introduced Tranda to the famous beauties of the martial world. That's Enjok Than Tuyen of the Enjok Lung Sacred Land, 18 years old, single, and just wants 2 kilograms of rice a month. Over here is Li Yen Han of the Daila sect, also 18. She just wants someone to take her out for hot pot. Tranda didn't seem impressed, merely muttering 2 words. "Failures." Ko Tien Pham pouted. "Aren't your standards too high, master? Both of them are geniuses of the human emperor realm, and you still don't approve. You must be looking for a beauty queen." Suddenly, 2 young men walked in. One was Ko Tien Pham's royal brother, Ko Bak, the 3rd prince of the Hien Vien dynasty. The other was Min Nguyet Kong Tu, the leader of Bak Ngok Kin. It seemed Ko Bak was here to settle a score with Min Nguyet. Nguyet Yu said, "I wonder what the 3rd prince needs. I don't recall my Bak Ngok Kin offending your dynasty." Ko Bak retorted, "Your Bak Ngok Kin hunted my sister. Her fate is unknown, and you have the audacity to ask how you've offended me?" Before Ko Bak could say more, Ngiet Tua cut in. "Regarding this matter, it's well known in the martial world that Bak No Kin doesn't hunt people without reason. We work for money. If you want to assign blame, your highness should find the one pulling the strings. Taking your anger out on me, I'm afraid you've got the wrong person." Sitting nearby, Ko Tien Pham turned purple with anger upon hearing this. Tranda reminded her, The person who poisoned you was most likely one of your siblings. Ko Tianfam knew this was a possibility, but she couldn't keep her composure after hearing Ngiet Tu's words. Tranda comforted her. Losing your cultivation isn't a bad thing. Lost spiritual power can be regained, and now you won't have to take the long way around in your cultivation. Besides, I'm here. Something like that won't happen again. That's right. With the ultimate master of manipulation and god of war here, not even the myriad heavens could touch a single hair on his disciple's head. Only I am allowed to bully my disciple. Ko Tianfam was very happy to hear those words. But on second thought, something felt off. Back to the moment Lich Hongswang approached Tranda. Seeing this, Ko Tianfam immediately bristled, asking what she wanted with her master. Obviously, she wanted to get intimate with him. Lich Hongswang looked at Ko Tianfam and said, "What do you think?" Then she turned to flirt with Tranda. "Taoist master, am I beautiful? I want to do something relaxing with you. What do you say?" At that moment, a pink mist spread around them. It was the bewilderment incense of the Honglian Matan. The only way to avoid it was to stop looking and stop breathing. Then, she pulled her robe down slightly. Actually, not slightly at all. "Taoist master, won't you come with me?" she thought to herself. "With my grand enchantment technique combined with this bewilderment incense, even a transcendent being would kneel before me. Such a divine aura and handsome looks. It's been so long since I've seen such a fine man." Tranda's face was emotionless. He flatly crushed her hopes with a single word. "Scram." Hongswang looked surprised and asked again, "What did you say?" Tranda turned his face cold as ice and repeated, "I said, scram. Did you hear me clearly?" Seeing this, the guard next to her stood up and shouted, "You rotten Taoist, are you looking to die? It's an honor for you that our young miss has taken an interest in you. Today, you're coming with us whether you like it or not. Honestly, if it were me, I wouldn't be shouting. I would have followed her long ago." The two girls, Njok Than Tuyen and Li Yanhan, who were watching the drama unfold, turned their attention to the commotion. Njok Than Tuyen asked Yanhan, "How do you think this Taoist will handle Hongswang? She and the Matan behind her are not people you want to mess with." Yanhan had a puzzled look on her face. "I can't see through this man's strength. Could he be at the spirit soul realm? No, that's not right. If it were just that, I would have seen it long ago. But this man shows no trace of spiritual power. In other words, Hongswang has messed with the wrong person this time." Over here, after failing to intimidate, Ko Tianfam angrily shouted, "You people from Honglian Matong have no shame!" Tranda stopped her. "That's enough. Anger can be a motivation for cultivation, but these matters aren't worth getting angry over. Today, I will teach you a lesson." With that, Tranda drew a talisman on the table. Instantly, the sky outside darkened and thunder rumbled. I have lived for many years, and I always follow a rule. Don't cause trouble, don't look for trouble. Walk slowly, speak softly, smile gracefully. But in this world, things rarely go as planned. There are always those who seek their own demise. When you meet such people, you must teach them a lesson they'll never forget. That is the natural way of the Tao. Lich Hongswang's group, as well as everyone in the inn, didn't understand what was happening. Then, a massive bolt of lightning struck down. It blew the inn to smithereens, except for the spot where Tranda and his disciple were sitting. Everyone was astonished. That was a lightning tribulation. A real one, not some cheap imitation. Hongswang still looked good, but her limbs were trembling. Her guards told each other to get her away from Tranda. Ko Tianfam stammered, "Is this your true strength, master?" Tranda took a sip of tea and calmly replied, "You fool. That was just a 5 thunder talisman I drew casually. If you want to learn, I'll teach you later. I went easy on them just now. I still let them live." Su saw this and popped out, "Master, say what you will, but you went a little too far. It's easy to hurt innocent people this way. You said you held back, but look at them." Tranda told Ko Tianfam, "Look, what do you see in that crowd?" They were all bewildered and terrified. Tranda continued, "Today I am stronger than them, so they fear me. Cultivation level is just one measure. True strength is what's truly powerful. As my disciple, you will have a place in the myriad heavens. So get used to those fearful gazes now, so you won't be surprised later." Su couldn't hide her doubt. "Master, isn't this teaching method a bit strange? Using violence to control violence, where whoever is stronger is always right. Aren't you afraid of corrupting a 5-year-old child? I don't know if you're training a human emperor or a demon emperor." Tranda, tired of her nagging, turned and told Su, "Do you have a problem with it?" Su immediately backed down. No, No, your teachings are the truth. How would I dare to have an opinion? Suddenly, a beam of golden light shot straight down. It was the city lord of Qinduang City. He shouted loudly, "Who dares to be so bold? To use dark arts and summon heavenly lightning in my Qinduang City?" Waiting for just that moment, Tranda stood up and declared loudly and clearly, "It was me." The old city lord glared and shouted, "You little Taoist, spouting nonsense! Do you take me for a fool? A lightning tribulation like that could only be caused by the appearance of a rare treasure or an evil artifact. Little Taoist, whether you are human or ghost, let this old master find out the truth." This old man thought he was a threat, but he's actually an idiot. Yet he still talks big. With that, he placed his hand on his forehead, using the Minduang art to gauge Tranda's level. However, all he saw was a vast, empty space. There was only an aura swirling around Tranda. Tranda glanced at him. An incredibly powerful aura burst forth, shattering the Minduang realm. After being utterly defeated, the old city lord hurriedly clasped his hands and bowed to Tranda. This junior was offensive. Please forgive me, senior. Tranda was not petty. The ignorant are not to be blamed. He told the old city lord, "Heaven has virtue. Cultivating your physical body is not easy. You should cherish it." Kothi and Pham stood beside him, stunned, not understanding what had just happened. The city lord's attitude had suddenly changed, becoming strangely polite. Nguyen Tu, who had witnessed the whole thing, knew that Tranda, having defeated the city lord Hoax technique with a single blow, must have an extraordinary background. But it was strange that Bok Nok Kin's network, which had infiltrated the human emperor realm for many years, had no information about such a person. It was too strange. He thought to himself that he must quickly return and investigate. He couldn't let such a threat exist for long. As for Hoek Thieu Duong, he could only clasp his hands and thank Tranda for not killing him. Tranda said, "It's nothing. I didn't want to kill anyone. Besides, the time is almost here." "Master, what time is almost here?" Kothi and Pham asked. Suddenly, the ground shook. It was the human emperor's ruins. Everyone who knew about it rushed to find treasures inside the ruins. Finally, after 50 years, the human emperor's ruins have opened. Inside the ruins are rare and precious treasures, the treasure trove of the human emperor. Who else but this guy, Tranda? Although there are countless treasures inside, the sects that come here are all aiming for the human emperor's inheritance. But since the human emperor's death, no one has ever obtained it. At this moment, Tranda and Kotian Pham also arrived. Seeing them, the crowd immediately made way. City Lord Hoak followed behind and said, "Senior, the human emperor's ruins have a cultivation restriction. Only those at or below the spirit soul realm can enter. If a senior like you goes in, it will be chaotic. Don't worry, I have no intention of going in." "The one who wants to enter this human emperor tomb is my disciple," Tranda replied. "May I ask what realm your disciple is at, senior? If it's above the spirit soul realm, I'm afraid forcing entry will trigger the ruin's restrictive backlash." Tranda placed his hand on Kothien Pham's shoulder and said, "Don't worry, my disciple is only at the mortal realm." The surrounding crowd was extremely surprised to hear this. A mortal realm cultivator wanted to enter the human emperor's ruins. The crowd quickly gathered to mock. That Taoist is unfathomably strong, but his disciple is only at the mortal realm. Forget the human emperor's treasures. I'm afraid she'll have trouble even protecting herself inside. With that, City Lord Hoke excused himself as he had to preside over the opening of the ruins passage. Kothien Pham turned back to look at Tranda. With tears in her eyes, she said pleadingly, "Master, you've sold me out." Tranda pinched Kothien Pham's cheek and reminded her, "Those people just now already know my strength. As my disciple, you will definitely receive special attention and care inside. That's why I revealed your mortal realm cultivation, so they'll underestimate you and pay less attention. This ruin is the first task I'm giving you. I want you to go inside and obtain the human emperor's inheritance." Kothien Pham nodded in agreement, but then her brain kicked in. She realized something was wrong. The human emperor's inheritance? Isn't that a bit much? For generations, no matter how talented, no one has ever obtained it. Now, on a beautiful day, he's telling a mortal realm cultivator to go in and get it. It's not that easy, old man. Tranda just said, "I trust you. You are the disciple I chose. If you feel you can't do it, then try harder." With that, he packed up and left, leaving Kothien Pham with tears and snot in a state of utter confusion. At this moment, the human emperor's ruins had opened. City Lord Hoke announced that everyone here could participate. He also didn't forget to remind them that although many years had passed and the ruins were just a training ground for the human emperor where casualties were rare, They should not be careless. Ko Thien Pham turned back to Tranda as if she wanted him to stop her. Then, Master, I'm going in. Tranda replied nonchalantly. Yes, go. It's just the human emperor's inheritance anyway. Go quickly and come back quickly. Ko Thien Pham cried out in despair. I can't do it, Master. Suddenly, beams of light of various colors appeared in the sky. It turned out to be the elders. The small fries below were excited, chattering about going in quickly to show off to the elders. City Lord Hoak clasped his hands in salute and said, Elder Phuong, Elder Nagok, the disciples of the Daila sect and the Nagok Lung Sacred Land have just entered. These elders were actually here partly for the ruins and partly out of curiosity about Tranda's recent lightning strike. Elder Phuong of the Daila sect turned to ask City Lord Hoak. I say, Old Hoak, what happened with that lightning just now? Was it a fellow Taoist undergoing a tribulation, or an evil artifact appearing? Elder Ngok of the Ngok Lung Sacred Land also couldn't hide his curiosity and chimed in. That's right. When we arrived, the inn was already a pile of rubble. Old Hoak didn't know what to say. Recalling that event only brought back the image of Tranda and his immense energy, which made him shudder. He stammered for a moment and then said, It was the Honglian Ma Tong. Yes, it was the Honglian Ma Tong. Those people caused trouble in my city, so I, the city lord, kicked them all out. The elders heard this and could only believe it, even adding a few promises to one day wipe them out. On this side, Tiosu asked Tranda, Master, are you sure about letting Tien Pham go in there alone? Tranda didn't say much. Basically, everything now depended on Ko Tien Pham herself. A brief introduction to Ko Tien Pham. According to the system's records, at the age of 25, she reached the peak of the Spirit Sea realm. For some reason, she was hunted, accidentally entered the human emperor's ruins, and obtained the inheritance. From then on, she unified the human emperor realm. Back to the present, Ko Tien Pham is only 15 years old. Isn't that a huge gap? Tranda explained, No need to worry. I have taught Ko Tien Pham the Tao of One Life. This is a cultivation technique I created. Its special feature is that the cultivator can only advance to the next level when in a life or death situation, and there is no limit to the number of levels they can cultivate. Basically, she's like Son Goku. The cultivation level in this technique is just for show, it's not important. Although Ko Tien Pham hasn't mastered it, she has already reached the 16th level. Her current strength is much greater than you think. So that means Tien Pham has the ability to fight across realms? Tiosu asked. That's right. That girl just hasn't realized it yet. With that, Tranda told Tusu to quickly settle the previous mission's reward. Tusu announced that Tranda currently had 500 Saint Master points and 1 lottery draw chance. But this time, Tranda was absolutely not allowed to interfere like before. Tranda nodded in agreement to reassure Tusu, but if he got another worthless prize, you can bet he'd stick his hand in again. Fortunately, the system's luck was good this time, and Tranda got a golden treasure. Tusu quickly flew in to get the prize from the system, leaving Tranda with some suspicion. Getting yellow on the first try felt a bit off. When Tusu was only halfway in, she hurriedly turned her head and shouted, This is bad, Master! We have a big problem! Before she could finish, a blue phoenix flew out of the system portal. The elders and City Lord Hoak were stunned, wondering where this legendary creature came from. The small fries, of course, had already started running for their lives. Tranda turned to ask Tusu, What kind of junk did I draw that looks this noisy? Tusu checked for a moment. It turned out to be a god-level magic weapon, the Vong Shuyen Li Diem. Born in the Netherworld, its flames can burn both memories and souls. This was the Nether Flame Phoenix. But this was only a fragment, not the complete weapon. Tranda thought for a moment and said, A god-level weapon, huh? Then that girl Tien Pham can't use it. What a waste. Maybe I should take it to a pawn shop. Tusu told Tranda, This isn't the time to think about that. We have to stop that Uchiha clan member or the Leaf Village is doomed. The phoenix flew arrogantly in the sky. It roared, You dare to disturb my sleep? Today, you let me see the sun. This chaotic world is done for. It truly lived up to its name as a divine weapon. The blue flame was so powerful it could burn through Elder Phuong's protective shield. Realizing the situation was becoming increasingly dangerous, City Lord Hoak stood up and urged the elders to join forces to destroy the evil demon and protect the human emperor's mausoleum. The elders didn't object, as they knew only they could protect the disciples and juniors both inside and outside the mausoleum. The blue phoenix grew more and more arrogant. It flew around, relentlessly attacking everyone below. Seeing the elders trying to stop it, it took a deep breath and spat out a massive stream of blue fire towards them. Elder Phuong, tense as a drawn bowstring, reminded his comrades to be extremely careful. This demonic beast was no ordinary foe. Its level was comparable to the Thin Yan realm. With just a few of them, they were probably no match for it. They might even get completely thrashed. City Lord Hoak also understood this, but as the City Lord, he spoke decisively with a powerful voice. We must stop it, even if we can't. We will not let this demonic beast wreak havoc and destroy the 1,000-year legacy of the human emperor's mausoleum. Everyone, let's go. With that, Elder Fuang formed a sword array, sealing the creature's movements. City Lord Hoak seized the opportunity, unleashing his raging flame slash. Combined with the ultimate techniques of the other elders, they poured all their power into this attack, going all in on one big bet. But unfortunately, all of them combined were no match for the Blue Phoenix. With a single flap of its wings, it effortlessly deflected their attack as if it were child's play. Tiu Su, seeing the tense situation, whispered to Tranda with a worried tone, Master, it seems these guys are too weak. I think you'll have to step in and show them what you've got, or we're all done for. Tranda knew if he didn't act, things would get ugly. With that, he stepped forward, his aura overwhelming. Even though it's just a fragment, it's still a god-level magic weapon. I'll have to be a little more serious. The group of elders had been blown far away by the Blue Phoenix's attack, their heads spinning. The beast prepared to launch a final blow to send the group to their graves. Suddenly, a firm hand appeared at just the right moment, blocking the entire attack. It was none other than our idol, Tranda. While saving people, he took the opportunity to get a little handsy, putting his arm around Elder Njok, making her face turn as red as a ripe tomato. Now, Tranda revealed the issue that had been bothering him. It turned out he was very disappointed that this Blue Phoenix was only a fragment of a divine weapon, like buying something online and receiving a fake. The Blue Phoenix, seeing some kid appear out of nowhere and block its attack with his bare hands, asked in surprise, You can block my attack? You're not like those other ants. Who are you? Are you from Hong Kong? Tanba? Futho? Tranda, with the air of an idol in the cultivation world, coolly replied, Who I am doesn't matter. Just know that from now on, I will be your master, you goofy-looking phoenix. The Blue Phoenix was furious, its foul mouth firing up, You! Such a shameless boaster. I'll ask again, where are you from, brother? With that, it once again attacked Tranda with all its might, determined to win. A dangerous-looking stream of blue light shot straight at Tranda. Once again, our god managed to block its attack with one hand. Effortlessly. The Blue Phoenix's jaw dropped, as if to say, What the heck? You foolish phoenix. You're nothing but a fragment, acting like you're the final boss. You should show a little respect to your master. Then Tranda snapped his fingers, summoning a chain of golden light that shot forward and bound the Blue Phoenix. The beast knew it was no match and quickly cried out, its voice changing from hostile to docile. Big brother, it's just a misunderstanding. Tranda paid it no mind and immediately cast a spell, reverting the Blue Phoenix to its original form. It seemed unwilling to be turned back to its old state, still shouting loudly, as if acting out a scene. Big brother, she and I are just friends. The Blue Phoenix, having reverted to its true form, still wouldn't stop, its voice filled with bitterness. Who are you? Even the person who sealed me back then couldn't subdue me so easily. Yet you, he is he, I am I. You just need to know that you belong to me now. With that, Tranda tossed it into the system's storage portal as easily as taking out the trash. The elders, after witnessing the whole event, couldn't believe their eyes. So overpowered. Elder Fuang spoke up, his voice trembling. Who in the world is this Taoist? After finishing, Tranda stood looking towards the human emperor's mausoleum, which was emitting an immense amount of energy. He muttered to himself, his face full of calculation. I just had an idea. Meanwhile, inside the human emperor's mausoleum, the people from the major sects were struggling against the human emperor's puppets. They were suffering like they were grinding in a low-rank match. Although the puppets' cultivation levels were low, they made up for it in numbers, which was unbearable. Then, they suddenly noticed Ko Thien Pham nearby. She was relentlessly slaughtering the puppets, and they couldn't recognize what cultivation technique she was using. Her attacks were basic, but the amount of cultivation power packed into each strike was impossible to gauge. Moreover, her appearance reminded them of the 9th princess of the dynasty. After passing the first trial, Ko Thien Pham also felt that something was off with her strength. When she had cultivated to the mortal realm before, she wasn't this strong. Back to the story, Ko Thien Pham's next trial was to cross a river of lava. Below was a spirit soul realm demonic beast, the Than Huyen Jiao. The beast emerged upon hearing the noise. It saw Ko Thien Pham standing on the edge, and their eyes met. It seemed to be able to see through her cultivation realm. It snorted and turned away, as if looking down on a weak opponent. On the bank, Ko Tianfam wondered if she was hallucinating. She felt as if she had just been looked down upon. While she was racking her brain trying to figure out how to pass this trial, fearing that if she couldn't get the human emperor's inheritance, Tranda would scold her again. Suddenly, for some reason, the god himself had entered and was observing Ko Tianfam from who knows when. He said to Tusu in a teasing tone, "It's just a spirit soul realm snake. What's that girl so scared of?" "Master, Tianfam is only 15 years old. It's natural for her to be scared when facing a demonic beast 2 realms higher than her," Tusu replied, knowing that just standing here and watching wouldn't help. He called out to Tianfam, asking why she was hesitating instead of moving forward. Hearing her name called, Ko Tianfam turned around. She was very surprised that Tranda could enter the mausoleum because of its cultivation restriction. She asked him how it was possible. He didn't explain further, just said smugly, in a tone that screamed, "I'm the best. There's no place in the myriad heavens that I can't go." Then he tapped her on the head and asked again why she had stopped at the second trial. Ko Tianfam hurriedly explained, pointing ahead. Below was lava, and swimming in it like a goldfish was a spirit soul realm monster. Tranda said to Ko Tianfam, his voice like a boss assigning KPIs, "Athan Haiyan Jiao, early spirit soul realm. It's just right for your training." Hearing this, Ko Tianfam's face turned pale, and she replied hastily, "Master, that's a spirit soul realm beast. Are you trying to send your disciple to her death?" This cruel master showed no concern and continued, "You've never fought a spirit soul realm opponent before, so try it now. I promise nothing will happen to you. You can trust me." Hearing this, Ko Tianfam's eyes lit up, but she was still half believing, half doubting. "Really, master?" she asked. "You're my only disciple. What would I gain from deceiving you?" Tranda replied. Tusu, listening nearby, thought to herself, "This foolish girl is so easy to trick. Such a naive newbie." With that, Ko Tianfam mustered her confidence and looked down at the chasm. Just as she was hesitating, trying to figure out how to deal with the situation, Tranda, in true Trollmaster fashion, kicked her straight down. It seemed that if she didn't burn to death in the lava, she would end up in the mouth of the Jiaolong below. But unexpectedly, the lava was just a surface layer for show, like a cool filter. Underneath, it was actually water. However, only the lava was fake. The Jiaolong was real and not to be trifled with. No sooner said than done, it lunged forward, opening its wide mouth to welcome Ko Tianfam to its stomach. Ko Tianfam luckily dodged its bite. Then she kicked it hard and quickly swam away, her speed like an Olympic athlete. But Jiaolongs have always been known as the Formula One racers of the water, and it quickly caught up. It whipped its tail at Ko Tianfam, causing her immense pain. Only then did Ko Tianfam circulate her energy and reveal her abilities. Up above, the wicked, who often live leisurely lives, were chatting. Tiosu asked Tranda if he thought Ko Tianfam could defeat the Jiaolong, and was he not going to give her a weapon? Just letting her fight the monster barehanded like that? That seemed a bit strange. The question was met with a smug look from Tranda. Ko Tianfam had surely realized her own strength. Besides, cultivation always starts with tempering the body. What's wrong with fighting barehanded? And besides, she never asked for one. Continuing with the battle below, Ko Tianfam lunged forward and landed a powerful blow straight to the Jiaolong's face, but it seemed to have no effect, like she was just scratching an itch for it. Before she could retreat to a defensive stance, the Jiaolong had already coiled around her. It squeezed Ko Tianfam with all its might. Without a second thought, she used all her strength to continuously strike the Jiaolong's body. The beast roared in pain but refused to let go of Ko Tianfam, determined not to release its prey. Then, they both fell, breaking through the water layer. Unexpectedly, below this layer of water was solid ground. Having escaped the environment that was her disadvantage, Ko Tianfam circulated her power and broke free from the Jiaolong's grip. Then she gathered her energy and delivered a powerful punch that knocked the Jiaolong to the floor. It lay there motionless. Tranda had appeared down here at some point. He gave Ko Tianfam a few words of praise and then quickly urged her to get up and prepare for the next fight, giving her no time to rest. At this moment, the two statues on the side, one in the shape of a bird, the other a King Kong, began to show strange signs. Tranda told Ko Tianfam, "The final trial of the human emperor. I've opened it for you." He then added, "These two are at the Gui Kang realm." With that, the stone shells shattered, revealing the true colors of the two beasts. Their eyes opened, and they both let out roars that echoed through the heavens, as if they were doing a sound check for a concert. Seeing this, Kothian Pham was terrified and asked Tranda again, her voice trembling like a leaf, "Master, are you kidding me? Their Gui Kang realm? My entire family probably couldn't defeat them, let alone me." "You're taking this joke too far." Tranda comforted her with a calm voice. "Don't be a crybaby. They're just two remnant souls. These two soul beasts have never been seen in the human emperor realm before. You'll have a chance to meet them in the future." Kothian Pham, with a look that was anything but reassured, questioned Tranda. "If these beasts caught your eye, doesn't that mean they're very strong? This final trial isn't to defeat these beasts, is it? If so, let's just go home. What's the point of this anymore? Let's go home and get some sleep." Tranda, with a thoughtful expression, replied to Kothian Pham's words as if he were reviewing a dish. "Well, they're not that strong. That mischievous ape is a Man-Lay Haoyuan. Its meat is tough, so it's only good for stew. The one behind it is a Huanvu Kimbang. Its wings, marinated and grilled, are quite delicious. I haven't thought about its body meat, but maybe simmering it with herbs would be good for health." Kothian Pham couldn't understand this strange man's thinking. A Kang realm beast, and he wanted to turn it into a meal, and he wasn't even going to catch it himself, he wanted her to do it. All eat and no work. What a lazy master. With that, he urged Kothian Pham to get to it. "The human emperor's mausoleum is right behind you." Kothian Pham was completely helpless. "Doesn't master need this disciple anymore? Are you planning to feed me to the beasts?" Tranda maintained his indifferent demeanor. "What are you talking about? This is the trial set by the human emperor. You must pass it." With that, he walked over to the Jiaolong and, with a swift kick, he said as if scolding a child, "You got hit a little, and now you're going to lie here and play dead, trying to skiv off work? Get up and guard the outside. Don't let anyone down here, or I'll turn you into a dish." Hearing this, the Jiaolong broke out in a cold sweat and scurried away, afraid of ending up on the chopping block. Before she could even react, the Kimbang rushed towards Tranda. Kothian Pham shouted, "Master, be careful!" Tranda glanced over, his voice full of challenge. "Are you trying to rebel, you KFC chicken?" Then he flicked his wrist. The spirit beast was slammed into the wall. Kothian Pham stood beside him, her jaw dropped. "What the hell? What was that, old man? Who can fight against that?" Su felt sorry for it and said to Tranda, "Master, didn't you say you wouldn't interfere? But this is good too. The trial beast is now down to 1. I didn't mean to." "I was startled and my hand slipped," Tranda replied, his face as calm as ever. Kothian Pham took the opportunity to sneak closer and point. "Master, while you're at it, could you help me take care of that monkey too? In your dreams. This is a trial you must pass. There won't be a next time. From now on, I will not interfere in your trials. You're on your own. Well, it's 6:15, I'm stepping out for 15 minutes. With that, he vanished, leaving Kothian Pham wailing in despair, feeling like she had been abandoned in a marketplace. The Lehu, seeing the chicken get taken out, was furious. Without a word, it lunged at Kothian Pham, ready to fight. Fortunately, Kothian Pham managed to dodge the attack. If she had been hit by that devastating blow, she would probably have to wait for Tranda to come back and collect her remains. Then she remembered what Tranda had said before he left. The beast before her, though just a spirit soul, still had the power of a genuine Gui Kang realm. When facing a stronger opponent, you must use your head. This fat ape, although its attacks were powerful, wasn't very fast. Its attacks also followed a predictable pattern, making them not hard to anticipate. She had to use her own advantages to turn defeat into victory. The Lehu then gathered a massive attack and launched it straight at Kothian Pham. She quickly dodged, applying everything she had learned, reducing unnecessary movements, and using her agile footwork. Concentrate power at a single point. Use all your strength to break it. After taking a direct punch to the face from Kothian Pham, the Lehu became disoriented. But it quickly composed itself to counterattack. It threw a sky-shattering punch at Kothian Pham. She was hit hard and sent flying. Her master, standing high above, saw his disciple getting beaten to a pulp but still had no intention of helping, enjoying the free show. Su, seeing this, was worried. She said, "Master, if you don't step in, we might have to buy a stretcher to carry this little girl back." Tranda replied with a profound tone, "It's fine. Both you and I know that she will become a human emperor one day. The reason is probably because these life-or-death battles temper her and make her stronger. Or, to be more precise, from the very beginning, when she cultivated the Tao of One Emanation, she knew this technique could help her break through her cultivation. The 13th level of the mortal realm she's showing me now is just her intentionally suppressing her own power. She still doesn't fully trust me, because being born in an environment where everyone is trying to kill you, it's natural to be cautious. But her obedient demeanor in front of me is genuine. Don't forget, on the snow mountain, even when poisoned, with her meridians severed, and being hunted, she still managed to escape for several days. That will to live is what I cherish. I have never underestimated her. Tiosu asked again. Then, Master, what is Tianfam's current realm? Probably around the 20th level of the mortal realm. But I still think this speed is a bit slow, Tranda said, much to Tiosu's disbelief. Down below, Ko Tianfam had also gone all out. She unleashed her full power. This was the full-force response of the future spirit, warrior of the heavens, the human emperor who would rule the human race. Tiosu wondered again how the 12th level of the mortal realm could release such enormous spiritual power. Tranda replied, "It's not that. It's just that, before, I didn't let her condense a spirit sea. But in reality, she had already condensed the enormous spiritual power of a spirit sea long ago. Right now, she's just releasing all the accumulated spiritual power at once." With that, Ko Tianfam moved like a flash of lightning. She rushed forward, launching a barrage of attacks at the Leihu. Then, she pulled out a golden spear. She continued to attack the beast, not giving it a chance to retaliate. Tiosu was very excited. "Tianfam is so strong. That big idiot is being spun around. It looks like it's almost over." Tranda interrupted, his voice like a judge on a rap show. "Interesting fighting style, but this state will quickly burn through all her spiritual power. She can't maintain it for much longer." That man's mouth was truly cursed. As soon as he finished speaking, Tianfam felt her energy about to run out. The Leihu took advantage of its opponent's distraction. It launched an attack that severely injured Ko Tianfam's arm. As expected of the human emperor's trial, although this beast has no intelligence, it is truly at the Guikang realm. Its power is truly terrifying. Tianfam knew she only had one last chance. She focused her thoughts and found the Leihu's weak point, its eyes. With that, Tianfam rushed forward. She thought to herself, "If I can't even defeat the remnant soul of a beast, how can I talk about revenge? I'll risk it all. If I don't succeed, I'll die trying." Both sides launched a decisive blow at each other. Tianfam used the Leihu's arm as a leverage point. Then she leaped high into the air. She plunged the spear straight into the beast's eye. It roared in pain and then exploded with a loud bang. Ko Tianfam emerged from the cloud of dust, clutching her wound. She walked over to where Tranda was waiting. She fell into her master's arms. Then she apologized for hiding her true strength from Tranda and fainted. Tranda picked her up. As he walked, he spoke in a scheming tone. "Actually, I also have something I've been hiding from you. The human emperor's ruins don't have a trial with a Guikang beast of this level. These two remnant souls were just guarding the mausoleum." Tiosu was still confused and asked again. Tranda said it was all because he intentionally woke them up as a personal trial for Ko Tianfam. Knowing the huge disparity between herself and her opponent, she decisively exhausted all her life force in exchange for a temporary burst of power. But she miscalculated the rate of her spiritual power consumption. This time, she has met the requirements. After waking up, Ko Tianfam blushed when she found herself lying on Tranda's lap. He saw she was awake and said in his usual calm tone, "I've treated your wounds. There's nothing to worry about now. Since you're awake, get up." Ko Tianfam quickly sat up and thanked Tranda. This master of hers could be considered humble. He said, "We are master and disciple. No need for such formalities. Master, you saved my life, rebuilt my meridians, and taught me cultivation techniques. Yet I hid my true cultivation from you." "Master, are you not angry with me?" Ko Tianfam asked. Tranda patted her head comfortingly. "Everyone has their own secrets. This is not something to apologize for. Besides, we're even now." Ko Tianfam heard this but still didn't understand how they were even. Tranda continued, "You lost your cultivation once. You should cherish the opportunity to cultivate again. The method of burning all your spiritual power for strength will affect your foundation. You should use it sparingly in the future. Now, the human emperor's inheritance is inside. Go in." After the two of them entered the mausoleum, they found it to be quite old. The ruins were surrounded by statues of human emperors from different eras. Ko Tianfam saw an object in the distance, emitting a strange light. Thinking it was the human emperor's inheritance, she rushed over to grab it. But at that moment, the statues of the human emperors all opened their eyes and used their spiritual pressure to suppress our Ko Tianfam. One of the human emperor's statues spoke with a majestic voice. "Kneel before me." Ko Tianfam, seeing this, refused to submit. She said, "I did not come here to kneel. And compared to my master's spiritual pressure, yours is far inferior." Seeing this, he increased his spiritual pressure. Just as Kothi and Pham thought she couldn't hold on any longer, Tranda stepped out and said with a very provocative tone, "Hey kid, don't go too far. I've lived for tens of thousands of years, and I've never seen anyone as asking for a beating as you. Withdraw your spiritual pressure now, or I'll shatter it myself." The soul of the statue immediately bowed its head to Tranda in greeting. "The seventh human emperor, Ngao Hong Tree. I pay my respects to Senior." This junior did not intend to make things difficult for Senior's disciple. This is just the rule of the human emperor's inheritance, and also a test of the successor's mind. Tranda heard this and replied domineeringly, "My disciple does not need this kind of test. In all the myriad heavens, the only one who can make her kneel is me. Besides, I have never seen the human emperor's techniques. Let me broaden my horizons a bit. How about it?" Hearing this, human emperor Zhao could only bow his head in apology for his disrespect. Tranda reminded Kothi and Pham to pay close attention to this sword strike from the human emperor. With that, human emperor Ngao gathered energy into his sword, summoning a dragon from his own spiritual energy. This power made the entire ruin seem like it was about to explode. The shockwaves transmitted from deep within the mausoleum could be clearly felt by the people from the major sects outside. Outside the mausoleum, the elders and city Lord Hoak all felt the terrifying fluctuation of spiritual energy. Elder Injok said, "Could it be that one of the juniors has found a great opportunity?" Only City Lord Hoak understood that this was not caused by the juniors from the major sects. Back inside the mausoleum, human emperor Ngao pointed his sword at Tranda. He said, "Senior, please guide me." With that, he unleashed the 9 dragon emperor's might towards Tranda. The attack was like a storm of spiritual pressure. This greatly surprised Kothi and Pham with the true strength of the previous human emperors, but then she saw it. Her master was using a single finger to control the human emperor's attack. The dragon that looked so majestic just moments ago now looked completely foolish. It quickly dissipated, to Kothi and Pham's boundless amazement. Human Emperor Ngao couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, "Senior is truly a profound master." Tranda replied humbly, as if comforting the loser, "It's a pity you are only a remnant soul now, with only a fraction of your strength. If you were in your prime, perhaps you would have had a small chance." Listen carefully, a small chance. What is Senior saying? Let alone me being alive, even the successive human emperors might not have been able to withstand you. To be guided by a senior before I depart, I have no regrets in this life. My mission of guarding this place for hundreds of years can finally be completed. I'm very happy. The new successor has passed the test at such a young age, and she has a senior backing her. It's truly a blessing from the heavens for the human emperor's mausoleum. With that, human emperor Zhao also faded away. Tranda's face looked as if he had been waiting for this moment. That guy talked way too much. Kothi and Pham was very surprised by what she had just seen. Her master, seeing his disciple was just a good-for-nothing gossip, urged her to go get the human emperor's inheritance. Kothi and Pham opened the chest. Inside were the human emperor's seal and the 9 dragon emperor's art. When Kothi and Pham lightly touched it, a beam of light enveloped her. Outside the mausoleum's tower, spiritual energy also condensed into a dragon coiling around the tower. That was a dragon's roar. This was a sign that someone had obtained the inheritance. The elders were all very surprised, wondering if the person who obtained the human emperor's inheritance was a junior from their own sect. But in any case, this was a joyous occasion. With that, the protective spiritual barrier sent everyone outside. City Lord Hoak's face showed clear joy. After so many years, the human emperor's inheritance finally had a successor. The master and disciple pair also walked out. Tiu Su announced that the mission was complete. The Saint Master points and lottery draw had been awarded. She was about to ask Tranda if he wanted to check when he cut her off. He told Tiu Su to check the information on the human emperor's seal. The system explained that the human emperor's seal symbolized the human emperor of the myriad realms. It contained a storage space, and this type of magic weapon was extremely rare. Additionally, if the host absorbed external luck, the human emperor's seal would convert that energy into pure spiritual energy. It continuously supplies its owner. In short, it's a mobile spiritual vein. You can use it anytime, and everyone who has used it says it's great. Kothi and Pham asked Tranda in confusion, "Master, how do I use this thing? And is this all there is to the human emperor's inheritance? Does anyone use an imperial seal as a weapon?" Tranda turned to ask Thien Pham what the imperial seal was used for. She quickly replied that she used to sneak her father's imperial seal to crack walnuts. As soon as she said that, Tranda flicked her on the head. Tranda explained, "This human emperor's seal is the entire inheritance. By gaining its recognition, you are now the human emperor of the human emperor realm. Everything in this realm should belong to you, but now is not the time. You need to gain the recognition of the major sects and bear their destiny. The glory and shame of this human emperor are now yours. It will convert the destiny of the human emperor realm into your spiritual power. Otherwise, this human emperor's seal is just an imperial seal." After a long explanation, Ko Tianfam still seemed confused. Tranda was also at a loss. He told her to go outside, and he would show her something more practical. With that, Tranda summoned the Jiaolong. He told the Jiaolong to follow Ko Tianfam from now on and become her spirit beast. The Jiaolong didn't refuse, and it's not like it had a choice. The Tianfam approached it and asked why it had become smaller and if it was afraid of her. Then she named it Tio Thun. Afterwards, Tranda told her to pour her spiritual energy into the human emperor's seal and teleport them out. In front of them, the group was already outside the mausoleum. Ko Tianfam seemed surprised to see so many eyes staring at her. Tranda explained that since she had obtained the inheritance, the others had fulfilled their purpose and were sent out. Njak, Than Tuyen, and Lian Han were very surprised to see the two of them. Kobak saw that his little sister was not dead and was even holding the human emperor's seal. His emotions were indescribable. City Lord Hoke approached and asked, "Could it be that the recent heaven and earth phenomenon that triggered the human emperor's inheritance was caused by your esteemed disciple?" Tranda said nothing, but turned and told Ko Tianfam to raise the human emperor's seal in her hand. A powerful aura instantly surrounded her. Everyone who saw the scene before them began to whisper among themselves. Tranda then told her to condense her spirit sea right here. Hearing this, Ko Tianfam seemed panicked. She asked again, "Master, condense my spirit sea right here?" "That's right, in front of all these people. As my disciple, as the ruler of the human emperor realm, you are destined to be the center of everyone's attention. Displaying the strength of your talent now will greatly help you gain their recognition in the future." Hearing this, Ko Tianfam had no choice but to obey. She sat down and began to condense the golden spirit sea, although she wasn't sure if she would succeed. The people, seeing this, wondered what the little princess was planning to do. Was she trying to break through here? Nguyen, who had been observing for a long time, thought that this master and disciple pair would sooner or later become a threat to his sect. So he had arranged for the elder of the Shengmi Hall, the Nguyen, to come and assassinate Ko Tianfam while she was circulating her energy. With that, Elder Thick Nguyen rushed forward, to everyone's surprise. Just as the tip of the sword reached Ko Tianfam's face, Tranda appeared. He grabbed the sword's blade with his bare hand and shattered it with force, to the surprise of many. Tranda said with a serious face, "Did I give you people permission to attack?" Then he gathered his energy and launched a strike. Thick Niet of Bak Nok Kin lived to the age of 70. What origins? Wait until Thien Pham condenses her spirit sea. I will give you all a chance to challenge her. But for now, anyone who dares to take another step forward will die, Tranda said, his eyes filled with an undeniable threat to the crowd below. Suddenly, a purple light appeared in Ko Tianfam's hands. As expected, it was the purple spirit sea. But it didn't stop there. A golden light suddenly appeared within the purple spirit sea. It began to expand and envelop everything. Unexpectedly, our little princess was able to cultivate the legendary golden spirit sea. Ko Tianfam knew she had succeeded. She happily ran over to show her master. Tranda patted her head and praised her for doing well. "You are indeed my disciple, but it's just a golden spirit sea. Don't get too proud so soon. You're still naive." Kobak, standing below, was deep in thought. He wondered who this Taoist was that could turn Tianfam from a cripple into what she was now. Tranda turned and continued speaking to Ko Tianfam. "You have already condensed your spirit sea. Now, prepare yourself." Ko Tianfam didn't understand what he meant. Her master had already turned and announced, anyone below the spirit soul realm can now come up and challenge her. One-on-one or a group fight, all are welcome. As for those who don't know what's good for them and try to sneak attack, they'll be sent to the cycle of reincarnation under my personal guidance. Ko Tianfam once again fell into despair. Time and time again, she was put on the spot by the person who called himself her master. She lamented that this time she was fighting people, not demonic beasts, and he was even telling them to attack together. Tranda told her to grumble less. After all, he had limited the challenge to those below the spirit soul realm for her. He continued, although you are now the human emperor and the entire human emperor realm will be yours in the future, if you want to subdue them, you must display your great power. After hearing Tranda speak, most of the people below felt intimidated by Thien Phom's current strength. Others were wary of her master. After all, Thishnagyet had already reached the peak of the Yi Kang level, yet he was killed by him in one blow. It would be foolish to mess with them now. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. You don't dare? Then let us. It was Li Yanhan and Nokthan Tuyen. Everyone was excited to see this. A duel with the new human emperor. Both were talented, and both were great beauties. This was going to be a good show. Ko Thien Phom turned and asked Tranda if she really had to fight. Tranda replied, you can even handle the Gui Kang realm, so what are you afraid of? Thien Phom continued to argue, how can you compare them? I was able to use such spiritual arts in the ruins because you were there, master, so I had no worries. She turned away, feeling helpless against her godforsaken master. After all, Lai Yanhan and Ngokthan Tuyen were once her idols. How could she bear to fight them? Lai Yanhan stepped forward and said, we witnessed the human emperor's outstanding combat skills in the mausoleum earlier. Now that we have the opportunity to learn, we hope you will guide us. Ko Tien Pham shyly mumbled a few words, but she quickly regained her confidence. Tranda was right. Now that she was the human emperor, she had to have her own standing. With that, the two girls on the other side charged forward together. After just a few basic exchanges, they both knew it would be difficult to defeat Thien Phom without fighting seriously. With that, Enjok Than Tuan immediately used the Enjok Lung secret art. She lunged forward, attacking relentlessly, but couldn't break through Ko Tien Phom's Hien Vien combat art. Lai En Han had already circled around behind her, using the Tula sword art to finish her off. Fortunately, Ko Tien Phom gathered her energy and materialized a spear to block the sword strike. Materializing objects from spiritual energy. Is this why you don't use a weapon? Yen Han asked. Ko Tien Phom shyly replied, not really, I just don't have one. With that, she launched an attack that Yen Han couldn't block. She was injured on the spot. With another sweep, she broke through Than Tuyen's technique. The beautiful girl was defeated and admitted it. Ko Thien Pham excitedly ran over to show off her new victory to Tranda, but this cold-blooded man still wouldn't praise her, just told her she was getting too cocky again. City Lord Hoke and the elders now approached, thanking him for saving them from the Blue Phoenix's attack. And now they would take their leave. Ko Thien Pham asked her master if she was about to become famous. Of course. This land is called the Human Emperor Realm because the previous human emperors were all incredibly powerful. That's how this place earned its standing in the myriad heavens. Now, you are not only the princess of the Hien Vien dynasty, but also the future human emperor who will rule the Human Emperor Realm. Hearing this, Ko Thien Pham felt an indescribable pressure. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. Little Kuyu. Is that you, Little Kuyu? That brat Tuang Hao said all your meridians were severed and you went missing. I was so mad I could have died. Ko Tien Pham turned around and was surprised. It was Fong Jia Jia, the grand elder of the Hien Vien dynasty, whose cultivation had reached the peak of the Gui Kung realm. Ko Tien Pham was overjoyed to see him. The old man ran over, his eyes welling with tears, and said, we haven't seen each other in years, and you've grown so much. It's my fault for letting you be bullied. With that, he turned and scolded Kobak. What kind of older brothers are you? You can't even protect your own little sister. Kobak, seeing this, quickly apologized, admitting his fault. Tranda glanced at Fong Jia and asked Tusu about his background. Tusu said, according to the data, this old Fong Jia is the sworn brother of Ko Tien Phom's grandfather. But the data also says that 2 years from now, he will die from a failed ascension. During his lifetime, he loved Tien Phom very much. Back on this side, old Fong Jia told Ko Tien Phom to return with him. Now that he was out of seclusion, whoever dared to touch her, he would chop into 100 pieces. Hearing this, Ko Tien Pham glanced back at her master. Tranda calmly replied, this is your family matter. I cannot make the choice for you. After he finished, Ko Tien Pham turned and told Fong Jia that she didn't think it was the right time to return. She asked him to pass a message to her father that she would visit them both when she had time. Hearing this, old Fong Jia was very surprised. He scowled at Tranda and shouted, is it you, brat, who's making her not want to come back? A young punk like you? What right do you have to be little Thien Phom's master? Tell me, are you after my girl, you pervert? Tranda chuckled at this. A young punk? It's been tens of thousands of years since I've been called that. After speaking, Tranda shot a burst of energy into Elder Fong's forehead. After a moment, Fong Jia jumped up. He pushed Kobak and Ko Tianfam behind him. Then he walked straight to where Tranda was standing. Suddenly, the old man bowed his head in thanks to Tranda. He added, "I, Fong Mao, have offended you before. Senior, you did not hold it against me and even taught me the way to break through to the Tiannan realm. This junior will never forget this great kindness for the rest of his life." Kobak and Ko Tianfam were overjoyed to hear this. Tranda told the old man, "The path of cultivation is to go against the heavens. What is needed to break through to the Tiannan realm is determination. I can only help you this much. The rest is up to you." Then he turned and told Tianfam, "Let's go." Kobak thought to himself, Tianfam's master made Elder Fong submit with a single move, and even taught him how to break through to the Tiannan realm. If the Hian dynasty had the help of this person, it would be incredible. This time, the master and disciple decided to travel on the new ride they got from the human emperor's mausoleum, Tuathan. The scene opens with Ko Tianfam trying to get Tuathan to let her on, but Tuathan seems to be having trouble. "Lower your back a bit, Tuathan. I can't get on." The dragon was quite a good boy, grunting a few times to show it understood. Suddenly, a powerful voice like a loudspeaker rang out, announcing the activation of a hidden mission. Tianfam finally settled on Tuathan's back. It was her first time riding a dragon, and she was a bit nervous, so much so that even Tranda raised an eyebrow. Not bad. And then, the system Tiosu popped up, her voice as excited as if she had struck gold. "Master, Master, you've activated a hidden mission." A massive mission board appeared, with some intense content. The mastermind behind Ko Tianfam's misfortune is a huge mystery. The third prince of the Hian dynasty seems to know something, but for some reason, he can't speak. Please, Dao Venerate, investigate who the real mastermind is. Mission reward: 1,000 Saint Master points, 1 lottery draw chance. Mission penalty: if the mission fails, there will be no more main storyline missions. Tusu carefully added a note: "This is a mandatory sequence. It's not that I want to force you, Master. Even if the mission fails, the reward for this mission will still be sent to you." The information board changed content again. Attention, the reward for the Human Emperor's Path, Spirit Sea Realm mission has been sent. Due to the special circumstances just now, Tusu dared not disturb you. Therefore, a reminder in the new mission. It has been confirmed that what Ko Tianfam forged was a golden spirit sea. The rewards combined to total 5,000 Saint Master points and 1 lottery draw chance. In addition, the mission for the Spirit Soul Realm stage has been unlocked. Master, please read it yourself. Tusu will always love you. Tusu, quick as a flash, appeared and started massaging Tranda's shoulders, her voice clearly flattering. "There's a lot of text. Master must be tired. Let me give you a massage." The young man suddenly muttered, "If that's the case..." Before he could finish, a flaming whip made of spiritual energy suddenly appeared and wrapped tightly around Kobak, making the young man's face turn pale with fear. Tranda finished his sentence, "Then let's bring you along and start the investigation with you." The flaming whip dragged Kobak through the air behind the dragon. He cried out for help. "What's happening? Elder Fong, save me!" Elder Fong could only throw his hands up in defeat. He said, "A great master must have profound reasons for his actions." The blue sky changed rapidly with the speed of Tranda's group. Although Kobak was tied up, at least he got to ride in business class on the back of a divine dragon, no longer dangling in the air. He began to plead his case. "Senior, I don't know you. Have I done something to offend you? Tianfam, why did your master capture me?" Tianfam quickly reassured him in a soft, gentle voice. "I don't know what master wants to do, but he must have his reasons." She then turned to whisper to Tranda, "Master, Master, why did you capture my third royal brother? Do you want to take him as a disciple too?" Tranda ignored Tianfam and turned to interrogate Kobak directly. "Regarding Tianfam being framed in the palace, you must know quite a bit. Speak." Kobak didn't expect to be caught so quickly. His face turned pale, and he stammered, unable to form words. Seeing this, Ko Tianfam also became anxious, looking at him with concern. "Royal brother." Kobak took a deep breath and then stood up to confess. "That's right, I do know about Tianfam being framed. Not just me, your other 6 royal brothers all know." Tianfam was shocked to her core upon hearing this. Her face darkened. She suppressed her anger, her voice cracking. "Why? My mother and I never competed for anything, never had conflicts with the other concubines. I'm a girl, I can't compete for the throne with my brothers. Why?" The divine beast flew swiftly through the windy sky. Kobak was silent for a moment, then gently advised, "Tianfam, this is how it is in a royal family. You actually know, you just don't want to believe it." What I can guarantee you is that although I knew what was happening, I had no intention of harming you." A hint of regret flashed in his eyes. "And the reason I couldn't tell you the truth is because, aside from the seventh prince, all the other princes who know the truth have been placed under a silent curse. If I reveal who it is, I will die." At this moment, Tranda spoke, his voice as cold as ice. "Say the name. I guarantee you will not die." Hearing this, Kobak's heart pounded and his legs trembled. He was utterly shocked. He struggled to confess the truth. Actually, the person who used this method to hide it was trying to cover it up. At this point, it's not hard to guess who the mastermind is. A faint blue light flashed, covering half of Kobak's face. He stubbornly continued, "The person with this kind of power and influence." The blue light on Kobak's face grew stronger and spread. He endured the excruciating pain and continued, "That person is the seventh prince's mother. She used her miraculous medical skills to become the medical consort favored by our father." As soon as the words left his mouth, a beam of light burst from his body, tearing open his stomach. The light converged into the image of that consort. She gnashed her teeth, her voice sharp as a knife. "Kobak, it seems you no longer wish to live." She glared, her voice filled with murderous intent. "You revealed the secret. Die." Kothi and Pham, seeing the situation escalate beyond her control, screamed in fear, Hi Hoa, what have you done to my royal brother?" Hi Hoa spoke with a threatening tone, "Kothi and Pham, you're still not dead?" That useless bunch from Bakanjak kin. She raised her sharp, clawed hand towards Thien Pham, her tone leaving no room for discussion. "Fine, I'll do it myself. After I get rid of you, the destiny of the entire human emperor realm will be mine." Suddenly, she froze for a few seconds, then let out a surprised grunt. It turned out a whip of spiritual energy had bound her from who knows when. Hi Hoa panicked. "What's happening?" Ko Thien Pham looked back, her face lit up with joy as she called out, "Master!" Tranda maintained his cool, seal-forming posture and spoke coldly to the other side. "So you know about destiny. You are not from this world." Hi Hoa was now clearly at a disadvantage, leaving only panic. "Who are you?" Tranda slowly approached her. "Who I am is not important. I, on the other hand, want to ask you, who gave you the courage to dare to harm my disciple right in front of me?" He pointed directly at her, his hand gathering a bright spiritual energy, his tone threatening. Hi Hoa broke out in a cold sweat, unable to escape. "Damn it. This Taoist wants to extract my memories." Suddenly, countless cracks appeared all over her face. A brilliant light burst out from within. "Kuthian incarnation!" Hi Hoa shouted. Instantly, a shockwave erupted in all directions, creating a massive explosion. The people in the group were all terrified, except for Tranda, who remained standing like a statue in his original position. He gently raised his hand in front of him, and spiritual energy immediately gathered into a blue membrane. Tranda coldly remarked, "Knowing she's no match, she decisively self-destructs her incarnation." The green smoke from Hi Hoa's body gradually thinned out. Finally, it disappeared without a trace. This beam of light led straight to the imperial palace of the Hien Vien dynasty. Outside a magnificent palace, an exuberant voice rang out. "Thank you for your guidance, Mother. Your son is now at the mid-level of the Spirit Sea realm." It turned out to be the voice of the seventh prince, Ko Hao Thien. He was in high spirits, cheerfully continuing, "I believe it won't be long before Father starts to value me." The Empress sat upright on her chair in the main hall, calmly replying, "With such smooth progress, you must work hard. Do not disappoint your father's expectations, do you understand?" Ko Hao Thien replied respectfully, "Yes, your son understands." Suddenly, that beam of light shot straight into Hi Hoa's forehead. She immediately spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Hi Hoa trembled and covered her mouth, thinking to herself about that Taoist. Ko Hao Thien anxiously asked, "Mother, what's wrong? Your face has turned so pale." Hi Hoa turned her face away and waved her hand, signaling that she was fine. "It's nothing. I'm just tired. You may leave first. I wish to be alone." He was still worried and replied filially, "Mother, then let me call the royal physician for you." Hi Hoa let out a small, mocking laugh. "Silly child. In this palace, is there anyone with medical skills that can compare to your mother?" Hearing this, Ko Hao Thien was somewhat reassured. He clasped his hands and took his leave. "You're right. It's just that I was so worried about your health that I got confused. Then I will take my leave. Please rest well, Mother." Seeing Ko Hao Thien leave, Hi Hoa quickly shut the door and knelt down, letting out a sigh of relief. The aftershock then kicked in. She coughed up another mouthful of blood, the sound of which was heart-wrenching. Hoa held out her hand in front of her, somewhat in disbelief of the cruel reality. That Taoist actually saw through my identity. Could he also be a transmigrator? The sky today was a vibrant blue, unusually clear. Tranda stood with his arms crossed, looking at the information board about the transmigrators of the myriad heavens. He softly muttered, "A transmigrator from another world." He whispered to Tusu, who was peeking from the side, "This is the real reason you brought me back to this era, isn't it, Tusu?" Tusu seemed a bit uncomfortable and replied evasively, "The mission is handed down by the program. Tusu's current version is too low, and I don't have the authority to look up more information. Perhaps if Master upgrades Tusu's version, you'll know right away." Tranda asked coldly, "How many Saint Master points are needed to upgrade the version?" Hearing this, Tusu licked her lips and calculated, then quickly sealed the deal. Only 10,000 points are needed. The missions Master completed before have earned a total of 8,500 points. You'll be able to upgrade Tusu very soon. Just upgrade Tusu, and you'll be set. Tranda then patted Tusu on the head. Then, "Why don't you go back and wait?" the system immediately cried out. A faint cry rang out, attracting his attention. "Master." Tranda glanced over and immediately saw Kobak, his body tattered like a rag, lying unconscious in front of Kothian Pham. She now had tears in her eyes, pleading for help. "Please save my royal brother." Tranda waved his hand, creating a small ball of light that gathered spiritual energy. Kobak's body immediately floated into the air. A purple-blue light enveloped his entire body, leaving Kothian Pham with her jaw dropped. The horrific wounds gradually healed. At this moment, Kobak had regained consciousness and could stand firmly on the dragon's body. Tien Pham breathed a sigh of relief and went over to ask, "Royal brother, are you all right now?" Kobak hadn't expected this twist and was overjoyed. "I'm still alive." He then turned towards Tranda, who had his back to them, looking into the distance, and sincerely gave a thumbs up. "Thank you for saving my life, Senior." Kobak also cautiously approached Kothian Pham, full of remorse. "Tien Pham, I didn't tell you the truth before. It's my fault." Tien Pham was still a bit dazed. Who would have thought that the kind and tolerant medical consort Hoa, famous for her medical skills, would be the mastermind behind this? And her methods are so cruel. She looked at Kobak and smiled comfortingly. "It's not your fault, royal brother." Tranda, seeing this, frowned and clicked his tongue. He suddenly asked Kobak, "Third Prince, do you know how to fly?" Kobak respectfully replied, "Reporting to Senior, I am at the early spirit soul realm. Of course, I know how to fly." That was all Tranda needed to hear. He summoned his spiritual whip, tied him up, and threw him into the air, saying coolly, "As long as you can fly." Kobak was stunned, his face as pale as a ghost, not understanding what was happening. "Senior!" Tranda pointed down and the whip carried Kobak plummeting downwards. He screamed in panic. Tranda closed his eyes, feigning innocence, and waved his hand. "Your part is over. So, leave." Kothian Pham was also a bit helpless. "Master, royal brother won't fall to his death from this height, will he?" Hearing this, Kobak immediately shouted, "Senior, at least untie me first." Tranda just replied indifferently, "If you can fly, you won't die." Kothian Pham seemed to realize something and cautiously asked, "Master, are you angry?" Tranda turned his face away and replied, "I am not angry. I just think your royal brother is too stupid." He closed his eyes and voiced his thoughts. The curse on him, at least 3 people in the human emperor realm could have removed it for him. The Grand Elder of your Hien Vian dynasty, the human emperor in the mausoleum, both could have easily destroyed that woman's incarnation, but he chose to do nothing. This is just an excuse for his own incompetence. Kothian Pham smiled, pretending to understand, but in her heart, it was as clear as day. Master is definitely very angry. He's talking even more than usual. Tuthan, who was flying at high speed, suddenly roared. A bright light appeared before them. Kothian Pham quickly asked, "Master, what is that?" The light suddenly expanded, forming a massive fireball. Even Tuthan recoiled in fear. Tien Pham screamed in panic, "Master!" But it was too late. The fireball had already exploded, engulfing the entire space around it. Rocks shattered and rained down like a storm. The owner of this deadly trap was none other than the Hong Lian Ma Tong's Viem Quang Luke Tuong. He leaned on his hand, looking smug and arrogant. "I told you that girl Hong Swang was exaggerating, but you didn't believe me. What mysterious expert summoning heavenly lightning? One cannonball and it's over. Nothing more to say. Job done." Behind Viem Quang Luke Tuong, 2 more of his comrades appeared. Hong Lian Ma Tong's Viem Ko had joined him and relayed the information. "The sect master has ordered Better to kill the wrong person than to let one escape. Take out all the rogue cultivators coming out of the human emperor's mausoleum. Honglian Matong's VM Kowa Tutu was also there to join the fun, coldly dropping a sarcastic remark. I thought we were going to meet some great expert. This is the third one already. I'm getting bored to death. In the distance, the thick, billowing smoke gradually dissipated. In an instant, the area revealed Tu Than, still maintaining its majestic and heroic appearance. On its back were Tranda and Ko Tien Pham, protected by a shield, so they were still completely unharmed. Amidst the swirling wind, Thien Pham loudly reminded Tranda, "Master, those are the heavenly demons of the Hong Lian Matong." Tranda maintained his unchanging expression and replied to her, "Hong Lian Matong. The aura of this sect is truly disgusting." Tiu Su, behind him, also spoke up as a reminder, "Master, I've detected that your hostility is rising again. It's just a small sect. Please don't." Before the system could finish its sentence, he cut it off firmly, "I know my limits." VM Kwang Luke Tuong activated his weapon, a large cannon. It seemed his excitement and interest in this mission had grown even more. "Yo, you actually managed to block my attack. You must have some kind of defensive magic weapon on you. Is it just for show? Let's find out with another shot." He launched his attack. A deafening roar echoed as a massive fireball shot towards them at lightning speed. VM Kwang Luke Tuong shouted, "Fi Yen Cannon, blow him to bits!" The fireball, with its heaven-shattering heat, was right in front of them. Ko Thien Pham noticed that Tranda was still standing calmly with his hands behind his back. He leisurely drew a series of intricate characters in the air, like a talisman. The talisman flew forward on command, ready to block the attack. Its intense heat was gradually absorbed, sucked completely inside. After a moment, the talisman had completely absorbed the Fi Yen cannon. The people from Honglian Matong couldn't believe their eyes. VMCo's face turned pale as he exclaimed, "Luke Tuong's Fi Yen cannon was VMCo. Hua Tutu was so scared her voice cracked. How is this possible?" Luke Tuong himself was even more terrified. He gritted his teeth and wondered, what kind of talisman is that? The talisman didn't just absorb the Fi Yen cannon. It was also a powerful tool that helped create the three-dragon coiling art around Tranda. Its name was the Three Pure Ones Fire-Controlling Talisman. Tranda pushed his hand forward, and the ferocious dragons immediately charged ahead. He said calmly, "Returning this to you." Seeing the fire dragons rushing towards them with immense power, the three of them tried to dodge, but it was too late. Luke Tuong's eyes widened as he cried out, "No!" A moment later, the fire dragons triggered a massive explosion. The sound echoed through the space, and smoke and dust spread in all directions. VMCo was not willing to accept such a bitter defeat, so he quickly took out his magic weapon. He stared ahead, silently calculating in his heart. "Damn it, this is not what Ma Tan said. This guy is not at the Guikang realm. He's a half-step Thien Nan, just like Ma Tan. No, this is the Thien Nan realm." Thinking of this, he made up his mind. I'll risk it all. He decisively held the gourd in front of him. On the other side, Tranda drew another talisman with strokes of azure spiritual energy. VMCo summoned his venomous demonic snake and shouted, "Appear! Ah, Sako!" The python bared its fangs and writhed, looking terrifying enough to scare someone to death. VMCo thought this was a sure win and thought to himself, "This Taoist is unbelievably strong, but the Aksa's poison can corrode the soul. As long as it touches him a little, I'll have a chance to escape." Suddenly, he was startled, realizing something was wrong. It turned out Tranda had finished drawing the talisman. He pointed his hand forward and commanded, "Go." The talisman emitted a huge amount of power, intending to envelop the Aksa Ko. VMCo recognized it as the Three Pure Ones wind-controlling talisman. The azure light swept towards him. VMCo cried out in pain. The Aksa Ko was also bitten into pieces and thrashed wildly in the air. Tranda muttered to himself, "It's been a while since I've drawn this kind of low-level talisman. The speed is a bit slow." The Aksako vanished. Of the heavenly demons from Honglian Matong, only one remained, VM Ko Hua Tutu. She trembled and cried out, "Luke Tuong, Ko Min, they were defeated so easily." Suddenly, she jumped as Tranda appeared behind her and asked gently, "Your aura seems different from theirs." Hua Tutu quickly raised her hands, hoping to avoid a fight, and pleaded desperately, "Great Lord, spare me. I am just an outer disciple of Ma Tone. It was all Ma Tone's idea. If I had known I would encounter an expert like you, I wouldn't have participated even if you beat me to death." Tranda said coldly, "Scram." Hua Tutu, with tears in her eyes, immediately froze, asking in confusion, "Huh?" Tranda turned his back. "Are you waiting for me to make a move?" Tutu's face immediately lit up with joy. She quickly used her lightness skill to fly away, not forgetting to leave behind a word of thanks. "Thank you for not killing me, Taoist Master." At this moment, Huatutu couldn't help but silently curse that girl Lich Hongswang for getting her into this mess. Although her real goal was the peerless handsome man, if she lost her life, what good would it do? Offending an expert of this caliber, the Honglian Matong would probably never recover. The seemingly fierce battle just now ended in a flash. Ko Thien Pham immediately went to Tranda and praised him profusely. "Master, you're amazing. In a flash, you killed 2 of the notoriously vicious Honglian heavenly demons." Tiosu also patted her head and sighed in relief. Fortunately, it didn't cause too much damage. At this moment, Tranda casually commented, "They were just 2 ants blocking the road. Did you see clearly how I fought just now?" Ko Thien Pham understood his meaning and began to gesture with her hands, recounting what she had seen from the battle just now. The 2 types of talismans Master used just now were super powerful. The fire dragon exploded and blew that heavenly demon to pieces. That big snake had just emerged when Master chopped it into 1,000 pieces in an instant. And back at the inn, Master casually drew a thunder talisman, and its power was almost comparable to the 9 heavens lightning tribulation. Tranda turned his face away and replied humbly, "They were just some low-level talismans." Ko Thien Pham interjected, "They were far from ordinary talismans. I've never met a cultivator who can casually draw talismans like you, Master. When will I be able to casually defeat a Gui Kang realm expert like you, Master?" Tranda then had a new idea. He turned to ask her, "My talismans, do you want to learn them?" Ko Thien Pham honestly poked her head out and replied, "Of course I do, but will I really be able to learn them?" Tranda replied with full confidence, "Yes. I will teach you later." Thien Pham heard this and felt a bit confused and dazed. Later? Tranda had already sat down and ordered Teothan, "Take me to the Honglian Ma Tong sect now." Ko Thien Pham, stunned, guessed, "Master, you don't mean you want to—" Tiosu secretly wiped the sweat from her forehead and sighed, "Venerable Tao Master, I hope you won't get too angry this time." Am Tin Shi, Hong Lian Ma Tong, a place where an island floated in the air. Below was a giant lava lake, and the island was bound by large chains. Inside the main hall of Hong Lian Ma Tong, a young girl's voice was whining for something. "Father, you must stand up for your daughter. I've never been bullied like this in my entire life." The person sitting on the chair heard this and immediately agreed. All right, don't worry. What Taoist who casts heavenly lightning? In front of your father. He's just a flea." It turned out the person on the chair was Hong Lian Ma Tong, the sect master of Hong Lian Ma Tong, Le Tien Huyet. He was looking dotingly at Lich Hongswang, a fond smile on his face. Father has already sent Ko Min, Luke Tuong, and the others to the human emperor's mausoleum. They will soon tie that person up and bring him back for you. Lich Hongswang, having gotten her way, quickly flattered him. "I knew Father was the best." At this, she didn't forget to remind him, remember not to hurt his face. Le Tien Huyet looked at his pouting daughter and felt helpless. He could only gently remind her, "All right, you, focus more on your cultivation. Don't think about these trivial things all day." Lich Hongswang, her wish granted, became even happier. She quickly replied, "Father, I know. Then her expression changed in a second. Her face was full of malice and resentment. She thought to herself, that rotten Taoist dared to tell me to scram, thinking he can scare me with lightning. When my father makes a move, you won't be able to escape even if you had wings." At this, she remembered Tronda's icy face at that moment. "I told you to scram. Did you hear me clearly?" Then she imagined the scene of Tranda being tied to a wall by her, his body covered in wounds. Her face became even more sinister. "The man I, Lich Hongswang, have set my sights on, no one can escape from my grasp. When that time comes, I will play with you thoroughly." Suddenly, Le Tien Huyet sensed something. His face showed clear surprise. He quickly stood up, his eyes fixed on the direction he had just sensed. Lich Hongswang, seeing her father like this, was also confused. Outside, the disciples of Hong Lian Ma Tong were also whispering among themselves. How did the sky change like this? Could it be that an elder is about to undergo a tribulation? Suddenly, in the distance, a dragon appeared, flying in the sky. The disciples were once again in an uproar. "Look, it's a Jiao Long. Is it a spirit beast? There are people on that Jiao Long." It turned out the people riding the dragon were Tranda and Ko Thien Pham. Tranda's face was solemn. He calmly asked her, "This is the Hong Lian Ma Tong sect." She stood behind him, only daring to peek out to observe, her face showing a hint of panic. That's right. The Honglian Ma Tong is considered a major power in the human emperor realm. Its foundation is definitely very rich. Master, after confirming the right place, Tranda kicked the Jiaolong under his feet. After taking a kick from him, the Jiaolong became enraged. It breathed out a few angry breaths, and its eyes lit up. Ko Tianfam looked at the scene before her and exclaimed, "Wow, Tu Than, you've gotten bigger." The Jiaolong had now grown in size, and its entire body was enveloped in power. Suddenly, it spat out an attack from its mouth. A large sphere spat out by the dragon quickly flew towards and attacked the Honglian Ma Tong. The disciples of the Honglian Ma Tong standing below saw this and were terrified. They asked each other in confusion what had happened. Suddenly, a gemstone emitted a huge amount of power. Inside it was a blue flower. The power from the gemstone created a barrier. It protected the Honglian Ma Tong from the Jiaolong's attack. The disciples below looked at the scene and were horrified. They looked up at the sky in confusion. It's the Sex Protective Array. What kind of attack is this? It actually activated the Sex Grand Array. The Jiaolong didn't stop. The attacks it spat out continuously struck the barrier. With just a few hits, the barrier shattered into pieces. The disciples were once again in an uproar. "The Grand Array has been broken! They're coming! Run!" Just as they were about to flee, they saw someone kick the door open and rush out. It turned out Letian Huyet had rushed out. He flew quickly towards the Jiaolong, his face filled with anger. "Who dares to be so bold at my Honglian Ma Tong?" The disciples below saw Letian Huyet and immediately stopped. They called out worriedly, "Sect Master." But Letian Huyet had already reached the place where the Jiaolong was attacking. He used his power to fight back against the Jiaolong. His voice grew even angrier. "How dare you destroy my Sex Protective Array?" With his own strength, Letian Huyet successfully repelled the Jiaolong's attack. Ko Thien Pham, standing behind Tran Da, saw this and became anxious. She said to him worriedly, "Master, he's flying towards us." At this moment, Letian Huyet had gathered a sphere of power in his hand. He used a move called the Honglian Demon Fist to strike at the Jiaolong. He didn't forget to curse, "You wretched beast, die!" Just like that, one of Letian Huyet's blows shattered the Jiaolong's attack. At the same time, Tran Da had managed to draw a talisman. The two streams of power collided. Suddenly, a few golden dragons appeared within his talisman. The 3 golden dragons surrounded Letian Huyet, causing him to panic. Suddenly, another massive explosion occurred there. Ko Thien Pham, standing behind Tran Da, looked at the scene he had created and was stunned. She said to him in fear, "Master, even though I know you are powerful, this is too exaggerated." The Honglian Ma Tong is also a powerful existence in the human emperor realm. You so easily... No matter how surprised Ko Thien Pham was, Tran Da still had that icy expression. He said to her cryptically, "He has some things on him. He won't die that easily." She seemed not to believe him, her face still showing a dazed expression. Then she also cried out. Suddenly, a muscular arm appeared in front of them. The person's eyes were dark red, and their sharp teeth were also revealed. He seemed terrified when he looked at the person in front of him. It turned out to be Letian Huyet, who had transformed. He no longer had the arrogant look from before, but was bowing his head humbly to ask Tran Da, "Who might you be, Great One?" To have such a cultivation level and still remain in the human emperor realm without ascending to the myriad heavens. I don't recall ever offending a character like you. Suddenly, Tiu Su appeared from nowhere. She called out happily, "Master, Master, you've triggered a hidden mission again. Please choose to accept or decline." On the notification board in Tiu Su's hand, the text had already appeared. Hidden mission. Eliminate the otherworldly invaders' believers. Accept, decline. On this side, Tran Da was still chatting with Letian Huyet. "You sent people to ambush and kill me, and now you ask me why I'm here, and you even want to ask who I am." Then he also reached out and pressed the accept button. At this point, Tran Da glanced over at Letian Huyet. His voice, though cold, had a presence that made people tremble. "I killed 2 people and let a woman run away, but I thought she wouldn't come back to report to you." After hearing Tran Da speak, Letian Huyet finally realized. He also silently cursed, "Damn that VMCO. Today, I offended this person. This person's strength is so terrifying. I'm afraid I can't let this go today." Thinking of this, Letian Huyet immediately bowed his head in apology. "Senior, I've offended you before. It was my Honglian sect's fault. But I think there might be some misunderstanding in this matter. I hope Senior will be magnanimous and not bother with this lowly junior. My Honglian Ma Tong is willing to pay any price, a great price, as compensation," Letian Huyet said respectfully. Tran Da was still riding the Jiaolong. He stood high above and looked down, his icy voice ringing out again. Any price? A great price, you say? Seeing that he seemed to have agreed, Letienne Huyet replied with even more certainty, Senior, please speak your mind. But what he received in return was Tranda's sharp gaze. Although there was no change in his expression, his voice revealed a clear anger. I want your Honglian Ma Tong to disappear from the human emperor realm. Are you willing? Hearing this request, Letienne Huyet felt as if he had just been handed a death sentence. Tranda and Kothian Pham were riding the Jiaolong. He looked at Letienne Huyet and said clearly, Although your Honglian Ma Tong has appeared before me many times, that is not the reason you deserve to die. The reason lies in the spiritual energy aura in your bodies that does not belong to the human emperor realm. At this moment, below the Honglian, Ma Tong was that giant lava lake. Underneath, a few skeletons had appeared. At this moment, he also said to him, You chose to establish your sect here. Below are the bones of a large number of cultivators and countless imprisoned souls. You can hide it from the people of the world, but how can you hide it from me? You use these things as your foundation for cultivation. If this matter were to be exposed, the Honglian Ma Tong would be besieged by all the righteous sects. However, these are all matters of the human emperor realm. I have no interest in interfering, but the existence from outside the human emperor realm that you worship must die today. These words of his were like a death sentence for the entire Honglian Ma Tong below. Yet, his face showed no emotion. On this side, after hearing him speak, Letienne Huyet's face darkened. Suddenly, he burst out laughing. Letienne Huyet's whole body began to tremble. His madness was now on full display. I never thought that the secret my Honglian Ma Tong has hidden for hundreds of years would be discovered by a Taoist who came from nowhere. Then Letienne Huyet's face turned contemptuous. He asked him without flinching, So the main purpose of your coming here today is the existence sealed at the bottom of this lava. That is to say, my Honglian Ma Tong can't avoid this no matter what, right? At this point, he brought his hands to his chest. His entire body was radiating a mysterious power. His eyes were bloodshot, and his voice had turned confident. Since you are at the Tianyan realm, the power of my entire sect is no match for you. But the one sealed at the bottom will definitely be very interested in your Tiannan realm soul. A large X-shaped mark appeared on Letienne Huyet's chest. A stream of power emanated from the wound. He also said madly to him, Since we're all going to die anyway, let's take you down with us. Then Letienne Huyet threw that thing into the lava. He also recited a few commands. Crimson, flame of the abyss, buried deep within the dark earth. The otherworldly fire of a world in ruin. Letienne Huyet's power struck the lava, causing parts of it to stir. Letienne Huyet's entire body seemed to be on fire. The Honglian Ma Tong behind him was also enveloped in lava. At this, he shouted again, Appear, wrathful Asura! From beneath the lava lake, a giant hand shot straight up. The creature's body was massive. He shook off the lava clinging to his body. The colossal body of the lava demon god, the wrathful Asura, had risen. Around his body were streams of fiery red lava, and his body was also on fire. With just his appearance, he had shaken the entire Honglian Ma Tong. The chains seemed about to snap from the tension. Inside the Honglian Ma Tong, chaos was unavoidable. Boulders carrying fiery red flames kept falling. The disciples of the Honglian Ma Tong also ran in all directions. They looked at the Ma Tong standing tall before them and couldn't help but exclaim in amazement, This is the demon god? This sect really exists. On this side, Kothian Pham also felt scared. She hid behind Tranda and asked curiously, Such strong spiritual pressure. Master, what is this thing? Tranda was still very calm. He just gently replied to her, a demonic creature that does not belong to the human emperor realm. Despite the burning sect behind him, Letienne Huyet was still in a mood to brag. He kept laughing and said confidently, Ha ha ha, the demon god has descended, destroying all things in the world. Anyone who opposes my sect must die. At this point, Letienne Huyet also remembered Tranda. He said with hatred, You rotten Taoist who doesn't know what's good for you. So what if you're at the Tiannan realm? With the demon god here, I want you to die without a burial place. Suddenly, Lich Hong Swang appeared from nowhere. She asked Letienne Huyet in fear, Father, is this the demon god that the sect has always worshipped? Letienne Huyet, seeing his daughter's concern, replied proudly, That's right, this is the ancient demon god, the wrathful Asura, who was sealed here by the 5th human emperor. This is also the true trump card that allows my demon sect to stand tall in the human emperor realm and oppose the so-called righteous sects. After showing off to Lich Hong Swang, Letienne Huyet looked at the Ma Tong behind him. He was still bragging proudly, wrathful Asura. In the entire human emperor realm, only I, the sect master of the Honglian Ma Tong, know your true existence. I have now lifted your seal. I now command you to burn that rotten Taoist in the sky to ashes. After speaking, Letian Huyet's face became strangely majestic. On this side, Ma Tong didn't pay any attention to Letian Huyet. He was still muttering, 800 years. Then Ma Tong put his hand down into the lava. His hand gradually turned fiery red, and he kept muttering, the human emperor Macthian Nai sealed me in this godforsaken place where I can't see the sun. From beneath the lava, he pulled out a massive sword from who knows where. Then he didn't forget to say contemptuously to Le Tien Huyet, now a half-step Tien non-trash like you dares to command me. Seeing Ma Tong's intention, Le Tien Huyet broke out in a cold sweat. He stammered, I was the one who lifted your seal. You have to fight for me. Without letting Le Tien Huyet say much more, Ma Tong swung his sword at him, causing him and the others nearby to be terrified. Ma Tong's mouth didn't stop cursing, die, you ants. Ma Tong's sword flew through the air. Seeing the sword rushing towards him, Le Tien Huyet could only stand and wait for death. His face showed a look of disbelief. He cried out in fear, no! No matter how much he screamed, Ma Tong's sword had already struck down. The entire Honglian Ma Tong was shaken once again by this blow. After sending Le Tien Huyet to his ancestors, Ma Tong casually pulled out his blood-stained sword. His eyes flashed with a venomous glint, and he enunciated each word, Human Emperor Macthian Yai. The grudge from that year will be paid for by your world. With that, he didn't even glance at the terrified Honglian Ma Tong disciples below. Their once glorious sect was now turned to dust by a single move from the Demon Lord. The island also cracked and shattered into fragments. Cries for help and desperate screams echoed through the sky, a truly heartbreaking sound. Help! Giant boulders, enveloped in flames as red as if they could burn the very space, were blazing furiously. The Demon Lord, with a cold expression, controlled them, sending them hurtling towards the few unlucky survivors. He roared with resentment, as if to vent all his frustration, I will burn this world to ashes with my endless flames. In another development, Ko Thien Phom's heart was also pounding, sweat pouring down her face. She looked down at the scene of the Honglian Ma Tong being wiped out in a sea of fire, her heart filled with anxiety. She hurriedly asked, Master, this demon god has gone mad. What should we do now? Tranda remained as calm and composed as if he were strolling through a flower market. He just flatly asked his beloved disciple, Thien Pham, didn't you want to learn talismans? Come here. Hearing this nonchalant question from her master, Ko Thien Pham was stunned, bewildered, and flabbergasted. Her voice was full of disbelief as she stammered, Now? Despite this, Tranda calmly walked over. He took Ko Thien Pham's hand and patiently instructed her, his tone as if he were imparting a peerless martial arts secret. I will only teach you once. You must remember it well. However, the young man seemed to completely ignore the flustered, blushing expression of his disciple as they stood so close together. After a moment of hesitation, her heart pounding as if it would leap out of her chest, Ko Thien Pham dared to turn her head. Her face was as red as a ripe gak fruit as she whispered, Master. But our master remained as calm as a cucumber, completely unaware of his disciple's flustered state. He remained focused on teaching, concentrating his spirit and eyes forward, gathering his spiritual energy at a single point. Ko Thien Pham's entire face was now as red as a ripe gak fruit. She silently told herself to calm down, to focus. Inhale, exhale. Their posture at this moment was a bit ambiguous, a bit mysterious. Ko Thien Pham's gaze was as if drawn by a magnet to Tranda's back, so close to her. A strange feeling of joy welled up inside her, like thousands of butterflies were fluttering around. This was the first time she had been so close to her master. Before, she had never noticed the faint, pleasant scent on him. After being lost in her thoughts for a while, Ko Thien Pham's hands suddenly felt hot, as if smoke was rising from them. Her lips were pressed tightly together, and her eyes were closed. Her heart raced even faster. Too close. How can I concentrate like this? On the Demon Lord's side, he was still enthusiastically venting his anger on the people of the Honglian Ma Tong. He roared, Die, you worthless ants! Sharp, pointed boulders, controlled by him, rained down like a hailstorm, striking the Honglian Ma Tong below. Suddenly, as if sensing something was wrong, the Demon Lord stopped. He looked towards Tranda and Ko Thien Pham, his voice trembling slightly with surprise. That is, looking into the distance, where Tranda and Ko Thien Pham stood proudly, the Demon Lord was also slightly panicked. His jaw dropped. he once again exclaimed, his voice full of doubt. In that aura, there is a familiar feeling. Wait, that is the human emperor's aura of Thean Saturday. At this, the rage within him erupted violently, like a volcano about to erupt. Tranda's hand pressed against Ko Thien Phom's shoulder, transferring a warm stream of spiritual energy to her. He continued to channel his spiritual energy into her. His icy, handsome face showed no emotion. He gently instructed, his voice steady. Now, concentrate and control your spirit. I will transfer my spiritual energy to you. Ko Thien Pham, standing in front, tried to endure the tearing pain being transferred to her. Her hand still tried to draw the lines of the talisman. Even so, a cry of pain escaped her lips. Understanding his disciple's pain, Tranda gently comforted her, his voice unusually warm. Endure it as best you can. The longer you hold on, the greater your breakthrough and cultivation will be later. Seeing the glimmer of hope in her master's words, Ko Thien Phom gritted her teeth. She suppressed the pain, her face contorted in discomfort, but she still obediently replied, her voice trembling, Thien Phom will try. On this side, the demon lord was staring at Tranda and Ko Thien Pham riding on the Jiaolong's back. He tried to ask, his voice full of suspicion, Human Emperor, why have you appeared here? On this side, Ko Thien Phom's mind seemed to have been shaken. She called out with a trembling, weak voice, Master! Seeing this, Tranda quickly reassured her, his voice firm, Don't pay attention. Focus on controlling the spiritual energy. Seeing the two of them ignore him, the demon lord's anger boiled over. He raised his sword, intending to throw a fatal blow at them. His voice was filled with extreme resentment. 800 years, and you're still a lingering ghost. Then I will destroy you along with your human emperor realm, the demon lord roared again, a sound that shook the heavens. He used all his strength to throw the sword in his hand at the two of them. The sword was surrounded by a scorching flame he created, looking like a giant fireball. The sword, like a blazing red meteor, shot towards the two of them. Tranda, seeing this, let out a low grunt. His eyebrows furrowed, and his expression became more serious. A dark, cold glint appeared in his eyes. Tranda quickly drew another, much more complex talisman. His other hand continued to channel spiritual energy to Ko Thien Phom without a single lapse in concentration. In an instant, as fast as the wind, Tranda finished drawing the talisman. He then pushed it forward. A giant, breathtakingly beautiful purple flower suddenly appeared. It shielded them both, forming a solid barrier. It turned out to be the Fu Lin Tiu, Phúc Tung Kin Hoa. As expected, the purple flower swallowed the demon lord's sword as if it were a harmless toy. The sword didn't stop, however. It slammed into the flower and slowly vanished into thin air. After a moment, only a few small flames flickered on the petals. The demon lord watched this magic trick and was stunned, his jaw agape in amazement. Suddenly, Ko Thien Phom cried out in pain. Her face showed clear discomfort, as if she were enduring immense pressure. A brilliant, dazzling golden spiritual energy enveloped her body. Her entire body was as if pushed away by an invisible force. At this moment, she also shouted in a panicked voice, Master, I'm at my limit. Suddenly, her finger touched the talisman in front of her. A deafening roar erupted, accompanied by giant silver lightning bolts striking down from the sky as if to tear space itself apart. The sky also began to change, with dark clouds gathering. Black and golden rings of light appeared intermittently, looking extremely strange. The lightning bolts also appeared more and more frequently, as dense as a rain of lightning. The demon lord, seeing this heaven-shaking scene, was also confused, his face aghast. A heavenly tribulation? He was still very confident at this moment, arrogant. His whole body was still standing in the molten lava lake, his mouth muttering mockingly, Just a lightning tribulation from the human emperor realm. What can it do to me? Wait for me to shatter all of you with one punch. Ha ha ha. Before he could brag for too long, the giant lightning bolt struck down below, making a few horrifying cracking sounds. The lightning struck directly where the demon lord was standing arrogantly. Although he also fought back, it was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, insignificant. His punch, no matter how powerful, was still shattered into dust. The demon lord seemed unable to believe this result. He was stunned, his mouth stammering, "This lightning, how is it possible?" Perhaps seeing him talk too much, the lightning once again struck down without mercy. A heaven-shaking roar echoed. The boulders surrounding the lava lake also shattered into pieces, and the lava inside spewed out. The white smoke was now gradually dissipating. Ko Thien Pham's face was covered in soot and dirt. She had fainted from exhaustion. Tranda, seeing this from behind, caught her. He held her in a classic princess carry, gently and firmly. Tu Su, in front, was reviewing the attack just now, her face full of excitement. The little girl happily praised Ko Thien Pham. Thien Pham is so amazing, the lava exploded. Was that big guy blown to smithereens too? On this side, Tranda was carefully placing Ko Thien Pham on the Xiaolong's back. He also said cryptically to Tu Su, his voice tinged with regret. A pity, just a little bit more. Tu Su, hearing this, was also surprised, her mouth agape. The little girl exclaimed in disbelief, "Huh, you mean?" Where the demon lord had been standing, the smoke and dust gradually dissipated. His entire body had been severely injured by the lightning, covered in blood. One arm had also vanished, leaving only a stump. The demon lord clutched his remaining arm, his face pale. Then he also said in disbelief, his voice full of shock, "The nine heavens lightning tribulation. How can a small world like this summon a lightning tribulation of this level?" Tu Su saw that he was still standing, albeit a bit unsteadily. A hint of regret flashed across her face, as if she had just missed a great deal. Oh, the demon god isn't dead yet. The demon lord looked at Tranda flying before him. He said confidently, his voice still tinged with arrogance, "I was careless. Wait until this demon god recovers his spiritual power." Seeing this, Tranda also felt confused. He asked him curiously, his voice calm, "Do you think you still have that chance?" At this, a few lightning bolts crackled on his hand. His face also flashed with a cold anger. The demon lord, seeing this domineering aura, also felt a chill run down his spine, his heart pounding. At this moment, he stammered again, his voice trembling, You are not from this world. Who are you?" Tranda's face showed no patience. He raised his hand, preparing to attack, and then replied contemptuously, his voice as cold as ice, "You are not qualified to know." A single move from him shot through the demon lord's head, as fast as lightning. Before he died, he still tried to struggle, his mouth muttering, "No." The demon lord's entire body gradually fell like a felled tree. The wound on his head also began to emit white smoke. The rock behind him was also implicated and shattered. The demon lord's body gradually cracked before Tranda's eyes, a horrifying sight. A few seconds later, he exploded, turning into smoke and dust. Tranda just indifferently created a protective barrier and flew away, as if he had just done something very simple. The smoke from the explosion gradually dissipated. The demon lord's mask also slowly fell. After hovering for a moment, it also hit the ground. It began to crack. The ground around it was still burning. Behind where the demon lord disappeared, a cave had been blown open by Tranda. Inside, flames were still burning and smoke was still rising. The group entered together. Tu Su was also curious at this moment. She asked him, "Master, you killed a demon god and even blew open such a large cave. Are you trying to find treasures?" Tranda walked on calmly, his face showing no emotion. "This destiny seal is below this island." At this point, Tu Su flew up to look at Ko Thien Pham lying on the Xiaolong's back. Then she asked worriedly, "Will Thien Pham be all right?" Tranda, seeing Tu Su's concern, replied, his voice still calm, "Her body is fine. It's just that her spiritual power is depleted." After a brief conversation, Tu Su finally dared to ask her question. "I don't understand, Master. Why did you want to channel your spiritual power into Thien Pham?" Tranda still had that cold expression. He didn't turn his head, his voice still low. "Whether it's humans or other races, as long as it's an intelligent creature, there will be one thing in common. That is the fear of the unknown." A dark look flashed in his eyes, and his voice also showed a clear concern. Breaking through a realm can naturally grant great power, but many people will be afraid of breaking through due to reasons like technique backlash or lightning tribulations. Throughout history, limited by the fear of death, many people have stagnated their cultivation for their entire lives. Letting Thien Pham experience the spiritual power of a higher realm early on will be more beneficial for her future cultivation path. Tu Su, after listening to his explanation for a while, finally realized, as if she had been enlightened. She happily raised her hand to speak, her voice full of pride, "I understand now. This is a legal hack." No wonder the Thunder Talisman Master used was also to let Thien Pham experience the power of a lightning tribulation, so that she wouldn't be afraid when she faces her own tribulation in the future. At this point, she also honestly confessed, her voice a bit embarrassed, "I thought Master was following some kind of ritual, so I let Thien Pham make a move." At this moment, the group had gone deep inside. From the outside, only the tail of the Xiaolong could be seen. A long time later, Ko Thien Pham, lying on the Xiaolong's back, began to groan, her voice weak. "Master, my meridians are full." Her face was flushed, and at this moment, she looked a bit resigned, as if she were about to cry. After a while, she shifted again, letting out a soft moan. Suddenly, Kothian Pham was nowhere to be seen. Only her tattered robe was left behind. Her whole body had fallen to the ground. The impact of her head hitting the ground must have woken her up. Her whole face was stunned as she cried out. At this, she also came to her senses. Her whole face was flushed, and her eyes were filled with embarrassment and shame. What just happened? Looking at the huge dragon before her, Ko Tien Pham quickly jumped up. Then, she also panicked and called out its name, Tiu Than. Looking at the foolish girl in front of him, the Jiaolong snorted, showing a look of contempt. Behind her, Tranda had been standing there for who knows how long. He just coldly called out, "You're awake? Come here." Seeing Tranda still calmly there, Ko Tien Pham excitedly cheered, "Master!" Ko Tien Pham quickly ran to where Tranda was standing. At the same time, she also cautiously asked, "Master, how is that guy? Where are we?" Tranda was still very calm. He gently explained to her, "That demon god has been dealt with by me. This is the underground cave of the Honglian sect." Looking closer, Tranda had a cold expression at this moment. He just flatly said, "A part of the human emperor realm's destiny is down here." Hearing this, Ko Tien Pham felt confused. She asked awkwardly, "But master, there's nothing here except for this big pillar." Seeing this, Tranda immediately raised his hand to draw the Three Pure Ones' mountain-moving talisman. After a while, he had finished drawing. He then used the talisman to clear away the large pillar, much to her admiration. During the execution, she also cried out in fear, "Huh?" Suddenly, a blindingly bright seal appeared inside. The two of them just stood there and watched. After a while, Ko Tien Pham couldn't help but be curious. This is destiny? The spiritual energy is so rich. Tranda was still very calm. That's right. This is the spiritual energy that the previous human emperors infused to suppress the demon god. Suddenly, he said something that didn't sound human. A pity this demon god is a bit weak, so the destiny hidden here is a bit small. Hearing her master's criticism, Ko Tien Pham also felt scared. She said with a sullen face, her voice a bit aggrieved, "I feel like that demon god was super strong." After a bit of chatting, he also told Ko Tien Pham to get to the main point. "All right? Infuse your spiritual energy into the human emperor's seal." She followed his instructions. She took out the human emperor's seal, a hint of worry on her face as she replied. "All right." Suddenly, the human emperor's seal shone brightly. The spiritual energy in the seal was gradually sucked into the human emperor's seal, surprising Ko Tien Pham. After a period of absorption, the seal had been drained dry. From blindingly bright, it had become something even a dog would sneer at. The human emperor's seal, however, didn't leave a single drop. It continued to absorb the remaining spiritual energy into it. It didn't stop there. The human emperor's seal then transferred the spiritual energy to Ko Tien Pham. The sudden absorption of spiritual energy caused Ko Tien Pham to cry out in pain. Tranda, seeing her like this, immediately comforted her. "Don't be tense. The human emperor's seal is converting the spiritual energy of destiny into spiritual power. Focus your mind like when I infused spiritual energy into you before." After getting used to it for a while, Ko Tien Pham put on a determined expression. She gritted her teeth and endured, thinking to herself, "The spiritual energy is so powerful, my meridians hurt so much, but it's still far less than the spiritual energy master infused. I can do it." After absorbing the spiritual energy for a while, Ko Tien Pham once again cried out. She looked at her hands, her face filled with surprise. "7th level of the Spirit Sea Realm! This destiny is amazing!" Seeing her so unimpressed, Tranda immediately supplemented her knowledge. "No need to overreact. Destiny is just the crystallization of spiritual energy accumulated over many years, distributed throughout the meridians. This is still a small amount. Your human emperor's seal has already established a connection with this destiny. In the future, it will continuously transfer spiritual energy to you through the human emperor's seal." Tu Su, at the side, paid no attention. She was happily praising. "Tien Pham has leveled up again." Ko Tien Pham, after hearing a lecture from him, became even more excited. She was still cheering with joy, continuously providing spiritual energy. This is too powerful. As expected of a divine artifact owned by the previous human emperors. Paying no attention to her, Tranda turned and left, his mouth still uttering a few cold words. "The demon god has been eliminated, and the destiny has been recovered. Let's go." Her face suddenly showed a hint of sadness. She asked, with great concern, "Master, are we leaving? To another spirit mountain to search for destiny?" Seeing her like this, A slight smile appeared on Tronda's lips. His blue eyes also showed a hint of indulgence. You haven't reached the peak of the Spirit Sea realm yet. Collecting destiny now won't do much for your growth. The spiritual energy provided by destiny is best used to break through realms. The next place we're going is your home, the Hien Vien dynasty. Ko Thien Pham, hearing the destination, hugged the human emperor's seal even tighter, but her silence spoke volumes. A while later, the group was already flying on the Jiao Long. She sat in the back, surprised, and thought to herself, "Are we going back already?" Even though she was returning to her homeland, her face showed a hint of sorrow. She thought to herself, "Now that I think about it, the time spent with Master feels like a dream." Remembering the first time they met, her train of thought continued. "On the Snow Mountain, you saved me when I was being pursued by Bak and Jok Kin. You rebuilt my meridians and taught me that miraculous Tao of one emanation." At this, she remembered the time Tranda gave her a thick book of peerless techniques. Then she remembered the time Tranda took her to get the human emperor's seal. A thought appeared in her mind. "You even let me obtain the inheritance of the human emperor's ruins and become the new human emperor. But Master, why are you so good to me? What do you want, Master?" She thought further, her whole face blushing. Then she remembered the scene where Tranda pressed close to her to teach her how to draw talismans. Her mind immediately imagined, "Master, could it be?" It seems this little girl has been smitten by the love bug, her whole face blushing red and little hearts popping up in her head. Realizing she was thinking dirty thoughts, she quickly shook them off. No. How can I have such thoughts about Master?" Only Tranda and Tiusu were confused. He asked with some concern, "What's wrong?" While Tiusu teased, Thien Pham's face is so red. After a moment of composing herself, Ko Thien Pham was able to speak. Although a bit awkward, she still asked, "Master, are we going back to Hien Vien to deal with Hai Hoa?" Mentioning Hai Hoa, Tranda became serious, but he quickly reassured her, "Yes, that woman must be dealt with. But that is not the main purpose of this trip. I want to verify something, and also arrange a special training for you." Ko Thien Pham, hearing this, was surprised and asked, "Huh? Special training?" In the Hien Vien dynasty, Tran Lam Quang, a bustling crowd walked on the street. Inside a certain place, Ko Thien Pham sat at a table, bored. Her whole face was in disbelief. "Master, is this the special training you were talking about?" It turned out the two of them were sitting inside a tea house. The old storyteller on the stage was still talking animatedly. The story we're telling today is the Hien Vien Uprising. In those years, the heroes were divided, the winds and clouds were turbulent, and the world was divided into three. That was a time when heroes emerged, one after another. Seeing this, Ko Thien Pham became curious. She said in surprise, "So, Master likes listening to stories?" Seeing this, Tranda took a sip of tea and denied it. "This is the first time I've heard it." Ko Thien Pham sat on the side, her hand continuously picking up food. Her face was full of boredom. She asked him again, "But this story is very boring, isn't it, Master? So tasteless." Before she could continue, Tranda smiled. He even let out a laugh. Seeing this, she was also stunned. She thought with her jaw dropped, "No way." Master actually smiled. "Is this story that interesting?" After listening to the story for a while, the old man on the stage also stopped. He bowed to everyone, a smile on his face as he said, "What will happen next? The story will continue in the next chapter." That's all for today. I hope all you gentlemen, if you have money, will give money. If not, a round of applause will do. Suddenly, a voice called from behind, "Sir, please wait." Hearing someone call him, he paid attention. When he looked back, he saw Tranda and Ko Thien Pham. He respectfully bowed to him. "This Taoist master, is there a story you want to hear?" A private telling requires a fee. Of course, the price is reasonable. I will not overcharge. Tranda was also very polite at this time and replied, "Sir, your knowledge is profound. I would like to inquire about something. In recent years, have there been any famous and talented people in the human emperor realm?" Only Ko Thien Pham was feeling sorry for her wallet. The old man held his fan artfully. As he spoke, he winked at him for added effect. If we're talking about talented people, the Hien Vien dynasty has them in abundance. Naturally, there are many. But among the most talked about and famous talented people, then he turned to bow to the heavens, a look of reverence on his face. Then we must mention the medical consort Hai Hoa of the Hien Vien dynasty. She could speak at birth, knew how to read at 1, began her apprenticeship at 3, and at 10, she left the mountains to practice medicine for the rest of her life. Her medical skills are superb, and her cultivation is not bad. Later, she even became the concubine of Ko Tuong Hao, the Hien Vian emperor. That's another legendary story. As for Ko Tien Pham, after hearing this name, she became agitated. She screamed silently in her heart, "Hai Hoa!" After a long spiel, he finally turned and asked, "I wonder if the Taoist master is satisfied." But as soon as he looked over, he saw that Ko Tien Pham was angry. She snorted and wanted to take her money back. Seeing this, Tran Da took another sip of tea. He also implicitly called her name Tien Pham. Seeing this, she could only sigh and reply, "Yes, master." Then Ko Tien Pham took out her money pouch. She quickly took out the money and placed it on the table. Tran Da, however, remained calm and asked, "Besides, I want to know if there have been any cultivators with special backgrounds in these years. For example, someone who can kill enemies across realms, has a tragic background, and has a fateful encounter to become a great power." The old man didn't keep his guest waiting long. He quickly pulled the money towards him, his mouth still chattering away. "Taoist master, you jest. This matter of cultivation is a step-by-step process. There are many geniuses in the human emperor realm. The kind of fateful encounter you're talking about only exists in novels. In this year, Lady Hai Hoa is considered the most outstanding figure." After getting the information, Tranda gestured for the old man to leave. "In that case, we've troubled you, sir. Please take care." Only Ko Tien Pham was grieving. She showed him the money pouch and said pitifully, "Master, it's all gone. We're poor." A while later, outside the houses, the sun was shining brightly. The two master and disciple, Tran Da and Ko Tien Pham, were strolling outside. She was now curious and asked him, "Master, the special training you mentioned before," seeing this, he immediately revealed that was it. Ko Tien Pham's expression suddenly went blank. She said worriedly, expressing her thoughts, "Listening to stories is also considered cultivation? I thought Master would teach me a new technique to increase my cultivation." Seeing her spirit, Tranda smiled lightly. He patiently explained to her, "Cultivating in the mortal world is also a form of cultivation. Your cultivation has been increasing fast enough. Many things can't be rushed." Tu Su, eating a candied hawthorn skewer nearby, agreed. She said happily, "We can just relax with Master, eat, drink, and have fun." At this, Tran Da rubbed her head. His eyes also showed a hint of indulgence. Rest and cultivation are also important. Many cultivators pursue power too much. If their mental state is unstable, they will fall into chi deviation. Hearing this, Ko Tien Pham asked excitedly, "Master, is this the legendary vacation?" In response, Tranda replied happily, "Consider this my reward for your hard work in cultivation." Hearing this, Ko Tien Pham became excited. She proudly boasted to him, "Yes, I might disappoint Master in cultivation, but when it comes to playing, I'm very good. I will definitely take Master to experience the best places to eat, drink, and have fun in the Hien Vian dynasty." After thinking for a while, she pointed in a direction. Her face was filled with an unconcealable confidence. "I want to go to a place. Master will definitely find it interesting." Tran Da, hearing this, went along with her idea, then lead the way. Seeing that he had agreed, Ko Tien Pham ran off. Her voice was also full of excitement. "Master, this way, this way." Tu Su, walking behind him, was also a bit curious. Tien Pham seems very happy. Seeing this, Tran Da explained, "It's because she's back in a familiar place." Tu Su now understood. She ate her candied hawthorn skewer while happily chatting with him. Even though she's become the human emperor, the Tien Pham of now is still essentially a 15-year-old girl. "I thought Master would arrange some hellish training for Tien Pham to make her complete the mission of collecting destiny sooner." Tran Da still had that icy expression. He said nonchalantly, "A mission is a mission." Tien Pham's progress during this period has been very good. Proper rest is also a necessary part of cultivation, and I also need some time to think about how to teach and what to do next. With that, his hand quickly swiped to look at the system panel. Main mission, guide the human emperor Ko Tien Pham. Collect all the destiny of the human emperor realm. Transmigrator from the myriad heavens. Suddenly, Tu Su seemed to have thought of something. She asked happily, "Perhaps Master can use the way your master taught you before." Tran Da then revealed a shocking truth to Tu Su. "I don't have a master, and I've never taken a disciple, so when it comes to teaching Tien Pham, I don't have much experience." Hearing this, the little girl was also stunned. Her face was full of helplessness as she replied, "They all say, you're so strong you don't have friends." "Master, you're so strong you don't even have a master." Then she switched to gossip mode. "But so the number one god of the myriad heavens also has troubles." The sky was gradually darkening. Tranda and Su were walking on a road hung with many lanterns. He was now asking in amazement, "Thien Pham, is this the place you said I would like?" Su, on the other hand, had a look of someone who had just gotten some good gossip and couldn't help but chuckle. Seeing Tranda's colorful expression, Ko Thien Pham proudly pointed at herself. She said with full confidence, "That's right, this is the place. I once overheard the palace guards say this is where they usually come." Hearing this, Tranda quickly confirmed, "Do you know what this place is?" Ko Thien Pham still didn't understand what was going on. She was still enthusiastically introducing, "I don't know, but they all say this place is a man's paradise." As soon as she finished speaking, two well-endowed sisters ran over. They didn't forget to say coquettishly to the person opposite them, "Oh, a customer has arrived." The two sisters ran over and immediately hugged Tranda's arm. The two of them immediately threw out a few familiar pickup lines. "This Taoist's face is so unfamiliar. Is this your first time here? Taoist, come inside and play." Ko Thien Pham was still very happy. She saw the two sisters' enthusiasm and her eyes lit up. She started to persuade him, "The sisters are so enthusiastic. Master, let's go inside." Su, seeing this from the side, burst out laughing again. Then she took out a pen and paper and started to write. Su's diary, June 5th, year 234 of the Myriad Heavens calendar, the human emperor led Tao Venerable Master, her master, to a brothel. Suddenly, a burst of power from Tranda was released. The two sisters were sent flying. The two of them quickly covered themselves up, crying out a few times. Ko Thien Pham didn't escape her fate either. He quickly flicked her on the head, making her cry out. A quick glance revealed that Tranda was furious. His whole body was on fire. He walked away coldly, but didn't forget to punish her. "After we go back, copy the Taoist scriptures 100 times for me." Ko Thien Pham, having been flicked on the forehead and punished, had a look of grievance on her face. She asked in confusion, "Master, why?" It was already dark now. Inside the houses, the rooms were brightly lit. Ko Thien Pham was crying while continuously copying her punishment. The table and floor were already covered with finished papers. She still didn't understand what was going on and whined, "What did I do wrong?" "You said it was a vacation." On Tranda's side, he was calmly enjoying his tea, while still talking to Su. "Now, I can be basically sure that the only transmigrator in the human emperor realm is the medical consort Hai Hoa." Hearing the hidden meaning in these words, Su suddenly realized, so these days, Master wasn't just strolling around? His eyes suddenly became sharp. His cold, murderous voice rang out again. "Before, I used to wonder what the meaning of transmigrating back 100,000 years and taking those gods as disciples was. Even without my appearance, Thien Pham would still become a human emperor. But the appearance of the transmigrator made me think of another possibility. Was the fact that there were no transmigrators in the original timeline the reason the system sent me to this era? So I wanted to see if there were other transmigrators besides Hai Hoa." Hearing this, Su was also stunned. She was probably not processing the information fast enough. After a while, she spoke again. "Sorry, Master. Su's version is too low. I can't provide much information for you." Tranda was still very calm at this moment. He still said cheerfully to the little girl, "It's fine. After we've dealt with the transmigrator, I'll upgrade you." A smile appeared on his face at this moment, but he still just flatly said, "As for why transmigrators appear, and what they use the destiny of a small world for, we'll find out naturally after we ask her." Tranda was sitting and cultivating. He pointed his two hands straight at his eyes. A magic circle then appeared in his eyes. The move he was using was called the Ditien Muk Van Tuang. In his line of sight was a deserted house. Nearby, a man and a woman were standing next to a horse-drawn carriage. The man had a worried look on his face. He held the girl's hand in front of him and called out tenderly, "Hai Hoa." Hai Hoa had a sad expression. She quickly stopped the man. "You don't need to say anything." Hearing this, he became even more agitated. His face was still one of disbelief. What on earth happened? The relationship between you and me is already the biggest mistake in this world. Is there anything you can't tell me? Hai Hoa was now full of sadness. She replied sorrowfully, "This is my private matter. The more you know, the more dangerous your situation will become." Suddenly, she sensed something. The two of them looked up at the sky and saw a giant eye observing them. The people around, seeing the strange phenomenon, ran out to see. They said to each other with great curiosity, "Wow, what is that? Is this an invasion from another world?" The eye also began to move to search. The man who had been so lovey-dovey with Hai Hoa just now was stunned. He cried out in panic, "This is as for Hai Hoa," she realized in an instant. She thought in panic, "Oh no, it's that person." Suddenly, the man screamed Hai-Hoa's name. It turned out she had quickly mounted her horse and galloped away. She cried out in fear, "Damn it! I can't stay here any longer!" At Tranda's place, inside, the rooms were still brightly lit. Tranda, after a period of searching, had found his result. He cheered happily. Found it! The next morning, Tranda and Kothien Pham were walking on the street. He was still walking calmly, while she was trying to catch up, a worried look on her face. She quickly apologized to him. "Master, what happened yesterday was my fault. Today, I will take you to all the best wine houses in the Hien Vien dynasty." As she spoke, she pointed her finger, a professional smile on her face. At this moment, the two of them were entering a Baozi shop. At this, he opened his mouth and said to her, "No need. In a little while, come with me to a place." Hearing this, Kothien Pham was stunned and cried out, "Huh?" Inside, Kothien Pham was hastily paying a look of suspicion on her face. "Master, why are you buying these Baozi? Didn't we already have breakfast?" Seeing her still so curious, Tranda just urged her, "You'll know if you follow me." A while later, at Tinhu Lake, on the outskirts of the Hien Vien Imperial Palace. The lake was calm, its water a deep blue. In the distance, a tall tower stood majestically. At this moment, Tranda's low voice rang out, "Tomorrow, I will take you back to the Snow Palace to continue consolidating your Spirit Sea Realm cultivation. Today, I'm taking you out for a bit." Tranda, Tiosu, and Kothien Pham were standing by the lake. He was feeding the fish in the lake with Baozi. Seeing this, Tiosu was also surprised. She said in amazement, "Buying Baozi to throw in here? I never thought Master would have this kind of hobby." After feeding the Baozi for a while, Tranda also gave some to Kothien Pham. He said gently, "You feed them too." Hearing this, she quickly agreed, "Yes." Noticing her not-so-good expression, Tranda also felt curious. "What's wrong with you?" She was now looking into the distance, a sorrowful look on her face. Then she also slowly asked, "Master, do you know where this place is?" Noticing the discomfort in Kothien Pham's question, Tranda also wanted to hear, so he replied, "Tell me a little." Looking at the tower in the distance, Kothien Pham also began her story. The Hien Vien dynasty once had a plague. At that time, Hai-Hoa had saved many people here. Later, Hai-Hoa became the father emperor's concubine. She then ordered the construction of that Trak Tam pagoda here. Inside, there is a statue of Hai-Hoa, and it is used for incense offerings. This tower was built at that time. At this point, her face became contorted. Her hand was still feeding the fish, but her heart was filled with frustration. Then she continued, "Hai-Hoa, not only did she gain the Father Emperor's favor, but she also gained the people's love in the common world. The medical consort's reputation in the human emperor realm is known to everyone. Hai-Hoa was once my goal. I also wanted to become a person like her, admired by everyone, a woman with outstanding cultivation. But I clearly did nothing to her, yet she pushed me to my death. If it weren't for Master saving me, I would have died on that snow mountain by now. Thinking about these things makes me angry." As soon as she finished speaking, Kothien Pham turned into a demon. Her eyes lit up and her anger flared. Her heart was still filled with resentment. Her loud scream was still echoing. She felt very confused, so much so that she had to ask him, why exactly? Suddenly, a bird appeared from nowhere. The weight of its droppings hit Tranda's protective barrier. The atmosphere that had just been created was thus ruined by it. As if her pride had been trampled on, she immediately gathered her spiritual energy into a long spear. Her face filled with anger, she shouted, "You damned bird! You dare to bully me too? And you dare to offend my master? Today, I will kill you." Suddenly, Tranda stepped forward. He raised his hand to stop her, and then asked coldly, "What have I told you? Have you forgotten?" Seeing him, she immediately restrained herself, but her face still showed a look of unwillingness. "But master." Seeing her like this, Tranda also raised his hand to pat her head. Then he began his lecture again. "Let go of your grudges. You must have a clear Tao heart. You must not let your emotions control you, so that you can go far on the path of cultivation." Beside him, Tusu also wanted to persuade her, "Don't be angry, don't be angry. If others are angry, I won't be angry. Anger makes you sick, and no one will take care of you." Even with the two of them tag-teaming her, Kothien Pham was still scared. Her eyes showed disbelief. Even so, she still wanted to probe, "Master, do you want to let Hai-Hoa go? If Master asks, I." Hearing this, Tranda quickly explained, "You misunderstand me. You are the human emperor. You must have the magnanimity befitting an emperor. The persuasive words continued to be spoken by him. Even if that bird was rude, Hoa intended to harm you, or the people of Ngok kin. People and events like this will appear frequently on your cultivation path. As he spoke, he picked up a piece of baozi, then dipped it into the droppings of the bird from just now. Oh my, this scene is a bit shocking. After dipping it in the droppings, to Kothian Fam's amazement, Tranda continued his speech. You need to maintain your original heart. Only with pure senses can you have a clear Tao heart. That way, you can easily deal with any challenge. As for those shameless people, what you should do is... Suddenly, his hand flicked a piece of baozi away. The baozi landed straight in the mouth of the bird that had just flown by. Truly, karma comes swiftly. At this moment, Tranda became even more righteous as he told her, it is to use their own methods against them. This is what I want to teach you. After speaking, he also looked at Kothian Fam, his face showing a hint of anticipation as he asked, have you learned it? Looking at his domineering way of dealing with people, she was also surprised at this moment. Even so, she still stammered in reply, I've learned a little. Tusu at the side was also at a loss for words. If Master teaches like this, we're doomed. Seeing that her mood had also stabilized, Tranda told her to go practice. If you've finished learning, then show me. Hearing this, she was once again surprised and cried out, huh? Suddenly, from a distance, the sound of galloping horses echoed. Kothian Fam, at this moment, had also become aware. Her face was full of vigilance. It turned out to be Hoa, who had ridden up on her horse. Looking at the woman in front of her, Kothian Fam was even more surprised and called out, Hoa. Even so, Hoa only looked at the two of them with fear. Kothian Fam looked at the woman in front of her. She angrily cried out, Hoa! Seeing her, Hoa was also startled. She quickly stopped her horse and said in disbelief, calling her name Kothian Fam. At this moment, Tranda, standing beside Kothian Fam, also stepped forward. He greeted her, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Seeing him, she immediately froze. Looking at the person in front of him, Tranda didn't want to beat around the bush and got straight to the point with her. Medical consort Hoa, or should I call you transmigrator, Duong Hoa. Seeing that he had recognized her, Hoa was also surprised. As she stepped forward, the wary look in her eyes didn't lessen. She said with little surprise, so you are also a transmigrator. Seeing this, Tranda just coldly replied, who I am is not important. You should hand over the destiny you stole. Standing beside him, Kothian Fam was so angry she released her spiritual energy. On this side, Hoa burst out laughing. She said contemptuously, ha ha ha, so righteous for a thief. After laughing her fill, she pointed at Tranda and shouted angrily, you and I are the same kind of people. Seeing that she wanted to argue with him, he quickly pushed Kothian Fam aside and replied indifferently, you are wrong. This is a grudge between you and my disciple. I will not interfere. Looking at her standing in front of him, Tranda also gently instructed, Thien Pham, remember what I just taught you. Go. Her whole body was radiating spiritual energy. After hearing him speak, she also obediently replied, yes, master. After speaking, Kothian Pham stepped forward. She shouted with determination, Hi Hoa, the grudge between us will end here. But hearing such a joke, Hoa became complacent. She released her spiritual energy and said even more contemptuously, end? Haha, maybe I'm not a match for that Taoist. But you, Kothian Pham, are not qualified. Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out, drawing Kothian Pham's attention. The tower behind her had been destroyed for some unknown reason. She was also shocked at this moment. Suddenly, a scroll appeared inside, being controlled by someone else. At this moment, while Kothian Pham was distracted, Hoa rushed forward. She shouted complacently, your life and the destiny of the human emperor realm are all mine. This palm strike from Hoa came so suddenly that Kothian Pham couldn't block it in time. She could only take the blow and spit out a mouthful of blood. With just one palm strike, Hoa had sent Kothian Pham flying into the lake below. A loud noise once again echoed, the water splashed up, and the once calm lake surface now began to ripple. After thinking she had defeated Kothian Pham, Hoa started to brag. The child of destiny of the human emperor realm is, after all, just a stepping stone for me to ascend to the myriad heavens. Her true identity and cultivation level were now revealed. Medical consort Hua, peak of the Gai Kang realm. Around her was the pseudo-divine artifact, the Kuthian Sun Hado. Tu Su, seeing her cultivation level, became even more worried. She cried out in panic, I can't believe she's at the peak of the Gui Kang realm, and she even has a divine artifact. We're doomed. Doomed, master. Just now, Thien Pham Tranda was still calm and replied, "What are you panicking about?" Hai Hoa was still very confident. She laughed so hard she couldn't close her mouth. Then she started to mock him. "Ha! What's wrong? That little disciple of yours has been killed by me. Are you still so confident that you won't make a move?" Seeing her bragging was quite annoying. Tranda was not to be outdone. He gently asked her, "Is your Gui Kang realm cultivation and that pseudo-divine artifact the source of your arrogance?" Despite being mocked, Hai Hoa still didn't get it. She was still confidently showing off her personality. "We're both transmigrators. You should know that our biggest support is our transmigration divine artifact. I know you're stronger than me, but with this divine artifact, I can leave this world at any time. Neither of us can do anything to the other. Now that the child of destiny is dead, instead of fighting to the death, why don't we share the destiny equally? What do you say?" Seeing this shameless display, Tranda, who was usually as calm as water, had to frown. He asked her coldly, "What if I refuse?" Hai Ho was still very proud at this moment. She once again emphasized what she could do. "Anyway, I can leave at any time. I really want to see how big the gap between you and me is." Tranda couldn't stand it anymore. He immediately raised his hand and began to radiate spiritual energy. A domineering aura also radiated from him in every word. "You said you can use this Ku Tiandu in the human emperor realm at any time. You've reminded me." The light on Tranda's fingertip flashed. The chains he created gradually locked onto the thing Hai Hoa considered her treasure. Seeing this scene, she also realized the problem at this moment. Her whole face was filled with panic. At this moment, the chains he created had tightly bound the map. Hai Hoa could only call out its name in pain, Ku Tiandu. Seeing that the situation was not good, Hai Hoa immediately retracted the map. Hai Hoa's Ku Tiandu obeyed its master's command and quickly retracted itself. But even so, it was still damaged by the chains he created. Hai Hoa, after getting the map in her hand, had a look of disbelief on her face. She asked in a panic, "You destroyed my Ku Tiandu. Do you really want us both to perish?" After hearing this question, Tranda couldn't help but feel contempt. He just smiled and warned her, "Perish together? You're not qualified yet. I'm just preventing you from leaving. Your opponent is Thien Pham. I've already said I won't interfere in the grudge between you two, but don't even think about leaving." But hearing such a shocking thing, Hai Hoa became even more suspicious. She looked at him cautiously and then continued, "Ko Thien Pham has been killed by me. How could she—" But before she could finish speaking, a movement from below the lake made her panic. The lake's surface now had a whirlpool. A moment later, Ko Thien Pham also flew up from below, sending water splashing everywhere. When Hai Hoa saw her, she was even more stunned. She once again shouted, "To take a full-powered blow from me head-on, how could she still be alive?" As if it were a common occurrence, Tranda just gently revealed, "As my disciple, anything is possible." On this side, Ko Thien Pham was still radiating spiritual energy. She seemed to be very angry at this moment. Ko Thien Pham's entire body was enveloped in her golden spiritual energy. Her eyes also lit up. A move, the Hien Vien combat art, spirit burning, was being skillfully used by her. Tiosu, seeing this, was also excited. She started to cheer excitedly. "Thien Pham, this is the move the human emperor used in the ruins before." Tranda, standing beside her, couldn't help but be proud. He smiled gently and began to have hope for her. At the mortal realm, she can defeat a Gui Kang realm. Let me see what level a spirit sea realm cultivator can reach. After a period of gathering spiritual energy, she had created a spear. The spear was thus forcefully thrown by her. The spear flew through the air with a whoosh. To block this move from Ko Thien Pham, Hai Hoa also quickly used the Ku Tri Tin He. The two sides collided just like that. But Ko Thien Pham's spear had the advantage. Hai Hoa's protective barrier was cracked. After a period of resistance, she was sent flying by Ko Thien Pham. The lush green tree was also implicated. When Hai Hoa was sent flying, she was also stunned. She couldn't believe it and shouted, "Clearly just a spirit sea realm. How can she have this kind of combat strategy?" Without letting her dally any longer, Ko Thien Pham rushed behind Hai Hoa, surprising her. Her spear once again shot towards her. Hai Hoa, seeing this, quickly put her hand up to block. The spiritual energy of the two of them clashed, creating pressure on the outside. At this moment, Hai Hoa had realized something. She was once again stunned and shouted, "This spiritual energy, you can't be at the spirit sea realm." Ko Thien Pham was still very calm. She replied contemptuously, "To deal with you, the spirit sea realm is enough. In Hai Hoa's eyes at this moment was the image of the spear piercing straight at her. A huge explosion occurred right after, and smoke and dust began to appear. Tu-Su, looking at the scene before her, became even more worried. She cried out in panic. Suddenly, something flew out from inside. Ko Thien Pham, covered in injuries, was sent flying. Even so, Ko Thien Pham was still able to flip over to land safely. Looking at the thick smoke and dust in front of her, she couldn't help but think to herself, this is the peak of the Guikang realm? The spirit-burning art can only be maintained for another minute. Damn it, I absolutely cannot lose to Hai Hoa. At this moment, Hai Hoa also appeared from within the explosion. She said with great arrogance, in the end, I still underestimated you. Bak Ngak Kin couldn't kill you. At the Spirit Sea realm, you can push me to this point. It seems the decision to eliminate you was correct. After killing you and erasing all traces of you, including your father and mother, the destiny of the entire human emperor realm will belong to me. At that time, even if it's your master, what's there to be afraid of? After speaking, her viciousness was revealed. Ko Thien Pham below had been provoked. She shouted in anger, "You bitch! I won't let you get your way!" The two women continuously radiated spiritual energy. Hai Hoa was flying high above, looking down like a superior being at an ant. Then she became even more contemptuous and said, "With you? Your master isn't interfering. No matter how talented you are, no matter how much you force your cultivation to increase, you still can't defeat me when I have the Ku Thien Du in my hand." After bragging, Hai Hoa also quickly used her technique. The Ku Thien Son Ha Do, Hui Huang Thun Hua, Xuan He Dao Chi. A purple sphere was thus condensed. After it was fully charged, Hai Hoa threw it at Ko Thien Pham. Go to hell, child of destiny. Ko Thien Pham at this moment couldn't dodge in time. She was also gritting her teeth to endure the wounds on her body. Suddenly, her eyes seemed to find a light. She remembered just now when Tranda taught her how to deal with enemies. Not letting Hai Hoa be proud for long, Ko Thien Pham took out the human emperor's seal. Then she also shouted in anger in response, "Master taught me to use your own methods against you. You have the Ku Thien Do, I have the human emperor's seal." The two sides were thus in a standoff. On one side was the pseudo-divine artifact, the Ku Thien Son Ha Do. On the other was the true divine artifact, the human emperor's seal. Hai Hoa thought she had it in the bag, but after seeing what Ko Thien Pham threw out, she also became panicked. She cried out in surprise, "What? The human emperor's seal?" At this moment, Ko Thien Pham seemed to be unable to resist any longer. A look of resignation once again appeared on her beautiful face. Hai Hoa, on this side, still didn't give up. She became even more agitated and shouted, "Even with the human emperor's seal, you're just a mere spirit sea realm girl. My realm is higher than yours. The Ku Thien Du has accumulated a huge amount of destiny over the years. On what basis can you defeat me?" Ko Thien Pham, hearing this, was boosted with power. She angrily replied, "On what basis can I defeat you?" "Because all this destiny is mine. Because I am the human emperor. Human emperor's seal, absorb Ko Thien Pham's power and will soared. The human emperor's seal thus became even more powerful. The power from Hai Hoa's Ku Thien Do was thus absorbed into the human emperor's seal. Hai Hoa, looking at this scene, became even more terrified. She seemed to have had her dreams shattered, her face full of regret. Destiny, the destiny of the Ku Thien Do. No. After a period of absorption, the human emperor's seal emitted a stream of power. It sent Hai Hoa and Ko Thien Pham flying backwards. A long time later, the smoke and dust were gradually dissipating. Suddenly, a gentle breeze blew by, forcing Hai Hoa to open her eyes. Ko Thien Pham's spear was pressed against her head, surprising her. Ko Thien Pham, with a majestic expression, stood before Hai Hoa and declared, "Hai Hoa, you have lost." Hai Hoa's entire body was now gradually cracking. A sinister smile appeared on her lips for some unknown reason. She repeated Ko Thien Pham's words once more. "Lost?" Suddenly, Hai Hoa burst out laughing. She looked at her contemptuously and began to mock. "Ha ha ha, Ko Thien Pham, do you really think you've won? Do you really think that killing me will end everything?" Although she had begun to fade away, these divisive words were still spoken by her. "Human Emperor, you are nothing but a pawn, a toy in the hands of a Taoist. I have lost, but not to you." Also a transmigrator, taking the human emperor as a disciple, using her identity to seize all the destiny for you. What a brilliant move. She continued, while Tranda and Tu-Su at the side could only remain silent. Seeing that he said nothing, Hai Hoa became even more emboldened. She continued to add fuel to the fire of her story, making it even more vivid. And from beginning to end, only a fool would be deceived. You don't really think this man sincerely took you as his disciple, do you? Ha ha ha. Kothian Pham seemed to have been stopped in her tracks by these words. Then she also began to disappear from this world. But that sharp and shrewish voice still echoed in her ears. When you obtain all the destiny of the human emperor realm, that's when your respected, scheming master will Kothian Pham. I'll be waiting for you in hell. Ha ha ha. The dark night had enveloped Tranda's residence. The moon tonight was also full, and the stars in the sky were shining even brighter. The flickering lights inside the window frames also added to the splendor. Outside Tranda's residence, the Jiaolong had fallen into a deep sleep at some point. Tranda was sitting in his room, slowly scrolling through the system panel. Suddenly, Tusu spoke up. Master? As if understanding what Tusu wanted to say, Tranda just replied indifferently, if you have something to say, just say it. After a moment of organizing her words and what she needed to say, Tusu finally began to speak to him. Master, about Tian Pham's state, I feel that the transmigrator's words before she died had some effect on her. After all, she is only a 6-year-old child now. After hearing this, Tranda's long, slender finger, which was about to press a button, suddenly stopped. A hint of worry also flashed across his face, but he still said coldly to Tiosu, I will handle Tian Pham's matter. But for now, the Saint Master points are enough. It's time for me to upgrade you. After hearing this, Tiosu was also shocked. She pointed at herself in panic and confirmed again, huh? Now? Only then did Tranda truly explain to Tiosu the Human Emperor mission will be considered complete as long as Tian Pham gathers all the destiny. The appearance of the transmigrators has made this matter worse. At this, he remembered the scene when Hai Hoa disappeared, and then he once again analyzed for Tiosu, the transmigrator who specializes in stealing the world's destiny. Why did she appear in this era? What kind of impact will it have on the future? Do other worlds exist like this? It's a pity that this pseudo-divine artifact disappeared with her. We can't get any clues from it. Seeing him think so much, Tiosu was also surprised. I never thought Master would think so much about a single transmigrator. After a brief conversation, Tiosu had agreed with Tranda. Then she once again explained to him, I'm not sure if the version upgrade will provide the clues Master wants, but it's certain that more functions will be unlocked. The version upgrade will take about 2 days. During the upgrade period, Tiosu will temporarily be unable to be by Master's side. At this, Tiosu's voice became a little sad. Seeing the little girl's reluctance, Tranda quickly comforted her. It's fine, let's begin. Then he quickly pressed the version upgrade button. A ding sound rang out, and a stream of power gradually enveloped the little girl. The little girl gradually shrank. Before she could no longer speak, she also quickly said goodbye to him. Master, see you in 2 days. Holding the sphere with Tiosu inside, Tranda just looked at it coldly. Suddenly, he looked towards the door. A figure was lurking there. Then he spoke coldly, now. Tranda's figure gradually walked towards the door. He pushed the door open and went outside. It turned out Kothian Pham had been standing there for a long time. Although he was concerned, Tranda just asked coldly, if I don't open the door, are you planning to wait here until tomorrow? Seeing that he had been discovered, Kothian Pham blushed. She stammered, calling out, Master. Seeing her bad mood, Tranda understood. He just left a sentence, follow me, and then turned and walked away. In a picturesque mountain landscape, the moonlight was also shining down mysteriously. On the table were a few bottles of spirit wine. Tranda and Kothian Pham were sitting together. Suddenly, Kothian Pham spoke up sadly. Master, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have doubted Master. But at this point, the awkwardness on her face could no longer be hidden. Tranda seemed to understand her thoughts. He just calmly tasted the wine and admired the moon. Then his calm voice rang out again, you don't need to mind Hai Hoa's words. Then he gave her a few conditions to make it easier for her to talk. 3 questions. As long as I know, I will tell you the truth. Seeing this, Kothian Pham was overjoyed. She quickly confirmed with him, anything? Tranda, seeing this, also quickly replied, yes. Kothian Pham's clear eyes at this moment were filled with anticipation. She excitedly asked her first question, I want to know Master's name. After hearing her question, Tranda also felt suspicious. Name? Seeing this, she also blushed. Then, she explained awkwardly, I've never heard Master mention his name. Seeing this, he quickly answered her, my name is Tranda. Next question. As he spoke, he poured more wine into his cup. At this moment, Kothian Pham was still lost in her own thoughts. Tranda, so that's Master's name. As she thought, she quickly drank the spirit wine. Thinking of this, Ko Thien Pham quickly shook herself awake. No, what I want to know is not this. After a period of deep thought, she also asked directly, Master, do you also want the destiny of the human emperor? When she said this, Ko Thien Pham was a little sad. As for Tranda, it was as if he had anticipated everything. His eyelids gradually lowered. He didn't answer right away, but instead asked her a question. Thien Pham, suppose one day I want to destroy the human emperor realm. What would you do? Hearing this, Ko Thien Pham fell silent. After a period of contemplation, she also made a decision for herself. I don't know. If that day really comes, I think I will return this body of cultivation and techniques to Master. Then I will try to stop Master. At this point, her hand tightened even more around the wine cup. Perhaps Tranda had heard the answer he wanted. He raised his hand to pat her head and then gently reassured her, Don't worry, that kind of thing will not happen. At this moment, Ko Thien Pham seemed to be untangling the knots in her heart one by one. She looked at Tranda sitting next to her and once again became flustered. But Thien Pham has always not understood. With Master's ability, you could have chosen anyone to obtain the human emperor's inheritance. Why did it have to be me? Tranda was still focused on admiring the moon at this moment. After understanding Ko Thien Pham's question, he began to answer her, When you became my disciple, I once said that I accept disciples based on fate. I know what you are worried about. Even if the Hien Vien dynasty and Baknaga kin are not good to you, you are still the emperor of the human emperor realm. This place is your home. With the destiny of this world, you should fulfill the responsibility of protecting this world. This world and the destiny of this place have no use to me. He said these words just like that. Under the dark, moonless night, with only the stars shining in the sky, only heaven and earth could bear witness. The hidden feelings of Tranda under his cold exterior were now gradually revealed. Whether you are the ninth princess or the human emperor of the Hien Vien dynasty, whatever achievements you have in the myriad heavens in the future, you will always be my disciple. Hearing these words from him, Ko Thien Pham was able to somewhat extinguish the fire in her heart. She smiled brightly at him. After speaking, Tranda took another sip of wine. Then he said to her, All right. You have one last question. Suddenly, Ko Thien Pham blushed. She could only stammer, that. Suddenly, her arms stretched out. She grabbed the bottle of spirit wine on the table. For some reason, Ko Thien Pham kept drinking the spirit wine. Seeing her like this, Tranda also had to remind her carefully. This Lakan Lindich may help with the circulation of spiritual energy, but your realm is still low. Don't drink too much. Paying no attention to his reminder, Ko Thien Pham finished drinking and then asked her last question. Master, do you have a Tao companion? That is, do you have a master's wife? It seemed that Tranda also didn't expect her to ask this question. He was silent for a moment and then gave his answer, no. Tranda's face was a bit sad. He was still focused on admiring the moon, but he still explained each word to Ko Thien Pham as promised. When I was young, I was dedicated to the Tao. When my cultivation had some achievements, and I came back to my senses, countless years had passed. The friends and enemies from before had all gradually disappeared in the river of time. The path of immortality is different. On the great Tao, no one can walk with me to the end. I have long since stopped caring about this. Suddenly, Tranda noticed something. He also subconsciously looked over. It turned out Ko Thien Pham had gotten drunk. Her whole face was flushed, perhaps from the wine, perhaps from love. But having gotten the answer she wanted to push further. Is that so? Hey, no master's wife. Then does master like Thien Pham? On the ground, only a fallen bottle of spirit wine remained. Ko Thien Pham's drunken voice rang out, It doesn't matter if master likes Thien Pham or not. Her whole face was flushed. She was still looking at Tranda with that infatuated gaze and began to confess, I, Thien Pham, like master the most. Hearing these words, Tranda also looked at her suspiciously. He couldn't help but think, is she unable to withstand the power of the spirit liquid and her consciousness is blurred? Seeing that she was really as he thought, Tranda immediately raised his hand, wanting to knock her awake. Sober up. Suddenly, his hand was grabbed by a small hand. Ko Thien Pham's voice rang out again, No, I don't want to. Suddenly, Tranda lost his balance and gradually fell backwards. A loud thud echoed. One of Ko Thien Pham's legs was now pointing up at the sky. Her consciousness was now beginning to become hazy. She pushed Tranda backwards and then sat on him, her mouth still chattering away, I don't want to be sober. I want master. Looking at the drunken mess before him, Tranda couldn't help but frown. A hint of anger flashed across his face. He thought to himself, this girl's brute strength has increased after entering the Spirit Sea realm. Suddenly, she let out a happy smile. She called out to him, as if wanting to show off something, Master, Thien Pham. But before she could say much, Ko Tien Pham started to fall. Lying on Tranda, Ko Tien Pham started to mumble again. Tien Pham will definitely work hard to cultivate. That way, Master won't be lonely anymore. After saying that, she finally fell asleep peacefully. Looking at the little drunkard lying on him, Tranda once again let out an indulgent smile and called out, Silly girl. The next morning, outside Tranda's residence, streaks of light had crept inside to illuminate. Ko Tien Pham, after a night of drunken revelry, had also woken up. She stretched tiredly and groaned. After tossing and turning for a while, Ko Tien Pham was finally able to sit up. She touched her head and said with a shiver, Ouch, my head hurts a little. The power of the spirit liquid is too strong. Suddenly, her eyes widened as if she had realized something. She had now remembered the scene where she confessed last night. Her whole face was flushed, and she cried out in fear. It's over. It's over. I think I did something out of line with Master yesterday while I was unconscious. After a moment of recollection, Ko Tien Pham could only cover her face with her hands, not daring to face the world. She kept stammering, so embarrassing. Outside, Tranda was feeding the Jiao Long. Eat. Looking at the tiny food pellets in his hand, the Jiao Long was also stunned and cried out in amazement. Suddenly, Ko Tien Pham appeared. She was hiding behind a corner to observe Tranda. Tears were already streaming down her face. She thought to herself, what should I do? How can I face Master after yesterday? Tranda had also noticed her. He just looked over coldly and called out, If you're awake, then come here. Seeing this, Ko Tien Pham also walked over cautiously. She shyly called out, Master! Even so, he still had that icy expression. Is there something you want to say? Seeing this, Ko Tien Pham immediately knelt down. Her voice was full of remorse. Master, last night, it seems I did something very inappropriate to you. I am willing to accept punishment. Please, don't be angry. At this moment, Tranda pretended to have just remembered the incident. He spoke to her indifferently. Last night? You indeed deserve a little punishment. His hand reached out just like that. Sensing danger, Ko Tien Pham grew even more terrified and thought to herself, It's over. This spiritual pressure, Master is truly angry. Suddenly, she let out a cry of pain. It turned out Tranda had only flicked her on the forehead as a warning. After finishing the punishment, Tranda turned to leave. He also remembered to remind her, Your cultivation realm is not high enough, so don't drink so much of that spirit liquid. It's not beneficial for your cultivation. Understand? A lump appeared on her forehead. Ko Tien Pham trembled in pain, but she still obediently replied, I understand. Suddenly, she realized something, and a spark of affection appeared in her heart. That's great. Master didn't take it to heart. Suddenly, Tranda remembered something. He turned his head to look at her and added, Prepare yourself. We have to go to the Dai Latong later. Hearing the name of this sect, Ko Tien Pham was a little doubtful. She asked fearfully, The Dai Latong? Seeing this, Tranda quickly explained, In 3 days, you must obtain all the providence of the Nan Hong Jioi. Mount Phuc Lin of the Dai Latong is one of them. Hearing this, Ko Tien Pham was even more astonished. Is that so? A while later, at Mount Phuc Lin of the Dai Latong, a place with interconnected floating islands. After arriving on a flood dragon, Tranda had just landed and began to assess the sect. Mount Phuc Lin, the spiritual energy is denser than I imagined. Ko Tien Pham, behind him, was also amazed. She exclaimed in wonder, This is my first time at the Dai Latong too. Suddenly, a few figures in green robes appeared at the gate of Dai Latong. The leader shouted, Halt! Who goes there? Before anyone could say a word, the 3 of them surrounded Tranda and Ko Tien Pham to question them. Who are you? How dare you trespass into the Dai Latong? Frightened by this imposing scene, she wanted to leave. She tried to persuade him, Master, shouldn't we ask them to announce our arrival? Entering their sect like this seems impolite. Seeing this, Tranda held her by the shoulder. He said impatiently, That's too much trouble. Ko Tien Pham tried to explain more clearly. But not long ago, I just fought their first senior sister. Suddenly, spiritual power erupted from Tranda's hand. She was so startled she cried out his name, Da! Suddenly, her eyes began to glow. A powerful pressure quickly radiated from her body. The powerful spiritual energy within her shook the surroundings. The men in green robes were terrified by Ko Thien Pham. They panicked. What's happening? Is this demonic arts? No, this spiritual energy. The pressure of a non-Huang like Ko Thien Pham, amplified by Tranda, had alerted the entire Dilatong to her presence. Thank you for watching, and see you again next time. A massive surge of spiritual energy suddenly erupted from Ko Thien Pham's body. Everyone in the Dilatong was shocked. What is that? Everyone exclaimed. Such a powerful wave of spiritual energy. The spiritual power in Ko Thien Pham's body shook the entire Fuklin mountain range. She panted and asked him, Master, what is this? He calmly answered Thien Pham's question. I'm revealing our purpose a little, and also letting you feel the divine general within your body. People in the Dilatong asked in astonishment, was that a divine general just now? Another person questioned. A divine general? Isn't that something only those at the Tien Nan Khan or higher can possess? Suddenly, a voice rang out. Honored guests who have traveled from afar, please come in. The people of Dilatong recognized it as the voice of their sect master. They exclaimed, It's the sect master. Then, they respectfully invited the master and disciple inside. This way, please. Ko Thien Pham walked behind her master and happily asked him, Master, what did you do to me? This feeling is so mystical. He replied to her, When your cultivation reaches that realm, you will naturally understand. Hearing this, she asked worriedly, Master, why did we have to come to the Dilatong first? I just fought their first senior sister not long ago. Will they agree to let me absorb their providence? He answered her, The Dilatong is one of the 7 providences with the most abundant spiritual energy. Absorbing it first will save a lot of trouble. He continued, Also, the current sect master of the Dilatong is the only cultivator at the Tien Nan Khan in the Non-Hong Jioi. He has deep connections with the previous Non-Hong, so he's worth meeting. Ko Thien Pham's eyes filled with admiration as she exclaimed, Wow, he truly is the leader of the righteous sects. To think he's at the Tien Nan Khan. Then she hesitated and asked, But once you reach this realm, does it mean you have to leave? Understanding her concern, he explained, Reaching the Tien Nan Khan merely gives you the qualification to set foot in the heavens. It doesn't mean you absolutely have to leave. It just requires certain sacrifices and aspects to be suppressed. Then she asked him, Master, it seems you don't face this problem, do you? He replied confidently, Your master is the strongest. I'm not like them. The master and disciple continued walking. Seeing them approach, the people of the Dilatong started murmuring, They're here. They're here. They chattered amongst themselves. Was that massive golden phantom just now caused by the two of them? That's the 9th princess of the Hien Vien imperial dynasty, the future Nan Hoang. Hearing this, another person asked in surprise, What? She's the one who defeated our first senior sister in the legendary Nan Hong ruins? Ko Thien Pham broke into a cold sweat as she became the center of attention. She whispered to him, Master, there are so many people in the Dilatong. If they all attack at once, I won't be able to win, right? Seeing her overthinking, he replied, What nonsense are you thinking? Suddenly, Ko Thien Pham's eyes lit up. Someone's coming. It was Lai Yen Han, the first senior sister of the Dilatong. She respectfully greeted Ko Thien Pham. It has been a while, Lord Nan Hong. Ko Thien Pham also replied politely, First senior sister, it has been a while. Lai Yen Han continued, You are too kind, Lord Nan Hong. The sect master has been waiting for you two for a long time. Please follow me. Ko Thien Pham replied cheerfully, Thank you for the trouble. The master and disciple followed Li Yen Han. Along the way, Li Yen Han thought to herself, In the Nan Hong ruins, she had just condensed her Lin Hai. In just a few days, she's already reached the peak of the Lin Hai realm. And she even has the Divine General's spiritual phantom from just now. This cultivation speed is a bit too terrifying. Is this the talent of the future Nan Hong? Lai Yen Han led the two to a pavilion and said to the people inside, Grand Master, Master, they have arrived. La Than Van, the sect master of the Dilatong, saw them arrive and greeted them cheerfully. Oh, you're here. Please, sit down. Try the Baluachin tea I just brewed. La Than Van praised them effusively. I have heard about your situation. The 9th princess is truly a promising junior. I suppose I should call you Lord Nan Hong now. Ko Thien Pham scratched her head and replied shyly, while internally screaming for help. Sect master, you praise me too much. This is all thanks to my master. I was just lucky. The old man casually poured tea for his guests while commenting, Luck? Not entirely. To regenerate your meridians in just 1 short month. Using a mortal realm cultivation to obtain the Nan Huang's inheritance. And now you're at the peak of the Lin Hai realm. Such divine cultivation speed, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a miracle. It's truly impressive. Then he turned to Tranda. What do you say, Master of the Nanhuang? The young man took a sip of the tea the old man had poured, nodded, and said, The tea is not bad. After some hesitation, Ko Tianfam finally dared to reveal the purpose of their visit. Sect Master La, about that. This time, my master and I came to the Dai La Tong because, before she could finish, the old man waved his hand, feigning understanding. I know what you want. The old man stroked his beard and looked directly at Ko Tianfam. He asked, The Nanhuang came here to take the providence of the Dai La Tong. Am I correct? But do you know what the providence of a spirit mountain vein means to a sect? The old man's gaze suddenly sharpened, and his voice became firm. Once you bear the providence of the spirit mountain, it means the spiritual energy supplied by the Dai La Tong will be prioritized for the Nanhong's use. From now on, the Dai La Tong will share both glory and disgrace with the Nanhong. He asked again, his voice challenging, Can you bear the responsibility for the lives of our disciples and the future enlightenment of the Dai La Tong? Ko Tianfam froze for a moment, a little flustered. The old man continued, his voice filled with authority. The Nanhong ruins were merely a test left by the previous Nanhong. Only by obtaining all the providence of the Nanhong Jioi can you be called its king. As he spoke, he slowly gathered his energy, then suddenly launched a palm strike at Ko Tianfam with overwhelming momentum. I ask you, Nanhong, are you ready to bear the entire enlightenment of the Nanhong Jioi? Seeing the sudden turn of events, the Dai La Tong disciples in the distance began to whisper, Good heavens! What's going on? Why are they fighting? It's the Grand Master! Ko Tianfam struggled to resist. The spiritual pressure from the sect master made her cry out inwardly. The pressure is too strong. Damn it! It feels like my internal organs are about to be crushed. If this continues, I'll be done for. It seemed she was about to collapse. But no, her indomitable will flared up. She continued to struggle. No, Ko Tianfam, you are the future Nanhoang. You can't always rely on Master. She declared in a clear voice, her eyes firm, I choose to bear this providence. Naturally, I also choose to bear this responsibility, because I am the Nanhong. Then, a burst of power erupted from her, shattering the old man's spiritual pressure. As the Nanhong, I must naturally bear the weight of the world's people. Two extremely powerful spiritual energies clashed against each other, creating a massive boom that shook the entire mountain range. Witnessing this scene, Lai Yanhan's master and Lai Yanhan herself were both shocked. Lai Yanhan's master wondered, Master has sealed his sword for many years. Why did he act this time? Lai Yanhan couldn't hide her astonishment at Ko Tianfam's power. She exclaimed, She actually managed to block the Grand Master's spiritual pressure. Truly amazing. The other disciples of Dai La Tong were equally stunned by this clash. They discussed it animatedly. Is this the Grand Master's true power? That other aura was also incredibly formidable. Could it be the Nanhuang's master? Seeing Ko Tianfam's hidden strength, Sect Master La thought to himself, his eyes glinting with admiration. A golden Lin Hai, a rarity seen once in 1,000 years. A physique even more ferocious than a demonic beast. And that stubborn determination to press forward without bowing her head. She's so much like him. He stroked his beard and praised the young girl generously. Little girl, you are truly not bad. Ko Tianfam panted in reply. Her voice was weak, but she remained polite. Thank you, Sect Master, for showing mercy. The old man burst into hearty laughter. Even the previous Nanhuang couldn't do what you did at the Lin Hai realm. Little girl, I have seen your determination. Then he gently announced, You have passed the test. Tranda, who had been sitting silently enjoying his tea, suddenly spoke up. I have a question for Sect Master La. The Sect Master glanced at him and replied politely, Please speak, Taoist Master. Tranda posed his question. After reaching the Tianyan Kan, you continue to stay in the Nyanhong Joy. Your cultivation will no longer increase, and your body will gradually weaken. Why is that? The old man stroked his silver beard, pondered for a moment, and then answered, I reached this realm entirely because I was guided by the Nanhong in my youth. He showed me great kindness. Within the Nanhong Jioi, there are sealed demonic cultivators from the outer heavens. They are not existences that someone at the Tiannan Kan can handle. Naturally, I must protect the Nanhong Jioi in the Nanhong's stead. Tranda calmly told him, The greatest threat in the Nanhong Jioi, Fat No Tula, has already been killed by me. The remaining demons will not make any moves for the time being. Hearing him say this, the old man was astonished. Taoist Master. Then he suddenly knelt down, his voice full of gratitude. Thank you, Taoist master. His face showed that a great burden had been lifted. He said serenely, I have guarded the non-Hongjioi for so long. It's about time I went out for a bit. Then he stood up and said to all of them with a hint of reluctance, From now on, the non-Hongjioi is in your young hands. Seeing this, Li Yanhan's master and Li Yanhan herself were overjoyed. Li Yanhan's master said to Letruong Mon with a beaming face, Master, you're finally about to take that step. La Yanhan also said happily, Grand Master. Ko Thien Pham still didn't understand the situation and hesitated to ask, Master, what is Sect Master La? The young man calmly explained, answering her question. Since he no longer has to worry about matters in the non-Hongjioi, it's natural for him to ascend to a higher realm. Afterwards, at the Providence Forbidden Land of Fuke Lin Sun, Ko Thien Pham was concentrating on gathering the providence of the Spirit Mountain vein. After completing the process, Ko Thien Pham felt the abundant energy in her body and couldn't help but praise. The spiritual power is warm yet strong. The providence of the Dai La Tong feels different from the providence of the Honglian Ma Tong. Seeing this, Tranda urged her, You can contemplate it tonight. We have to go now. There are still a few more places to visit today. She quickly replied, All right, Master. The disciples of the Dai La Tong respectfully sent her off. Farewell, Lord Nan Hao. She shyly waved her hand and whispered to her master, Master, they are being too polite. The young man sat on the back of the black dragon, his back to her. He reminded her, The next sect we visit might have a similar situation. Gaining the recognition of these people is a necessary step to becoming the Nanhong. On your future path of cultivation, you will encounter more difficult and stronger enemies. I can't solve everything for you, she replied obediently, her voice full of determination. Thien Pham understands. I will try not to embarrass you, Master. Where she couldn't see, the young man smiled. He gently praised her. You struggled a bit at first, but your performance later was very good. Hearing this, she eagerly replied, Thank you, Master. After that, the two of them visited other sects one by one to gather providence, beginning her journey of conquest. With the Dai La Tong setting a precedent, the major righteous sects successively acknowledged the new Non-Hong's identity. First was the Ingok Luang Than Dia, followed by the Duong Viem Tong, and then the Tien Kokak. In just a single day, Ko Thien, Pham, and Tran Da had absorbed the spirit vein providence of 4 major sects. Returning to the Dao Palace, Tran Da sat on a chair, pondering the spoils of the day. He muttered to himself, absorbing the providence of 4 spirit veins today, plus the Dao Yi Yan Sheng scripture, it probably won't be difficult for Ko Thien Pham to break through to the next realm. It's time to give her the item I casually picked up in the Non-Hong ruins. Next, she just needs to break through to the Than Phach Khan. Meanwhile, Ko Thien Pham was in deep concentration, contemplating and gathering the providence she had collected today. Suddenly, with a whoosh, a fresh new aura enveloped her. She had successfully broken through to the Than Phach Khan. She excitedly clenched her fists, unable to hide her joy. I actually broke through to the Than Phach Khan so easily. Master's exclusive cultivation technique, combined with the providence, is truly amazing, simply unbeatable. Sensing the disturbance, the young man asked, You broke through smoothly? Her eyes sparkled as she proudly answered, Master, I've broken through to the Than Phach Khan. He observed her briefly and commented in his usual calm tone, Your spirit soul is contained, your aura is condensed and real. It's a perfect breakthrough. Well done. She happened to see something sparkling behind him and asked curiously, Master, what is that shiny thing? The young man replied emotionlessly, I've been thinking, it's not good for you to always use your spiritual power to form a spear. It's time to pass these 2 items to you. She looked at him with sparkling eyes, her voice full of excitement. Master, are you finally giving me a new weapon and cultivation technique? Then, she received the 2 new items from him, the Non-Hong Thuong and the Thuong Dien. She held the spear, examining it, and then asked, Master, is this spear a weapon left by the Non-Hong? Why didn't I notice it back then? He replied indifferently, as if it were obvious, Your primary mission was to obtain the Nyanhong's inheritance. You didn't need to pay attention to other things. I just randomly picked a few items to take. It wasn't difficult. I kept it until your realm was high enough to use it. Then, he gave her a new task, his tone as cold as ever. I will give you 3 days. You must combine the Dao Yi Yan Sheng, the Tuong Dien, and the Kulong Huangkuk Luk to properly consolidate your Than Phach cultivation. 3 days later, at the Earth Vein, a battle awaits you. She asked in confusion, her eyebrows slightly furrowed. A battle? He replied in his usual monotone voice, I once taught you to repay others in kind. Among the people who have harmed you, Hoa has been dealt with. There is still one more place you need to handle yourself. She stammered, a bad feeling growing in her heart. Master, are you referring to the Bak Nok King? He replied and then instructed her, That's just a small matter. That's right, prepare yourself well. 3 days later, at Yuda Son of the Bak Ningok Kin, Tranda carefully warned her, This battle is different from the test at the Dai Latong. It could be dangerous. Thank you for watching, and see you again next time. He warned her carefully, but his stance remained firm. He continued coldly, But I still won't interfere, just like before. She nodded, her eyes determined. Thien Pham understands. She spoke with great determination, her voice filled with spirit. This is a battle that belongs to the 9th princess of the Hien Vien imperial dynasty. It's a battle that belongs to the Nan Hong, and it's a battle that belongs to me. Arriving at Bak No Kin, Tam Han, the sect master, and the other members all gathered together. They greeted her in unison. We respectfully welcome the Nan Hong. She asked, confused by their intentions, What are you all doing? Tham Han and the disciples of Bakangak Kin knelt on the ground, replying respectfully. Previously, Bakangak Kin was blinded by villains and offended you, Lord Nan Hong. It was all because I was blind and did not know how to manage my sect. Now that you have been accepted by the great sects, I hope you can give Bak and Jok Kin a chance. From now on, Bak and Jok Kin will revere the Nan Hong and serve you with all our might. He then offered her their ultimate treasure, continuing with a sincere expression, Now, I offer the ultimate treasure of Bak Nagok Kin, the providence of Udiep Sun. I hope that Lord Nan Hong will not hold a grudge against a petty man and grant us a path forward. His 180-degree change in attitude left Kothien Pham bewildered. She thought to herself, There's a fluctuation of spiritual power from above, similar to providence. It seems he's not lying, but I have an indescribable feeling of disharmony. Something feels wrong. Tranda, seeing the scene unfold, had no intention of intervening. He just said, coldly, The mountains and rivers may be easy to change, but a person's nature is hard to alter. I cannot teach you the difference between illusion and reality. You can only rely on your own judgment. Kothien Pham was filled with doubt, but she still reached out to accept the providence treasure. Seeing this, Pham Han smiled, but a vicious glint flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, a loud explosion erupted. Smoke and dust covered the entire area, obscuring everything. Pham Han laughed triumphantly, his savage laughter echoing. The Enhong is still too naive. Bak Nok Kin is a sect with a 1,000-year tradition of assassination, famous throughout the Enhong Jioi. An assassin's fate is to live or die. We never speak of surrender. An old man from Bak Nagak Kin spoke up, his voice full of pride. This soul dust bomb was refined using the providence of Yusan Deep. It was originally prepared for that mysterious Taoist. Dealing with a mere child, non-hoing, is as easy as flipping a hand. What a waste of a top-grade poison smoke bomb. Pham Minh Nguyen, Pham Han's son, continued with a scornful and arrogant tone, Just a whiff of this soul dust bomb is enough to seal all the spiritual power in one's body, no matter how strong their cultivation is. Using it on this girl is truly a bit of a waste. Then, Pham Minh Nguyen flicked his fan and gave an arrogant order, All right, seize the providence force she carries and take her hostage. Then, no matter how strong that Taoist is, he will be under our control. The moment he finished speaking, a spear suddenly shot forward. It was as fast as lightning. Pham Minh Nguyen was taken by surprise. He stammered, unable to finish his sentence. What? He hastily raised the fan in his hand to defend himself. He thought to himself, Something's not right. The power of this spear. He was at a disadvantage, retreating continuously. With a loud thud, the spear pierced through his chest, causing him to collapse on the spot. The old man and Pham Han shouted in unison, their voices filled with horror and pain. Young Master Min Nguyen! Pham Han rushed to his son's side. He shouted and asked, his voice breaking with grief, Why is this happening? The disciples of Bak Nok King were also stunned, unable to believe their eyes. She was hit by the soul dust bomb. It's impossible. Another person suddenly shouted, This is not good! Spears flew in all directions, piercing through the chests of the Bak Nok Kin members. They only had time to let out cries of pain before they died unexpectedly, falling to the ground. One by one, they fell. Thud, thud. Soon, the entire sect was annihilated, except for the sect master. Pham Han collapsed, brokenly holding his son. He whispered his son's name, his voice filled with despair. Min Nguyen. Ko Thien Pham furiously pointed her spear at Tham Han, her voice as cold as ice. I never thought of subjugating you. Revenge was my only goal. From now on, Bak Ngok Kin will no longer exist. Tham Han placed his son down. He stood up and repeated Ko Thien Pham's words like a soulless man. No longer exist. His hand holding the box with the ultimate treasure, he spoke with a bitter voice. I underestimated you, Ko Thien Pham. Then he took out the treasure and continued with a crazed tone. This is the providence of Bak Ngok Kin. Isn't this what you want? He held the treasure tightly, pressing it against his chest, and spat out angrily like a cornered beast. Then come and take it. Then he roared. A massive amount of spiritual power was absorbed into his body, and his aura exploded. Ko Thien Pham was shocked, sensing the sudden change. His spiritual power is soaring. Tham Han's eyes were sharp, staring at her, his voice full of hatred. You killed my son! You destroyed my sect! Then he suddenly launched an attack at her, shouting, Ko Thien Pham, die! Tham Han held a sharp sword, calling her name, his voice filled with killing intent. Ko Thien Pham. Then he swung his sword fiercely towards her, shouting, Pay with your life! Ko Thien Pham raised her spear to defend herself. She speculated, this level of spiritual power is no longer at the Gui Tang realm. Then she shouted forcefully and pushed him away, dispelling Tham Han's attack. But she was also pushed back a few steps. But he refused to give up, continuously attacking her with vicious and powerful blows. Ko Thien Pham reluctantly defended herself, thinking, his power is too strong. I need to create distance. I can't fight him head-on. I have to use hit-and-run tactics. Then she stopped passively defending. Using the spiritual power she had gathered from the 4 great sects, she took the initiative to attack Tham Han. She used the spirit-burning art, then the army sweeping strike. Her techniques were both magnificent and powerful. Tham Han was at a disadvantage and shouted angrily, Ko Thien Pham! She panted, sensing her opportunity had arrived. She thought, I have to end this quickly. I can't drag it out. Then she unleashed her final move, a decisive blow, the 3 Purities Thunder Talisman. With a deafening boom, Tham Han couldn't withstand this final attack. He let out a loud scream and collapsed, his body disintegrating. Ko Thien Pham, exhausted from the great battle, said, her voice filled with a hint of disbelief, I didn't expect the Thunder Talisman's power to be so immense. That one strike consumed almost half of my spiritual power. She thought it was time to finish him off. She said coldly, it's time to end this, isn't it? But just when it seemed Tham Han had fallen, a figure emerged from the dust and smoke. Ko Thien Pham said, in surprise, you. The figure saw her and asked, his tone a bit curious, are you the new generation's Nan Hong? She felt something was wrong and said in shock, this spiritual aura, you are not Tham Han. Understanding her question, he said in a casual tone, Tham Han? You mean this body? I should thank your Thunderstrike for destroying his life force. Otherwise, it would have taken me some more time to completely take over this body. Seeing that the Tham Han before her was no longer the same person, she asked, her voice full of vigilance, who are you, really? Not letting her wonder for too long, the figure gave her an answer, his tone somewhat smug. I am the providence of you, deep sun, cultivated for 1,000 years and transformed. She couldn't believe it. She pointed at him and asked again, her voice full of astonishment, what? You are Providence? He laughed arrogantly, his face smug. That's right. The Providence of Yu Diep Sun is my true self. My name is Thien Sun Yu Diep. He observed Ko Thien Pham carefully and judged, a flicker of doubt in his eyes. It seems she doesn't have that divine artifact on her. She spoke shyly, trying to maintain her composure. I came here to take the providence of Bak Ngok Kin. If you are the providence, then... Before she could finish her sentence, the person who had been chatting with her suddenly launched a myriad of blades at her. Ko Thien Pham frantically dodged, nearly getting killed. Seeing that she managed to dodge, Thien Sonu Diep said with a hint of interest, again. He launched a new palm strike at her, a continuous barrage of attacks that gave her no room to breathe. As she fought back, she thought, I can't see through this Providence's realm. It seems I can't beat him. This is going to be tough. But he was, after all, just a Providence cultivated for 1,000 years. She continued to think, but as long as it's Providence, perhaps? Seeing her at a disadvantage, he looked down on her with a mocking tone. You want to seize my Providence without that divine artifact? After I kill you and devour the Providence in your body, this entire Nanhong Jioi will be mine. Seeing him look down on her, she snorted and shouted as she threw her spear at him, "Go!" The spear shot towards him like a rocket, but he easily dispelled it. With another wave of contempt, he sneered, "Is this all the current Nanhuang is capable of?" Ko Thien Pham was shocked by his immense power, a trace of fear creeping into her heart. Then he continued, his tone like that of a superior. Conveniently, "I also want to kill you." He launched an attack at her. "Die, little girl!" Thien Sun Yu Deep continuously launched attacks at Ko Thien Pham. The attacks tore through the air with whooshing sounds. Ko Thien Pham blocked what she could and tried to dodge what she couldn't. The situation was extremely dangerous. Each of his attacks was powerful, with immense destructive force, making it difficult for Ko Thien Pham and forcing her to be on the defensive. Just by channeling energy through his fingertips, he had enough destructive power to shake the heavens and earth. Shattering a large boulder, although Ko Thien Pham managed to dodge in time, she had already expended a lot of energy. She coughed up blood, her body drenched in sweat, as she tried to think of a way out of this predicament. Damn it. I can't get close to him at all, so I can't counterattack effectively. This can't go on. I need to find a chance for a one-shot kill. He knelt on one knee, touching the ground with his hand. He unleashed a large amount of providence, forming tentacles, and said with a mocking tone, "Still able to run?" The thick tentacles surrounded Ko Thien Pham. She fought back with all her might, but was still tightly bound by them, immobilizing her. The sharp thorns on the tentacles pierced her skin, and Ko Thien Pham cried out in pain. She struggled to break free, but it seemed not only was it ineffective, but the grip tightened even more. Thien Sonyu Deep kindly reminded her, his tone as if bestowing a favor, "I advise you not to struggle anymore. My spiritual energy has the property of corroding others' spiritual power. The more you struggle, the more painful your death will be." He slowly approached her, saying with a self-satisfied expression, "I cultivated here for over 1,000 years before I gained consciousness. I am the noblest existence formed by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. You think a mere brat like you can capture me?" He pointed at her and continued to command, "Obediently die. I will absorb all of your providence power." Ko Thien Pham just smiled mysteriously. "At this distance, you can't escape." Not understanding what she meant, Thien Sonyu Diep asked, a little confused, "What?" It turned out this was her plan to lure him closer to set up her next counterattack. Ko Thien Pham unleashed her providence, summoning the Non-Hoang Seal to smash down on Thien Sonyu Diep's position. A sudden and powerful attack. He raised both hands to block the massive Non-Hoang Seal, the weight of 1,000 tons on his head. He said with an unexpected expression, "I was careless." However, even with the Non-Hoang Seal, you think a mere brat like you can suppress me? Even at this point, he still underestimated her power. Ko Thien Pham roared and unleashed her spirit-burning art, shattering the tentacles that had been binding her. She held her spear and said with a determined voice, "Then let's add the Non-Hoang Spear to the mix." Then she shot forward, launching the Non-Hoang Spear at him, a perfect combination attack. With a swish, the Non-Hoang Spear pierced through his chest. He trembled and coughed, speaking helplessly with a voice full of regret. 1,000 years of cultivation, it was so hard to finally gain a spiritual consciousness. "But I was defeated by a mere brat like you." He then let out a final, resentful roar. "I am not resigned to this! I am not resigned!" His voice echoed throughout Bak Nok Kin. Ko Thien Pham took the treasure containing the providence of Bak Njak Kin and said with some relief, "Finally, I didn't disappoint, Master." Tranda, who had been watching from the beginning, smiled with satisfaction and thought, "This girl has grown again." Back at the Dao Palace, Ko Thien Pham sat on the day. She focused on absorbing the providence of Bak Njok Kin, contemplating and merging it with the 4 other providences obtained from the 4 great clans. Tranda suddenly spoke, his voice slightly surprised. Why have you changed into this form?" It turned out he was talking to the All-Heaven Saint Master system. It had changed its appearance, turning into a cute, chubby ball. It replied to him excitedly, "The upgraded version of Little Master has been released." To answer your question, this is the energy-saving mode after the version upgrade. Continuous flight capability has doubled. With this form, Little Master can serve you for much longer. It's not just an energy-saving mode, it continued to show off its tone like a child with a new toy. This time, the store function has also been unlocked. You can use the Saint Master points earned from completing missions to exchange for various items in the store. But Tranda reached out and flicked its head, causing it to bounce and hit the ceiling, then ricochet everywhere. It screamed out loud. Then it fell with a thud onto the floor, reverting to its original form, groaning in pain. Sprawled on the floor, it cried and begged for mercy, its voice whimpering, "Master, I was wrong." Tranda calmly asked it, his voice devoid of emotion, regarding the Saint Master System's mission and that transmigrator who shouldn't exist in history. "Are there any new clues after the version upgrade?" It replied obediently, its voice still trembling with fear, "Master, I'm sorry. After the upgrade, Little Master still doesn't have the authority to unlock this aspect. We can only wait for us to investigate it ourselves." Then it excitedly announced some good news, trying to appease him. "But Master, the mission for the new disciple has arrived." He opened the system to view the mission. Little Master presented the new mission beside him with a professional tone. "The next disciple is the demon ancestor, Tutrung Than. She's as famous as the legendary Nan Hong." The mission screen displayed the image of a young girl with platinum hair, bound by chains. Tranda whispered, his eyes thoughtful, "Tutrung Than." He raised his hand to his chin, wondering why her appearance didn't match the previous records. Little Master also scratched its chin thoughtfully and said, "That's right. It seems she's too young. But according to the records, Tutrung Than should be 2 years older than Thien Pham." Little Master boldly speculated, trying to come up with a reasonable explanation. Although her appearance is a bit different, she is indeed Tutrung Than. It could be because we traveled back to this era, so Tutrung Than is still a lowly. Tranda put his hands behind his back and said decisively, "As long as it's her, that's fine. We'll set off after Thien Pham is done here." Little Master obeyed, replying quickly, "All right, Master." The scene changes to a room in the Dao Palace with a yin-yang array arranged on the ceiling. Ko Thien Pham sat on the floor, pointing a finger and saying with a pensive look, "Where could it be?" Suddenly, Tranda walked in and asked in his usual tone, "Thien Pham, what are you doing?" Ko Thien Pham happily turned to him and said, "Master." Ko Thien Pham's eyes widened as she shared her thoughts, her voice slightly puzzled. "Didn't you say there are a total of 7 providences?" "I've already been to Dailatong, Nok Luong, Than Dia, and those other righteous sects. I've also dealt with the providence of Honglien, Ma Tong, and Bak Nok Kin. But that's only 6. I can't think of any other sect or spirit mountain in the Nan Huang Jioi that has a hidden providence." Tranda calmly replied, his voice serene, "Today, I will take you to collect the final providence. The last one is in a place you are definitely very familiar with. Besides, it's been so long, it's time for you to return. Subscribe to the Lala School channel to not miss any exciting videos." Ko Thien Pham's eyes drooped slightly, her voice hesitant. "The place Master is talking about, could it be the Hien Vien Imperial Dynasty?" Tranda didn't hesitate and said decisively, "That's right, prepare yourself." Currently, Tranda and Ko Thien Pham are riding a dragon to the imperial city of the Hien Vien Imperial Dynasty. One by one, people from the palace slowly walked out on the red carpet to welcome Tranda and Ko Thien Pham. Ko Thien Pham saw her parents and said, her voice filled with emotion, "Royal father, royal mother." Ko Thien Pham's mother is Lam Linlin Phi of the Hien Vien Imperial Dynasty. The person next to her is her father, Ko Thuong Hao, the emperor of the Hien Vien Imperial Dynasty. She quickly walked towards them, saying happily with an excited voice, "Thien Pham has returned. Are you two well?" Suddenly, Ko Thien Pham's father and mother bowed respectfully, their voices solemn. "We greet the Nan Hoang." Ko Thien Pham was shocked, her face frozen, not understanding what was happening. "What are you doing?" Ko Thien Pham hurriedly helped them up, saying with a flustered expression, No, how can this be? Royal father, royal mother, please stand up." Ko Thuong Hao replied calmly, his tone serene, "What's wrong with it? I am merely the emperor of the Hien Vien Imperial Dynasty. But you are now the Nan Hong of the entire Nan Hong Jioi." She quickly shook her head and replied, her voice a bit whiny, "Royal father, no, I am your daughter." Ko Thuong Hao's eyes showed a hint of sadness as he continued, his voice full of regret, "It's all my fault. If I hadn't been so blind and taken that woman Hai Hoa into the harem, none of this would have happened. You wouldn't have had to suffer." Lam Nin, standing beside him, missed her daughter and blurted out, her voice choked with emotion, "Thien Pham." Lam Nin couldn't hold back and quickly embraced her precious daughter, saying with a voice full of love, "It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. After you disappeared, your royal father and I sent many people to find you. When Luke Zhao returned, she said you were taken away by a mysterious expert. Every day, I was worried and afraid, burning incense and praying for your well-being. Ko Thien Pham, concerned for her mother, replied caringly, "I've made you worry, royal mother." Lam Lin said with tears in her eyes, her voice filled with emotion, "The gods must have heard my prayers. My Thien Pham has finally returned." Ko Thien Pham, being caressed by her mother, said in a gentle voice, "Royal mother, don't cry anymore. It's all in the past. Everything that happened before was Hai-Hoa's doing. Now it's all resolved. Look, am I not perfectly fine now?" Lam Lin couldn't bear it and caressed her, saying with a pained voice, "You've gotten thinner." Ko Thuong Hao walked up to Tranda and respectfully bowed with his hands clasped, his voice filled with reverence. "Sir, you must be Thien Pham's master. I've heard all about it. Fortunately, thanks to you, Thien Pham escaped death multiple times and was fortunate enough to become the Nan Huang. My Hien Vien imperial dynasty will never forget such a great kindness." Tranda put his hands behind his back and looked at the emperor, replying coldly, "As a father, you are unworthy. She is my disciple. I must naturally do my best to teach her. There is no need for your majesty to be so courteous." Ko Thuong Hao turned to look at Ko Thien Pham and said with a serious voice, "Thien Pham, I know you returned this time to take the providence of the Hien Vien imperial dynasty. Go ahead and take it. Apart from that, I hope you can agree to one thing for me." Ko Thien Pham was a bit taken aback and asked curiously, "Royal father, what is it?" Ko Thuong Hao cheerfully extended his hand towards Ko Thien Pham and said in a solemn voice, "I, Emperor Ko Thuong Hao, the 23rd ruler of the Hien Vien imperial dynasty, hereby officially abdicate the throne to my 9th daughter, Ko Thien Pham. 3 days from now, the enthronement ceremony will be held." Ko Thien Pham broke into a cold sweat upon hearing the unbelievable news. She said in surprise, her voice stuttering, "What? Me? Become the empress?" Fong Rara stood to the side and said kindly, his voice gentle, "This is the result of long discussions between your royal father and the ministers. Now that you are the Nanhuang, no one is more suited to inherit the throne than you." Ko Thien Pham still couldn't believe it and replied with a flustered expression, "But Fong Rara, I never thought of becoming an empress." Fong Rara happily stroked his beard and said encouragingly, "The path of an empress can be learned slowly. You are still young and have plenty of time." Ko Thuong Hao came over to comfort his young daughter, speaking gently with affectionate eyes. "Thien Pham, my abdication to you is not meant to bind you. After inheriting the throne, you can still focus on your cultivation. The court affairs can be handled well by your royal father and the ministers on your behalf. You are the Nan Hoang, and in the future, you will surely command the entire Nan Hoang Jioi. Just consider the Hien Vien imperial dynasty as the first step on your path to becoming a true ruler." Ko Thien Pham couldn't help but be stunned, saying with hesitation, "But..." Ko Thien Pham turned to look at Tranda, her voice pleading for help. "Master." Tranda looked away and said calmly, "This is something for you to decide on your own." Ko Thien Pham then fell into deep thought, carefully considering her options. After a while, she looked at her father and said seriously, her voice filled with determination, "If that's the case, I cannot disappoint the good intentions of you and everyone else. Royal father, I agree." And so everyone was overjoyed, exclaiming with jubilant voices, "Congratulations, Nan Huang!" Returning to her family's side through her own efforts, a small voice said with pride, "Becoming the pride of the imperial dynasty." Seeing Ko Thien Pham's radiant smile, Little Master continued happily, "Little Thien Pham must be very happy right now." Standing next to Tranda, Little Master summarized, "And just like that, the Nan Huang mission is complete." Little Master's voice drooped slightly, adding with a hint of reluctance, "Although I'm a bit sad to leave, it's time for us to go to the next world. Master, have you prepared yourself? How will you say goodbye to Thien Pham?" Tranda replied coldly, his voice devoid of emotion, "I will find an opportunity to tell her about my departure." Not long after, as night fell, cherry blossom petals fell from branches heavy with vibrant blooms, fluttering throughout the city, creating a romantic and peaceful scene. Tranda leaned back on a rooftop with a small jug of wine, watching the cherry blossoms on the trees, silent. Little Master suddenly spoke, breaking the quiet atmosphere with a teasing tone, "Master, can't you bear to leave little Thien Pham? If you don't know how to bring it up..." After a slight hesitation, Little Master continued helplessly, "Well, I can't help either. After all, only you can know of my existence." Tranda closed his eyes and replied calmly, "It's not that I can't bear to leave. From the moment I took her as my disciple, I knew this day would come. I just don't like this kind of parting." Little Master, beside him, said in surprise, his voice full of curiosity, "Is this the real reason you don't seek a partner? After all, You've lived for so long." Tranda was slightly annoyed and pinched Little Master's two chubby cheeks, saying with a warning tone, "I've noticed you've become quite talkative after your upgrade." Little Master pouted, begging for mercy with a cute voice. "Master, I was wrong! I was wrong! I wasn't criticizing you, really!" Little Master then held its red cheeks and said worriedly, "If Master tells little Thien Pham he has to leave, she will be very sad, won't she?" From saving Thien Pham, cleansing her marrow, and transferring cultivation, to her becoming the non-Hoang, who can say, "There isn't a bit of affection along this journey?" Tranda picked up his wine cup and frowned, speaking thoughtfully, "Whether I'm here or not, she will become the ruler. I just accelerated the process. This era has seen many factors that never appeared in previous histories. Perhaps this is why the system led me here. There are still many things that are unclear. Transmigrators, wish artifacts, providence." Raising the cup to his lips, Tranda continued with a hint of interest, but that's also what makes it interesting. Putting down the wine cup, Tranda gazed into the distance and said with anticipation, "What kind of variables will the world of demon ancestor to Trung Than have? I'm really looking forward to it." Suddenly, a female figure stood behind a large tree branch, looking at Tranda's back with curious eyes. Tranda took a sip from the cup in his hand and asked calmly, "How long are you going to keep spying on me?" Ko Thien Pham said shyly, her voice a bit hesitant, "I've been discovered." Dressed splendidly, Ko Thien Pham slowly walked over and said politely, "Master?" Tranda looked Ko Thien Pham over from head to toe and said with a complimentary tone, "I almost forgot you were a princess. This elegant and graceful outfit suits you very well." She replied in surprise, her voice tinged with joy, "Really? This is just my daily attire in the palace." Tranda looked away and reminded her, "Tomorrow is the enthronement ceremony. Shouldn't you get some rest?" Ko Thien Pham picked up the small wine jug and slowly poured it into her master's cup, saying with a slight sigh, "Since returning to the imperial palace, I've had so much more to do. And I still have to absorb the providence. I've been so busy. It's rare to have free time, so I just wanted to be with you, Master." Tranda replied, his voice as calm as ever, "You are the future empress, the non-Hong of the non-Hong Jioi. Things like this will only increase, not decrease. You must slowly get used to it." Ko Thien Pham said cheerfully, her voice full of determination, "Your disciple will study hard to become a good ruler. Of course, I will not neglect my cultivation." Tranda smiled and patted Ko Thien Pham's head, saying with a satisfied voice, "You did very well in the battle at Bac Nok Kin. It seems you can now fluently wield the power of the non-Hoang." Ko Thien Pham blushed as he patted her head and replied shyly, "It's because my master taught me well." Tranda looked at the bright moon in the sky and said proudly, "Throughout all the heavens, those in your generation who can compare to you can be counted on one hand. To reach this level in just 10 short days, I am very pleased." Ko Thien Pham was secretly happy and replied, her voice a bit unused to the praise, "Master, I'm not used to you praising me like this." Ko Thien Pham's thoughts turned sad, and she wondered, "Master seems strange today. Is he blaming me for being busy with other things these past few days?" No, Master isn't like that. But such a gentle master makes me a bit uncomfortable." Tranda suddenly called out, "Thien Pham." She answered anxiously, her voice slightly worried. "Yes. What is it, Master?" Tranda looked at Ko Thien Pham and said gently, his voice filled with reluctance, "It's time for me to go." Those words confirmed Ko Thien Pham's thoughts. She replied in shock, her voice full of astonishment, "What? Master, you have to go?" Ko Thien Pham spoke worriedly, her voice sad. "That's right, Master was never from this world to begin with." Ko Thien Pham's eyes welled up with tears, as she said shyly, "I just didn't expect it." Ko Thien Pham quickly wiped the tears from her eyes and said, trying to sound strong, "When you leave, Master, I will see you off." Tranda smiled and replied calmly, "In 2 days?" Ko Thien Pham spoke urgently, her voice pleading, "So soon? Can't you stay for a few more days, Master? I still have so many things I want to ask you." Tranda saw Ko Thien Pham sobbing, which made his heart ache, but he still said with a firm voice, "I have stayed here for some time now. You have obtained the non-Hong's inheritance, and all the providence of the non-Hong joy is in your hands. In the future, you will surely have your own place in the myriad realms. There are some things I can teach you, but your own path can only be walked by you." Ko Thien Pham whispered, her voice full of reluctance, "I understand, but it still feels very difficult to overcome." Tranda indulgently pinched Ko Thien Pham's cheek and said gently, "Then don't think too much about it. Get some rest. When you wake up tomorrow, everything will be fine." Ko Thian Pham couldn't hold it in any longer. Tears streamed down her face as she sobbed, "When I wake up, you won't be here anymore, will you?" Tran Da chuckled and replied gently, "Silly girl, what are you thinking? I still have to see your enthronement before I can leave. All right, it's not a final farewell. When your cultivation increases in the future, we will surely meet again. Subscribe to the Lala School channel to not miss any exciting videos." Ko Thian Pham blushed and whispered, "Master." Tran Da looked in her direction and asked, "What is it?" Ko Thian Pham, like a child, held out her arms towards Tran Da and hesitated. "Can you give me a hug?" Tran Da closed his eyes and let out a weary sigh. He then agreed and reached out his arms towards Ko Thian Pham. "All right." Ko Thian Pham hugged Tran Da tightly. He whispered, as if afraid someone would hear, "Just this once." Ko Thian Pham's eyes were moist as she called out, "Master." Tran Da smiled, looking at the child in his arms, his eyes filled with warmth. Time flew by, and the second day at the Hien Vian Imperial Dynasty arrived. The court elders stood in neat rows, listening to the resonant oath. "Heaven blesses Hien Vian, for we have found our non-Hoang." All the soldiers stood at attention, their faces joyous as they listened to the oath. "By the will of heaven, a new era begins." The white-bearded old man continued to speak in a sonorous voice. "The officials have assembled to serve the non-Hong." Then the white-bearded old man shouted loudly, his voice full of reverence, "We respectfully invite." Ko Thian Pham took light steps on the red carpet, incomparably elegant, with a clear voice, the 9th princess of the Hien Vian Imperial Dynasty. On Ko Thian Pham's head was a special crown, heavy but full of glory, for the next emperor. The white-bearded old man continued, his voice full of respect, "Non-Hoang Ko Thian Pham, enter the hall." Ko Thian Pham, resplendent in her dragon robe, exuding magnificence, stepped into the hall. One by one, everyone looked up at their new ruler and shouted in unison, "We greet the non-Hong! We greet the non-Hong! We greet the non-Hong!" Ko Thuong Hao solemnly stepped forward, holding the jade seal, and spoke with an authoritative voice. "I, Ko Thuong Hao, the 23rd Emperor of the Hien Vian Imperial Dynasty." Before everyone present that day, Ko Thuong Hao happily announced, "Today, I officially transfer the throne of the Hien Vian Imperial Dynasty to Ko Thian Pham, my 9th daughter. From this day forward, Ko Thian Pham is the 95th Emperor of the Hien Vian Imperial Dynasty. I hope that in the future, as the co-ruler of the Hien Vian Imperial Dynasty and the non-Hang Jioi, you can protect them well." Ko Thian Pham knelt down, raising her hands to receive the new ruler's seal, her voice firm. "I will certainly not fail my royal father's expectations." Ko Thian Pham took the seal and solemnly declared, "I, Ko Thian Pham, the 95th Emperor of the Hien Vian Imperial Dynasty, hereby swear that in the future I will protect the Hien Vian Imperial Dynasty well and let the non-Hong Jioi shine throughout the heavens." Ko Thian Pham then held the seal high before all the elders and everyone present. They all shouted, "Long live the non-Hong! Heaven blesses Hien Vian!" Subscribe to the Lala School channel to not miss any exciting videos. Now, outside the court, Little Master stood next to Tran Da and commented cheerfully, "Empress Little Teen Pham looks so grand." Tran Da smiled and replied, "This is how the non-Hong should look." Little Master said playfully, "That's great. Little Thian Pham's mission is now perfectly complete. Master, we should also prepare to go to the next world." Little Master suddenly noticed Tran Da's unusual silence and called out worriedly, "Master." Little Master looked at Tran Da and asked worriedly, "Master, can't you bear to leave little Thian Pham? Should we take her with us?" He replied coldly. "The Nan Huang Jioi still has many troubles that she needs to solve. This is her trial. I cannot interfere." Tran Da didn't hesitate any longer. He turned and started walking. "Let's go." Little Master quickly turned back for one last reluctant look, then followed. "Okay." At the Hien Vian Imperial Palace, the people in the hall cheered joyfully. "Congratulations, Your Majesty. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Your Majesty has ascended the throne. The state affairs have piled up these days. We hope Your Majesty will handle them with diligence." The brown-bearded old man held his memorial and reported with a worried voice, "Recently, the national treasury has been tight. I wonder, Your Majesty." The silver-bearded old man interjected, "The news of Your Majesty's ascension will quickly spread throughout the non-Huang Jioi. At that time, the major sects will send their people to congratulate you. The ticket for this." A soldier rushed forward and spoke urgently. "Your Majesty, recently there has been news from the border of demonic cultivators causing trouble. I suggest we strengthen our forces to defend and suppress the evil sects." Faced with receiving so much information at once, Kothian Pham hesitated, her face slightly bewildered. This. Kothian Pham looked at her father, her voice filled with disbelief. Royal father, did you have to handle so many state affairs every day before? Kothwang Hao closed his eyes and replied, as if it were a common occurrence. Of course, being an emperor is not an easy task. Now you know how hard it was for your father, right? But there's no need to rush. You are still young. Your father and the ministers will slowly teach you. Kothian Pham quickly hid behind Kothwang Hao playfully. If that's the case, he was startled and stunned. Then, Kothian Pham quickly ran off, shouting back as she went, I have other matters to attend to. I'll have to rely on you for the state affairs, royal father. Kothwang Hao watched his mischievous daughter with wide eyes, calling out helplessly, Thien Pham! The elders rushed forward to report their matters, their voices urgent. Emperor Emeritus, about this matter concerning the national treasury, please give us your guidance. How many additional troops should be sent? Another person chimed in. And the matter of etiquette. Kothian Pham ran out into the hallway without looking back, looking quite pitiful. She quickly leaned against the room's door, panting until her breathing evened out. She said, her voice still a little panicked, finally escaped. I didn't expect there would be so many troublesome things after inheriting the throne. At that moment, Kothian Pham burst open Trandah's door in excitement. She called out, Master, I'm back! After scanning the room, she didn't see a single soul. Kothian Pham called out in confusion, Master? At that moment, Kothian Pham cried out, her face crestfallen, her voice on the verge of tears. Master, has he already left? Kothian Pham walked up to the table and picked up a letter meticulously written by Trandah. Trandah wrote out his feelings, along with each object on the table. Seeing the writing was like seeing the person. After being your master for so long, I have never given you a gift. I'm leaving you 2 magic artifacts. The Universe Pouch is the first storage artifact I created many years ago. All the items you'll need before reaching the Tiannan Khan I have placed inside. It's called the Earth Rank Artifact, the Universe Pouch. Next was a suit of armor. Trandah wrote, the other is a spirit garment artifact I made from the skin of a Nether Thunder ghost leopard. Its defense is not bad. It can increase your speed. I have carved my own formation on it. If the spirit garment is damaged, I will know no matter where I am in the heavens. It is called the Earth Rank Artifact, the Nether Thunder brocade robe. Trandah continued with his final instructions. The Azure Serpent has gained spiritual intelligence. When the time is right, you can take it as your bonded spirit beast. In the Nanhoang-Jioi, there are many demonic beings sealed from other small worlds. Eliminating these hidden threats in this world is your responsibility as the new Nanhoang. Keep up the good work. Kothian Pham held the letter, her hands trembling uncontrollably. Kothian Pham rushed out of the room, determined to run towards the gate. A maidservant hurried after her, urging her, Your Majesty, where are you going? The enthronement banquet is about to begin. The scene shifts to a place with many high, rolling mountain ranges, covered in white by the incessantly falling snow. Suddenly, Little Master's voice chirped, asking, Isn't this the place where we first saved little Tian Pham? Little Master hurried after Trandah, holding a yellow umbrella, and wondered, Master, do you want to enter the river of time from here? Trandah stopped and replied coldly, I can leave whenever I want. I'm just very curious. If I were just an ordinary person, what method would you use to make me travel through the myriad small worlds? Little Master felt guilty and said with a forced laugh, Well, indeed, I do have a way to make you leave, but... Trandah then said, his voice devoid of emotion, All right, then do your best. Little Master opened its system and muttered, All right, how do I travel through small worlds? Where did the system's operation manual go? That's right, I think I have to draw a formation. Trandah stood on the edge of a cliff, closing his eyes to feel the cold wind brush against his skin. Little Master, meanwhile, worked diligently, saying, like this, and this, then like this, and this. Hearing Little Master's words, Trandah sighed. This little one was a disaster from start to finish. It said, Did I draw it wrong? Suddenly, the memory of Trandah hugging Kothian Pham flashed in his mind. He then said with some helplessness, Forget it. On the other side, Little Master called out to Trandah, its voice full of excitement, Master! Master! I've finished drawing it. We can leave now, he replied, his voice still cold. I know. Trandah looked at the ground array drawn by Little Master and asked, Teleportation coordinates? Little Master explained, its voice a bit proud. This is a low-level teleportation light beacon. It exhausted me. Master, you just need to touch it lightly and the automatic teleportation process will start. Tranda then placed his hand on the pointed tip of the red stone. It immediately generated sparks of power that shot out around it. Suddenly, a voice called out from afar, "Master!" Little Master was startled and said, its voice a little panicked, "What's happening?" Kothienfam rushed over, shouting, "Master!" Little Master and Tranda looked over. She said, her voice a bit surprised, "Little Thienfam." Kothienfam panted and said, her voice full of joy, "Thank goodness, I caught up." Kothienfam quickly approached Tranda and asked worriedly, "Master, will I be able to see you again in the future?" At that moment, Tranda began to fade with time. He smiled and said, "Silly girl, I'm not dying. Why wouldn't we meet again?" Kothienfam's eyes welled with tears as she replied. But, in his final moments, Tranda managed to say, "Wait until you reach the Thien Nan Kan, escape the Nan Hong Jioi, and roam the heavens." In the blink of an eye, Tranda's illusion vanished into nothingness before Kothienfam's astonished eyes. Suddenly, the system displayed a series of images of a young girl with an adorable face who had endured many trials. In a place that looked extremely eerie, flickering lights within made one's hair stand on end. From the room's window, one could see that tonight's moon was as red as blood. Someone's leg was bound by a magic seal. It was a girl with platinum hair. Her face had severe bruises, and her neck was also bound by a magic chain. The image of the tattered, exhausted girl with lifeless eyes, no longer free, was like a puppy for others to trample. Trong Than sat there, dazed, her eyes empty and lost in thought. Then suddenly, Ngyet Thienam forcefully pushed open the door, startling her into a daze. "I am the sect master of the Kanangyet Tong, Nyet Thienam." As she spoke, she gently brought a hand to her lips and smiled alluringly, her voice cheerful. "My little treasure, I've come again." As soon as she approached and lightly touched the small chin, Trong Thien fearfully squeezed her eyes shut, letting her ask affectionately, "Did you miss me?" Just like that, she continuously caressed every feature of that small face, laughing with satisfaction. Looking at this small body and face, I can never get enough. The more Ngyet Thienam thought about it, the more she had to admire her. It was worth spending so many spirit pills. Tomorrow is your coming-of-age day. Your pure yin body will be at its peak. However, the smile on her lips grew wider. She whispered into her ear, warning, "You'd better be obedient. Otherwise." With that, she yanked hard on the chain around Truong Tian's neck. Next, she bluntly uttered malicious threats to make her obey. "I guarantee your fate will be 100 times more miserable than your clansmen's." The pulling force grew stronger, causing an unbearable and suffocating feeling to rise in her throat. Finally, she let go, sparing her life. "All right, I won't play with you anymore. If this continues, I won't be able to resist eating you right now." Then she walked to the door, waved goodbye, and said, "See you tomorrow, my little treasure." When the sound of the door closing echoed, Trong Than's anxious mood, like sitting on pins and needles, finally subsided. In the gloomy sky, a brilliant golden light suddenly appeared, creating a mysterious and hazy atmosphere. The demons and beasts that saw this phenomenon were also dumbfounded, staring in astonishment. From that streak of light, a whooshing sound was heard, and then a fireball appeared. It carried a terrifyingly strong light as it crashed straight to the ground. The demons and beasts there couldn't help but stare in amazement at that strange stream of light. It seemed they had sensed that overwhelming power, so every single one of them turned tail and fled. They truly won't shed a tear until they see the coffin. Little Master also quickly introduced the location. "Master, this is the Uyen Ma Vuk of the Thien Ma Jioi." Tranda's eyes narrowed slightly as he asked nonchalantly, "Where is Trong Than now?" She immediately checked the information and confirmed, "The records are correct. Trong Than should be in a sect called Kan Nuyet Tong in the Uyen Ma Vuk." In addition, she also discovered the demon ancestor was killed because of her pure yin body. Her entire clan was slaughtered. Hearing this, he unconsciously changed his hair to white. Little Master was still chattering enthusiastically. In that case, Trong Than is even more miserable than Little Thienfam. Subscribe to the Lala School channel to not miss any exciting videos. When she noticed the strange change, she couldn't help but be surprised. She asked with wide, bewildered eyes, "Master, what is this?" Tranda replied flatly, "This is the Thien Ma Jioi, the homeland of the white-haired demon ancestor. I've changed my image. What's wrong? Does it not suit me?" Little Master smiled and denied it on the surface. No, of course it suits you. If you like, you can change your color every day." But in her mind, she was already imagining 1,000 romantic scenarios. Master did this to make Tutrongthon feel a sense of familiarity, so he changed his hair to white. Although white is a bit strange, Master seems even more handsome like this. She laughed while covering her mouth, guessing to herself, no wonder Master wants to use the handsome man tactic. Then she was called back to reality by him. Little Master, lead the way. So Little Master hurried after him, obediently replying, coming, coming. A mysterious power enveloped the entire place. Around the Kanangiat Tong, there were endless murmurs of discussion. What's happening? Why did the sect master summon all of us to stand guard? You don't know? 8 years ago, the sect master took in a girl with a pure yin body. Today, she's about to come of age. No wonder. The sect master wants to refine and absorb her, right? Of course, it's a pure yin body. After today, the sect master might even advance to the Tianyan rank. One of them couldn't help but fantasize a pure yin body. I think I saw her once. She looked delicious. I wonder what she looks like now. After the sect master is done with her, I wonder if he'll let us. Hearing this, his friend next to him scolded him. Did you get your head caught in a door? Do you want to be disciplined by the sect master? But he still replied dreamily, Sect master, that would be great too. After chatting for a while, he finally noticed the gloomy sky. Hey, the weather today isn't great. Then the guy with the buzz cut scratched his head and said sheepishly, this is a big problem. I haven't brought in my clothes yet. Brother? As soon as he finished speaking, the sky suddenly grew darker. A loud thunderclap struck down angrily. Tutrongthon in her room was also startled, her eyes wide with shock. Then, a sudden pain in her stomach made her whole body tremble uncontrollably as she thought, it hurts so much. At this moment, the sound of a creaking door came from outside. Along with it, Nguyen Thienam's excited and expectant voice rang out. Little treasure, this day has finally come. As soon as she finished speaking, she rushed towards Truong-thon, pushing her down, and laughed loudly as if she had seen her prey. A pure yin body. Next, she pulled hard on the chain around her neck, causing the little girl to scream in despair. Niet Thienam hurriedly unleashed a stream of strange and mysterious energy. Immediately after, she made Truong-thon absorb it all, causing her to become dazed and confused. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and her eyes closed as a clear change occurred within her body. At the critical moment, a furious bolt of lightning suddenly struck down with a loud crash. This scene caused the surrounding rocks and tower to shake violently, making Nguyen Thienam's eyes widen in shock. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. She turned around and shouted fiercely, "Who dares to disturb me at this time?" At that moment, a majestic dragon cloud suddenly appeared in the sky, soaring powerfully and gracefully across the vast expanse. The group of subordinates standing guard outside were also scared out of their wits by this scene. Their jaws dropped and they trembled, unable to speak. Wow, what is that? A dragon cloud. From within the smoke, Tranda emerged majestically with an overwhelming aura. Standing on the dragon's head further enhanced his presence. His cold, green eyes indifferently watched every movement in the entire Kan Nguyen Tong. Faced with this powerful and overwhelming presence, Tien Nguyen couldn't help but wonder in confusion, where did this dragon come from? Such an imposing aura. She hurriedly approached and bowed in apology to Tranda, her voice trembling. I didn't know when I offended you, Senior. May I ask where Senior is from? He just casually called out, Little Master. Knowing what he wanted to ask, she immediately answered, Master, this woman is Nguyen Thienam, the current sect master of Kan Nguyen Tong. The person in the black dress behind her is Tu Truong-thon. Tranda looked at the small girl, who was lying unconscious in a corner, her cheeks flushed. He frowned in annoyance and immediately decided, then take them both. Nguyen Thienam was quickly tied up, but wary of his power, she only dared to ask timidly, Senior, what are you doing? However, Tranda just carried the unconscious Truong-thon away without bothering to answer. Below, the subordinates who saw this scene started chattering among themselves again. Am I seeing things? Isn't that the sect master? Could the great sect master have offended some major figure? Under their astonished gazes, the dragon cloud flew away powerfully in the blink of an eye. A moment later, Truong-thon was seen curled up, clutching her stomach in agony, which made Little Master worried. Master, she looks like she's in great pain. Hearing this, Tranda frowned slightly and affirmed, Of course it's painful. She has no cultivation right now. On her coming-of-age day, she's experiencing the awakening of her pure yin body. The yin energy is eroding her spirit, soul, and physical body from the inside out. If this continues, she will die from the backlash of her own yin energy. This made Little Master even more terrified and quickly asked, "It can't be like this, can it? What should we do now? The disciple we just found is about to die." As soon as these words were spoken, Tranda couldn't help but laugh out loud, affirming with certainty, "With me here, I naturally won't let anything happen to her. It's just a bit troublesome to deal with." Next, he quickly picked up Truong Tien and explained calmly, "The pure yin body is an extremely precious natural talent. As long as it awakens smoothly, even if the host is unconscious, it will naturally absorb the surrounding yin energy for its own use. It's not difficult to suppress the yin energy eruption in her body. But if we forcefully destroy the awakening of the pure yin body, she will never be able to cultivate in this life." As soon as he finished speaking, Tranda directly bit his own finger, causing fresh blood to flow out. Little Master was also stunned by this action, speechless. "Master." However, under the effect of the blood and life force just now, he remained focused and chanted, "Heaven gives birth to 10,000 paths, the cycle of reincarnation. The heavens and earth change. The moonflower condenses the essence of the stars. Guard against 10,000 evils, and hold fast to the righteous path." Then he quickly transferred it into Truong Than's body. She seemed to have felt the powerful changes in her body and let out a soft cry. From afar, Nguyen Tien was grinding her teeth and cursing inwardly. What a shameless man. Damn it, this guy also came for the pure yin body. Based on what she observed, she knew for sure that the girl's pure yin body was about to awaken. Now was the best time to seize her body. How can I let a stinky Taoist like you easily steal the fruit I've worked so hard to cultivate for so many years? Although the difficult part now was that she couldn't escape, Nguyen Thien still plotted to herself, "I don't know what kind of magic artifact this golden chain is that I can't break free. No matter, even if my spirit soul is damaged, I must get back the cultivation vessel that belongs to me." Thinking of this, she directly unleashed the Qianguang Reverse Fate Soul hooking art. This single move directly summoned the spirit soul of Can Ku Am, the previous sect master of the Can Guyet Tong. As soon as he appeared, he remembered an unforgettable debt and secretly vowed, "You destroyed my physical body and bound my spirit soul. Nguyet Thien I will make you suffer a fate worse than death." He looked at her with fury, silently determined. "One day, I, Can Ku Am, will take your life." However, his thoughts were seen through by her. She coldly warned, "You damned old ghost, stop daydreaming. You are nothing but a remnant soul enslaved by me. Go." Just as Can Ku Am raised his hand to strangle her, Nguyet Thien suddenly ordered, "Devour his spirit soul for me." This caused his movement to abruptly stop. He lamented, "Damn it." Seeing this, Little Master hurriedly reported, its voice on the verge of tears. "Master, Master, that woman released a pitch-black ghost soul. It's about to charge over here." However, Tran Da remained strangely calm. His eyes were closed as he asked nonchalantly, "So, what are you waiting for?" Little Master didn't understand his intention and asked in confusion, "Wait? What do you mean, Master?" At this point, he spoke directly. "It will still take some time to completely seal the pure yin body. If we are disturbed, all our efforts will be in vain. To Trong Than will also suffer a backlash from her pure yin body. Stop him for me." This only made her more confused. Stop him. But, hearing this, he opened his eyes expectantly and said, "I'm very curious how a system like you protects its host. It's a perfect opportunity for me to witness the methods of your All-Heaven Saint Master system. What are you unwilling?" Since Tranda had said so, Little Master could only sigh helplessly and obediently comply, its voice a bit timid. "I wouldn't dare. I'll go now." The soul of Kan Kuam suddenly let out a furious roar, as if it was about to eat them alive. Its mouth endlessly teased, "I say, little sister, wouldn't it be better for you to just lie down? Why must you provoke the Master and seek death, involving me in this mess to earn a living?" These words made Little Master burst into scornful laughter. "If it were you yourself, perhaps I couldn't do anything. But you're just a remnant soul. Now I'll let Master see just how formidable I am." Without making everyone wait any longer, she tightly grasped her magic staff and muttered a spell. "By the great golden bong bong that holds the power of the Saint Master, I command you." But as soon as she finished bragging, she received a warning for an incorrect incantation, which scared her to death, sweat dripping down her face. However, Little Master persisted. "By the gods of all heavens," then another warning sound. "Incorrect incantation. Then she tried again. I am the kin of the white night azure sky. I summon you here. Incorrect incantation. Tappen gon lurma. Incorrect incantation. Great pig trotter Taoist master, old man. Incorrect incantation. She tried again and again, but the result was the same. It got even worse when Little Master received a warning. Due to too many incorrect incantation attempts, before the next version upgrade, the Saint Master system's self-defense function will be temporarily frozen. This time, the system was done for. The game was over. Just thinking about what would happen next made her sweat and tremble in fear, screaming, "It's over! What kind of password did I set during the upgrade?" However, before she could even recover, the soul of Kankuam rushed forward with a ferocious roar. This scene alone panicked her, and she flew towards Tranda as if he were her savior, constantly crying for help. "Master, save me!" He had intended to test Little Master's level, but this debut performance of hers scared him out of his wits. He sighed helplessly and quickly used the demon-breaking law words. Along with the evil-subduing spell, it trapped the old ghost within its powerful force, unable to escape. In the end, only his desperate scream was heard as the situation completely changed. With the soul of Kankuam destroyed, Nuyet Thianam's cultivation was also significantly damaged, causing her to vomit blood directly. Seeing that everything had calmed down, Little Master breathed a sigh of relief and praised Tranda. Master is still the most formidable. With just a word, you destroyed that ghost's soul. He didn't know what else to say. Suddenly, he saw a strong change in Truong Than and quickly reminded her, "Calm your mind. Try to feel the energy in your body gathering in your abdomen. There's a seal I've placed there." Little Master also asked in confusion, "Master, what's wrong with little Truong Than?" Truong Than was still drowsy and uncomfortable, frowning slightly as the energy flowed through her body. In the end, Little Master couldn't hold back her curiosity and asked, "Master, isn't the pure yin body already sealed?" Tranda didn't hide it and answered directly. "The yin energy in her body is too overwhelming. The remaining part must be completely released. After thinking it over, in this situation, this is the only way." Nuyet Thianam was bound by the golden chains, unable to move, and had no idea what Tranda intended to do. He looked straight into Truong Than's eyes and asked directly, "Do you want to kill your enemy with your own hands?" Her big, sparkling eyes opened slightly to look at him as he spoke intently. "Now, I'm giving you this chance. Release all the yin energy in your body, along with all the resentment from these past years." The chains around Nuyet Thianam suddenly tightened and emitted a mysterious light, causing her to become bewildered. After hearing Tranda's words, Tu Truong Than seemed to awaken. She suddenly sat up, stood up strongly, and walked step by step on her own 2 feet, approaching her. Truong Than's slender feet lightly stepped on the ice. Now, she was no longer a weak, small person, but dared to rise up and face this Nuyet Thianam herself. Even at this point, she kept muttering, insisting, "My cultivation vessel, my cultivation vessel." A powerful and overwhelming wrath enveloped Truong Than, causing her to become bewildered and worriedly ask, "What do you want to do? Hey!" This was a Truong Than she had never seen before. This made her even more panicked, and she shouted, "Don't you come over here!" However, the thought of what Nuyet Thianam had done made her even more determined to strike. All she could do was desperately shout and beg, "Spare! Spare me! I don't want to die!" Despite her continuous screaming and struggling, she couldn't stop Truong Than's determination for revenge. Just like that, with her own power, she froze Nuyet Thianam in an instant, preventing her from screaming or struggling any longer. Little Master also looked at her with admiring eyes, exclaiming, "Little Truong Than is so amazing, I feel cold too." Tranda suddenly spoke in a trum-mark tone. This is just the remaining pure yin power. If she is allowed to grow, with just a flick of her wrist, her extreme yin energy could even freeze a spirit soul. In the legends, a pure yin body. After cultivating to the extreme, like the Taiyang divine body, it can even freeze time. This made Little Master exclaim in admiration and shock. It can even freeze time? The pure yin body is a bit too terrifying. After calming down for a moment, something in his mind felt not quite right. Wait, the ability to freeze time. He then looked towards the powerful Truong Than, who was using her abilities to seek justice for herself. She let out a soft cry and then decisively rushed towards Nuyet Thianam. Next, Truong Than fiercely slashed at the ice that had frozen her. This single slash created a cracking sound, along with her horrified expression. After that, only shards of ice were seen flying around a mysterious blue sphere. It was also at this moment that Truong Than fainted from overexertion. She passed out, her body losing its balance and slowly falling. Thank you for watching, and see you again next time. Then suddenly, a strong hand caught Truong Than's small, slender shoulders. Tranda looked at her, having completed the mission, and said with satisfaction, "The pure yin power in her body has been completely released." Then, the system panel suddenly appeared with a notification. Hidden mission activated. Little Master was initially surprised, but also very excited to announce, Master, look, it's a hidden mission. This hidden mission came really fast." Hidden mission content. The demon ancestor's inner demon. The host needs to help to Truong Than resolve the negative emotions accumulated over the past 5 years. Mission reward, 5,000 Saint Master points, 1 mysterious item. Mission penalty. To Truong Than's negative emotions will completely transform into an inner demon, and she will fall into the demonic path from now on. Current progress, 25%. However, Tranda felt that it was good for the hidden mission to be activated early. He turned to Little Master. "Little Master, find me a place with no people. I need to treat her wounds." Seeing the urgency of the situation, she quickly replied, "Right away. I will locate the coordinates for you now, Master." Every time he thought about the past, a complicated emotion welled up inside him. Inner demon, pure yin body, the battle that year destroyed countless white-haired demon ancestors of this world. Things are starting to get interesting. Then he quickly took Truong Than to an empty area to begin her treatment. After a search, the chosen location was the Dao Palace, in its world form. Even though her eyes were closed in a coma, she still frowned in discomfort, making Little Master beside her worried. She had some doubts. Is little Truong Than having a nightmare? The memories that Truong Than wanted to bury deep in her heart suddenly flooded back. That day, her family's entire estate was burned down. Her relatives were all beaten to a pulp by them. And they viciously said, "Kill them all, leave no one behind." That Nguyen Thian Am started using her tricks to extract information from Truong Than, saying, "Where is that pure yin body girl of yours?" Her mother, despite being in a life-threatening situation, was still wholeheartedly worried about her. She tried to reach out and shouted a warning, "Than Ni, run!" Then, from behind, a henchman tightened his grip on his saber. Just like that, with one slash, the cold sword was stained with her mother's fresh red blood. From that nightmare, Truong Than suddenly woke up, gasping for breath, 2 streams of tears continuously flowing from her tear-filled eyes. She sat up and clutched her splitting headache, letting out a soft cry. Seeing the unfamiliar surroundings, Truong Than suddenly wondered to herself, "Where is this?" While she was confused and didn't know what to do, Tranda's voice suddenly came from outside. "You're awake?" But she hadn't fully recovered yet, so she remained silent. Therefore, Tranda instructed, "There are clothes on the table. After you get dressed, come see me." After regaining her composure, she quickly put on the exquisite outfit and then opened the door and stepped out. Seeing her come out, Tranda was very calm and gracefully said, "Come here." Then he pointed to the seat opposite him. Although Truong Than was a bit confused, she still obediently followed. Next, he began to ask about her condition. "Are you still feeling unwell?" She mumbled and didn't answer. But Tranda continued to ask, "Do you still remember what happened before you were imprisoned by the Can Nuyet Tong?" And her reaction was still the same, which started to confuse him. Tranda gently picked up his teacup and took a sip, asking, "Little Master, what's wrong with her condition?" But Little Master was also confused and replied doubtfully, "Master, the report shows that little Truong Than's current physical condition is fine." At this moment, he suddenly turned to look straight into her big, round eyes and asked, "To Truong Than, do you want to know why I saved you?" Hearing this made her expression slightly startled and surprised. Then her eyes suddenly darkened, and she tightly gripped the hem of her clothes on both sides. Then, to the astonishment of Tranda and Little Master, she took it off right in front of them. Her cheeks flushed slightly, 2 streams of tears streamed down her cheeks. "Looking extremely wronged," she said, "to repay you with my body." Her long hair covered her face, but seeing the tears constantly falling, one could understand her mood at this moment. She always thought that Tranda's kind intention in saving her was for her body, so she immediately threw herself at him to repay his life-saving grace, even though she didn't want to. Her tears kept flowing. Truong Than, this is. However, her action was immediately stopped by Tranda. "Enough. Put your clothes on. I think you've misunderstood something." Then she started crying her eyes out. As soon as he finished speaking, for some reason, her tears flowed even more, as if all her pent-up emotions were released. Tranda, meanwhile, hurriedly fastened her cloak for her. Knowing she had misunderstood his intentions, he spoke directly. I didn't save you for your body, or your pure yin body. He even kindly advised her, you are a girl. In the future, you can't just take off your clothes in front of others. Do you understand? Then he looked straight into her clear eyes and suggested, if you really want to repay my kindness, then become my disciple. She just stared at him blankly and asked doubtfully, become your disciple? Just like that? Without hesitation, she directly uttered 2 words, master. He immediately stopped her. Slow down. No need to rush. However, her eyes squeezed shut and 2 streams of tears suddenly flowed out. She was so moved that she trembled and choked out, master. The more she called him master, the more she sobbed, crying like she had never cried before. In the end, she couldn't hold back and threw herself into Tranda's arms, shouting, Master! He gently patted her on the shoulder to comfort her. From now on, you are my Tranda's disciple. No one in all the heavens and myriad realms can bully you anymore. Little Master looked at the mission progress on the system panel and exclaimed happily, it's complete! It seems to have gone more smoothly than last time. That very morning, after the discipleship ceremony was over, Trongthan was taken to a room by Tranda to cultivate. Although she had just started, her whole body continuously emitted a cold, icy aura, making Little Master, who was standing far away, shiver uncontrollably. The cold was so intense that Little Master suddenly sneezed. After that, she couldn't bear it anymore and had to crawl into Tranda's clothes, suggesting in a small voice, Master, it's too cold near Little Truong Than. How about we sit a little further away? She has never cultivated before. This is her first time circulating the grand cycle. Let's wait a little longer. Hearing this, Little Master obediently replied, all right. As soon as he finished speaking, our Tranda started overthinking again, his mind racing. The spiritual energy in the non-Huangjioi, although a bit subpar, is still mostly authentic. But this Thien La Joy, oh my, the spiritual energy is like a hot pot of everything. Yin energy, evil energy, all sorts of things. It's definitely the backyard for the demonic path to party. Thinking about it is frustrating. According to the original plot, as long as Truong Than avoided that disaster, plus her pure yin body, escaping and joining the demonic path would be an auto-win. And not only that, Tranda was also certain that this inner demon incident was the turning point. Now that Tu Trong Than was on his side, the plot twist of fate would surely be different. But if she doesn't become the demon ancestor in the future, I wonder how disastrous this myriad of worlds will be. While Tranda was lost in his overthinking, a small, delicate hand tugged at his sleeve. This brought Tranda back to his senses, and he turned to ask, what is it? Trong Tien, carrying 2 books, the Tai Am Huyen Nich Dien and the Dao Not Dien Sing Kin, obediently said, Master, I've finished studying. Hearing this, Tranda almost fainted. He lightly tapped Truong Than on the head and instructed, after you finish circulating the grand cycle, you have to mix these 2 cultivation techniques and practice them together. Understand? The Dao Not Dien Sing Kin trains the body and refines spiritual energy, while the Tai Am Huyen Nik Dien is a cultivation technique tailor-made for your pure yin body. And he didn't stop there. He carefully provided more knowledge. Only by cultivating both in combination can you break the seal I placed on you, step by step. Now, you should feel the yin energy stirring in your abdomen, right? And yet, the innocent girl quickly pulled up her dress and honestly replied, the seal is here. This very act of lifting her clothes earned her a headbutt from Tranda, accompanied by a loving, scolding, pull your clothes down. Trong Than quickly obeyed like a puppy. Next, Tranda also hinted at his upcoming plans. During this time, master these 2 cultivation manuals. When you reach the peak of the mortal realm, I will take you out for training. If you don't want to repeat the days of being hunted, you must become strong yourself, okay? Hearing this, the little girl sat up straight, not daring to cry out in pain anymore, and obediently replied, understood. Then she immediately threw herself into cultivation, honing her strength, determined to level up. Tranda sat in contemplation for a while, then suddenly called out in a slightly dangerous tone, Little Master. This made the little AI a bit confused. What is it, Master? She received a nonchalant reply, I want to use the system's lottery. As soon as Tranda finished speaking, the little AI, Little Master, suddenly became unusually hyperactive, popping out from his clothes with sparkling eyes. That's great! Speaking of the lottery, I'm not cold anymore. Let me see. Finally, after checking the system, she immediately reported, the rewards from completing your previous missions add up to exactly 10 lottery chances. Perfect! Hearing this, Tranda raised an eyebrow slightly and replied nonchalantly, 10 times. Too troublesome. Pull them all at once. It's faster. So Little Master also directly guided him. All right, the 10 consecutive pulls button is here. Then Tranda also quickly confirmed, as if placing an order. After that, the wheel started spinning wildly. The surrounding artifacts also spun around, giving Little Master a bad feeling. The luck this time seems a bit off. Next, she hurriedly announced, shouting loudly, Master! Master! It's gold! A blinding gold! Seeing this, Little Master could only stare with her mouth agape in admiration. Master's luck is as top tier as ever, isn't it? Tranda, however, was still fuming, thinking, why does it feel like the probability of 10 consecutive pulls is worse than pulling one by one? Little Master also enthusiastically replied, let me see what we got this time. Suddenly, a strange aura appeared in front of them, making Little Master confused. Master. Tranda also looked towards it and calmly asked, is it an offensive divine artifact like last time? But Little Master suddenly went blank and replied, not really. It's just that this magic artifact looks a bit strange. The more she looked, the more confused she became. So she decided to catch it for Tranda to inspect himself. I don't know what it is either. Master, see for yourself. After that, she immediately summoned it, shouting, come out! A moment later, a brilliant golden light appeared on the ceiling, so powerful that everyone froze when they looked at it. This scene made Truong Than wonder aloud, calling out in confusion, Master, what is that? From within that golden light, a beautiful young woman emerged, startling Little Master into a shout. Master, this is. This young woman was Phuc Lin, with purple eyes as clear as lake water. The corners of her lips curved up slightly as she spoke respectfully. Answering the Master's call, I have descended. This was none other than Phuc Lin, the heaven-grade humanoid puppet. Little Master couldn't help but be utterly stunned, exclaiming, wow, Master's luck is truly heaven-defying. This is a humanoid puppet with intelligence, and it's even heaven-grade. How amazing. Tranda, however, remained as calm as water, not saying a word, as if he was perfectly fine. Truong Than hurried over and asked curiously, Master, what is this? He then replied calmly, this is my magic artifact. This made her doubtful. A magic artifact? The information displayed on the system panel showed heaven-grade humanoid puppet Phuc Lin, cultivation equivalent to the Tian Nan Kan, combat-type puppet artifact, has the ability to learn. Cultivation will increase with the Master. It can also transform into any woman the host has seen. Truly a unique item. Tranda suddenly stroked his chin and thought to himself, a heaven-grade puppet. Among all the items I've collected before, I've never had such a high-quality artifact. So he immediately ordered, Phuc Lin, use your transformation ability. Phuc Lin closed her eyes and replied obediently, as you command. Next, she began to flex her skills, step by step, transforming into Truong Than, which left the little girl stunned and speechless. In just a moment, Phuc Lin had transformed into Tu Truong Than version 2. The original, however, stood nearby, her eyes wide with shock, as if to say, hello? Truong Than hurriedly went to Tranda and asked in confusion, Master, she is. Little Master also had to exclaim in admiration, wow, she looks exactly like little Truong Than. Tranda gently patted her head to comfort her. It's just a transformation. It's nothing, relax. Based on his careful observation, he was also somewhat surprised. It's not just the appearance, even the cultivation level is mimicked. I can even vaguely sense the yin energy of the pure yin body. Not bad, not bad. However, the main point is that a Tian Yan Kan cultivation can also transform into the owner's appearance. But unfortunately, Truong Than can't use it. This is a bit of a waste. Then, Little Master suddenly suggested to him, Master, if the little disciple can't use it, you can give it to the great disciple. Hearing this, Tranda suddenly turned to look, which sent a chill down Little Master's spine. It quickly shut its mouth and asked in confusion, What? What is it, Master? Did I say something wrong? SOS. Yet he just replied plainly, No, you have a good point. After saying that, he started to open the system. Next, Tranda decisively declared with a powerful voice, Modify authority. Set Ko Thien Pham, my disciple, as the second master. Go to the Nan Hong Jioi and help her complete her work. Clean up the Nan Hong Jioi. Phuc Lin dared not delay and quickly replied, As you command. Then, she quickly left to complete the mission Tranda had assigned her. Everything happened at the speed of light, as fast as an ex-lover's change of heart. At the same time, in the Nan Hong Jioi, at the Tien Koi mountain range, The ferocious and cruel beasts there had been beaten to a pulp and were now huddled in a corner, dazed. Kothian Pham, however, was still engrossed in sitting on the green serpent, meticulously taking notes. The Isi Gui Xie created a tsunami. The Ba Shi caused trouble in the southern fields. And there's also the cunning creature that emits an extremely enchanting sound. And it didn't stop there. Next, there's the dragon that causes earthquakes. Evil cultivators using children's souls to refine soul artifacts. Oh my, this list is as long as a noodle. This whole mess alone had exhausted her, making her wonder, why are there so many deadlines? When will I ever finish this? As soon as she finished speaking, strange streaks of light suddenly appeared in the sky, looking quite magical. This scene plunged Kothian Pham into deep thought, utterly confused. She suddenly shouted, "Tuthan!" as the serpent continuously roared and attacked Phuc Lin. Immediately after, a violent tremor occurred there, creating a deafening boom that echoed through the sky, like fireworks on New Year's Eve. Glancing at the current situation, she suddenly had a doubtful guess about the opponent's level. Tien Nan Kan, an enemy attack. It's over. Then, with a swish, Phuc Lin, in the form of Tu Trong Than, slowly appeared with a divine aura, accompanied by gradually materializing streaks of mysterious power. Seeing this, Kothian Pham became even more confused and wondered, who is this woman? Phuc Lin then slowly opened her eyes and spoke in a steady, robotic voice. Target confirmed. She vaguely looked at the person before her. Greetings, Nan Hong Ko Thien Pham. Identity confirmed. Phuc Lin greets the master. This made her even more confused. She pointed at herself and asked, her voice full of disbelief, "Huh? Master?" At this moment, a familiar aura appeared next to Phuc Lin, gradually materializing. So familiar that she could recognize it with her eyes closed. Along with it was the image of Tran Da, who smiled and said, "Thien Pham, it's me." Seeing him, she couldn't help but shout with joy, her voice like she had struck gold. "Ah, it's Master!" On this occasion, Tran Da also quickly updated her about Phuc Lin. This is the puppet Phuc Lin, heaven grade. Her cultivation is at the Tien Nan Kan, and she can transform into any girl you've ever met. During this time without me, she will assist you in sweeping through the Nan Huang Jioi. Understanding Tran Da's purpose in bringing Phuc Lin, Thien Pham still had some questions. She asked with a curious voice, "A heaven-grade puppet and a white-haired girl at that. Where did Master get her for me?" While at it, she took the opportunity to pinch Phuc Lin's cheek, but was a bit dissatisfied and said, her voice slightly sulky, "This face feels as cold as ice. Not cute at all. You can change your appearance, right?" Phuc Lin then honestly replied, "Yes, Master. As long as it's an image you have seen before, I can transform into it. It's not limited to humans either." Hearing this, Thien Pham suddenly smiled slyly and thought to herself, she can transform into anyone I've ever seen? In that case, heh. Finally, she boldly shouted her daring decision, her voice full of authority, "Transform into my master's form for me!" Phuc Lin quickly replied, "As you command," and promptly followed Dan Pham's words without any delay. In a flash, Phuc Lin's form before them left them both stunned and speechless, almost fainting. It was a woman with long, flowing hair and a seductive, fiery figure with shaped curves that were simply mouth-watering. In addition, her daringly cut outfit further accentuated her seductive curves. It was simply perfect. It could be said that the image of Phuc Lin before them was the perfect female version of Tran Da, down to the last centimeter. Now, Thien Pham suddenly remembered something with astonishment, her face blank. "Huh, a woman. That's right, she can only transform into a woman, damn it." Then she ignored everything and went to hug Phuc Lin tightly, saying recklessly with an infatuated voice, "Whatever, even as a woman, Master is so beautiful. So big, so soft. And she even has Master scent." Meanwhile, Tran Da on the other side was so angry that his face turned pale and he gritted his teeth, making Little Master so scared that she looked on with caution, as if to say, "Watch out, the boss is about to explode." At this moment, Phuc Lin suddenly opened her mouth and unleashed a technique. Tan Than, Vi Hin, Thien Loi, Kiet. Thien Pham, hearing this, was also surprised and exclaimed in admiration, "Oh, it's Master's voice." As soon as she finished speaking, a thunderclap suddenly echoed in the sky, striking down like a furious heavenly lightning. This alone was enough to make Ko Thien Pham's face turn pale with fear, and she screamed in terror. She regretted it and fell to the ground, crying and trembling as she called out, "Master, SOS." The image of Fuklin continued to relay every word in the exact same style as Tran Da. Fuklin is a heaven-grade puppet, a sentient humanoid spiritual artifact. In the future, she will grow with you. I am currently in the Thien Lagioi. She will supervise you in my stead. Then, he suddenly realized there was another important matter he hadn't announced, so he took this opportunity to mention it. Oh, right, I've just taken in another disciple. From now on, you're the senior sister. You must also be diligent in your cultivation. Otherwise, you'll be surpassed by your junior sister quickly. Finally, Fuklin slowly reappeared in her original form and announced, "That is the message the Taoist master wanted to convey to you." Meanwhile, Dien Pham was still sulking. She spoke resentfully, her voice pouty. "He gives me a puppet and then strikes me with a thunder spell. Master is so mean. I broke through to the Guitang realm a few days ago. I've also been trying very hard while Master is away." However, as soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly realized another painful truth. Wait a minute, Master just told me he took in a junior sister. That junior sister is with Master, so her cultivation will definitely skyrocket. If this continues, it's all over. This alone was enough to make her a little worried, but she still fiercely declared, "I will not lose this round. I won't lose. No matter how many junior brothers and sisters there are in the future, the disciple Master dotes on the most can only be me." Fuklin quickly continued with her mission. Beep beep, voice transmission function activated. Connected to the Taoist Master. Transmission initiated. No matter how many junior brothers and sisters there are in the future, the disciple Master dotes on the most. This made Thien Pham's face turn beet red. She quickly covered her mouth to stop her, saying shyly in a small voice, "Hey, this is so embarrassing. Fuklin, stop it." At the same time, in the Uyen Mavuk, Hoa Duong Than, there were ancient buildings that created a magnificent and splendid sight, looking very luxurious. There, people were gathering and chatting excitedly without end, like a broken market. "Look, everyone, that white hair is very rare. Are those two father and daughter? I feel like it's not that simple. Just by looking at their aura, you can tell these two are not simple. Especially that man, he gives me a very strange feeling. Are they here for training in the Tianla mountain range? I heard that mountain range has some kind of rare treasure about to be born. The recent influx of cultivators from various major sects to the city must be for that." Seeing the lively atmosphere here, Little Master couldn't help but exclaim with a youthful voice, "Little Truong Than's hometown. I thought the cities in this world would be quite gloomy." Tranda then kindly explained with an expert's voice, "In the future, the Tianla Joy will be a den of demonic cultivators. But that's a long time from now." Feeling the intense stares from the side of the road, Truong Than couldn't help but tremble, moving closer to his side with a timid and vulnerable demeanor. It was precisely because of this reaction that Tran Da had the system check. "What's wrong? Is this also a part of the inner demon?" However, Little Master denied it. "No, I think Little Truong Than simply has social anxiety. The white hair of you two is too eye-catching. Little Truong Than is not used to being stared at by so many people." However, he felt that this was not the reason and retorted, "Thien Pham doesn't seem to have this problem." But Little Master insisted. Little Truong Than was imprisoned in a dark room without sunlight for many years. Her parents are also not in this world. It's very normal for a girl like this to lack a sense of security. What's so strange about that? Hearing this, Tranda seemed to understand the core of the problem. The words sense of security echoed in his mind. Then he reached out and took Truong Than's small hand, as if to give her a point of support. An amazing good job. This action of his surprised her, and her cheeks flushed as she softly called out, "Master." Tranda smiled gently at her and said kindly, his voice as sweet as sugarcane, "If you're scared, take my hand." This made her a little surprised, her heart pounding. But right after, she smiled brightly, her face also showing a sense of relief, as if in response to his words. Little Master was also rendered helpless by their public display of affection and said, her voice on the verge of tears, "This seems to attract even more attention, Master." Tranda also sternly reminded her, "I told you to hold my hand, not to stare at me." But the crowd only chattered more excitedly, as if watching a drama. Looking at them, they seemed to be lovers. This action also made Little Master suspect. It seems Master really likes Little Truong Than. Little Thien Pham didn't get this kind of treatment before. Then, a familiar beeping sound was heard. Then she quickly rushed over and clung to his shoulder to announce, her voice hurried, "Master! Master! A hidden mission has arrived!" And this time's mission is all demonic disciples. To Truong Than, because of her own experiences, has taken in many disciples with similar tragic circumstances during her growth. Later, these disciples all became infamous demonic figures who set foot in the heavens. The title of demon ancestor was thus earned. Every time Trung Than accepts a disciple, it will bring a reward for the master. At the same time, it will also be to spread the glory of the myriad Tao sect of the heavens. Mission reward: 10,000 Saint Master points. Basic reward: the more disciples, the more rewards. Penalty: this can't possibly happen, so Little Master feels it's unnecessary and deleted it. Note: mission is limited to the Thien La Joie. After leaving the Thien La Joie, the rewards will be automatically calculated. He felt that this mission was not very promising and spoke in a Trump-mark voice, full of doubt, taking in disciples for little Truong Than with her personality. Seeing this, Little Master immediately explained, her voice as if she knew everything. That's why you're needed to guide her, Master. With little Truong Than's current state, I suspect she has a hard time even talking to normal people. As she was speaking, she suddenly saw the people ahead, exclaiming with joy as if they had won the lottery. They're here, they're here. Don't push, let me see. Don't push, let me see. In front of them was a beautiful and charming woman, captivating at first sight. Next to her was a man with silver hair and a hat with an exquisitely crafted yin-yang symbol. What a devastating combo. This scene made the surrounding atmosphere more lively than ever, like a stirred-up beehive. It's Konung Yet Han, the holy maiden of the Ngok Kung. I'm going to die. Look, the Taoist prodigy of the Tao Nat Mon, Li Tuong Sin, is also here. He's so handsome. And there's also the Golden Spear King, Sai Than of the Thien Hai Monday. Stop looking, they're not for you. Contrary to the excitement of the crowd, Tranda just spoke with indifference and disdain, his voice full of contempt. Holy maiden, Taoist prodigy. One is a mid-stage then Fak, and the other is an early-stage failure. The geniuses of the Tien La Joie are only at this level? A bit disappointing. So Little Master hurried over to massage his shoulders to curry favor, her voice flattering. Oh, come on. The most talented demon ancestor of the Tien La Joie is already by your side. These random cannon fodders are of course not worthy of your attention, Master. While they were laughing and talking happily, a strange voice suddenly called out, its tone a bit polite. You two? He timidly approached to ask, his voice gentle. Excuse me for disturbing you. I see that you two have an extraordinary aura. You must be the descendants of a prestigious sect in the Thien La Joie. I wonder if you two are interested in participating in the auction held by our Van Long Merchant Guild. Hearing this, Tranda was somewhat surprised and asked, an auction? At this point, the man didn't beat around the bush and directly confirmed, that's right. Weapons, cultivation techniques, and medicinal pills will all be auctioned. There are also some rare treasures whose value has not yet been determined. By the way, the Holy Maiden, the Taoist Prodigy, and even the Golden Spear King will be participating in this auction. These things suddenly piqued his curiosity and interest, leading him to make a decisive decision, then lead the way. Immediately after, Tranda and Tutrong Than were taken to the Van Long auction house by him. However, he didn't take them to the public auction, but led them to a room and said, Here, a room has been prepared for you two. Please come in. Feeling that something was strange, he directly asked, his voice full of doubt, What is your name? Why do you feel that we are qualified to use a private room? Hearing this, the man had no intention of hiding it and answered honestly, If you two don't mind, you can just call me Lamb Deep. I won't lie, I've been in this business for over 10 years. People call me the jade-faced little Lanjun with keen eyes. From the first time I met you two, I had a feeling that you are absolutely not ordinary people. I believe you will definitely become major clients of our merchant guild. Truong Than was a little curious and couldn't help but ask, Master, aren't we supposed to go to the Thienla mountain range? Tranda sat down calmly and replied nonchalantly, as if he knew the future. The thing in the Thienla mountain range hasn't fully awakened yet. It's meaningless to go now. The rewards from the lottery were too useless. This place might have some items suitable for you. Hearing this, Little Master jumped in surprise and said apologetically in a small voice, Master, I'm sorry. Truong Than, still doubtful, asked, Lottery? Then suddenly, the auctioneer laughed loudly and said, his voice full of excitement, Thank you, distinguished guests, for gracing the auction of our Van Long Merchant Guild with your presence. Held once a year. Thank you, distinguished guests, for gracing the auction of our Van Long Merchant Guild with your presence. Elder Tan cheerfully announced, I declare the auction officially open. Ladies and gentlemen, please look. This is the Yin Snow Spirit Ginseng, a spirit medicine obtained from the Thienla mountain range. He introduced it warmly, For those of you sitting here who cultivate yin attribute techniques, it will be extremely suitable. But even if you don't, consuming it can still boost your cultivation. The starting price is 1,000 spirit stones. As soon as he finished speaking, a guest enthusiastically raised their paddle, their voice firm. I bid 1,500 spirit stones. It didn't stop there. The price was pushed up to 2,000 spirit stones. Intense. At the same time, in a private room for VIP guests, Lai Trung-sin suddenly exclaimed in admiration, his voice full of contempt. I thought with the Holy Maiden's personality, she wouldn't be interested in these auctions of mundane items. Ko Ngyat-han smiled faintly and replied with a haughty voice, the items in an auction of this scale, although useless to you and me, are numerous among the disciples in the sect. It doesn't hurt to take a look. Meanwhile, in the auction hall, many people were still competing for this item, from 2,200 spirit stones to 2,300 spirit stones. The price was jumping like a shrimp. Tunam was also watching intently when the ring on her finger lit up and whispered to her, Girl, that spirit ginseng is very useful to me. I want it. So she quickly replied, All right, I know. As soon as she finished speaking, Tunam stood up and bid up to 5,000 spirit stones. A very aggressive closing bid. Elder Tan caught the signal and quickly shouted to confirm, 5,000 spirit stones. 5,000 spirit stones going once, 5,000 spirit stones going twice. Is there anyone with a higher bid? Just when she thought this was a winning bid, someone unexpectedly raised the price to 6,000 spirit stones, leaving Tunam stunned and speechless. Lai Truong-sin was also stunned by this move from Ko Ngyat-han, as if he couldn't believe his eyes. The people present, seeing this, chattered amongst themselves. Holy Maiden! If it's the Holy Maiden bidding, then there's nothing we can do. That's right. There's no need to offend the Ingok Nu Kung over a single spirit herb. It's not worth it. Tunam was so angry she couldn't help but curse, her voice full of bitterness. Damn it! She was immediately reminded by the spirit inside the ring, its voice advising, Hey, watch your image a little. Don't be so vulgar. With our current strength, we can't win it. She gritted her teeth, enunciating each word as she secretly made a resolution, her voice full of hatred. Just wait until I advance to the Thien Nan Kan. I'll definitely go to the Nugok Nu Kung and make that Ko Ngyat-han kneel and call me grandmother. Tranda, looking down from above at Tunam's position, was suddenly surprised and thought to himself, his voice full of confusion. A familiar aura, interesting, and there are two of them. Truong Than, seeing him smile slightly, couldn't help but call out in question, Master. She timidly said, That spirit ginseng emits a yin aura. But before she could finish, Tranda affirmed, his voice as firm as a nail, If you want it, then bid. She just replied in confusion, her voice a whisper. But I don't know how many spirit stones it's worth, he indulged her, saying, Bid whatever you want. As long as you can win it, I'll cover it all. Hearing this, Truong Than fell into thought, looking at the bidding paddle in her hand and muttering in confusion, Whatever I want? Hello? Lai Truong-sin was a bit confused and approached her, asking, Holy Maiden, must you have this spirit ginseng? Ko Ngyat-han just smiled calmly and replied with an indifferent voice. Bidding is originally for whoever pays the highest price. Taoist, if you are interested, you can also participate in the bidding. Hearing this, he smiled awkwardly and said in a flattering tone, How would I dare? How could I not give face to the Holy Maiden? And yet, as soon as Trong Fan raised her bidding paddle, she bid up to 100,000. This move was a complete game changer. This scene alone left both of them speechless, so surprised they couldn't believe what they were hearing. It was a total shock. Before everyone's eyes, Truong Than timidly stepped forward and announced, her voice trembling, I bid 100,000 spirit stones. After hearing it, Elder Tan gulped. Sweat poured down his face like a stream, so much so that his voice couldn't help but tremble like a chicken with a cough. He suddenly shouted at the top of his lungs, 100,000 spirit stones! The countless astonished gazes from the crowd made Truong Than suddenly feel shy and scared, her face pale. The huge number she offered made him shout as if to confirm it again, his voice filled with panic. This young lady has bid 100,000 spirit stones! The crowd was suddenly excited, chattering animatedly when they heard the auction price to Truong Than offered, as if they had discovered a treasure. Where did she come from? What kind of concept is 100,000 spirit stones? It's almost equal to the annual expenditure of a medium-sized sect. No, that's not the point. This white-haired young lady actually dares to compete with the Holy Maiden? I've never heard of such a person. This time, there's a good show to watch. She actually dares to compete for an item with Ngok Nu Kung. Isn't this a slap in the face to the Holy Maiden? Lai Trong Sin couldn't sit still and stood up to compete for the item again. Kong Guiet Han closed her eyes and ignored him, advising, "Which sect does that little girl belong to? To dare to compete for an item that our Holy Maiden has her eyes on? It's just a stalk of spirit ginseng, not worth troubling yourself, Taoist." Tu Nam silently watched the auction, both despising Koning Yet Han and criticizing her for being too low class, her voice full of sarcasm. Ha, that little tramp pretends to be so noble. Even Ko Nyet Han has a day like this. 100,000 spirit stones. That white-haired girl seems to be a rich woman. After the auction ends, let's go rob her. Thun Swang, hearing this, said with a serious voice, "Hey, be careful not to get yourself killed." Someone who can casually spend 100,000 spirit stones on medicinal herbs must have a sect behind them at least as strong as the Njok Nukung. Elder Tan, presiding over the auction, then shouted the final call, his voice resounding. "The guest in private room number 7 has bid 100,000 spirit stones. Is there anyone with a higher bid? No one?" Elder Tan excitedly slammed the auction hammer down, closing the deal, his voice jubilant. "I declare that the Yin Thunder Spirit Ginseng belongs to the guest in private room number 7. After Elder Tan's announcement, everyone cheered for Tu Trung Than, making her stand silently in embarrassment, her face as red as a tomato. Tu Trung Than was scared, her eyes wide. She turned back to ask him, her voice trembling, "Master, did I cause trouble? SOS." Tranda sat comfortably on the chair, his legs crossed, his eyes closed, and replied calmly, his voice as indifferent as if nothing had happened. "It's fine. Bid for whatever you like. I'll cover it all." Little Master, who was massaging his shoulders, also added, her voice flattering, "With Master's wealth, a single item could buy the entire Thien Ma Joy. Little Trong Than, buy with confidence. Even if the sky falls, your master will hold it up for you. Is this pressure all right, Master? A little more pressure. All right. Thank you for watching." Tu Trong Than didn't understand what Tranda was saying. Countless question marks appeared in her head. A little more pressure? Does Master feel that the price I paid is not high enough? No, I can't let Master lose face. An exciting thought flashed through Tranda's mind. He smiled lightly, his voice full of interest. "Interesting. I've already encountered a transmigrator so quickly, and another one is a soul. This auction was well worth the trip." Little Master clearly saw the expression on Tranda's face and quickly asked, her voice curious, "Master, did you encounter something happy?" Tranda didn't answer immediately but pushed Little Master away, startling her into a daze. He playfully teased Little Master while explaining, his voice mysterious. "A transmigrator has appeared. One is a soul in a body that transmigrated to this world, and the other is in a remnant soul state. 2 transmigrators, a plot twist within a plot twist." Suddenly, Tu Nam felt a strange sensation brush past her, sending a chill down her spine. The ring on her hand whispered to Tu Nam, "Nam, little girl." Tu Nam held up the ring and asked Than Swang about her strength. "Someone is watching us. What's their cultivation level? Let me see." The ring on Tu Nam's hand emitted small waves that gradually spread throughout the room. The gem inside trembled slightly. In a fantasy realm, a young girl in green was concentrating her power into a small orb in her hand. That girl was Than Swang. Suddenly, Than Swang's eyes widened, as if she had just discovered something was wrong. Than Swang then informed Tu Nam, "The opponent's aura has disappeared." Tu Nam was at a loss, and had to run, her voice panicked, not knowing the opponent's situation. "We must flee immediately." Than Swang stopped Tu Nam, her voice urgent. "We can't run. The auction is crowded, and there are disciples from several major sects. The opponent probably won't dare to do anything here. If we run outside, it's hard to say." Tu Nam gritted her teeth in fear and said with a determined voice, "Help me conceal my aura. After the auction ends, we'll run." Than Swang had no choice but to nod in agreement. Elder Tan then brought out a long bone and introduced it, his voice booming. The next item to be auctioned is the skeletal remains of a Than Phak Kan demonic beast, discovered in the frozen mountain range. Elder Tan was speaking when he was suddenly interrupted by someone calling a price, their voice decisive. "It contains extreme cold within 100. It was to Truong Than, holding up the bidding paddle. She did it again, making everyone quite frustrated. Her voice was a whisper. "I bid 1,000,000 spirit stones." Koning Yet Han and Li Truong Sin were so surprised they couldn't hide their emotions, speaking one after another, their voices full of disbelief. 1,000,000 spirit stones. Is that white-haired girl crazy? Our sect's annual expenditure is only about 1,000,000. and that's equal to a single demonic beast skeleton. This is unbelievable. Tunam glanced over and criticized to Trung Than, her voice contemptuous. Is the person in private room number 7 an idiot? In an auction, once a bid is made, it cannot be retracted. If she can't produce that many spirit stones, according to the auction's rules, everyone here has the right to pursue the matter. To Trung Than seemed to be very concerned about those words. Trung Than asked fearfully, her voice timid. 1 million? Is that not allowed? Elder Tan didn't hesitate and jumped at this juicy opportunity, his voice excited. Of course it's allowed. 1 million going once, 1 million going twice. I don't think anyone will bid higher than that. Elder Tan concluded, I declare that the demonic beast skeleton belongs to the guest in private room number 7. After hearing the announcement, Trung Than felt a great sense of relief, as if a burden had been lifted. Over here, Little Master felt that something was amiss and raised a finger to calculate. Tranda continued to drink his tea calmly, as if he was fine and had nothing to worry about. How many zeros are in 1 million? Master, is little Trung Than's bidding like this really not a problem? It's fine, let her be. It's just a small amount. Elder Tan hadn't said anything yet when Trung Than suddenly shouted, Next is 1 million. Elder Tan said nothing more. Sold. Just like that, countless items were sold for the astronomical price of 1 million. Truly a big spender. Just like that. After a while, Trung Than's throat became dry, so she had to drink water to regain her strength. Tranda gently reprimanded her, while Little Master was helpless. I told you to bid, not to shout until your voice is hoarse. How many things has little Trung Than bid on? I don't remember either. There are too many to count. Subscribe to the Lala School channel to not miss any exciting videos. Elder Tan approached, bowing, his voice trembling. Esteemed guests, the auction has concluded. Please proceed to settle the payment for the spirit stones. Tranda and Trung Than entered the payment room, where the items were already carefully packed. Seeing them, everyone started chattering, making Trung Than scared and huddle closer to him like a kitten. White-haired cultivators are very rare. Are they father and daughter? Do you think they might be from a demonic sect? Master, the bidder was that girl, right? She practically swept up all the auction items. Every time, she bid 1 million. If she can't produce that much money, there's going to be a good show. The auction held by the Van Long Merchant Guild has been going on for many years, and it seems no one has dared to default. After all, they have a Tian Yan backing them. Elder Tan respectfully clasped his hands behind his back and stroked his beard, saying in a solemn voice, Esteemed guests, the items you have won in this auction total 64 pieces, for a grand total of 63.1 million spirit stones. May I ask how you would like to pay? We can provide treasure, appraisal, and spirit transportation services. Tranda said nonchalantly, his voice as if it were nothing, I don't have any spirit stones. The people below immediately started chattering and cursing, like a broken market. No spirit stones? Are you kidding? So these two came to cause trouble? I knew it. Tens of millions of spirit stones. Which sect can just casually take that out? This is going to be interesting today. According to the rules, we can prepare to seize the treasures. If they can't produce this amount of money, they will have to become slaves. Now that I look closely, that white-haired girl is very beautiful. I want her. Tunam sat in a corner, quietly observing and judging, her voice contemptuous. Two idiots. The Van Long Merchant Guild is backed by the Tian Nan, the Nam High Sword Saint. It seems the person who locked onto us earlier was someone from the Merchant Guild using their divine sense to check the private rooms, which caused an external effect and led to a misunderstanding. We were overthinking it. Tiu Nam was suddenly startled by a realization. Tranda was smiling faintly, looking somewhere. Tiu Nam thought he was looking at her and smiling. It can't be. The person looking at us. Could it be? Elder Tan angrily summoned someone, his voice cold. Daoist Master, don't joke around. The owner of our merchant guild is one of the 5 great Tian Yan. I hope you won't make things difficult for us. If you can't produce the spirit stones and settle the auction payment, we will have to follow the rules. Trung Than sensed a threat and stepped forward. Trung Than drew her sword, her voice firm and decisive. You are not allowed to insult my master. Tranda placed a hand on Trung Than's shoulder to stop her. He stepped forward and performed a magic spell, as if to produce something. Mundane things like spirit stones, I truly don't have. Tranda smiled gently and performed a magic spell to take something out. But you said treasures can be used as a substitute. Then let's see how many spirit stones this thing is worth. The room was filled with green, spiritual energy radiating from him. It made everyone exclaim in shock, their voices filled with terror. This is... The large gem in Tranda's hand shone with extreme intensity, like a miniature sun. The spreading light blinded Tunam, forcing her to cover her eyes. Lai Chuangxin was terrified and at the same time realized something. He instinctively shouted, "The pressure of a Tiannan Khan." From the outside, a great force could be seen piercing through the roof, shooting straight into the sky and then spreading out like fireworks. In a corner somewhere, a beautiful girl was sitting with her legs crossed, watching the display of power and judging, her voice filled with interest. "Oh, a new Tianyan?" She was the Tiannan of the Uyen Mavuk, the Night Empress. In another clear blue sea, a young man smiled faintly, his voice mysterious. "Ha! The Tiannan of the Dao Kung Vuk, the Nam High Sword Saint." Even in the heavens, the Bodhisattva was watching. The mortal realm is a spectacle. How virtuous, Bodhisattva Thien Fa To. Subscribe to the La 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 School channel to not miss any exciting videos. The entire building radiated a terrifyingly bright light. Even those outside could see how terrifying it was. Isn't that the Van Long Merchant Guild's shop? What on earth happened? The spiritual pressure is so strong. I can barely breathe. Subscribe to the La La School channel to not miss any exciting videos. After the performance was over, he turned and tossed it back to Elder Tan to handle, his voice indifferent. "You can appraise it yourselves. The excess is useless. Return it." Next, Tranda tossed another ring towards Tu Truong Than and said, "Put the auctioned items in it. Let's go." "It's a storage ring." "Yes, master." Elder Tan was so scared he had to lie down to try and catch the gem. The soldiers were surprised. Elder Tan, sir." "Thank goodness I caught it." Tranda turned to leave. The people inside started chattering again like a stirred-up beehive. That white-haired Taoist just now, what was that thing he condensed? In that moment, I felt like my soul was about to be crushed. Oh my God, that scared me to death. The soldiers, not understanding the importance of the gem, said, "Elder Tan, are you just going to let them leave like that? Can this gem really be worth 60 million? Elder Tan shouted angrily, "What do you know? This is a heavenly spirit jade." "A heavenly spirit jade?" Elder Tan explained enthusiastically. Back then, when the Sword Saint was still at the Fanfach Can, it was because he obtained a fragmented heavenly spirit jade left by an ancient mighty figure that he was able to defeat the experts from various sects who besieged him and become a Tiannan of this region. The heavenly spirit jade can not only ignore cultivation realms and release a full power strike of a Tianyan can, but if one can comprehend the remnant Tianyan aura within it, one might even have a chance to advance to the Tiannan Kan. How can a priceless treasure like this be compared to mundane things like spirit stones? Elder Tan bowed his head, his mind racing. He was certain this was a very tricky situation. That white-haired Taoist is definitely a powerful Tianyan. He's not to be trifled with. Quick, arrange for manpower. I want to return to the main headquarters immediately. Tunam watched from a distance and felt a bit nervous. The person who just locked onto us with their divine sense, could it be that man? Than Swang replied, "I can't be sure. But if it is, then we're in trouble. We've both died once before. My intuition tells me that man's cultivation is far beyond the Tiannan Kan." Than Swang didn't bother beating around the bush and materialized to speak directly with Tunam. "Whether it is or not, we must leave quickly. Let's go to the Tianma mountain range first. The appearance of a fifth Tiannan in Annam Tianma will quickly spread. If this world falls into chaos, it will be very disadvantageous for us." Tianam heard this and whimpered, "I want to go too. My legs have turned to jelly." Than Swang and Tunam started their usual banter. "And you say you were a notorious demon lord in your past life. To be scared to the point of your legs turning to jelly by a Tiannan's pressure. Aren't you ashamed? Is your brain in your chest? If you have the guts, try it yourself. Damn it, if I had known, I wouldn't have sat so close to the auction stage." All right, let's get out of here first and talk later. Time passed slowly, and 3 days went by in a flash. Tu Trong Than was still holed up in her room, diligently cultivating, determined to level up. Meanwhile, the poor little master was shivering from the cold, curled up in a ball on Tranda's head, and let out a loud sneeze. Little Master began to sing a song of complaint to Tranda. "Master, really? You threw little Truong Than to me and then hid in your room for days. Who's the master here anyway?" Suddenly, a dark thought flashed through Little Master's mind. "Wait a minute, Master kicked me out to be alone. Could it be that he's doing something in there that he can't tell others? As a system concerned about its host's health, it's very reasonable for me to check. No. No sooner said than done. I, Little Master, flew right to the front of Tranda's door and made an introduction like a professional MC. Hello everyone, I am Little Master, your special correspondent for today. Today, I'm here to unveil. I don't know where Little Master got the microphone, but it looked very sneaky, just like a reporter hunting for a scoop. The secret of Taoist Master for everyone. Who knew, in the room, Tranda was still sound asleep, which greatly disappointed Little Master. What, so Master was just sleeping? I thought an existence of his level didn't need rest. Little Master tiptoed like a thief, crept to the bedside, and peeked at some books. Even when sleeping, he has to keep them by his bed. The books that Taoist Master reads, could they be the legendary divine-grade cultivation techniques? But when she looked closely at the book titles, Little Master almost fainted, her face clearly showing her dissatisfaction. What? Education guidebook? Loving education? The principle of a bright example. In the end, Little Master had to give up dejectedly because there was nothing as exciting as she had hoped. Master seems to have said before that he's never taken a disciple, so he's secretly studying. Is that why he didn't want Little Master to know? Little Master crept closer and sat down, smiling at Tranda. Just then, only one strand of hair was left on its head. Although Master often bullies me, we are still considered partners. Little Master will definitely make you the most formidable Saint Master of the heavens. So, Master can trust Little Master more. Although I may not be of much help for now, at least, what was not wanted came to pass. The alarm clock's ringing startled Little Master. Ah, the time Master set. Why did it have to be now? Tranda, who was sleeping, heard the bell and swung his hand, hitting Little Master on the head with a thwack. He sat up, his face reproachful, while Little Master was in so much pain that smoke came out. An alarm clock should have the self-awareness of an alarm clock. Why are you in here instead of outside? Little Master held its head and apologized in a small voice. Master, I was wrong. I promise I will never reveal that you secretly read education books. Hearing that, he was surprised. Education? Did you misunderstand something? Tranda looked at the books again and explained, I wrote these books. Not paying any more attention, Tranda put on his robe and said, the mission requires Trong Than to accept a disciple. With her current personality, I don't think it's possible. I've written down my thoughts. Perhaps it will be useful for Truong Than. Let's go. Little Master thought to herself, this is a big problem. A really big problem. A book written by Master on how to teach disciples. Why do I have such a bad feeling? He and Tu Trong Than were riding on the back of a white dragon, flying towards the Thienma mountain range. Tranda explained in detail. For this training in the Thienma mountain range, I will always be watching. You just need to focus on training and improving your strength. I understand, disciple. Also, there's another condition for this training. During the process, you need to find someone to do it with you. Tu Trong Than still didn't quite understand. A partner? Little Master, sitting on Truong Than's head, quickly explained, Master wants you to team up. With your social anxiety, that is. Tranda patted to Truong Than's head and said gently, you still can't control your profound yin body well in combat. The unconscious release of yin energy will affect those around you. You must use this opportunity to find a way to control your constitution. I will try my best. Good, then let's go. With that, Truong Than jumped off the dragon's back. Little Master looked on, curiously asking, Master, I have a question. Little Truong Than is only at the mortal extreme realm. She probably can't fly, right? I don't know. I've never taught her any flying techniques. Hearing this, Little Master immediately criticized, her tone as if she was right, dying before even graduating. I didn't expect the great demon ancestor to die from a fall. Mission undefeated. Master, let's go to the next world. What are you thinking? Trong Than landed on the ground, shattering a large area. Above, Little Master was still justifying her sass. Just kidding, just kidding. Truong Than lay tragically on the ground, her nose bleeding, but her eyes were very determined. I will definitely not let Master down. At the Tianla mountain range, Than Suang was discussing world affairs with Tiunam. Right now, the entire Tianla Joy is discussing that white-haired man. The mysterious Tiannan of unknown origin has caused too much of a stir, and the Daoku Vuk has already taken action. I heard that the monks from the Bothian Vuk are also heading to Hoa Duong Than. Than Suang continued while Tiunam struggled to bite a piece of dry food. The demon race, the beast race, and also the demonic sects will surely take action. If you want to get that item in such a mixed situation of good and bad, the danger is very high. Tiunam heard this and became annoyed. Hey, why am I so unlucky? The magic artifact in the mountain range was supposed to be known by only a few people. Now it's great, damn it. The entire Thien La Joy is paying attention to this place. Tunam forcefully tore a piece of dry food and chewed it furiously. Than Swang advised, "Anam, a man's life. Life has its ups and downs. We've lived 2 lives. We should be a little more modest. Go away. If it weren't for that white-haired man causing a stir and provoking the great Tiannan elders, I would have snuck in, taken the treasure, and been long gone." Suddenly, a large beast paw appeared, startling both of them. Than Shuang and Tunam were on high alert. And Nam. I know. The demonic beast's eyes glowed as if it was thirsty for blood. It carelessly shouted, "From Ingwiet Lan." Tunam stood up and looked at it with disdain, holding her sword provocatively. "Just a Lin Hai Khan demonic beast, watch me." Suddenly, from a distance, a figure was running towards them very quickly. With a whoosh. Tunam was startled. What? Tu Trong Than rushed forward, flying past Tunam. With a single move, the demonic beast was cut in half, as easy as pie. Tu Trong Than landed on the ground and coldly counted 18th. Tunam realized who it was and shouted, "It's you!" Tu Trong Than asked back, her voice emotionless. "You know me?" Tunam resentfully recounted the story of the auction, her voice full of bitterness. The young lady at the auction who threw money around like it was nothing. And that heavenly spirit pearl that awed the entire Hoa Duong Than. Is there anyone in the Thien La Joie now who doesn't know you? That's right, where is that white-haired Taoist? Tu Truong Than walked over, did something to the demonic beast, and then answered Tunam. "Master? He's not here right now." Tunam scratched her face, turned away, and muttered, "So you two are master and disciple." Tunam sensed something was wrong. Her intuition told her to run. She ran away so fast that the snow flew up, not even having time. "Then I won't disturb you from fighting monsters. I'll be on my way. Bye-bye." After running for a distance, Than Swang came out and said, "I don't sense that Taoist's aura." Tunam angrily cursed, "Damn it, don't let me run into them again and again. Damn it, I'm so unlucky. Don't say any more. Run." I always have a feeling that getting involved with these two will lead to big trouble. Aren't I running now? Tu Trong Than took out the demonic beast's inner core and glanced behind her. Truong Than remembered her master's teaching. During your training, you need to find someone to do it with you. Than Swang immediately warned, her voice urgent. "And Nam, behind you." Truong Than was chasing closely behind, making An Nam's eyes pop out. "Damn it, don't you come over here!" Little Master on top was cheering enthusiastically. "Little Truong Than, come on!" "One festa. Is that girl with the 2-bun ponytail the intended grand disciple of your master?" "I don't see anything special about her," Tranda explained. "They are the transmigrators of the Tien La Joie." "Transmigrators? Them? Weren't there supposed to be only one?" Tranda spoke directly, without beating around the bush. "The other transmigrator is a soul, residing in the ring on her hand." He revealed his original plan. "Instead of letting them become a variable, it's better to grasp them in my palm from the very beginning." Tunam ran until she was exhausted, lying down and panting heavily. I can't run anymore." Trung Than sat down next to Tunam and asked directly, "What do you want?" To Truong Than explained briefly, "I need a companion for my training." Tunam sat up and asked back, her voice full of doubt, "Don't you have that master of yours already? With a Thien Nan protecting you like that, there's nothing in the Thien La mountain range that can hurt you." To Truong Than said again, "For this training in the Tien La mountain range, Master will not interfere unless a special situation arises. That's what Master said." Tunam slapped her face, her expression full of dissatisfaction. "So we were being followed from the very beginning. That Taoist must be watching from somewhere. Damn it, what kind of karma did I get myself into?" Than Shuang comforted her with a gentle voice. "On Nam, there's a saying that if it's a blessing, it's not a disaster. And if it's a disaster, you can't avoid it. Why don't we just go with the flow? If we anger that Thien Nan, we'll be done for too." Tunam heard this and wanted to flip out, screaming in her heart, "You don't have a physical body, so it's easy for you to stand there and talk. If that Taoist is a pervert, damn it, I'll sell you out first." Tunam said to Truong Than with a slightly helpless voice, "I understand. For now, I'll be your companion." Tu Truong Than held out her hand. Tunam didn't understand. Tu Truong Than explained, "A handshake. Master taught me." Tunam stood up, her hands on her hips, looking arrogant but also a bit resigned. "Fine, a handshake it is. My name is Tunam. I hope to learn a lot from you in this training." My name is Trung Thank." Truong Than thought happily to herself, "Master, oh Master, your disciple has found a companion." At the same time, in a deeper part of the Tien La mountain range, corpses were scattered everywhere. A truly gruesome sight. A gloomy smoke spread out. It seemed someone was speaking, their voice full of resentment. Greed is the root of all human sin. These people have forgotten who protected the Thien La Joie, who allowed them to live in peace for 1,000 years. A cold coffin appeared. Another voice rang out, full of contempt. Those fools you protected now dare to disturb your sleep. I won't let them get their way. From within the dark magic, a pair of legs gradually appeared. Didn't you want to obtain me? A mysterious, dark figure walked amidst the dark magic. It said, its tone as if bestowing a favor, then come. All you fools must stay here and be buried with her. A huge snowstorm suddenly appeared, covering the entire area in white. Lai Truong Sin and Koniget Han felt that something was not right. What is this? Such a sudden snowstorm. It seems the rumors are true. Over here, Truong Than and Tu Nam were starting a fire and also found it strange, their faces bewildered. What is that? It actually awakened ahead of schedule. Little Master said to him immediately, her voice somewhat excited, Master, look over there. It's a little earlier than expected. From the mouth of the mountain, a large red pillar of light pierced through the clouds, shining brightly, blinding the eyes. Tu Nam and Truong Than stood up to observe, their expressions tense. Tu Nam cursed under her breath, her teeth chattering. Damn it, it's so cold. A sudden snowstorm. Than Swang explained, this magic artifact is inherently a yin and evil object. The yin energy it emits is not simple. You must be careful to resist it. Don't let the evil yin enter your body. I know, even if you don't tell me. Tu Nam looked at Tu Truong Than standing there and was confused. This girl isn't affected at all? Tu Nam asked, her voice trembling. I say, aren't you cold? Tu Truong, Than replied without hesitation, coolly. Not cold. Did your master give you some kind of yin energy blocking artifact? Truong Than lifted her clothes to show Tu Nam a strange seal on her abdomen and explained, no, I have a pure yin body. Master said all yin and evil energy will be absorbed and converted into my spiritual power. So I don't feel cold. What's wrong? Tu Nam and Than Swang were surprised and shouted in unison, their faces filled with disbelief. Pure yin body! Truong Than unhesitatingly reached out to Tu Nam. If you feel cold, you can come stand next to me. I will absorb all the cold yin aura. Maybe that will make you a little warmer. Tu Nam still tried to act noble, even though she was shivering like a leaf. What nonsense are you talking about? You're just a little girl at the mortal realm. I'm very powerful. How could I be affected by a little cold air? Tu Nam was talking when she suddenly sneezed from the cold, a natural reaction that she couldn't deny. Truong Than held Tu Nam's hand and said without hesitation, the cold here is not normal. This way, it's not cold, right? Tu Nam suddenly realized that the disgusting cold yin aura seemed to have disappeared. Huh, that's strange. Tu Nam gritted her teeth and endured the humiliation, screaming in her heart. I was a notorious demon lord with some fame in the heavens back then, yet I'm being helped by a little girl. Than Swang appeared and added some obvious words, as if to say, the wise man knows his place. This girl actually has the legendary pure yin body. Not only was she not raised as a cultivation vessel, but she also grew up to be a person. That Taoist must value her very much. Don't be naive. I know. Above, Little Master was very happy for Truong Than, almost wanting to throw a party. Little Truong Than has successfully made a friend. The progress so far is very smooth. Not a bad performance. The real training is just beginning. Tran Da seemed to see something and got excited, his eyes shining. It's here. In the sky, a beam of light flashed and headed straight for them. Than Swang warned, her voice filled with caution. A Nam, a powerful sword tip wrapped in golden power, is silent. It came roaring in. Tu Nam immediately hugged Tu Truong Than and jumped away, her reflexes as fast as lightning. Both of them were lucky to dodge a fatal blow. A close call. Tu Truong Than looked at the powerful attack before her and asked, what happened? Tu Nam warned, her voice urgent. Be careful. There's an enemy. Tu Nam suddenly felt something was wrong. A bad premonition came over her. This is bad. The long spear from just now plunged into the ground. Tu Nam shouted, that spear is the O Kim Po Sondai Thuong. Its owner's hand appeared, with a very imposing aura. The strong-looking middle-aged man stood up, twirled his spear, and praised them, his voice a bit arrogant. To be able to dodge that one spear of mine, you two have some skill. Tu Nam recognized him immediately, her face changing. It's you, Sai Than. This middle-aged man is the Golden Spear King, Sai Than, at the mid-stage of the Fan Fac Can. I thought I was the fastest. I didn't expect someone to be ahead of me. And it's two young ladies. Thun Swang analyzed based on the intelligence she had gathered. According to the intelligence gathered earlier, Sai Than is the king of the Hao Chu dynasty of the Dao Kuvuk, a true genius. Even if we combine our strength, we are no match for him. Tu Nam's face contorted in annoyance as she muttered, "Mid-stage than Fah Khan, holy maiden, Taoist prodigy, golden spear, king. The person I least want to run into is this guy." Thun Swang added, her voice calculating, "However, I heard that this Sai Than is not greedy for wealth, only for women. If you go and seduce him, you might have a chance to escape." Tu Nam couldn't stand it and immediately cursed back, "Damn you, he's so ugly and you want me to seduce him? Compared to using my charms on this ugly guy, I'd rather be a maid for that white-haired Taoist." Suddenly, Truong Than rushed forward, so fast that Tu Nam couldn't stop her. "Hey, you!" Truong Than rushed forward at an incredibly fast speed, like an arrow, and thrust her sword with great force. But unfortunately, Sai Than dodged the blow. He truly lived up to his reputation as a master. Sai Than was excited, a spark of interest in his eyes. Cold energy, interesting, but unfortunately, with a single swing of his sword, Sai Than sent Truong Than flying. His mouth didn't forget to mock. Too weak. Truong Than landed gently, but her face was still cold. Sai Than found it amusing and sneered. "Upon closer inspection, she's also a little beauty. I really don't want to kill you." Sai then twirled his weapon, preparing to attack, his voice full of confidence. "After knocking her out, I'll take her back with me." Sai then aimed countless spear tips at Truong Than, his killing intent overflowing. Truong Than's eyes widened, and it took her a few seconds to compose herself and prepare for battle. Truong Than immediately swung her sword and used a shield to block the attack, but the shield was about to crack, and the situation was critical. The shield shattered, and Truong Than was sent flying, looking miserable. Tu Nam, standing outside, was worried and thought, "This is not good." Truong Than sat slumped on the ground, coughing up blood and unable to stand. Her injuries were not light. Truong Than propped herself up with her sword, struggling to stand, but still resilient. Sai Than continued to provoke, his voice indulgent. "Well, if you agree to become the 375th concubine in my harem, I can spare your life." Truong Than tremblingly raised her sword, determined to fight to the end. Truong Than, though exhausted and tattered, still stood firm with a heroic spirit. Sai Than's face darkened, and he sneered with a contemptuous tone. "Oh, still want to continue? Not bad. White-haired girl, you've successfully caught my attention. A woman like you is worth conquering. I hope you can be just as fierce in bed." Suddenly, a voice made Sai then pause, its tone full of surprise. "Wait a minute." Tu Nam took off her outer robe and spoke sweet words, as sweet as honey. "Everyone says the Golden Spear King is dashing, and his martial arts are superb. My sister and I have admired you for a long time, but unfortunately, we haven't had the chance to meet. Today, seeing you in person for the first time, my sister is a little excited. I wonder if you could calm down a bit." Tu Nam's gaze suddenly became unusually seductive. She was truly a master of flirting. "Please listen to me." Sai Than was immediately captivated by Tu Nam's enchanting beauty. A hero truly has a hard time with a beautiful woman. Tu Nam stood closer, whispering honeyed words into Sai Than's ear, her voice sweet. Among the younger generation of the Tianlajoi today, who doesn't know the fame of the Golden Spear King, the Holy Maiden, and the Taoist prodigy? It's just, in my eyes, you are much more important than the Holy Maiden and the Taoist prodigy. Who knows how high they think they are? They are just basking in the glory of their sex, unlike you who single-handedly swept through the major sects of the Tianlajoi and made a name for yourself. Sai Than fell for the trap. His face flushed, and he spoke with an air of superiority. "You have good judgment. The Taoist prodigy and the Holy Maiden are nothing. They are no match for me." Tu Nam clasped her hands, gently placing them on her chest, looking seductive, her voice coy. "So, could you do me a favor and not bother with my little sister? Take both of us into your harem." What Sai Than saw now were Tu Nam's two giant melons, along with her sweet words, like pouring honey into his ears. "My sister and I will definitely be obedient and serve you well together, all right? Subscribe to the Lala School channel to not miss any exciting videos." Sai Than's face was steaming, and he couldn't hold back any longer. He immediately agreed, his voice full of excitement. "Both of you together? Haha, all right, all right. As long as you follow me, I'll give you whatever you want." Tu Nam suddenly reached out her hand, her voice full of hidden meaning. "You'll give me anything? Coincidentally, there's something I want. What is it? Tell me quickly. Even if it's a star in the sky, I'll pluck it down for you." Tuonam tightly grasped Scython's hand and said directly without any hesitation, "I want your life." Seeing the opportunity, Tuonam immediately called out, her voice filled with determination. Thon swung, body-binding art. Suddenly, an extremely powerful magic spell appeared. Scython's face went blank, as if to say, "Hello?" He didn't even have time to react. "Damn you. Go to hell." A cloud of poisonous smoke emanated from Scython's face, looking horrifying. 9 immortals poison burst. After that move, Tuonam jumped away and cursed, her voice full of glee. "You damn monkey head." Tuonam pouted, annoyed, and muttered, "Saying so many flirtatious words makes me sick to my stomach. Go see the king of hell." Thon Swang warned, her voice urgent, "Nam, be careful." The spear was rapidly approaching, its momentum fierce. The spear hit Tuonam, causing her pain. Scython clutched his face in pain and shouted, his voice full of resentment, "You bitch, go to hell!" Tuonam clutched her waist and was sent flying to a nearby pile of rocks, looking miserable. Tu Truong Than was startled and worried, her face changing. Thon Swang asked, her voice full of concern, "And Nam, are you all right?" Tuonam replied with difficulty, her voice weak. "A few ribs are broken. I'm not dead yet." Scython clutched the ruined half of his face and shouted angrily, his tone crazed, "Bitch! You damn bitch! How dare you sneak attack me!" The hateful spear shot forward rapidly with Scython's resentment. "I will cut you into 1,000 pieces!" Thon Swang immediately said with a firm voice, "Let me block it." Tuonam closed her eyes and accepted her fate, seemingly out of options. It's too late. Trong Than suddenly rushed forward, as fast as the wind. Although it was very close, Trong Than still blocked the blow perfectly. She really couldn't be underestimated. Trong Than vomited blood after that blow. Her injuries were not light. The spear pierced through her. Fortunately, Tuonam and Trong Than still managed to dodge in time. A close call. Trong Than's sword flew away, and the situation became increasingly unfavorable. Trong Than fell to the ground, no longer able to fight. Tuonam shouted her name in despair, "Tu Truong Than!" Scython reached out his other hand and used another magic spell, sneering with a venomous voice, "You two bitches dare to ruin my face. I will make you regret being born into this world." A large magic circle appeared. Scython shouted, his voice filled with extreme hatred, "I will definitely crush every single bone in your bodies. Your sect, your relatives, your friends. I will definitely kill them all." Subscribe to the Lala School channel to not miss any exciting videos. Tuonam recognized it immediately, her face pale. "A spatial magic artifact! This is not good!" The large circle was so big that even those outside the Tianla mountain range could see it. The soldiers were all stunned. "This is not good! It's the teleportation artifact on the prince! The prince has a proud temperament. If he summoned us, he must be in extremely grave danger. Let's go!" Scython grimaced and sneered, looking dangerous and saying with a threatening voice, "You two bitches just wait. When my useless subordinates get here, I'll definitely make you wish you were dead." Tuonam brandished her sword. Thon Swang then said with a worried voice, "And Nam, what do you want to do? Damn it, we've already become enemies. I won't be satisfied until I kill him. Don't be foolish. If you don't leave, when his guards arrive, everyone will have to die." Tuonam charged forward, shouting with a suicidal determination. "Then let him die first." Scython's spear aimed and blocked Tuonam's attack. A fiery confrontation. Sai then swung his arm. He grabbed Tuonam's neck tightly and said with satisfaction, "Caught you, bitch." Tuonam struggled to call out to Truong Than, her voice breaking. To Truong Than, "What are you waiting for?" Tuonam screamed, her voice hoarse. "Do it now!" Immediately, Truong Than had appeared behind Scython without him knowing, unbelievably fast. Tuonam screamed in pain, her voice filled with agony. To Truong Than, "Do it now!" Truong Than, as fast as lightning, had appeared behind Sai, then like a shadow, and delivered a fatal sword thrust into him, making him let go. A finishing blow. Tuonam fell to the ground, panting with exhaustion. Thon Swang asked with a worried voice, "Cough, cough. That was too risky." "Cough, cough. If you don't uproot the weed, it will cause endless trouble." After that thrust, Tu Truong Than also collapsed. Tuonam shouted, her voice filled with panic. "Tu Truong Than," Thon Swang urged, her voice urgent. "We can't delay any longer. If we wait for people to arrive, none of us will be able to escape." Tuonam shouted, spitting out blood, her voice filled with exhaustion. "I know." Tuonam looked at Truong Than and thought to herself, her voice a little sad. To Truong Than, "If you die, your master will surely fly into a rage and avenge you." destroying the Thien Haimon. That way the Taoist attention won't be on them. Tionam turned her face away, her voice a little cold. We're just strangers who met by chance. Don't blame me. Up here, Little Master was anxiously reporting the situation to the Master. Master, I've sealed off this area of space as you instructed. That person's subordinates have been teleported into outer space. The cup he was holding was the Earth-rank artifact, the Li Bok Nok Thuong. Trenda closed his eyes, slightly angry, and snorted. If this Golden Spear King had faced them alone, I would not have interfered. This was originally their trial. A strong light radiated from his body. Trenda angrily crushed the cup and shouted, "A then Fach Can, facing a mortal realm and a Lin Hai Can. When your skills are inferior, you want to call for backup to gang up on them? Then don't blame me for being impolite." Little Master produced a fan and advised with a gentle voice, "Master, calm down. It's all right, it's all right. Little Truong Than is only slightly injured. You can heal her with a casual wave of your hand." Trenda closed his eyes and replied calmly, "I know. Getting injured during training is inevitable." He wrote something in the air and said cruelly, with a decisive voice, "If the training is over, there's no need to keep this person alive." What, that guy isn't dead yet? Sai Than lay in the middle of the snow, his eyes wide open, seemingly still in shock. Sai Than coughed up some blood in pain, looking miserable. Sai Than clutched his stomach angrily, his voice full of resentment. "Damn it! When I return to the Thien Hai Mon, I will definitely destroy the sex of both you bitches. Why haven't those useless trash arrived yet?" Suddenly, the ground shook. An earthquake? From the ground, rocks began to rise, a strange sight. Tall stone pillars stood firm before Scython's astonished eyes. "This is a spell. Who is it?" Trenda clenched his fist decisively, his voice cold. "You are not qualified to know." The stone pillars fell, piercing straight through Sai, then without any mercy. Little Master stood to the side in fear and muttered, "This time, he's definitely dead." After finishing the job, Little Master spoke to Trenda, her voice slightly relieved. Luckily, you didn't destroy the entire Tianmajioi. That scared me to death. It was just a little mischief. And to dare to face an enemy several times stronger than herself with just a mortal realm cultivation. Truong Than's fierce determination is something even Thien Pham lacks. And the other two girls, knowing they couldn't retreat, still didn't. They even set a trap, first using seduction and then a sneak attack, which is also commendable. Although they failed, judging from the results, they can be considered to have passed the trial. Trenda's face darkened again. He looked into the distance, his voice mysterious. The path ahead is the real trial. What interesting things will happen between the future demon ancestor and the transmigrator? I'm really looking forward to it. Tionam was running for her life, constantly muttering, "Damn it, I'm just a busybody, just too soft-hearted." Tionam carried Truong Than on her back, running and complaining, her voice full of exhaustion. "Is this girl a pig? She looks so skinny. Why is she so heavy?" Than Shuang said bluntly, without any reservation, "If she's heavy, then put her down." Tionam firmly refused to let go and replied, her voice full of righteousness, "I spit on that. I, Tionam, whether in my past life or this life, have never owed anyone a favor. She saved my life once. How can I just leave her?" Than Shuang was happy, her voice cheerful. "This is also why I sought you out as a partner. Go away. If you weren't a spirit body, I'd immediately throw this girl on you, believe it or not." Tionam continued to run, but still asked, her voice a little worried, "What's the situation now?" Than Shuang turned back to look, then reported, "No one is chasing us. It seems we've shaken them off." Tionam accidentally tripped on a protruding tree root. What bad luck. Both of them tumbled down with a cry. Tionam cursed. "Damn it!" Tionam stood up and rubbed her head in dissatisfaction, muttering like an old woman. "What have I done to deserve this? Unlucky in both lives, damn it." Suddenly, Tionam saw something, her eyes widening. Streams of power were converging, a magical sight. The streams of light were healing Truong Than. Tionam shouted, her voice full of astonishment, Hey, a Swang, this can't be." Tionam sat down and asked Than Shuang. Than Shuang replied, her voice a little hesitant. Hey, a Swang, this can't be like this. Could it be a breakthrough?" Above, Little Master and Trenda were still watching them. Little Master panicked, her voice shrill. Master, this is not good!" Little Truong Than's life signs are constantly dropping. If this continues, it's fine. This is a sign that she's about to break through. Under the stimulation of the pure yang body, a large amount of yin energy was poured into her body. After the recent battle, she could no longer suppress the spiritual power in her body. Tranda's face remained cold as he said calmly, "Just watch. I've never seen a pure yin body condense a Linhai before." Truongthan's body began to show some signs, with streams of energy surrounding her. Tunam covered her face from the cold wind. Than Swang stood silently watching, thinking to herself, "This white-haired girl wants to break through to the Linhai Khan in a place like this? She's absorbing a large amount of yin energy from this mountain range. If she continues, she will attract the attention of those righteous sects." The demonic beast looked at Tunam with bloodthirsty eyes, a large pack of them. Tunam clutched her waist, her body slightly exhausted, and stood up to protect Truongthan, cursing the demonic beasts, her voice full of anger. "Damn it, you damn beasts, appearing at a time like this." Than Swang appeared and reminded Tunam. Tunam still pretended to be fine, her voice trying to sound strong. "And Nam, your injuries. Just a few demonic beasts. I can handle them." The demonic beast charged forward, an uneven battle about to begin. As Tunam stepped forward, she excitedly said to Truongthan, her voice full of confidence, "White-haired girl, now it's my turn to perform. It's a pity you can't see my heroic appearance." Tunam swung her sword and slashed the nearest one, asking it with a provocative tone, "You're the most aggressive, right? I'll cut you first." Another demonic beast sneak attacked from behind. Fortunately, Tunam dodged it. A close call. The old wound on her waist started to ache slightly, and the situation was getting worse. Tunam still stood firm, twirling a lock of hair and saying with a slightly smug voice, Tunam." Tunam whipped her hair at the demonic beasts with a powerful strike and then shouted, her voice full of anger, "I hate small furry animals like you the most. Cyclone unfolding. Violent slaughter, great wind slash." The demonic beasts couldn't withstand a single blow and fell in a heap. It was truly a powerful move. Than Swang, seeing the strange technique, asked with a curious voice, "When did you learn this move? I've never seen you use it." Tunam stood with difficulty, bragging, her voice a little smug. "I am extremely intelligent. I can execute a technique with just a flick of my wrist. I just made it up on the spot." The demonic beasts were still numerous, and they still looked at them with hungry eyes. Tunam told Than Swang, her voice a little serious, "Than Swang, in a moment, I'll find a chance to throw you out. You can run as far as you can." Tunam propped herself up with her sword, speaking as if her fate was sealed. Than Swang argued back, her voice a bit resentful, "My luck has always been bad. Don't look for me in the next life." "What nonsense are you talking about? You only get one reincarnation. Concentrate. Subscribe to the Lala School channel to not miss any exciting videos." From afar, Tranda and Little Master were still watching them. Little Master assessed, her voice tinged with admiration. "That little girl's skills are not bad. No wonder she caught Master's eye to be little Truongthan's disciple. Unfortunately, she's only at the peak of the Linhai realm and is also injured." Below, Tunam continued to fight relentlessly while Truongthan was still breaking through. He assessed them, his voice calm. Truongthan's act of devouring a large amount of yin energy has attracted demonic beasts within a 10-mile radius. Among them are a few at the peak of the Thanfach Can. She won't last much longer. Then what should we do? Tranda coldly replied, his voice devoid of emotion. "This is a test. This is also the trial I have set for her. Of course, this is considered a sudden situation. Before the situation gets out of control, I will intervene. I also want to see how far Truongthan's disciple, my grand disciple, can go for a stranger she has only just met." Truongthan's body was freezing, an icy sensation enveloping her. Truongthan let out a sound of discomfort, seemingly in great pain. In her subconscious, Truongthan heard someone calling, a familiar voice, "Than Ni, Than Ni." From a distance, a strange figure called out, which Truongthan immediately recognized, her voice full of surprise. "Than Ni, over here, mother." That figure looked exactly like Truongthan's mother, a warm image. Truongthan ran to hug the figure, her eyes filled with tears, her voice choked with emotion. "Mother, I miss you so much." The figure suddenly started bleeding, its mouth hesitating, its voice full of pain. "I miss you too. Its entire face was bleeding. It reached out its hand to manipulate Truongthan, its voice filled with sorrow. But even now, it still hurts so much. The naive Truongthan still believed it, crying in pain, her voice filled with despair. "Mother, surely you haven't forgotten, right?" The bloody hands touched Truongthan's fear-filled face. A voice echoed, "How exactly did your beloved mother die?" The figure roared as if it wanted to possess Truong Than's pure soul, its voice filled with resentment. Not just your mother, but also your father, your brothers and sisters. Truong Than cried and clutched her head in pain. The shadow continued, its voice haunting. And also your loyal old servants, the little pets you raised. The shadow gloated at Truong Than's pain. It screamed and surrounded Truong Than, its voice full of blame. Because of you. It's all because of you. Your weakness caused them to die. You've never thought of revenge, have you? Truong Than was in agony, tears streaming down her face as she heard about them. The figure pressed Truong Than, its voice seductive. Come, give your body to me. If you give your body to me, I can help you get revenge. Kill everyone in the world. Truong Than seemed to have sunk into darkness, muttering, Revenge, that's right, revenge, give it to me, after all. The figure smiled faintly, but it was filled with sinister intent, its voice mysterious. Mother is you. It lifted Truong Than's chin and said, with false gentleness, its voice enchanting, In this world, no one will care about you anymore. Others will only hurt you. Only I can truly help you. Truong Than whispered to herself, her voice weak, No one will help me? Truong Than suddenly remembered the words from that day. A warm voice echoed, From today onwards, you are my second disciple. The warm image of him flooded Truong Than's mind like a ray of light. Truong Than realized it and said softly, her voice filled with determination, Liar. Truong Than waved her hand, and the magic returned. Truong Than was resolute, her voice firm. I will not give my body to you. The fake figure knew it was about to be exposed and stepped back, its voice threatening. What are you still struggling for? Besides me, everyone in this world is just after your pure yin body. Truong Than wiped her tears, her voice strong. No. Truong Than glanced back, determined. I still have my master. Truong Than's power exploded. She unleashed a blow, her voice filled with faith. I trust my master. Entering the Lin Hai Khan, the misty smoke gradually concealed the fake figure. It was disappearing. The figure still looked at Truong Than until the very end, and said angrily, its voice filled with bitterness. This time, you were lucky. But eventually, one day, I will still. Before it could finish, the figure was completely erased by the mist, leaving no trace behind. The sword was almost completely stained with blood and broken, a desolate scene. Beast carcasses were everywhere, lying in pools of blood, a truly horrifying sight. Truong Than slowly opened her eyes. A few drops of blood fell on her face. Tunam said, her voice weak, I told you, a white-haired girl like you. Tunam's face was covered in blood, looking down at Truong Than from above. Tunam shouted, her voice a bit annoyed, You can sleep like that. Are you born in the year of the pig? Truong Than sat up and quickly asked with a worried voice, What is this? Are you all right? Tunam was exhausted from fighting the demonic beasts. She sighed and said, her voice full of exhaustion, I can't fight anymore. Tunam closed her eyes, her voice weak. The remaining beasts are up to you. After saying that, she collapsed from exhaustion, completely out of energy. Truong Than immediately caught Tunam, calling out in confusion and worry, Tunam! Truong Than gently shook Tunam, trying to wake her up. At the same time, in the distance, the last demonic beast was approaching, a giant monster. Wake up! A large paw with sharp claws appeared, a terrifying sight. This demonic beast was called the Van Foch Can demonic beast, the Deep Snow Tiger King. It let out a terrifying roar, the sound echoing. Truong Than bowed her head in anger. A formidable blue power radiated from her body, her aura overflowing. Truong Than stood up, tightly gripping Tunam's sword in her hand, preparing for the final battle. Truong Than flew up, radiating a massive power that made the demonic beast hesitate to advance, an overwhelming presence. Witnessing the scene from afar, our little master's eyes lit up, and she exclaimed, It's a Van Foch Can demonic beast, and the spiritual energy little Truong Than is emitting. Tran Da still stood there, a professional analyst, the Lin Hai condensed by a pure yin body. So, this is what color it is. Interesting. Little Master turned around, her face filled with unconcealed confusion. What? Isn't little Truong Than's Lin Hai supposed to be yellow? Tranda maintained his cold expression and explained calmly, The Lin Hai is indeed a golden Lin Hai, but a slight mutation occurred during the condensation process when it fused with the pure yin energy in her body. That Van Foch Can demonic beast couldn't have handled her before she advanced, but after entering the Lin Hai Can, it's not certain. Tranda looked at Truong Than, who was preparing to fight seriously, his eyes filled with interest. Let me see just how much a pure yin body changes after advancing. The demonic beast didn't say much and instantly charged forward. Under its feet, lightning crackled like fireworks on New Year's Day. It was also quite impressive, helping it glide much faster. But that was still nothing compared to Truong Than. Truong Than leaned back, elegantly dodging the blow. Then he jumped back. Seeing this, the demonic beast increased its speed and rushed forward even faster. Truong Than didn't hesitate, took a stance, and shouted the name of her technique. Tai Em Nich Huyen. Truong Than swung her arm, and a powerful whirlwind shot out. Nguyet Luan! The demonic beast struggled to withstand the powerful gust of wind. Meanwhile, thousands of other demonic beasts began to freeze like statues, gradually solidifying. In the blink of an eye, all the demonic beasts had turned into giant blocks of ice. The alpha demonic beast was also slowly sinking into the ice block. Suddenly, it stood up and let out a long, loud roar, shattering the ice block as easily as breaking a piece of candy. Before he could even register what it was going to do next, it had already realized something was wrong. From the left, the demonic beast Truong Than was swinging her sword and rushing towards him, Taim Nik Huyen. Two long, powerful slashes swung down. Truong Than gracefully glided past the demonic beast and uttered a single, chilling word, bone annihilation. Instantly, the unlucky demonic beast had to bid farewell to this world. Or in other words, game over. Little Master, who had witnessed the entire thing, excitedly praised Truong Than non-stop. This move of little Truong Than is so cool, so amazing. Tranda continued to float there, continuing his analysis. After condensing her Linhai and feeling her spiritual power overflowing, she immediately used a technique from the Tai Amanich Huyen scroll to deal with the threat as quickly as possible. Tranda smiled faintly, pleased with the result before him. The girl with the two pigtails and the spirit body, even when they were exhausted, still didn't leave and continued to protect Truong Than. Whether they fear me or not, their perseverance is commendable. Their training this time, I am very satisfied. After dealing with the demonic beast, Truong Than immediately took out numerous types of medicine to heal Tiu Nam. You hold on, I'll find medicine for you right away. Little Master crossed her arms and smiled playfully, looking amused. It's rare to see Master so happy, but so many demonic beasts, and that big tiger too, all killed in an instant. This is too unchallenging. Hearing this, Tranda immediately replied, which surprised Little Master quite a bit. As my disciple, she naturally can't be wasted on small characters like these. Let's go, Little Master. Tranda flew away. Little Master followed, looking confused and asking, Master, where are you going? Truong Than took out all sorts of medicines and poured them all over the ground. There were great fortune pills, sea dog pills, providence pills, and great strength pills. He was confused and tried one after another. The healing medicine seems to be this bottle. No, this bottle also seems to be. Truong Than decided to pour all the medicine down Tionam's throat, thinking it was better than nothing. They're all drinkable. Tionam shot up like a spring, gasping for breath. Overload! I can't take it anymore! Truong Than was overjoyed. You're awake! Tionam clutched her throat and coughed violently, struggling to breathe, then cried out, Cough! Cough! My body is so hot! What did you give me? Suddenly, Tionam looked down at her body and saw that all her wounds had disappeared. Wait a minute, my wounds are completely healed. Truong Than happily told Tionam the origin of the medicine. The medicine master gave me, I don't remember which one is for healing, so I gave you all of it. I'm glad you woke up. Tionam's face darkened as he recalled the strange dream. I remember constantly drinking something in it. Were you using me as a lab rat? Suddenly, Tionam realized something was wrong. Wait a minute. Tionam picked up the ring. Than Shuang? Than Shuang, how are you? Hey, can you hear me? Busty, you haven't disappeared, have you? From inside the ring, Than Shuang's voice echoed, sounding drained. Don't ask me. To deal with those demonic beasts and save you from a fatal wound, I've exhausted my spiritual energy. I can't help you for a while. Good luck on your own, I'm going to sleep. Tionam felt a bit relieved. At least she was all right. Truong Than stood up, about to say something. He bowed gratefully, making Tionam turn in surprise. Thank you for saving me. What are you doing? Tionam asked, astonished. My master taught me to always express gratitude to those who help me. Tionam's pride was stung. He cleared his throat and explained, I don't like being indebted to anyone. You saved me from the beast earlier too. Let's call it even. Even? Truong Than remembered his master's words clearly. He created a ball of magic in his hand. My master said I must properly thank my benefactors. Then Truong Than pulled out countless treasures from the auction, piling them as high as a mountain. He told Tionam, I don't know what you like. My master gave these to me. take whatever you want. Nam completely misunderstood, thinking Trung Than was flexing. He cursed, "Are you deliberately showing off your wealth? So what if you're rich and have a good master? Stop flaunting it!" Truong Than asked innocently, "So you don't need any of these?" Nam was annoyed and thought, "I get it. You're a rich kid. Put them away." But Truong Than was completely oblivious. At that moment, a mysterious shadow was observing them from afar. The gloomy shadow sneered, "I've decided. You two will be the next sacrifices." The magical light from Truong Than gathered into a small beam, leaving Nam utterly dumbfounded. The spiritual energy of a pure yin body can be used like this? Nam trailed behind Truong Than, still worried and constantly looking back. Truong Than explained, "I don't know any flight spells, so we have to do it this way." They arrived before a giant door. Nam sighed, "We're finally here." Nam looked around, sizing up the palace. This place is huge. Trung Than then asked a question that left Nam completely speechless. "What is this place? You don't know?" Nam retorted. "My master didn't say." Nam facepalmed. After muttering to himself, he explained, "Are you serious? You came into this mountain range without knowing what's here? What am I supposed to say? Is this place that special?" Truong Than asked. "It's extremely special." "Fine, I'll tell you about it." An image appeared in Nam's mind, a land with magical circles floating in the sky. Thousands of years ago, for some unknown reason, a lesser world was attacked by an alliance of 3 worlds. The cultivators here and the invaders from beyond clashed in a devastating war. That world was in peril. Nam continued his story. A war of this magnitude affected the entire realm. Almost half of all life was wiped out, and the fringes of the world began to crumble. A beautiful, radiant celestial appeared. Nam explained, "Just as this lesser world was on the verge of annihilation, a reclusive immortal of the domain transformation realm who lived here finally made her move. A powerful light radiated from the immortal. She sacrificed her own cultivation to cast an incredibly powerful forbidden spell, wiping out all the invading evil sect cultivators in the Tien Ma Jioi. A massive, blinding explosion lit up the entire sky, saving this lesser world from the 3-world alliance." Nam crossed his arms, looking smug. And that immortal was the legendary Tien Ma Thuong Tien. The Tien Ma Jioi wasn't called that at the time. It was renamed in her honor for saving this world. In the dim light, Nam added, "Unfortunately, few people remember this history now. This palace is called the Dama Kung. It's where Tien Ma Thuong Tien lived. It's also an Earth-rank magical artifact that was once buried deep underground. Logically, without its master's spiritual power, the artifact should have eroded and decayed over time. I don't know why this palace has risen to the surface, but I suspect it's because an artifact spirit was born within it." Trung Than asked, "Nam, how do you know all this?" Nam flinched and covered his mouth, thinking he'd said too much in the heat of the moment. He quickly brushed it off. "Everyone in the Tien Ma Jioi knows this. It's nothing surprising." Nam thought to himself, "Barely anyone remembers the history of the Tien Ma Jioi. Do you expect me to tell you that I've been reincarnated? Idiot!" Nam slung an arm around Truong Than to change the subject. "Hey, Than, let's make a deal. I know you're powerful. This palace must be filled with treasures left by Tien Ma Thuong Tien. All those treasures can be yours. As for the Dama Kung itself and its artifact spirit," as if reading his mind, Truong Than immediately said, "You can have everything inside. I don't need it." Nam was completely confused. He figured Truong Than must have misunderstood and tried to clarify, "Wait, that's not it. You don't want any of it? Are you kidding me?" Nam tried his best to explain. "Dude, these are relics left by Tien Ma Thuong Tien. If you're not interested in the Dama Kung, then why are you even here?" Truong Than replied nonchalantly, "I heard the exam. Just involves writing answers on a test paper. If you pass, you can become a high-ranking official, can't you?" Nam felt utterly helpless. "You're not wrong, but what does that have to do with us dividing the spoils of the Dama Kung?" Truong Than continued with his logic. "After the exam, no one takes the exam paper, right? So what does this Dama Kung have to do with me?" The more Truong Than explained, the more exasperated Nam felt. "My master just wanted me to mature by going through the trials in the Sonmak Thien Ma. I don't know if he would even like the treasures in this palace. If he did, he would get them himself." "I have no idea what you're talking about, but I can't find a way to argue with you," Nam muttered. "Forget it." He straightened up and moved forward. "If it's all mine, then so be it. Let's head inside before someone else gets there first." Truong Than agreed. Inside was nothing more than a pile of rubble. It was utterly devastated. They both looked around, surveying the scene. I thought a magical artifact left by a domain transformation immortal would be in better shape. This looks just like any other ruin. At Delakung, disciples were fighting desperately against countless blue-violet souls. They yelled to one another, "What's going on? Why have they become like this? Don't spread out. Group up. Don't let them touch you." As Li Trung-sin fought, he saw a disciple about to be ambushed by a soul. He shouted, "Junior brother, be careful." Caught by surprise, the disciple couldn't react. The soul bit him, and he clenched his jaw in agony. After the bite, the disciple's expression became vacant as blue-violet veins began to spread from the wound. In a moment, the disciple was completely possessed by the soul. His eyes gleamed as a horrifying smile spread across his face. "My precious..." The disciple's body twisted and began to glow with a blue-violet light. He smiled demonically, "I will kill you all. The treasure will be mine." In that same location, a voice declared, "How careless." Tunam was irritated, holding his sword at the ready. This Lakung has definitely birthed an artifact spirit. Standing beside him, Trung-than called Tunam's name. With a serious expression, Trung-than stared forward and warned, "Something's coming." Countless mournful cries echoed from a dark corridor. A swarm of souls poured out from the passage. With aggressive expressions, the souls moved toward them. Trung-than stared in surprise. "Wraiths." Tunam's eyes went wide, and he screamed in terror. Trung-than surrounded himself with spiritual energy. "Nam, we've never dealt with this kind before," he warned. Something felt off. Trung-than turned to Tunam and heard him whimpering, A Than." Nam was bawling, clinging to Trung-than's leg. "I'm so scared." Hearing this, Than Shuang appeared, looking shocked. "Are you kidding me? You've been around me all this time, and you were never scared of me." Tunam wept internally. "You're busty and have a nice voice. That's not the same at all." The wailing souls closed in on them. Tunam clung to Trung-than's leg, his face pale with terror. In an instant, the souls surrounded them. Tunam swung his sword frantically. "Get back! Don't come any closer!" Trung-than turned and yelled, "Nam!" Not paying attention, Tunam accidentally stepped on something, causing it to light up. Trung-than and Tunam stared blankly at the light. The light expanded, enveloping the two until they vanished. Seeing that their targets were gone, the souls dispersed. On the second floor of the Delakung, in a blood-stained room, arcs of blue lightning appeared. The light expanded, revealing two figures within the room. Truong, Than, and Tunam were blinded by the light. Damn it. A teleportation array. I'm dizzy. Where is this place? Tunam looked around, assessing the room. The smell of blood is so strong. Tunam was shocked by what he saw. Countless bodies were strewn about. What happened here? Trung-than and Tunam looked around in shock. What went on? These people are all dressed like members of the Orthodox sects. Was it infighting? Two figures stood nearby, surrounded by a blue-violet aura. Truong-than alerted Tunam and Nam, "There are two others over there." When the two turned their heads, Tunam recognized them in surprise. Nguyen Han, Li Truong-sin. Trung-than glanced at Tunam and asked, "Do you know them?" Tunam pointed his sword in their direction, saying angrily, "Damn it, you must be the only one who doesn't know the saintess and Tao child of the Tian Lajuai." Nguyen Han and Truong-sin were completely under control. Tianum realized the situation and shouted, "This is bad! Something's wrong with them! Have they gone insane?" Tunam was furious. "Damn, I should have thought of this sooner." Tunam looked up at them, concluding, "The artifact spirit of this palace must have been born a long time ago. I felt something was off earlier. It felt like something was manipulating my 7 emotions and 6 desires. It seems this palace can manipulate people. It influences everyone's emotions." Sensing them, Nguyen Han and Truong-sin charged toward Tunam and Trung-than. "They're here." Nguyen Han rushed at Truong-than, while Truong-sin lunged at Tunam. Fortunately, they were both quick enough to parry. Truong-sin brought his sword down hard on Tunam. Luckily, Tunam dodged the slash. Tunam was slightly injured. He gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn it. Even though he's lost his mind, this kid still has the power of the divine soul realm. Before Tunam could prepare, Truong-sin swung his sword again. Truong-sin delivered a powerful, long slash that struck Tunam. Tunam was thrown back, losing a lot of blood. He mentally commanded, "Than Shuang, busty sis, stop sleeping and get out here. We've got big trouble." Hearing his call, Than Shuang flew out. "Huh?" Tunam cursed. "You're finally awake!" Than Shuang looked at Nguyen Han in surprise. "The saintess and the Tao child? Are you so bored that you had to provoke them?" Tunam angrily scolded Than Shuang. Are you blind? These two idiots are being controlled by the palace. The two became serious. Tunam suggested, Since you're awake, help me sort out this mess. The sound of clashing swords echoed throughout the room. Ngiet Han charged straight at Tu Truong Than with incredible speed. The tip of Ngiet Han's sword was about to reach Truong Than's face. With swift movements, Truong Than used his sword to parry and deflect Ngiet Han's attack. Unwilling to give up, Ngiet Han got close to Truong Than and unleashed another attack. Ngiet Han landed a painful punch on Truong Than's stomach. The attack was so sudden that Truong Than couldn't dodge in time. Truong Than coughed up blood and stumbled backward. Seizing the opportunity, Ngiet Han swung her sword again. The blade moved swiftly towards Truong Than's head, causing him to panic. Suddenly, a lock of pink hair grabbed Truong Than's leg. Tunam's hair pulled Truong Than's leg hard, causing him to fall and avoid the sword. Tunam yelled, Now! Tunam spoke seriously, devising a plan with Truong Than. I'll hold back the Dao child. You focus on taking care of the other one. Truong Than nodded. After instructing to Truong Than, Tunam called out to Than Shuang in his mind, Than Shuang. Than Shuang immediately replied to Tunam, Ready. Than Shuang took a deep breath, causing her cheeks to puff out and air to escape from her nostrils. Tunam followed Than Shuang's lead. Secret art. Moon Cage Mountain. They both blew a stream of air at Truong Sin, forcing the possessing soul out of his body. This technique was the soul-scattering wind flame. Within the gust of wind, Truong Sin returned to normal as the blue-violet veins faded away. On Truong Than's side, Ngiet Han charged forward again, but she was suddenly stopped as Tunam's hair wrapped around her waist, catching her. Tunam held Ngiet Han tight. This position was a bit awkward for Tunam. Got her. This is Ngiet Han. Tunam glanced at Truong Than and ordered, Than, now's your chance. Truong Than raised his sword, channeling spiritual energy through his body and weapon. He shouted the name of the technique, Tai Am Nik Huyen. Truong Than readied his stance with his brightly glowing sword. Truong Than used all his strength to stab Ngiet Han forcefully. Countless rays of light radiated from the wound as Truong Than yelled, Frost Annihilation! The sword pierced through Ngiet Han's body. Her face twisted with rage as she stared at the blade, coughing up blood. Truong Than pulled out his sword, blood spraying from its tip. Ngiet Han returned to her normal state and began to collapse. Truong Than watched her fall. Tunam grabbed his hair and let out a sigh of relief. Suddenly, Tunam noticed something and glanced over. Truong Sin clutched his face in pain, wondering, Where am I? Truong Sin opened his eyes and stared at something. Truong Sin was horrified to see countless bodies of his fellow sect members lying on the ground. Tunam frowned at Truong Sin and said, What happened to him? He suddenly regained his senses. Than Shuang answered Tunam's question, No, his spiritual energy waves are extremely volatile right now. Don't let your guard down. Suddenly, Truong Sin closed his eyes. The veins spread across his body again, emitting waves of spiritual energy as he muttered, How could this be? Truong Sin was possessed by the soul again, but this time he seemed much stronger than before. Immense spiritual waves radiated from him. The ground where he stood cracked. The blinding light made the two squint. Tunam was shocked. This is not good. Truong Sin's power seemed to skyrocket as he lost all control. Truong Sin's face was now terrifying, like a demon's. Tunam told to Truong Than he was already influenced by this palace, and now he's been provoked. He's completely fallen to the demonic path. In the dark space, a wisp of blue-violet energy suddenly appeared. It flared up, forming a blue-violet flame. This stream of energy flew out from an iron box. A voice emerged from within. That's right, just like that. A terrifying hand reached out, creating spiritual energy. Go on and continue to follow your evil thoughts, slaughtering each other, you foolish humans. The black energy swirled and gathered. It spoke arrogantly with satisfaction. As long as you wander in my territory, your base desires will be infinitely amplified. I won't spare a single one of you who dared to disturb her sleep. If you want to blame someone, blame your own greed. Suddenly, Chanda appeared beside the stream of energy. He interrupted it, saying, So that's how it is. The palace above is just a disguise. The true core is actually deep underground. A red eye emerged from the energy, looking at him in surprise. Chanda calmly looked into the distance and asked, You are the artifact spirit of this palace, correct? The artifact spirit was shocked. You? How did you get in? Chanda, radiating black energy, calmly replied, There's no place in all the heavens that I cannot go. He continued, But you, an artifact spirit that's only 1,000 years old, have such a mature consciousness. You must have been forged with a soul. Tusu was confused. Forged with a soul? Chanda explained, it's a type of soul-forging technique. In the myriad realms, many sects specialize in forging artifacts, mostly using spiritual energy. Some heretical sects even use the souls of the living to nurture them, accelerating the artifact spirit's growth. Its master used her own soul. However, this method greatly hinders the master's cultivation, so almost no one does it. The artifact spirit frowned. Who on earth are you? He replied, who I am isn't important. You are an artifact spirit nurtured by a soul. Inside this palace, you can wield the same cultivation level as your master. But outside, you couldn't even defeat someone at the spirit's sea realm. This is the flaw of an incomplete soul forging. He touched the door and said, Domain transformation realm. What a pity. She died using a technique beyond her realm. What's in this coffin is merely an illusion. The person inside had her soul obliterated years ago, vanishing from the three realms. It became enraged. Shut up! It then unleashed streams of black energy at Chanda. The artifact spirit scowled aggressively. Nonsense. My sister really exists. She's just sleeping. If she were truly dead, then what am I? The black energy swirled around Chanda, but he remained calm. Suddenly, the black energy exploded with enough force to crack the building's pillars. The spirit continued, My sister will definitely wake up. I am the best proof that she's still alive. Ungrateful intruders like all of you must die. The spirit formed into the shape of a girl. Suddenly, it froze, not believing its eyes. Chanda extended his hand. He pulled the artifact spirit's soul into his palm and said, Give it up. Then he said to Tusu, Tusu, activate the domain lock function. She was bewildered. Lao Jiang, how do you know about domain lock? He continued, I've read the system's operation manual. You should have such a function. She replied, I do, but Lao Jiang, what do you want to do? Chanda turned. This artifact spirit's obsession runs too deep, it's useless. I want to personally remove its aura and memories, then reforge it without destroying the palace's foundation. Tusu shouted, Remove its memories? She felt a bit uneasy. Lao Da, isn't that a little too cruel? He raised an eyebrow, removing its memories and twisted personality versus letting her live forever in a fruitless illusion. Which one do you think is crueler? Tusu fell silent. I understand. She reached up and took the circlet off her head. She attached the circlet to her heart-shaped magic wand. Tusu began to cast a spell, Golden Scepter, with the hidden power of the Holy Master. Hear my call! She waved the scepter around, continuing, Unlock all domains of the All Heavens Holy Master system, open! She flew up and raised her scepter to the sky. A structure inside a golden sphere was revealed. In another place, black energy enveloped the rocks. Lai Truong Sin, his face filled with rage, said, It was you who killed my junior brothers and sisters, who killed Ngiet Han. He charged forward aggressively with an artifact spirit. You will all be buried with her. He lunged straight for Tu Truong Fan and Tu Nam. Truong Sin threw a powerful punch. Truong Then blocked the blow with her sword, but the demonic power was so immense that it sent both her and Tu Nam flying back. Large and small boulders rained down on the two of them. They were hit by the falling rocks, coughing up blood and sustaining injuries. Truong Than seemed to be losing her strength, and Tu Nam had to help her stand. When Tu Nam looked up, she was suddenly startled. Truong Sin had already closed in, swinging his sword right in front of her. Tu Nam immediately pushed Truong Than away. Than Swang appeared behind her. She said, Aswang, protect me. Truong Than was pushed back with great force. It slammed her into a wall, causing some pain. But Truong Than was still worried about Tu Nam. She opened her eyes and screamed, And Nam! A wall was shattered. Only dust and debris remained. Tu Nam was nowhere to be seen. Li Truong Sin's black aura flared around him, showing his immense rage. The sword, shrouded in black energy, shot straight towards Tu Nam. The sword pierced straight through her abdomen. Blood gushed from the wound as Li Truong Sin grabbed her by the head. He lifted her up with one hand. Seeing this, Tu Truong Than thought angrily, And Nam, damn it, my spiritual power. Truong Sin's face was ferocious. One hand held Tu Nam's head while the other raised his sword, saying, I'll take your head! She still struggled, eyes shut tight. She reached up to touch his hand and said with difficulty, I'm a transmigrator. How could I possibly die here? Tu Nam raised her leg and shouted. She slammed her knee into Truong Sin's neck with great force, catching him by surprise. Then, she used her other leg to kick him squarely in the face, sending him flying. He grew even more furious. his murderous aura flaring as he screamed, "You deserve to die! Kill!" At the same time, Trung Than appeared from nowhere behind him. She held her sword and said, "Tai em engich huyen." He turned around in shock. She aimed her bone extinction spell directly at Truong Sin. He was caught off guard and the spell hit his arm. It was powerful enough to create an explosion. Tiu Nam lay on the ground and said, "White-haired girl." Truong Than's eyes turned two different colors, blue and red. The red eye was frozen over. She said, "I'll be your opponent now." She appeared with her Haiyan Am body, having released half of her seal. Truong Sin's sword was stuck in the ground after the explosion. He lay on the ground, spitting blood, seething with rage. "I will tear you to shreds." Then he leaped up. His body radiated black energy, and the ground around him cracked in a circle as he screamed. Truong Than jumped up, the force of her leap cracking the ground beneath her. She leaped up, appearing behind Truong Sin and swinging her sword. He dodged. She swung at him again, but he anticipated the move. He used his own sword to block hers. Truong Than was pushed back by a powerful force. Before she could recover, he had already rushed towards her. He swung his sword with lightning speed, but she was faster and dodged the attack. Truong Than landed and thought, in a direct confrontation, I'm no match for him. His foundation. Suddenly, she was startled by something she saw. Truong Sin's black energy had turned from blue to red. He formed rings of that black energy around his arm. Long Kunyak Bang Loi! He raised his hand to the sky, creating a large red circle. In the middle, lightning-like flashes formed a small spark. Truong Sin advanced, throwing the attack straight at Truong Than. She froze for a moment, but then she used her sword to block the attack. Tu Nam, lying behind her, saw this and said, "Athan, go, quickly!" Truong Than blocked the attack and thought, I can't retreat. She used a technique to create large ice shields to block it. It created a huge explosion, with smoke billowing everywhere. Truong Sin then said, "Ngiat Han, junior brother, junior sister, your revenge." He froze, as if seeing something. Truong Than had created a shield of ice to protect them both. A sheet of ice spread across the ground towards him. It encased Truong Sin's feet, immobilizing him. Following the path of ice, Truong Than leaped up, swinging her sword with a furious expression as she charged at him. Truong Sin used his sword to shatter the ice, holding his feet, and let out a growl. But then she lunged forward, and shards of ice sliced through him, breaking his sword into 3 pieces. Sharp ice shards flew at him, and all he could do was grit his teeth and endure. Because she used too much power, Truong Than winced in pain. She seemed to explode, and all the ice shattered. She let out a cry, and was then trapped in a sealed iron cage. Elsewhere, in Hoa Duong City, people were looking up at the sky in confusion. One person said, the sky. Another pointed up, "What is that?" Yet another said, "Here." 2 moons, a large full moon right next to a smaller crescent moon. The leaves of the trees rustled. Deep within the Dama Palace, Chan Da was still fighting alone. He said, "Death chi, resentment chi, killing chi," black energy radiated from him. He mocked. "And this feeling of emotional control. Is this your ability?" The artifact spirit whispered, "A little more, just a little more. The foolish traitor will walk to his death, and then the soul power will be enough. I will absolutely not let you ruin my plans." The artifact spirit of De La Palace stood up majestically and unleashed its technique, Dieta Huang Hon, summon. Elsewhere, the corpses were being summoned by the artifact spirit. They all gathered, forming malevolent, resentful spirits. Chanda said, "Actively absorbing all the resentful souls to become a part of itself? Foolish. Now, even removing its consciousness and memories won't be enough to turn back." All the resentful souls were absorbed by the artifact spirit, which gradually transformed and said, "Ungrateful traitors, kill." It then transformed into a massive artifact spirit with a ferocious demonic face. This startled Tu Su. Her face turned pale. "Lauda, this." Chanda remained calm. "It's just gotten bigger. What's there to be afraid of?" Suddenly, he froze, as if he realized something. Tu Su immediately asked, "Lauda, what's wrong? Didn't you say it just got bigger?" He replied, "The first seal on Truong Than's Thuan body has been broken ahead of schedule." Tu Su was startled and worried. "Ah, Lao Da's seal! Will this cause any problems?" A small portal opened, and a sword shot out. He continued, "She can't control such a large amount of Thuanam Chi right now. That extremely cold spiritual energy is causing a backlash against her. According to records, in all the myriad realms, Only one cultivator has ever caused a Thuanon body to advance. When it advances, it triggers a cosmic anomaly, and the celestial beings of the Tianma realm will quickly notice. The aura of the Dama Palace is too deep with resentment. After condensing the resentful souls, it has approached the realm of a Yenling, Yuanling. It will be very difficult to purify it in a short time. Tronda took the sword. He said, Trong Tan's situation is quite serious. The only option is a quick battle. Destroy it and reforge it. Facing this demonic artifact, this magical weapon is just right for the job. The small portal closed. He brandished the sword. Latran Divine Artifact. Thien Van Dao Lan Sword. Tusu was surprised. Is this Lao Da's personal sword? This is the first time I've seen Lao Da need to use a magical artifact. He explained, This isn't my sword. It's a magical artifact left to me for safekeeping by a deceased old friend. You've probably heard of the title Fuk Ma Dai Than. She immediately asked, Fuk Ma Dai Than? The venerable one who killed hundreds of billions of evil spirits and is famous throughout the heavens? Chan Da raised the sword, which was filled with black energy, and said, That's right. This is his personal sword. I want to borrow your power. Awaken. When the artifact spirit saw the light emanating from the sword, it couldn't help but be startled. It broke out in a sweat. This light. The figure of a girl appeared. She had blonde hair with horns and a lovely pink dress. It was the sword spirit, Dao Lan. Tusu said, Is this the sword spirit of that sword? She looks so small. Chanda replied, The strength of a sword spirit has nothing to do with its size. The sword spirit bowed with her hands clasped. She spoke respectfully. Greetings, Dao Tun. Chanda explained the situation. To put it simply, this is the artifact spirit of this palace. It has actively fused with ghostly souls and evil spirits. I want you to remove the evil power from it without harming the artifact's essence. Can you do it? The sword spirit turned to look, a small knife in her hand, then replied, I may not be able to do anything about living creatures, but as for a mere resentful soul, facing an artifact spirit tens of thousands of times larger than her, the sword spirit simply stood before it and said, Even 10,000 more would be nothing. Chanda asked Tusu, What's the highest cultivation limit your domain lock can withstand? Tusu replied, This, I remember it can probably withstand attacks below the Van Tuong realm. He continued, Then let's go with the Van Tuong realm. She broke into a sweat. No, wait, Lao Da Yu. Chanda held his hand out towards the sword spirit and said, My apologies, I didn't learn the techniques he left behind. I can only provide you with spiritual power to use as you see fit. The sword spirit replied, No problem. Rest assured and leave it to me, Dao Tan. The artifact spirit grew angry. You charlatans, stay here and atone with her. Chanda stood behind, supporting the sword spirit. The sword spirit raised her sword to the sky and unleashed her technique, Tien Dao Tat, Bach Nuyet Kao, Ki Bo Dao, Ki Thong Than, Shuat Yo Yo. Then she shouted, All evil demons must die. Anyone who dares to resist will be punished. I am the executioner. The artifact spirit did not sit still. It charged forward aggressively to fight. Bakta Toi Lui. The two clashed. Dao Lan's terrifying power created a massive reaction, causing the surrounding earth and rock to tremble violently. It then flew straight towards the barrier that Tiosu had prepared. She gripped the magic staff in her hand, her whole body trembling. She struggled to cry for help. Lao Da, I can't hold on much longer. The artifact spirit of De La Palace couldn't help but laugh mockingly. You dare to draw your sword against me with just a little sword spirit like you? Die. After speaking, it ferociously charged to attack Dao Lan. Hearing it belittle her like that, she looked directly into its eyes and replied confidently, A fallen demon like you isn't worthy of the Dao Tone's personal attention. A mere sword spirit like me is enough to deal with you. As soon as she finished speaking, the sword spirit Dao Lan drew her sword, unleashing a terrifying power, a powerful response to its doubts about her abilities. Now, the artifact spirit of De La Palace cried out in fear, No, this light, it's impossible. After that, its aura gradually weakened before Dao Lan's overwhelming power, accompanied by the desperate screams of a resentful soul. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted, destroying everything around it. Along with it was the familiar aura of the De La Palace in its original state, floating aimlessly in the air, looking quite pitiful. After struggling for a while, Tiosu was also exhausted. She lay on the ground, panting. Damn, I'm exhausted. I almost couldn't hold it. Once everything was settled, Dao Lan let out a long sigh, sheathed her sword, and announced in a steady voice, The soul, body, and consciousness of that artifact spirit have been separated. Just erase the consciousness within, and it can be reforged. Hearing this, Chanda slowly approached, patting her shoulder comfortingly. You've worked hard. Unexpectedly, the sword spirit Dao Lan just nodded in response. With the same serious tone, Dao Tan is too kind. Then the young man suddenly became serious, stating with absolute certainty, I will find a suitable master for you soon. Dao Lan just bowed her head slightly, spoke politely, and said, I'll be troubling you then, Dao Tan. After speaking, she slowly closed her eyes, returning to her sword spirit state, finding peace within the soul of her treasured sword. After that, Chanda gripped the sword tightly in his hand and spoke in a deep, mysterious voice, Next. He then narrowed his eyes at the artifact spirit of De La Palace, which was struggling frantically as if wanting to scream, Damn it, I can't fall. I must protect my sister. Next, he walked step by step towards the trembling, struggling artifact spirit. Speaking slowly, his voice like a verdict, It will be over soon. Then Chanda began to deploy a technique, and declared forcefully, When you awaken again, I will have erased all the unpleasant memories and evil thoughts you've been tainted with. The artifact spirit of De La Palace continued to struggle, fighting to the very end, refusing to give up. I won't let you erase my memories! Tears streamed down its face as it sobbed, My master. From beginning to end, it was only her. Then it unleashed its power, enveloping the entire castle, causing Tyusu to panic, her face pale with fear. She hastily delivered the shocking news to Chanda. Lao Da, this is bad. It wants to destroy the entire palace. At this point, Chanda couldn't help but narrow his eyes. His gaze was dangerous as he asked directly, his voice sharp, willing to self-destruct rather than forget the past? Do you think blowing up the entire palace can kill me? Swirling like a whirlwind, the artifact spirit of De La Palace replied defiantly, I know I can't kill you, but I won't let you have your way. Even if my consciousness is completely dissipated, I will not become a weapon for a second person. I'll let all the living beings in this palace be buried with my sister. After saying this, it immediately curled up into an egg, which looked rather strange. This scene left Tyusu bewildered. She shouted in confusion, What the hell? It turned into an egg? But she also found it somewhat familiar. Chanda was also taken aback by its stubborn delusion. He sighed helplessly. This is beyond saving. You've fallen too far and can no longer be redeemed. If this is your choice, I have nothing more to say. Suddenly, the young man narrowed his eyes again, his gaze dangerously sharp. His entire being exuded a menacing aura as he slowly spoke, his voice a cold warning. But my disciple is still in the palace, so I cannot let you destroy it. With that, he continued to finish what he had started. In the end, this resentful soul transformed into a small bracelet, which looked quite interesting. Just as he turned to leave, he suddenly heard a voice, faint and weak. Senior, please be merciful. Tyusu also spoke up in surprise. Hey Lao Da, that bracelet has a soul wave inside it. She then carefully raised her device to scan it and was even more surprised. She wondered, what on earth is this? But this reading is too weak. Chanda didn't want to waste words and asked directly, Who are you? The girl no longer hid herself and answered honestly, her voice respectful, reporting to Senior, My original name is Bak Vu. In the heavens, someone's called me Tien La Tuong Tien. At this point, she paused for a moment before introducing herself like an idol making her debut. I am the master of Dela. Hearing this, a question arose in Chanda's mind, and he asked doubtfully, Normally, your domain transformation realm cultivation is not enough to transcend the laws. Using a domain-level forbidden spell should result in the death of the body and soul, preventing reincarnation. How are you able to exist in this conscious form now? Bakvu saw that Chanda's cultivation was so high and his knowledge so profound, and she affirmed with certainty, Senior is correct. After using that forbidden spell, I had no chance of existing in the three realms. The me of now is just a sliver of divine sense left on Dela from when I soul-forged her. Dela is not a bad child. Please, Senior, give me a chance to explain. Knowing the whole story, Chanda no longer refused and patiently replied, acting like a mature elder, I will listen to you for a moment. Bak Vu was even more moved after hearing this, her voice trembling with gratitude. Thank you, Senior, forgive my impertinence. After that, her sliver of divine sense quickly delved into Chanda's consciousness. He also closed his eyes to listen, as if meditating. Bak Vu's story began, her voice filled with nostalgia. 1,000 years ago, I was a talented cultivator, born with extraordinary gifts into a prestigious sect. Within a few hundred years, I reached the domain transformation realm, becoming the only powerhouse from my small world to ascend to the heavens under the name Thien La. Recalling this, she felt a wave of nostalgia, her voice tinged with sadness. In the first half of my life, striving in cultivation to become the pride of my world was my greatest goal, until I met him. While Bakvu was immersed in the sweetness of love with the man she thought was her true soulmate, that was also when life dealt her a devastating blow of betrayal, and she had to pay with her own life for mistakenly trusting that scumbag. Bakvu seemed to choke up, her entire being filled with resentment as she continued her story, her voice filled with indignation. The man I loved and cherished most gave me the most painful wound. It was all just a meticulously planned deception. In her mind, she still remembered his vicious face as he took her beautiful life without a hint of remorse, truly a demon in human skin. In the agonizing final moments of her life, Bakvu painfully realized the harsh truth. It was all just a conspiracy, an elaborately staged play. After delivering a painful blow to the one he loved, he still coldly and calmly withdrew the blood-stained blade, his face expressionless. As the pain from the wound spread, along with his cold gaze, she finally understood. What they wanted were the magic artifacts, techniques, and treasures on her. And also, Bakvu paused for a moment, her voice trembling with pain. My life. As she clutched her stomach in agony, he quickly raised his sword behind her, viciously intending to finish her with one strike. How ruthless. In that hair-raising moment, she hastily raised her hand to unleash a defensive technique, fiercely fighting back, refusing to die in vain. Next, she powerfully used her high cultivation to punish this traitor and his cronies, teaching them a lesson. However, an unexpected event occurred that left her stunned and wide-eyed in disbelief. A terrifying force suddenly descended upon the place where those men were severely injured by her technique. Bakvu squeezed her eyes shut, gritting her teeth and trying to deploy her spiritual energy to save her own life, determined not to give up. Therefore, just as that furious blow descended from the sky, she quickly leaped to another spot and luckily avoided it. It was truly a narrow escape. After that, everything there was destroyed, collapsing into a heap of ruins. Recalling these old stories brought an indescribable bitterness to her heart, as if 1,000 needles were stabbing her. I was injured and cursed, with no place to go in that world. I could only break through the void and wander among the heavens. In that situation, Bakvu had been bewildered countless times trying to find a way out for herself, like a tangled mess. Things went on like that. Not long after, I arrived in this small world. Although the truth is often hard to swallow, even after several decades, she had to honestly admit that in that planned conspiracy, I lost almost everything. The only artifact I had left was this De La Palace, which had always been my companion since I began cultivating. During that time, Bakvu wanted to recuperate in this world, then I would return to the heavens. But I had underestimated the wickedness of that man. While cultivating, she coughed painfully, even spitting up blood. It was then she realized a terrifying truth. Those afflicted with the soul-devouring heart-tearing curse will awaken the potent poison in their bodies every time they circulate their spiritual energy. It slowly corrodes the victim from the inside out. The man who once claimed to love me would stop at nothing to drive me to my death. At that time, only the spirit of Dala was by my side, asking with an innocent voice, "Sister, are you okay?" Bakvu also gently comforted her, trying to act strong. "I'm fine, but you must cultivate hard and achieve a human form soon." Hearing this, she bloomed with joy, her determination strengthening. She laughed and replied cheerfully, Della will definitely try her best. When I achieve a human form, I will search the myriad realms for spirit pills and elixirs to cure Sister's illness." Although she said that Bakvu already knew, without a way to circulate spiritual energy for cultivation and healing, I no longer have a future. Yet, there was always a diligent Dela by her side, caring for her. "Sister! Sister! Today I managed to form a finger. Aren't I amazing? I'll try even harder to form 2 hands by next year." And that was Bakvu's greatest comfort. But fortunately, after a dozen years of soul forging, Dela quickly developed an artifact spirit. I saw her as my own child. Watching her grow day by day was the only comfort in my long days of waiting for death. With Dela always by her side, encouraging and comforting her, in another 10,000 years, I'll be able to achieve a human form and search the heavens for spirit pills and elixirs for you, sister. This made the smile on Bakvu's face even more content, like sunshine after the rain. Just when it seemed that everything would be peaceful until she closed her eyes for the last time, the party came to an abrupt end. That man had become the lord of 3 small worlds and stormed in here. He wanted to hunt me down and exterminate me and this entire world, to cut the weeds and pull out the roots. That vicious man wiped out all life in this world, even though they had done him no wrong, truly cold-blooded and heartless. And that was when this world had to bear an undeserved calamity, a tragedy. In that difficult situation, she could no longer sit still and had to show herself. Dela, be good and stay in the palace. I have to go out for a while. Dela was constantly worried, and she kept reminding Bakvu in a pouting voice, Sister, you have to come back soon. This might have been their last meeting, so her eyes suddenly filled with sadness as she gave her final instructions, her voice choked with emotion. Yes, while I'm gone, you must cultivate well. The little girl immediately agreed. Okay. No matter what, a thought lingered in her heart. This matter started because of me. This innocent world shouldn't be implicated. I must end it all myself. Then she rushed out to fight, like a true heroine. With everything I had, I burned my soul and my physical body to activate a forbidden technique, preventing that world-ending disaster and protecting the Tianla below. Just like that, with her efforts, Bakvu managed to prevent a brutal war in this small world, a true, indomitable hero. And that was when she had to be ruthless, leaving Dela alone in the Tianla below. This left the little girl stunned, pitifully so. Back in the present, she felt a strong sense of responsibility, insisting with a voice full of remorse. That is the story of Dela and me. It was because I left that she developed such a deep obsession. It's all my fault. Dela is not a bad child. I implore you, Senior, to give her a chance. Now, Tranda finally understood. So that's it. The soul-devouring, heart-tearing curse. No wonder you used your soul to forge an artifact. Tiusu, on the other hand, was sobbing uncontrollably, her voice full of pity. Lao Da, this story is too tragic. We almost became the bad guys. After learning the whole story along with Tiusu's plea, he immediately agreed. All right. Then he took out the divine artifact Tam Do Tian Feng, looking incredibly impressive. Next, Tranda bit his finger until it bled, causing Tiusu to exclaim in shock and call out in a panicked voice, Lao Da, you! To everyone's surprise, he slowly spoke, his voice full of authority, I will give you a chance. Then he wrote the words, Thien La Jioi Bakvu. Under the blend of the divine remnant, Bakvu left behind, along with Tranda's blood and aura. Her old body seemed to be gradually regenerating into its former human shape. A true miracle. This unexpected joy left Bakvu both happy and bewildered. She asked hesitantly, her voice trembling, Senior, what are you doing? Chanda quickly put away his magic tool and replied nonchalantly, I don't want to interfere much in matters of life and death. I just used a divine remnant as a medium to mend your shattered soul. That way, you can enter the cycle of reincarnation and be reborn as a human. Hearing these words, she felt somewhat comforted. She hurriedly bowed and expressed her gratitude, her voice choked with emotion. Thank you for restoring my soul, Senior. Bakvu will never forget. Just as she finished speaking, Chanda suddenly waved his hand and replied cryptically with a hint of sarcasm. Or maybe you should forget. Whether you can be reincarnated in the next life is still uncertain. Tiusu then roared in frustration. Lao Da! Look at the atmosphere! Are you a straight man? Give me back my tears! This left Bakvu stunned for a moment. What was that? 2 streams of tears suddenly flowed down her cheeks, and her voice choked with emotion as she affirmed strongly, like a powerful heroine. Of course, Bakvu dares not forget the Senior's great kindness. Senior, rest assured, leave Dela's matter to me. As promised, Bakvu quickly approached the egg and called out softly, her voice gentle, It's time to wake up, Dela. Then she gently touched its surface. Next, a powerful, brilliant light burst from the top of the egg, blindingly bright. Soon after, it slowly cracked into hundreds of pieces like fireworks, and with it, Dela appeared in human form, her eyes wide with astonishment. Dela's eyes were brimming with tears. She was so moved she trembled and couldn't speak, only stammering in a small voice, You. Bakvu also looked at her, smiling happily and teasing in a playful voice. What's wrong? Don't you recognize me anymore, Dela? Hearing that, she cried even harder, her lips trembling as she called out with a voice full of longing, Sister! Sister! After such a long, bitter time, finally being able to meet again made her unable to control her emotions. She broke down and cried like rain, Sister! Then she hugged Bakvu tightly. Seeing this, she gently held her and comforted her with a warm voice. Good Dela, it's okay now. However, instead of stopping, she cried even more, sobbing her heart out. Bak Vu continued to soothe her with a sweet voice. "Dela is truly amazing. You've already achieved a human form." After hugging for a while, Dela finally wiped her tears and spoke with a hopeful voice. "I knew you were still alive, sister. You really didn't lie to me. As long as I collect enough souls, you can come back." Yet, as soon as Dela finished speaking, Bak Vu gave her a stinging slap. Hearing Dela's deluded and depraved words, she couldn't contain her anger and scolded her with a sharp voice. "Fool!" The force of the slap sent Dela face-planting onto the ground. Tiu Su, who was crying to the point of fainting, was bewildered by this scene and wondered, something's not right. Dela was slapped so hard she was stunned, not understanding what she had done wrong. She cried out plaintively, her voice whimpering, "Sister, what's wrong?" She angrily looked at Dela, who was still lost in her delusion and couldn't suppress the boiling rage inside her. She questioned her in a stern voice. "When did I ever teach you to use evil arts with the souls of the living to cultivate like this, Dela? Do you have any idea how many lives your foolish actions have cost? Moreover, from the very beginning, when you were born, I taught you that the path of cultivation must be taken step by step. But what about you? You actively absorb evil spirits and demons into yourself. What were you thinking?" The girl trembled and bowed her head, explaining in a small voice, Dela just wanted to bring sister back to life." Just as things were getting tense, Tranda had a question. He asked doubtfully, "The magic to resurrect the dead using souls, who taught you that?" Bak Vu was surprised to see him approach and exclaimed, "Senior!" After that, Dela lowered her eyes, as if recalling everything, and began to recount in a steady voice. "About 500 years ago, at that time I had not yet fully condensed my spirit body. I remember at that time, a mysterious man suddenly appeared, braving all the illusory traps I had set up to reach this place. He told me that even though my sister's soul was destroyed, there was still a way. As long as I collected enough souls, I could condense a complete spirit body and use the connection between master and artifact spirit to resurrect her." Although his words sounded tempting, she was still hesitant and didn't try it right away, only looking at it thoughtfully. It sounded promising, but it seemed that things would continue peacefully because, at first, I didn't want to cultivate the technique that man left behind. But after he left, more and more humans stormed in here. Many intruders killed each other over disputes and baseless suspicions. That was the first time I tried to absorb a human soul. And that happened with increasing frequency. So because of the power of the fused souls, in just 5 years, I had condensed a complete spirit body. Then Dela paused for a moment, but the price was truly too high. As my power grew, I felt that I was gradually losing control of my emotions, and the desire to kill was always stimulating me. By the time I realized the seriousness of the problem, it was too late to turn back. The more she thought about it, the more she regretted it. She covered her face in remorse, blaming herself. "It's all over. I never meant to kill so many people. I just wanted to protect my sister, to bring her back to my side. As long as there was a chance to resurrect her, even the slightest hope, I didn't want to let it go." Bak Vu seemed to understand the devotion and dedication she had for her, and she was moved, calling out softly and affectionately, "Dela." Thinking about what just happened, Tusu had a slight doubt and asked curiously, "Lauda, I remember that using souls, even through a soul sacrifice, can't bring someone back to life, right?" Then Tranda affirmed with certainty, his voice resolute, "That's right. For a case of complete soul annihilation like Thienla's, even if you collected all the souls of the living beings in the Thienla world, she couldn't be resurrected. And this has a solid basis. The soul of every person contains complex emotions from when they were alive. Collecting a large number of souls will instead affect the artifact spirit itself. The one who incited Dela seems to have intentionally wanted her to fall into depravity, to make her become a tainted weapon stained with sin." Suddenly, Bak Vu gently patted Dela's shoulder and called out slowly, her voice serious, "Senior." Next, they suddenly bowed their heads towards Tranda, which made him feel awkward. He asked in surprise, "What are you two doing?" In the end, she still felt remorseful, feeling that she was responsible for this matter, and pleaded, "The reason Dela fell into the demonic path is because I, as her master, failed to teach her well. It's all my fault. Please, Senior, give Dela a chance." Hearing this, Chanda lowered his eyes and expressed his opinion honestly and objectively. "She was easily led astray by others because of her deep obsession with you. Daolan has already purified her spirit and removed her karmic obstacles. As for the chance you mentioned, I came here only to help my disciple train. I remove potential threats that she cannot handle herself. The life and death of others have nothing to do with me. At this, an intelligent person like Bakvu could understand his words and was filled with joy and gratitude. Thank you, Senior. Thank you, Senior. Just when it seemed that everything was resolved, Bakvu suddenly spoke up, her voice hesitant. This junior still has one more request. This made Tranda exclaim in surprise. After that, she led the little girl towards him and spoke with great hope and earnestness. Dela worked so hard to condense her artifact spirit, but her mind is still that of a child. It's hard to avoid the possibility that she might go astray again in the future. I am about to enter the cycle of reincarnation. Please, Senior, take Dela in and teach her well in my stead. However, the little girl heard this and sobbed, shaking her head and refusing, her voice pleading, Reincarnation? No, sister, Dela doesn't want to leave you. Seeing the girl so emotional, Bakvu hugged her and comforted her with a gentle voice. Dela, the heavenly Tao's cycle of reincarnation dictates life and death. I am someone who died many years ago, but your life as an artifact spirit has just begun. But she still cried and whimpered, her voice full of reluctance. Dela can't bear to leave you, sister. But Bakvu couldn't deny it. If it weren't for the senior's help, I probably wouldn't even have had the chance to see you one last time. Hearing this, Dela almost forgot to cry, her eyes wide with surprise as she looked at her, completely shocked. In that moment, Bakvu also choked up as she said her goodbyes, her voice tinged with sadness. I no longer have any ties to this world. It's time to go. But Dela still seemed unable to accept it, denying it with a resolute voice, no. He knew that things were coming to an end, so he directly asked about her wishes, his voice concerned. I will take in the artifact spirit. Also, the man who betrayed you, do you need me to help you get revenge? Then Bakvu smiled brightly and contentedly, gracefully refusing, her voice serene. No need to trouble you, Senior. If I can be reborn as a human in my next life, I will learn to be smarter. Finally, before disappearing, she didn't forget to give her parting words, her voice affectionate. Goodbye, Dela. In the future, you must become an incredibly powerful magical artifact. The girl kept chasing after Bakvu's receding figure, calling out desperately, Sister! At the same time, over at Tu Trong Than's location, extremely cold ice formations appeared, chilling to the bone. Not only Truong Than, but Tio Nam was also frozen and unconscious nearby, looking critically injured. At that moment, the soul ring on Tio Nam's hand suddenly flared to life like a beacon of hope. That was also when Than Suang's artifact spirit began to emerge. Seeing the current situation made her anxious. The white-haired girl's entire body was radiating yin-cold energy. Even her soul was frozen solid. If she let this continue, both she and the girl Anam would. At that moment, a bold idea sparked in her mind. A high-risk, high-reward gamble. One death is better than two, and besides, I've already died once. I'm sorry, Anam. I've never been honest with you until now. The truth is, when I was alive, I was much stronger than you. Looking at Tunam lying unconscious, Than Shuang thought with a hint of sadness, this is probably the last time I can help you. She then quickly performed a technique, the Bat Kook Fan VM Kiet, and promptly took action without hesitation. Immediately after, Than Shuang used the technique to save Tio Nam, a rescue attempt that went straight to the heart of the matter. At this moment, her body slowly moved closer to her. It seemed Than Shuang intended to use her own soul to heal the injuries, a noble sacrifice. Not long after, the process was complete. Suddenly, Tunam's entire body floated in the air like a superhero. Immediately after, a white butterfly appeared on her hand. That was the Duong VM, Bak Nguyet Van Tin. And behind her was the Am VM, Thu Lin Chan Han Diem, looking incredibly cool. Now Tunam seemed to awaken. Her round blue eyes opened. And at this moment, Than Shuang began to control her body, possessing her soul. The Am behind her spoke up, its voice challenging. Let me witness just how powerful a Thuan Am body truly is. At that moment, on the other side, Dela sat slumped on the ground, sobbing, her voice choked. Sister? Seeing this, Chanda comforted her, his voice gentle. Don't cry anymore. His voice was deep and commanding, like a father figure. Life and death have their own course. Reincarnation was your master's choice. Since she entrusted you to me, I will naturally treat you well. Hearing this, she asked through her sobs, her voice filled with hope, My lord, are you my new master? He then glanced over, speaking indifferently, his voice flat. Your master is not me. You will meet them soon. We wasted a lot of time just now. Teleport me to the people you trapped and tried to kill. Hearing this, Dela responded without hesitation, As you command. As soon as she woke up, Than Swang immediately rushed to where Truong Than was frozen, in a state of emergency. After observing and assessing her current condition for a while, she concluded with an expert's voice. If it's due to a loss of control over her physique, causing the yin-cold qi to be affected, then all we need to do is melt the ice cocoon surrounding her. Suddenly, her expression became serious as if she had discovered something. Something's wrong. Suddenly, from where Truong Than was, a strange creature made of ice appeared. How bizarre. Looking at it, Than Swang guessed in confusion, "Huh, who's this? Is this the white-haired girl's autonomous defense mechanism?" In a flash, that ice dragon was rushing to attack her, quick as lightning. Seeing this, she quickly used MVM to defend, shattering it with a soul shock. Following her command, it rushed towards the ice dragon, charging forward. Then the two of them immediately clashed, fighting fiercely. Watching this scene, Than Swang couldn't help but sigh to herself. This is tough, tougher than I thought. Now she thought to herself, I need a plan. While her power has not fully awakened, I can't let her continue to lose control. Very quickly, she managed to get close to Truong Than. Immediately after, she used Bak Not Diem Hoa. Then she threw it forcefully towards her. Checkmate. But it seems that move had no effect on Truong Than's defensive ice layer. What a tank. The cracks in the ice quickly healed over. Truly amazing. This made her extremely astonished. She couldn't believe it. Now, not just one dragon head, but many more sprouted from it, causing Than Swang to exclaim in shock, "Oh no, this is not good!" Then they all rushed to attack her at once. The current situation made her exclaim in frustration. What a pain. Her unconscious self-defense is already this strong. Is this girl a monster? While dodging the attacks, she thought to herself, this is too hard. I'm giving up. Damn it, I can't get close to her at all. Anam's body and my soul don't have much left. Suddenly, she closed her eyes as if she remembered something. Ah, I have a way. I can only use this move. At that moment, as she clasped her hands together, Than Swang prayed from the bottom of her heart, her voice sincere. Anam, you must take that part of me and continue to live. She then gently exhaled and used Thien Hoa Dung Hop, combining it with a brilliant display of myriad flowers, looking devastatingly beautiful. Then she attacked Truong Than repeatedly with a flurry of kicks. Than Swang was a bit thoughtful, slightly hesitant. This would likely cause minor injuries to the white-haired girl, but there was no other choice. Suddenly, as she looked up, she noticed something else. What? It turned out that the previous attacks had no effect on the ice dragons. Useless. They continued to charge at her, as persistent as leeches. In this situation, she thought to herself, bad luck, just forget it. Damn it. In this state, my strength is still too weak. Even the brilliant myriad flowers couldn't break its ice cocoon. Now, in this situation, she could only create a thin shield to temporarily defend herself. She was at her limit. But because the power difference was too great, Than Swang quickly became exhausted and weak. Then she was powerless to resist any longer, out of mana. She used her last bit of strength to push them away. Lying on the ground, she said with some regret in a weak voice, I'm sorry, Anam. If my soul power were a little stronger, I could have. But before she could finish, Tiunam's consciousness gradually returned. She replied in a determined voice, Don't say such unnecessary things. You've already done your best. Then Than Swang spoke again, her voice judgmental. Looks like you guessed wrong. Her master doesn't care about her at all. Hearing this, she said half jokingly, half seriously, her voice light, If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. My luck has always been terrible. Now, seeing the ice dragons about to attack again, she affirmed with a resolute voice, Nam, I can still unleash one final attack. Hearing this, Tiunam also struggled to her feet and said firmly, Let's fight to the end. Then, let's go to the end together. Now the two of them seemed to merge into one, rushing forward to fight and rescue Truong Than, a perfect dual assault. When she got close to the ice dragon, she used the Bat Kuk Fan Viem Kiet. She attacked quickly and precisely towards them, aiming straight for the face. To be more certain, Tiunam also combined it with Thuong Hoang Diem. It's clear this move of hers was quite effective as it bypassed the ice dragons and reached Truong Than behind them. A pro player move. She was still trying with all her might to break that layer of ice. Come on. But because her defensive power was too great, it exhausted Tiunam. She was thrown back at a disadvantage. The outer layer of ice remained intact, without a single scratch. Truly a tank. Now she weakly whispered to Than Swang, her voice despairing, It failed. Hey, big-boobed girl, are you still there? Then she slowly gave up and said with a weary voice, Forget it. See you in hell later. Suddenly, a familiar head of white hair appeared. Who is it? At that moment, when Tranda saw Tunam about to fall, he immediately reached out to catch her. A hero saving the damsel. I was only gone for a moment, and you've already ended up like this. Holding her in his arms, his voice was deep and tinged with amusement. You two really know how to make a mess. Hearing this, Tu Su, who was behind them, stammered an explanation, her voice embarrassed. Well, at least we made it in time. But the grand disciple you favor, Lao Da, is she about to die? Dala, standing beside them, bowed her head and said remorsefully, I'm sorry. Suddenly, he handed Tunam to her to hold, his voice calm. Don't worry, it's fine. Then Tranda snapped his fingers and comforted his disciples with a reassuring voice. With me here, they will not die. After that snap, a sealing mark appeared on Tunam's forehead. Seeing this, Tiosu was a bit confused and asked, her voice curious, Lao Da, you are. But before she could finish, he immediately explained in a professional tone, it just needs time. I'm temporarily using a talisman to seal their bodies. As long as their souls don't dissipate, it's fine. Right now, we must prioritize solving Truong Than's problem. Very quickly, the two of them approached the ice block to analyze the situation. Why is Tu Truong Than inside that ice ball? She used a large amount of yin energy in battle, which broke the first seal I placed on her. Her current appearance is likely a state of loss of control caused by the evolution of her Thuan Am body. Seeing someone approach, the dragon started to charge and attack again. Not again. Seeing this, Tu Su exclaimed in panic, her voice shrill, Lao Da, the ice dragons are coming! But contrary to her panic, Tranda was extremely calm. He didn't move, as calm as still water. As it was about to charge, she trembled in fear, covering herself with her wings. However, something unexpected happened. It suddenly stopped and didn't attack. How strange. Seeing this, Tu Su was extremely surprised and exclaimed, Amazing! It stopped! She flew over to him, wiped her sweat, and sighed in relief. That scared me to death. I thought it was going to attack us. It seemed Tranda understood this from the beginning. Truong Than has only lost control of her power. In her subconscious, she still remembers that I am her master. Looking at her current condition, he spoke again, his voice analytical. The Thuan Am body is mainly expressed in the ability to wield yin energy. The fact that she can now use yin energy to form shapes proves that the evolution is complete. Next, we just need to wake her up. Now, Tranda could also sense that someone else was here. He spoke up, his voice a warning, but before that, come out. Hearing him say that, Tu Su looked confused and asked, Who? Come out. Immediately after, the sound of footsteps appeared. We have a guest. They quickly descended from above, like angels descending to earth. The two of them were Bak That and Pham Bat Jia. As soon as they appeared, Bat Jia began to reprimand him in a haughty tone. Are you the one who blatantly broke the law of life and death? Tu Su, after observing them for a moment, asked with some suspicion, could these two be the legendary officials of the underworld? Tranda then added, his voice explanatory, legends are half false. But these two are indeed Ming Si of the netherworld. Seeing that he was ignoring them, that angrily shouted, her voice sharp, the cycle of heaven, life and death, this is the immutable rule of all the heavens. According to the rules, the souls of the three who will die by your side must follow us for soul reaping. Before she could finish, he flatly said, his voice nonchalant, this is my private affair. You can get lost. This statement left the two of them stunned for 5 seconds, deeply shocked. Bat Jia trembled with anger and roared in indignation, You rotten Taoist! Ignoring the law of reincarnation and still being so arrogant. Immediately after, the two of them picked up their weapons and charged towards him to attack. Come back with me to the Yama's hall. But now, a stream of energy appeared around Tranda. His face was expressionless as he said in a cold voice, Get out. Then the streams of energy began to spread towards Bat Jia. Immediately after, he was blown away by it. At that moment, only his terrified scream could be heard in the space. Seeing this, that was a bit surprised and turned her head to look. What happened? When she turned back, she saw Bat Jia's body on fire and screamed in horror. Uncle! Now Tranda's face was cold as he said, his voice emotionless. Whether these three girls live or die, that is my private affair. Then he pointed at them and threatened, his voice sharp, If you won't get lost, then you can die here. Faced with this threat, she screamed in fear, Help! Then she immediately created a dimensional screen, the best strategy being to retreat. She grabbed half of Batjia's body and quickly retreated. In this situation, Su spoke up with some apprehension. Her voice worried, Lao Da, we've offended the people of the Netherworld like this. Is that not a good idea? They are the gods who control life and death. Hearing that, he walked away and said flatly, his voice nonchalant, It's fine. These people call themselves guides for the spirits, but in reality, they are just cultivators who use the energy from soul's reincarnation to cultivate. Tranda then added, recounting a story, many years ago, I entered the Netherworld for someone. My relationship with them was never good. Hearing this, Su was a bit stunned, not believing what she had just heard. No way. You stormed the underworld? Lao Da would actually do something like that? What was the result? Now, arriving at Truong Than's location, he said in a deep voice, Of the 10 halls of Yama, only 3 remain. Of the 10 Yama kings, 6 died. However, according to the original timeline, this is something that will happen in the future. The 10 halls of Yama still exist now. As long as they don't continue to conspire to use the power of reincarnation to interfere with other worlds, I won't do anything to them. At this moment, he began the process of rescuing her. Let's begin. Looking at Truong Than's current state, his brow furrowed slightly, his voice tinged with displeasure as he affirmed with a warning, But if they dare to lay a hand on my disciple again, I don't mind making future history repeat itself. Very quickly, the outer layer of ice was broken. Done. The impact was so great that small pieces of ice scattered everywhere. On another side, a loud explosion suddenly rang out. On the surface of the rocks, 2 streams of light were chasing each other, as if vying for something intense. After a while of chasing, they suddenly stopped. They had their attacks ready, preparing for combat. Not long after, they clashed, fighting relentlessly. But because the power was balanced, Dahao was pushed back, now at a disadvantage. On the other side, Thuchu was also pushed back and crashed into a nearby rock, dazed. Seeing her good work being obstructed, Dahao was so angry she screamed, her voice frustrated, You damned night person! Do you have to fight me for everything? She is one of the Celestials from the Uyenma domain. Hearing his opponent's taunt, Thuchu refused to back down and immediately retorted, Rare treasures have always gone to those with the ability to obtain them. If you have the skill, then defeat me and take it yourself. He is the representative of the Celestials from the Uyenma domain. Faced with this intense rivalry, Bothian intervened to advise, as if trying to mediate, Amitabha. Before we've even seen the treasure, why must the 2 of you fight to the death in front of this palace? Now the 2 of them were a bit surprised, exclaiming in unison, their voices unable to hide their astonishment, Bothin! Then, the Buddha kindly said, his voice as gentle as honey, If the 4 great celestials of our Tianma world are all here, why don't we team up to enter the palace and search for the secret treasure that caused the celestial anomaly? As soon as he finished speaking, he turned to ask for the opinion of Nam Hai Than Kiem, who was behind him, as if seeking public consensus. I wonder what Sword Saint Benefactor thinks. Hearing this, he adjusted his hat and replied, his attitude seemingly agreeable. Then let's do as the Buddha says. We'll go in together. As for who gets the secret treasure, it belongs to whoever finds it. Everyone will rely on their own abilities. At this time, in a room that was strangely quiet, Nam slowly opened her eyes. Then she struggled to sit up, looking very weak. But she hadn't been sitting for long when the wound on her forehead flared up in pain, causing her to cry out softly, her face contorted. After observing her surroundings for a moment, she sighed, her voice dazed. My head hurts so much. But since I can still feel pain, it means I'm not dead yet. Suddenly, Tunam's expression became tense, as if she remembered something. She hurriedly looked down at the ring on her hand, her face changing color. Not seeing the ring, her face turned sad and pensive. She mumbled, Could it be that Swang she has? Seeing that she was awake, Tam Duzuyen let out a long puff of smoke and spoke, her voice pleased, You've recovered quite quickly. Your constitution is not bad. Hearing a voice, Tunam trembled and looked over, her eyes wide. Then she was so happy she burst into tears, jumped off the bed, and called out. Her voice choked with emotion, Aswang! She then hugged Du Shuyan tightly and sobbed, tears and snot everywhere. You big-breasted girl, you scared me to death! After hugging her for a moment, Tunam realized something was wrong. Her face went blank. Wait a minute, big-breasted girl is a spirit. And this feeling of contact is not like that of a living being's body. Something is definitely off. At that moment, a voice came from above her head, sounding not very pleased. I say, How long do you plan on hugging me? Daring to touch my body? Are you looking to die again? Du Shuyen is the artifact spirit Tam Du Shuyen Fong. Realizing she had mistaken her, she scrambled back in a panic, her mouth rambling like a flustered chicken. Sorry, I mistook you for someone else. Then Tunam respectfully bowed with her hands clasped, expressing her gratitude with the utmost sincerity. This junior, Tunam, thanks you for saving my life, senior. May I know who you are? Hearing her question, Du Suyen casually returned the ring while beginning her introduction, her tone somewhat proud. I am the artifact Tam Du Suyen Fong of the Dao Ton. No need for thanks. If it weren't for the Dao Ton's orders, I wouldn't have wasted my spiritual power on you two girls. She added a warning. With an air of superiority, the ring and the soul within it have been restored. She will wake up in a few days. I'm returning it to you. At this moment, holding the ring, Tunam thought to herself, her mind starting to analyze. An artifact's spirit. So, the Dao Ton she mentioned must be the white-haired girl's master. Was it he who saved us? She still had some questions in her mind, so she asked, her voice full of curiosity, Tamdu Sr., the Dao Ton you speak of, where is he now? Now, on the other side, Chanda was still continuing to treat Truong Than with extreme concentration. This process was still being carried out in a very serious manner. Not a single sound was made. The tension was palpable. At this moment, a sealing mark had appeared on her back, looking quite mysterious. Not long after, he gently said, his tone indicating the work was done, all right. Then, Tranda's deep voice added, explaining in detail, the materialization of yin energy represents that your Thuan Am body has evolved into a Nguyen Am body. As your cultivation grows, the Nguyen Am body may evolve again in the future. With my two seals, you probably won't lose control even if it advances again. Tiusu, at the side, also sighed in relief. Her expression relaxed. Teo Truong Than was almost consumed by her own Thuan Am body. Then, while wiping away sweat, she said, her voice still a little shocked, such a dangerous physical talent. No wonder I've never heard of any powerhouse with a Thuan Am body in the myriad realms. After her body had stabilized, Truong Than followed behind, pulling on his sleeve and calling out in a small voice, Master, Master. Hearing her call, Chanda also glanced over, his expression expectant. At this moment, her face was filled with remorse. She said in a small, pitiful voice, Disciple couldn't control my own physique and almost caused a great disaster. I ask for Master's punishment. Seeing her bow her head, Chanda was a bit confused and said, his voice full of questions, Punishment? But instead of scolding her as Truong Than expected, he just gently patted her head and said, his voice unusually warm, The path of cultivation is inherently against the heavens. There are not many shortcuts in this world. Encountering bottlenecks is very normal. Hearing this, she called out a bit shyly, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz, Master. Then, he kindly advised her, like a model teacher, the Winam body is a double-edged sword. It can make you go further than others. At the same time, just a little carelessness will lead to eternal damnation. We'll skip the punishment this time. In the future, you must cultivate diligently and quickly master your physique. Understand? To these words, Truong Than's face was filled with enthusiasm, as she replied with a resolute voice, Disciple will definitely cultivate hard in the future, and will not disappoint, Master. At this moment, looking at the inner demon task on the screen, Tu Su spoke up, her expression a bit puzzled. From Tu Truong Than's state, it seems the inner demon thing probably doesn't exist anymore, but what's with this last 1%? But before she could finish her sentence, someone suddenly opened the door from the outside, startling the whole group. It seems I've come at an inconvenient time. Hearing the noise, the three of them all looked towards the door to see who was being so impolite. Du Shuyen walked in and reported, her tone majestic, I have healed these two little ones. Seeing Tunam peeking from behind, Truong Than happily called out, overjoyed, Anna! Then followed a scene of the two of them joyfully greeting each other, chattering endlessly. That's great. Are your injuries healed? Wait, your body is fine too? Suddenly, looking behind her, Truong Than was a bit curious and asked in confusion, Who is this? While walking for a bit, Du Zuyen suddenly rushed forward. She then threw herself at Tranda. Seeing this, he reminded her, his voice a bit helpless, Tam Du, don't mess around. Hearing this, she pouted as if she were greatly wronged. What does it have to do with anything? The mission is complete. You have to reward me. Seeing this scene, the other three were all surprised, but each had a different expression on their face. Truly, everyone had their own thoughts. Master, Lao Jia, this. To the curiosity of the other three, Du Shuyen leaned close to his ear and whispered, her voice full of mystery. These two little girls, plus the one with the destroyed soul before. According to our agreement, you owe me 3 rewards." Hearing this, Chanda nodded in agreement, seemingly having given in. "I know. I'll give it to you after we've resolved the matters of this world." Seeing him say that, she smiled brightly, waved goodbye, and said, her voice cheerful, "All right, then I'll go back and wait for you." Before leaving, she added another reminder, like a worried older sister. "That's right, Thien Chu has been in a bad mood lately." When the person had left, Tusu approached and asked, her face full of curiosity, "Lao Ra, is this big sister with black hair also a magic weapon left to you by an old friend? How dare she touch you?" While looking at the weapon in his hand, Chanda denied it, explaining clearly, "No, Tamdu is a weapon that has been with me since before I achieved the Tao." On the other side, seeing that Truong Than was angry, Tunam immediately tried to calm her down with an adult-like demeanor. "White-haired girl, what are you doing? Calm down a bit." Suddenly, a deep voice rang out, strangely authoritative, Truong Than. Hearing him call, her attitude changed 180 degrees. She replied gently, as docile as a kitten, "Yes, disciple." Now, as Dela showed him the space in another place, his expression suddenly became serious. The atmosphere tensed up. The 4 celestials of the Tianma realm have broken into the palace. Defeating them is the final trial for you two. Hearing this, Truong Than responded with great enthusiasm, her eyes shining. "Yes, understood." But Tunam was not so enthusiastic. She asked with a confused face, looking pitiful, "Huh? Why me too?" Before she could voice her opinion, Tranda turned to Dela and gave a decisive command. "You will assist them in guarding the 18th floor of the palace, but you cannot use your domain transformation realm cultivation. According to Truong Than's instructions, you can only help by providing terrain and traps." Faced with this assignment, she just bowed her head slightly in acceptance. Yes. On the other side, Tunam was still jumping up and down, as if in protest. "Can you please listen to what people have to say? I'm at the mid-stage of the Thanfak realm. A Than just recently condensed her spirit sea." Hearing this, he just slowly glanced over. A single glance was enough to send a chill down her spine. This loving glance left her speechless, unable to utter another word. She then hid behind Truong Than and complained, her voice aggrieved, "I didn't say anything wrong. How can we possibly deal with 4 celestials?" Suddenly, Chanda called out, his voice devoid of emotion, "Truong Than, come here!" Hearing this, she immediately abandoned Tunam and trotted over to him, her attitude respectful. "Yes, master." Seeing her approach, he said, "I will now infuse the spiritual power of the celestial realm into your body. You must try to feel the power of the law within the spiritual power." Truong Than, hearing this, immediately replied with a determined voice, "Disciple will do my best." After that, he began to channel spiritual energy into her. At that moment, a very strong light emanated from where the two of them were, making it impossible for Tunam to see, blinding her. Observing the situation, Tunam was a bit thoughtful, her mind racing. What is this white-haired Taoist doing? Using this kind of transmission method to forcibly raise her cultivation to the celestial realm, how can her body withstand it? Suddenly, her eyes widened, and she stammered, her voice full of astonishment, "This is..." Tunam was surprised because what she was looking at was a divine phantom. The power was so immense that it spread everywhere outside. The 3, Thu Chu, Dahao, and Namhai, who happened to see this, also exclaimed, their faces changing color. "Celestial. It's the aura that appeared in Than Hoa Duong. This extremely cold aura, it seems that person is not an ordinary celestial. We must be careful." As for Bothian, his expression was a bit thoughtful, but he said nothing, looking extremely mysterious. Back at Tunam's location, she was still standing there stunned, her mouth constantly muttering as if calculating something. Among millions of ordinary cultivators, only one can reach the celestial realm. And among celestials, only 1 in 10,000 can comprehend their own source power and condense a divine phantom during their ascension to the celestial realm. Those people are all renowned great gods in the heavens. To manifest a divine phantom through channeling spiritual power, that white-haired girl is truly overpowered. Tusu was also a bit surprised, moving closer to Tranda and asking with a curious voice, "Tu Trong Than's divine phantom is like this? It's completely different from Tu Tian Fam's. It looks super fierce." Then, his expression remained as calm as ever as he said, as if it were a common occurrence. A divine phantom is an external manifestation created when one comprehends their own source power to the extreme. Everyone's divine phantom is different. What form it takes depends on her understanding of her own power. If Thien Phom's divine phantom is an understanding of the imperial way, then Truong Than's divine phantom is the pure path of slaughter, aiming for total annihilation. I can kind of understand why she was able to destroy several hundred worlds by herself back then. Hearing these words, Tiu Su giggled and whispered to herself, her face full of curiosity, "What is Lao Ra's divine phantom like? I'm so curious." It seemed that Tranda heard this comment and shot her a threatening glance, which sent a chill down Tiu Su's spine. "Do you want to see?" Hearing this, Tiu Su stammered an explanation, sweat dripping down her face. No, I was just saying." But in her mind, she thought, curiosity really does kill the cat. A divine phantom of Lao Jia's level, I'm sure even the Tianma realm couldn't withstand its pressure. My little life is more important. Now, seeing that Truong Than was about to land, he spoke up, giving her detailed instructions. "The spiritual power I gave you is limited. During battle, you must use your brain more. Make good use of the opponent's weaknesses and openings that the palace's artifact spirit observes. 1 strike, 1 kill." To this instruction, she replied politely, her attitude serious, "Disciple will follow master's teachings." After giving his reminders, Tranda calmly said, his voice commanding, "Go." Immediately, Truong Than and De La ran outside to carry out the mission, looking very urgent. After they left, he sat down to rest, pouring himself a cup of tea to enjoy, looking content. But as he was about to drink, a voice broke the quiet atmosphere. Dao Ton, great senior." Tunam, with a super expectant look on her face, rubbed her hands together and began to speak in a sycophantic tone that was enough to give you goosebumps. I want a divine phantom too, but her expectation was met with dead silence. How embarrassing. She was then picked up and tossed outside without any mercy. In the room on the 10th floor of the Dama Palace, 2 streams of blue and red primordial energy were fiercely confronting each other, the atmosphere tense enough to explode. The giant dragon bared its fangs and claws, its roar shaking the space as it faced Thu Chu, a show of dominance. Thu Chu calmly raised his head, his cold eyes looking at the ice dragon, and then let out a sound, his voice full of contempt. A golden, primordial energy radiated from his strong body. Thu Chu spoke with an arrogant voice, as if he were invincible. "You think you can harm me with just this dragon?" Suddenly, a mass of purple light appeared in the middle of the space, looking quite magical. From within that light, Tunam appeared like a phantom, her sharp eyes quietly observing the situation, ready to strike at any moment. Like an invisible person, she silently approached from behind Thu Chu, who was busy confronting the ice dragon, and in an instant shot 3 arrows. The 3 arrows, carrying a purple-pink light, pierced straight into Thu Chu's side like 3 bolts of lightning, freezing his movements for a moment. Realizing he had been ambushed, Thu Chu flew into a rage, roaring like a wild beast, his face red. "You coward who only knows how to sneak attack. If you have the guts, come out and see if I don't tear you to shreds." Meanwhile, Tu Nam had already hidden herself with a triumphant smile on her face. "What a sly fox. You idiot. I'd have to be brain dead to face the 4 of you Celestials head on." The smile on Tu Nam's face suddenly vanished as a mysterious ray of light appeared in front of her. Karma never misses. Like a whirlwind, a man blocked Tu Nam's path. She recognized who he was and exclaimed, her voice filled with terror, "Nam Hai Kiem Fap." Tunam leaped up as fast as lightning, screaming for help. "Hey you! Teleport me! Quick!" Nam Hai Kiem Fap swung his sword with majestic power, leaving a brilliant streak of light that tore through the air, looking incredibly powerful. Kui Hai Not Dao. The ground and rocks shattered, rumbling with each of his powerful movements. Dela approached Tunam with an annoyed expression, her voice irritated. "Hey, my name is Dela, not Hey You." But Tunam paid her no mind, completely ignoring her. She sat down on the ground, panting, her face still pale with shock. Damn, even with a Than's ice dragon for cover, it's still too weak. Good thing I reacted quickly. That was too intense. Dela noticed the situation was a bit precarious and asked Tunam with a worried voice, "With your Fok realm cultivation, it's still too dangerous to be around them. Do you want to leave?" Tunam refused, her face resolute. "No. A Than needs time to master the celestial realm's spiritual power. Besides, I haven't finished my preparations yet." She then told Dela, her voice commanding, "Teleport me to the black-clad woman." Dela replied, her voice obedient, "All right," and quickly did as she was told. Only a mass of purple-pink light was left in the space. Dahao stood before the sharp ice shards from the ice dragon's attack and cursed, her voice full of anger, "Damn it, are you not done yet?" Like a ghost, Nam suddenly appeared behind her, whispering dangerously, enough to make one's hair stand on end. Third one. Dahao angrily gripped her long whip, with purple lightning coursing along its length, and roared, her murderous intent palpable, "How dare you trifle with me!" She swung the whip forcefully and decisively. Suddenly, a sharp blade stabbed straight into her back, causing red blood to flow. Dahao cried out in pain, her face pale. Nam grabbed Dela's leg, her eyes sparkling with delight, as she looked down at the writhing form of Dahao from the surprise attack. She whispered, her voice filled with satisfaction, "Done." Meanwhile, Della was still floating in midair, still worriedly asking her, her voice full of doubt, "Your attack doesn't seem very powerful. Is that really enough?" Nam replied confidently, her face triumphant, "It's enough. This small wound is nothing to a celestial realm expert. I just wanted to lightly debuff all of them." Her mind drifted to distant memories as she thought to herself, with a hint of nostalgia, "The last time I fought a celestial realm expert was in my previous life. This feeling of walking on a knife's edge is truly nostalgic." On the other side, Bo Thien Fat Tu was still calmly chanting scriptures before the fangs and claws of the ice dragon, his body radiating a brilliant golden light like the sun. This made Nam only able to sigh, her voice full of regret. What a pity. Watching the scene of that monk calmly emitting a powerful primordial energy like an impenetrable fortress, blocking all of the ice dragon's attacks, Nam commented, her face analytical, "That monk's technique is too powerful. Covering all directions like this, if I force an attack, it will be very difficult to retreat unscathed." Nam clung tightly to Dela and said softly, her manner suggesting she had completed her mission, "I've done what I needed to do. The rest is up to Athan. Let's go." Dela replied curtly, her voice obedient. "Understood." Nam Hai Kiem Fap stood protectively in front of Dahao, watching Nam's disappearing figure, and then spoke, his voice slightly annoyed. "That then Fak Realm girl ran away." Dahao, still in pain from her wound, gritted her teeth in frustration, cursing with a fierce expression, "That brat has sneak-attacked me time and time again. Don't let me catch her, or I'll definitely skin her alive." Thuchu glanced over with a puzzled expression and said, his voice full of doubt, "The person in the palace clearly has the cultivation of the celestial realm, but they only send a monkey like this to sneak attack. Are they looking down on me?" Bo Thien Fat maintained his calm demeanor and replied, "Like a wise master, a Van Fak realm cultivator, daring to face the four of us celestials alone. Although her methods are despicable, she managed to cause us minor trouble. This pink-haired girl is not bad." Hearing Bo Thien praise the one who ambushed him, Thuchu angrily broke Nam's 3 arrows and said in a strained voice, his face flushed red, "You call this suffering a loss, Bo Thien? This little wound is nothing." Bo Thien replied softly, his voice still calm. "An ordinary than Fak realm cultivator would not have such courage and methods. Unfortunately, the gap in realms is not something that can be bridged by such tricks. The arrows might be poisoned. You all should use an antidote to be safe, just in case. Truly, a master cannot be underestimated." In the bone-chilling space of the 18th floor of the Dama Palace, Tutruong Than sat quietly on the floor. She unleashed her power, causing ice and snow to spread across the ground. Towering, sharp ice pillars rose up like a forest of swords, a truly magnificent sight. Suddenly, a mass of pink and purple light tore through the silent space, attracting Truong Than's attention. Nam stepped out from the light, stretching tiredly and sighing with a self-satisfied look. "Phew, I'm back." Truong Than asked her worriedly, her voice full of concern, "Are you hurt?" Nam proudly raised her head and replied, showing no modesty, "Of course not. Don't you know who I am? Back in the Feng Ma world, I was the chaotic little demon king who could command the wind and rain, okay? A mere celestial realm expert? I can play them like a monkey." She sat down next to Truong Than and began to recount the recent confrontation, her manner that of an expert. "Among the 4 who broke in, there's one wearing a hat. I don't know if he uses a saber or a sword. He's fast, has high attack power, but his physical body is a bit weak. There's a black-haired woman with a whip. She probably uses some kind of seduction technique that won't work on you. And there's a cat-headed guy. He's full of brute force and thick-skinned, probably not hard to deal with. But you have to be careful with the last one, the monk covered in golden light. That guy is not easy to deal with." Nam took out a medicine bottle with a moon label, looked at Truong Than, and explained, like a master pharmacist, "That's right. Besides the monk, I've added a little something to the other 3. As long as they go all out, it will create a forced suppression of their spiritual power. This is a secret medicine created by Ngiet Long Sun to prevent people from getting too seriously injured during spars. Moreover, this isn't considered a poison, so antidotes won't work. Tunam was determinedly calculating, her eyes lighting up. If it's a celestial realm expert, the state of spiritual power suppression should only last a few seconds. You have to take this opportunity to beat them up for me. Trung-than smiled and replied, her voice full of gratitude. And Nam, thank you. Tunam, seeing her being so polite, crossed her arms and said with an air of superiority, what's there to thank me for? It's just your master's mission. If I weren't afraid of him bothering me after this is over, I wouldn't have bothered to help you. You're about to face 4 Celestials. You need to be 200% focused. If you get into danger, I can't save you. Trung-than understood that and replied with a confident voice, yes, leave the rest to me. She then began to circulate her power. A cold stream of primordial energy, like an icy wind, gently flowed towards her hand. Trung-than's primordial energy spread throughout the room, carrying a bone-chilling cold that seemed to freeze the very space around them. The 4 Celestials had now appeared. Both Thien observed and remarked, his face somewhat serious, it seems this is the final floor. Namhai noticed something and suddenly turned around, exclaiming in surprise, over there! Behind them, Trung-than sat quietly, unleashing her power. Her silver-white sword floated in midair beside her, her presence overwhelming. Thuchu looked at Trung-than with a sinister gaze and then spoke, his voice full of suspicion. Is this little girl that celestial? Dahao replied softly, her voice slightly annoyed. The one who annoyed us just now, was it her? Namhai's cold eyes, though hidden under his wide-brimmed hat, his voice was clear and certain. This level of extreme cold aura, it seems I was not wrong. In contrast to the others, Bo Thien remained silent, secretly assessing the situation in his mind. What a crafty old fox. Such a young celestial. Suddenly, Trung-than's eyes snapped open, looking straight at them, her killing intent radiating outwards. Trung-than's proud figure was revealed as she raised her silver-white sword high. Following that, the ice dragon from before also appeared, its fangs and claws ready like a beast of prey, aiming straight for the 4 Celestials. The Celestials immediately became vigilant, ready to fight. The atmosphere was as tense as a drawn bowstring. The giant ice dragon, with scales as sharp as daggers, roared like thunder and shot towards the 4 Celestials, a truly majestic sight. Namhai sneered slightly, his sharp eyes filled with contempt as he let out a sound, his voice arrogant. His hand slid lightly over the hilt of his sword, drawing the treasured blade from its sheath and unleashing a move of terrifying power, Namhai Kiem Fap. The dragon, like a crazed beast, bared its fangs and claws at him menacingly. Amidst the icy attacks from the dragon, Namhai swung his sword, dancing through the air, creating a protective net that looked like a dance of death. Suddenly, his movements froze, his sharp eyes scanning behind him as he exclaimed in surprise, huh? Like a silent breeze, Trung-than had, at some point, silently approached Dahao, truly appearing and disappearing like a ghost. Trung-than coldly pointed her sword at Dahao, her voice as cold as ice. First one. Dahao, quick as a flash, swung her whip. Purple lightning sparked as the whip wrapped tightly around her sword. A scornful laugh escaped her lips, as if she was sure of her victory. You little brat, are you trying to tickle me? But then, like a bolt of lightning tearing through the sky, Trung-than's sharp sword sliced through her whip in an instant, a move that was too fast, too dangerous. Dahao's eyes widened, surprise clearly visible on her arrogant face. It was truly unbelievable. Trung-than's sword, after cutting the whip, continued its momentum and pierced straight into Dahao's right chest, causing her to cry out in pain, her face changing color. Thuchu, seeing Trung-than's rampage, flew into a rage. His body quickly transformed, becoming muscular as he roared, the sound shaking the entire space. White-haired girl, don't you dare be arrogant! Trung-than raised her guard, her sharp eyes scanning Thuchu and Namhai, who were attacking simultaneously, taking them on 2-on-1. A blue primordial energy erupted powerfully from Trung-than's body, spreading throughout the space like a tidal wave, a truly terrifying sight. Standing between the encirclement of Thuchu and Namhai, Trung-than suddenly launched a counterattack, causing a brilliant primordial energy to fill the space. A terrifyingly powerful technique, Bao Sat San Bang Quian, Don Thuong Hai. The power from Trung-than's attack successfully pushed back both Thuchu and Namhai, a spectacular outplay. She looked at them coldly and let out a sound, her voice full of arrogance. The 4 Celestials were all stunned, their faces showing clear astonishment at the attack. Truong Than's recent attack was truly unbelievable. As if suddenly realizing something about the previous technique, all four of them exclaimed in unison, their voices filled with panic. That is, Truong Than stood proudly in the center of a protective circle, causing the four celestials to cry out in terror, their faces pale. A divine phantom! Dahao clutched her wound, her voice trembling, not believing her eyes. She's actually a celestial with a divine phantom. Thuchu also couldn't hide his surprise, his face bewildered. No wonder she could fight two of us at once and block our attacks. Namhai cast a wary glance at her, his voice cautious. With the support of a divine phantom, dealing with her won't be as simple as it seems. Bo Thean, who had been silently observing until now, his eyes suddenly lit up as if he had just thought of something. He was truly an old fox. So that's how it is. Namhai glared and stepped forward, speaking urgently to Thu Chu as if he had discovered a world-shaking secret. That treasure must be on her! Thu Chu shot up like an arrow with Namhai, roaring, his voice full of anger. You don't need to tell me! I already know! Dahao followed closely behind, gnashing her teeth in hatred, her face filled with murderous intent. I'll make you pay for sneak attacking me. Truong Than, empowered by her divine phantom, swung her sword to clash directly with Namhai's. The two auras collided, creating a brilliant shower of sparks, a truly dazzling sight. She swung her sword powerfully, but Namhai was just as quick, raising his to block. The two blades met with a deafening clang of metal that echoed throughout the space. Truong Than's powerful attack, like a waterfall, momentarily overwhelmed Namhai, causing him to cry out in pain, seemingly injured. Dahao and Thu Chu silently approached from behind, ready to launch a surprise attack, a true gang-up. But with her keen senses, Truong Than managed to execute a move in time, a supreme defensive technique, Tai Nich Huyen. Bak Duong Hoa formed an invisible wall, repelling both enemies, leaving them to exclaim in frustration, "What?" Namhai swung his sword like a whirlwind, each strike containing terrifying power, determined not to let Truong Than escape. The Celestials refused to give up. One of them shouted, their voice filled with determination, and they all charged forward to attack Truong Than. A merciless battle. The ground shattered, and debris flew everywhere from the fierce battle. Thick dust filled the air, looking like the end of the world. Tusu eagerly watched the screen, exclaiming in admiration, her eyes shining like stars. So this is a divine phantom! Truong Than is so cool, she's like the final boss in a game. Chanda sat there calmly, handing his teacup to Tio Su for a refill, his voice light, as if everything was under control. This is just the spiritual power I gave her. When Truong Than breaks through to the celestial realm on her own, dealing with these three celestials will be a trivial matter. Tio Su smiled in agreement. Truong Than is still just a young girl now. Being able to fight evenly with these three celestials is already very impressive. Tranda looked thoughtful and said softly, as if analyzing a difficult problem. These three celestials, although their strength is not much, they are at least native products of the Tianma realm. I'm quite interested in that monk. Tusu asked curiously, her voice full of wonder. What about this bald monk? Tranda explained patiently. Like a wise teacher, he has an unusual aura about him. He's not from the Tianma realm. Tusu looked at Bo Tian's calm demeanor on the screen and, hearing Tranda's words, was shocked, her mouth agape. Huh? Could there be a third transmigrator? Tranda lightly closed his eyes, dismissing his suspicions, his voice full of confidence. He has something that interests me, but it's not important right now. Let's continue watching Truong Than's performance first. Tusu obediently replied, her voice full of trust. That's right. With Lao Jia here, even the real Buddha couldn't escape his grasp. Chanda stared intently at the screen, his voice certain Truong Than's fight is about to end. Hearing this, Tusu jumped, her face worried. Is her spiritual power about to run out? Without Lao Jia's spiritual power, Truong Than will lose. A soft reply from Tranda echoed in the space, his voice strangely calm, no. Tranda looked at Truong Than's resilient fighting form and reassured, as if everything was still under control. The little trick that the pink-haired girl planted on them is about to be activated. The Celestials continued to attack Truong Than like a relentless tide. The prolonged battle made her beautiful face show clear signs of panic, seemingly exhausted. The three Celestials charged, but not without caution. Dahao cautiously said, her voice full of doubt, how can this girl be so strong? Thu Chu also growled, wondering, his face puzzled, what kind of celestial general is this? Namhai leaped into the air and warned, his voice worried, This celestial is very unusual. The three of them looked at Truong Than's powerful stance and said to each other, their voices determined, we can't hold back anymore. Da Hao furiously swung her whip, her graceful body moving like a dance of death. A bewitching technique, Roy Hu Lin. Pitch-black batwings suddenly appeared on her back as the whip coiled around her body. She growled, her voice powerful, condense upon my body! Thu Chu roared like thunder, his body transforming into the form of a beast king, looking incredibly ferocious. Nam Hai emitted a swirling blue primordial energy like a tidal wave, unleashing his ultimate move, a devastating attack. Nam Hai Kiem Fap, Thuong Hai Kien Yat. The subtle poison that Tunam had used on them had seeped into their bodies. Talk about the biter bit. Dahao's face changed. Her eyes rolled back as she spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, letting out a pained sound, her face pale. Thu Chu roared, his eyes as red as blood before he coughed up a stream of fresh blood, looking extremely miserable. Nam Hai didn't escape his fate either, his eyes rolling back before he spat out a mouthful of red blood. He couldn't escape this calamity. Dahao panicked and exclaimed as if she couldn't believe her eyes, her voice full of despair, why is my spiritual power? Nam Hai clutched his stomach and struggled to say, his voice weak, the flow of spiritual power is disrupted. Thu Chu, on the other hand, screamed in terror, his voice filled with horror. What's happening? A triumphant laugh suddenly rang out like a demonic bell, enough to make one's hair stand on end. Hee, you fools. Tunam appeared from thin air like a phantom, gently swinging her legs in the air and boasting, not missing a chance to flex. This is my exclusive, secret formula. She then turned and urged Truong Than enthusiastically, like a general giving an order, Athan, take this opportunity to defeat them all at once. Dahao, seeing the unfavorable situation, turned and urged Bothien, her voice pleading, bald old Bothien, how long are you going to watch? Make your move. Bothien only replied with a mysterious and calculating smile. He was truly a deep and cunning old fox. Dahao suddenly realized something was wrong, her terrified eyes looking at him as if she had seen a ghost. A giant Buddha's hand, radiating brilliant golden light, appeared in midair. On its palm was a glowing swastika, causing the Celestials to exclaim in disbelief, Bothien, you! The giant hand slammed down on the ground like a punishment, its power shaking the heavens and earth. Truong Than leaped up as fast as lightning to avoid the attack, a spectacular dodge. Tunam realized the danger, her face showing clear worry as she exclaimed in panic, oh no, he has this trick up his sleeve? The Celestials lay scattered on the ruined ground, cursing furiously, their voices filled with hatred. Bothien, you treacherous bastard! Thu Chu was enraged by his betrayal and roared, Bothien, we agreed to search for the treasure together. Who gets it depends on their own ability, yet you stab us in the back. Bothien stood there like an immovable statue amidst the chaos, a faint smile on his lips as he spoke to the Celestials, his tone like that of a superior, three benefactors, the treasure is right before your eyes, yet you do not know. What right do you have to possess her? His golden eyes flickered, a hidden meaning in his gaze as he spoke, his voice mysterious. This humble monk realized from the moment I stepped into this palace that there is no rare treasure here at all. The one who triggered the celestial anomaly, the two moons appearing together. He looked at Truong Than, who was cautiously raising her sword, and continued as if revealing a world-shaking secret. It is this young lady. She has an awakened Thuan Am body. The three Celestials were astonished by Bothien's words, asking again as if they couldn't believe it, their voices filled with bewilderment. A Celestial with an awakened Thuan Am body? Bothien clasped his hands before his chest, a radiant halo surrounding him. He looked directly at Truong Than and said, his tone persuasive, let me get straight to the point. This benefactor grew up with a Thuan Am body, so she naturally carries great fortune. If you join my sect, you will surely have a place in the heavens in the future. A mere Thien Ma is nothing but a dog-eat-dog land. With your talent, staying here would just be a waste. He extended an enticing invitation, like a cunning fox luring a young rabbit. The current me is just an incarnation inhabiting Bothien's body. Even so, the current Bothien has the cultivation of the Van Tuong realm. Your constitution has awakened. As long as you join our Buddha sect, your future achievements will be no less than Bothien's. What do you say? Truong Than looked straight at Bothien with her sharp eyes, her voice as cold as ice, firmly refusing, I already have a master. Everything I have, including my body and soul, belongs to my master. I cannot join the place you speak of. Bothian slightly closed his eyes as if pitying a fool, his voice as light as a cloud but containing a coldness. Ha! If that's the case, then there's no other way. A brilliant, golden, primordial energy, like a galaxy, began to radiate around his figure. Bothian spoke in a steady voice, like the ringing of a temple bell, but carrying a murderous intent. My Buddha is compassionate. All who enter my Buddha sect will reach the land of ultimate bliss. His entire body began to move like an ancient machine awakening, twitching, then his voice suddenly deepened, eerily so, sending shivers down one's spine. Foolish, unteachable one, you should go to hell. Trong Than stared in horror at the grotesque scene before her, unable to believe her eyes, her face pale. Countless arms suddenly sprouted from his body like an ancient god, a golden primordial energy coiled around them like silk ribbons. His voice, soft yet chilling, spoke. It was like a verdict from the realm of the dead. But heaven has a virtue of cherishing life. It will be the same if I suppress you and bring you back to the Buddha realm. It's just that the process of education might be a bit cruel. Bothian fixed his golden eyes, like two suns, on her. A sinister smile, like a venomous snake, played on his lips as he asked Truong Than a threatening question. I ask you one more time. Surrender or die? She replied without a hint of hesitation, her voice firm. I have only one master. I will never join your Buddha sect. Bothian, like a wild beast losing its patience, his fists clenched behind him, his voice thundering with menace, his killing intent palpable. Stubborn girl, let this humble monk personally break your resolve and show you what it means to be outmatched. A golden fist shot out like a bolt of lightning towards Truong Than, an attack that could not be taken lightly. She dodged as fast as lightning, causing his fist to slam into the ground, creating a terrifying explosion that shattered the earth into dust. Trong Than floated in midair like a butterfly in a storm, her heart pounding as she realized the terrifying strength of her opponent. She could only exclaim, her voice filled with terror, so strong. Suddenly, she widened her eyes, as if realizing something. An idea flashed through her mind. Bothian's powerful fist swung again, giving her no time to rest. Trong Than hurriedly used her divine phantom to block the blow. A loud, tense sound rang out, but his strength was like a mountain crashing down, causing her to cry out in pain, her face contorted. Bothian's punch was like a lightning bolt, so fast she couldn't react, and she was hit hard. A fatal blow. He focused all his surging true energy, like a raging tide, into his two fists. A devastating technique, Kim Kang Chan Luke. The numerous arms behind him, like a swarm of venomous snakes, simultaneously punched towards Truong Than, a truly terrifying sight. The punch, like a drill, slammed into the ground, shattering the earth and sending dust flying everywhere. Nam anxiously called out, her voice filled with worry, Athan! Bothian, after delivering the fatal blow, put on a benevolent facade and said softly, what a hypocrite, Amitabha. In all the heavens, everything has its cause and effect. Since you were foolish and ignorant, you deserve this karmic retribution. In the desolate pile of rubble left from the previous attack, there was no response. A terrifying silence. Bothian stood tall like a Buddha statue, the arms behind him writhing like a swarm of venomous snakes, looking extremely grotesque. Nam Hai swallowed hard as he felt the overwhelming and terrifying aura from Bothian, his voice trembling as he stammered, Bothian, his cultivation is definitely not just at the Van Tuong realm. Thuchu cast a hateful glance, gnashing his teeth and cursing, damn it, this bald old man has hidden his strength well. Dahao, after witnessing Trong Than's perilous situation, coldly delivered a grim verdict. That girl took a direct hit from that move. I'm afraid she's more likely dead than alive. Tionam's stomach was in knots, and she was getting anxious as the situation grew more dire. No, I have to go help her. If this continues, that white-haired girl will be beaten to a game over by that monk. Dela, seeing Tionam's frantic state, quickly blew a stream of air into her two fingers and chanted a soft spell. Tionam was suddenly trapped in a transparent energy sphere, looking dazed and surprised, exclaiming, What the? Her anger flaring, Tionam turned to Dela and snapped, What are you doing? Stopping me. Dela maintained a nonchalant expression and explained calmly, One of them is at the Van Tuong realm, the other is at the Thien Nan realm. You're just a fledgling than Fok realm cultivator. You can't interfere in a battle of this level. You'll only distract her. I can't let you go. It's too much trouble. Tionam crossed her arms angrily, pouting. Then you do something, Dela replied frankly, as if to say, My hands are tied too. The master said, I can only assist you. I can't directly intervene. I'm helpless. The girl glanced over and then reassured Tunam with a confident voice. Don't worry, this is just a test the master has set for his disciple. If a situation arises that can't be controlled, the master will definitely intervene to handle it. Tunam sat in deep thought, then nodded as if she understood the truth. That's right, they're still her master. What does her master training his disciple have to do with me? Why am I getting so worked up? Below, the scene had become as chaotic as a battlefield after Bo Thien's terrifying attack. He stood there, his voice as light as a cloud but full of smugness. What can you do against me? Even with a divine phantom's protection, taking my Diem Ma Qian head-on will definitely leave you severely injured and unable to move. When I return to the Buddha realm, I will slowly educate you, and in the future. Suddenly, he seemed to realize something was not quite right and paused. Bo Thien looked down at the pile of rubble and then whispered with interest, as if he had just found new content. Interesting. Trong Than shot out from the rubble like a silver arrow, leaping up and raising her sword high, her presence overwhelming. Tai Amnich Huyen. She swung her sword decisively like a bolt of lightning, leaving a cold streak of light across the sky as beautiful as an inkwash painting. In a flash, Truong Than zipped past Bo Thien as fast as a white silk ribbon in the wind, leaving him unable to grasp the situation. By the time Bo Thien realized it, his neck had been sliced by a sharp sword and fresh red blood sprayed out like rain, creating a rather red flag scene. Truong Than landed wearily, whispering faintly, "The spiritual power Master gave me is all used up." Obviously, the previous move seemed to have drained all her strength, leaving her breathless, gasping heavily. Bo Thien, both in pain and humiliated from being beaten, his face darkened like the bottom of a pot, dark clouds gathering. His whole body trembled with anger as he roared like a wild beast. "You foolish girl!" He soared into the air, a brilliant, golden, primordial energy radiating around him like a dazzling halo, his presence as imposing as a mountain, clearly flexing his power. His voice echoed like thunder, full of threat. "You think you can defeat me with such petty tricks?" Trong Than trembled like a leaf before his terrifying power, like a flower in a storm, weakly exclaiming. In an instant, Bo Thien transformed into a completely different form, looking much more sinister. Sharp black horns sprouted from the top of his head like two blades, his fangs and claws as sharp as a wild beast's. His body was encased in pitch-black iron armor like a demon crawling up from hell. He roared, his voice seemingly wanting to tear through eardrums. "I'll give you one last chance. Kneel and submit to the Buddha realm." Truong Than, though exhausted, met his gaze with the resilient eyes of a warrior and replied without hesitation, her voice firm, "I will never submit to you." Bo Thien's eyes blazed like two hellfires, his voice a threatening growl, as if to say, "Do you want to humor me or not? Kneel!" Truong Than used her sword as a final pillar to stand firm against the terrifying pressure, her voice as hard as steel, refusing to back down. "Absolutely not!" Tu Su looked through the screen, her voice filled with worry and impatience, as if she were about to call for an SOS. "Lao Ra, this is bad. The spiritual energy you gave Tiu Trong Than has run out. If this continues, Tiu Trong Than will be killed by that monster monk." When she turned back, Tronda's figure had vanished like smoke. Tu Su exclaimed in shock, her mouth agape, "Lauda, where did you go?" Bo Thien closed his evil eyes, his voice as cold as ice, full of arrogance. A Thuanam body is an extremely rare talent. If a physique like this cannot be used by my Buddha realm. He launched an attack like a thunderbolt towards Truong Than, roaring viciously as if to end it all. Then it shall be destroyed. A series of arms, like venomous snakes, crazily shot towards her. A horrifying sight. Suddenly, he widened his eyes as if he had just seen a ghost, letting out a cry of surprise. "Huh?" Nam Hai stood from a distance, his body trembling like he'd been electrocuted, stammering, This. Thu Chu and Da Hao exclaimed in unison, not believing their eyes. How is this possible? Trong Than stood there, stunned, looking at the familiar figure standing in front of her like a strong fortress wall, a strangely safe feeling. She called out emotionally, her voice choked, "Master!" Meanwhile, Tranda stood there like a guardian deity, his voice cold, his presence overwhelming. A mere heretical demon from a small world dares to call itself a Buddha? Tranda fixed his sharp, dagger-like eyes on Bo Tien, his voice full of contempt, as if looking at an insect. "You want to make my disciple kneel?" He emphasized each word like a hammer blow, his power immense. "Are you worthy?" With just a light touch from Tranda on Bo Thien's fist, the old man's entire arm cracked like broken porcelain. Bo Thien exclaimed in terror, his face drained of color. "You!" Like a puppet with its strings cut, Bo Thien nearly collapsed in pain as his primordial energy and strength were completely drained by Tranda, flowing out of his body like an uncontrollable torrent. Bo Thien's arm shattered into pieces, a truly miserable sight. He clutched the remaining part of his arm, screaming in agony like a heavily wounded animal. Dahao was horrified by this earth-shattering scene. Bo Thien, he just showed up and his arm was blown off. How is this possible? Nam Hai trembled and exclaimed, his voice still shaky, I didn't even see how that person attacked. Thu Chu's eyes widened in fear, sweat pouring down his face. Is it too late to run now? Tranda stood there like a majestic deity and commanded with an emotionless voice, Artifact, Spirit, teleport those three to another place and imprison them. Dela immediately obeyed, replying curtly, As you command. The Celestials were restrained and could only cry out in despair. It was as if the end of the world was upon them. It's teleportation magic. Damn it, I can't move. Trungthan stood there, her voice pained and remorseful, like a child who had made a mistake. Master, I'm sorry. Even with the spiritual energy you gave me, I still couldn't deal with that monk. Please punish me, Master. Chanda approached and gently patted her head, his voice unusually warm. This monk was hiding his cultivation and is not from this world. This is not your fault. Don't take it to heart. You and the pink-haired girl follow the artifact spirit and leave to rest first. She obediently listened and replied, Yes. Chanda turned, his cold eyes fixed on his opponent, his voice filled with killing intent. Next, it's your turn. Bo Thien's body trembled, cold sweat running down his spine, his voice hoarse as if he were about to cry. A single finger destroyed the body I spent 100 years cultivating. Who on earth are you? Chanda stepped forward, pointing his finger straight at his opponent, his voice as cold as 1,000-year-old ice. Who I am is not important. That was just a punishment for you bullying my disciple. Also, who gave you permission to stand and talk to me? Bo Thien was horrified by Tranda's overbearing attitude. Suddenly, an invisible force shot across his knees. The surging power from Tranda forced him to his knees. The shattered arm throbbed again, the pain tearing at his flesh, causing Bo Thien to let out a wretched scream. His anger flared, and Bo Thien roared, his voice filled with hatred. You! You are just a human, yet you dare to insult me like this. Are you trying to make an enemy of the entire Buddhist realm? If I die here, the Buddha sect will not let this go. When that time comes, you and your disciple will not escape the fate of being killed. Tranda maintained a calm expression, like the surface of a still lake, without a single ripple. He sneered and repeated, his voice full of sarcasm. The entire Buddhist realm? His finger slowly pointed at the center of Bo Thien's forehead, his voice soft but containing a deadly threat. I also want to see what kind of thing is behind you, daring to impersonate the Buddha sect. Bo Thien stood frozen, only able to let him do as he pleased, screaming in his mind, You! His eyes rolled back, sheer terror evident, as he cried out, his voice cracking, No! The primordial energy from Tranda erupted, shining as brightly as a small sun. Bo Thien knelt on the ground, his tormented cries tearing through the space, chilling to the bone. A stream of blue-green primordial energy surged from Tranda's body, piercing through the night sky like a giant shooting star. Flying through the sparkling Milky Way, his figure landed on a distant planet, a majestic sight. Tranda's bare feet touched the ground gently, like a falling leaf, light and graceful. A blue-green primordial energy radiated from his body, shining brightly in the place where the Buddha resided, the Great Thousand Worlds, the Dithien Buddha realm. The Buddha, who seemed to be the ruler of this place, spoke, his majestic voice echoing like thunder in the 9 heavens. Who are you? Why did you kill Bo Thien of my Buddha sect? And how dare you barge into the holy land of my Buddha sect? Tranda's eyes flashed with understanding, and he whispered to himself as if he had just realized something. So that's how it is. Although the lineage of the heavenly Buddha sect has been destroyed, this great thousand world has been preserved. An angry Buddha pointed his finger, his voice filled with killing intent. Evil creature! Seize him! The oldest-looking Buddha among the group calmly sat on his throne and intervened, his voice deep and steady. Wait, there's a hint of the Taoist aura on this benefactor. Since ancient times, the Buddha and Tao have not interfered with each other. If you leave now, we will not pursue the matter of killing Bo Thien. How about we end it here? Tranda spoke with contempt, as if hearing a joke. What is that monk worth? You are not qualified to make conditions with me. I came only to confirm if you are truly descendants of the Buddha. Unfortunately, the result greatly disappoints me. The Buddha's eyes burned with a cold flame, his voice filled with indignation. We are the Orthodox Buddha sect. Benefactor, you barge into our holy hall and speak words that slander our gods and Buddhas. Are you trying to provoke a war between the Buddha and Tao? A brilliant golden primordial energy began to swirl from Tranda's hand. He replied, his voice strangely calm, "My Tao is the myriad Taos of the heavens. It has nothing to do with the Taoist sect. How can there be a war? You are just a bunch of weaklings. Do you really see yourselves as Buddhas?" Tranda's fingers slowly closed, his deep voice resonating with power. "If that's the case, then I will show you." A fierce primordial energy radiated from his arrogant figure. Standing among the self-proclaimed Buddha sect members, he continued, his voice as cold as ice. The true methods of the Buddha. The Buddha's body shattered like a broken mirror, his horrified cry echoing with despair. "What?" The remaining people suffered the same fate, their wretched screams echoing pitifully. "Stop him!" Before the giant swastika, Chanda waved his hand and launched a world-shaking attack. The false masks of the Buddha sect members fell away, revealing their true forms as hideous demons, an unexpected plot twist. Their faces were ferocious with sharp horns and teeth as sharp as knives, looking utterly disgusting. Chanda floated in midair, his cold eyes looking down at the beast-like creatures disguised as Buddha sect members, without a trace of emotion. A demon with blood-red eyes looked up, its voice hoarse and venomous. "Who in the world is this Taoist? A mere domain transformation realm cultivator. Yet he can destroy our Dharma bodies." Another demon growled in rebuttal, its voice full of doubt. "No, his cultivation is not stronger than ours. He must have used some secret technique." Two demons shot up into the air, their claws extended, their voices filled with fear. "If the secret that we are not Buddhas gets out, the consequences will be unimaginable. Let's get him together." The entire pack of demons charged towards Tranda, their ferocious roars sounding as if they wanted to tear him apart. "Kill him!" Tranda's figure suddenly vanished like smoke, leaving the demons in a panic, completely disoriented. Where did he go? A demon suddenly sensed something was wrong and quickly turned its head. Its eyes lit up in terror, as if seeing death beckoning. Before the giant hand radiating a brilliant golden light, the demons trembled, stammering, "It's that Taoist. How is this possible?" Chanda's entire body radiated a dazzling golden light, breathtakingly beautiful. He spun the planet in his hand like a toy and said softly, as if reciting a poem, "All things have their own laws, like a scene in a dream." The demons howled in panic, their voices filled with despair. The world is collapsing. How is this possible? This is a great thousand world. Who is this Taoist? To have such magic power, destroying a great thousand world with a single wave of his hand. The bodies of the false demons disintegrated into dust, leaving nothing behind. Tranda held the planet within a golden ring of primordial energy and whispered, his voice as powerful as a verdict. "No!" The desperate cries of the demons faded into space, silenced. The planet shattered in a blinding light, and only the echo of Tranda's voice remained crystal clear. In the Tao Palace, a terrified scream rang out. Tusu was clutching her head in panic. "Lao Ra, you destroyed the Buddha realm?" Chanda, on the other hand, sat calmly before the system, his voice nonchalant. "That Buddha realm only had a few demons borrowing the name of the Buddha sect to do evil. Destroying it is no big deal." Hearing this, Tusu still felt no relief, her voice worried. "But if you destroy the Buddha realm like this, the lineage of the heavenly Buddha realm will be lost forever." Chanda took a sip of tea, completely unfazed, his voice firm. "The lineage of the Buddha sect is not in that world. Moreover, the orthodox lineage of the Buddha sect was already severed later on." The more Tranda spoke, the less Tusu understood, like a duck listening to thunder. In the future timeline, the heavens will face the third world-ending calamity. The divine generals of the Buddha sect will step in to prevent the collapse of the myriad worlds. The Buddha's path will also be destroyed because of this. Tusu spread her arms, pointing to the past and the future, then asked Tranda with a bewildered expression, "But Lao Ra, Tusu doesn't understand. We've traveled through the river of time and are now in the past, 100,000 years ago. People who were once gods like Tu Tien Pham and Tu Truong Than are still alive. Logically, shouldn't the Buddha sect still exist?" Tranda then asked Tusu a cryptic question. "Do you know about the Three Ages Buddhas of the Buddha sect?" Tusu replied excitedly, as if she had struck gold. "I know this one. The system data has a record." The Three Ages Buddhas refer to the three Buddhas, Dipankara, Shakyamuni, and Maitreya, right? Chanda affirmed, his voice as firm as a nail in a board. "That's right. The Buddha of the past, Dipankara, the Buddha of the present, Shakyamuni, and the Buddha of the future, Maitreya, are the supreme deities who govern the Buddha sect. In that world-destroying calamity, the Three Ages Buddhas and all the Buddhas of the 10 directions, along with the entire Buddha sect, tried to turn the tide and protect the myriad worlds. Their demise caused the Buddha sect to lose its present, past, and future. Therefore, regardless of the timeline in the river of time, the Orthodox Buddha sect will not exist. After listening to the lecture for a while, Tusu's brain felt like it needed a major update. Now, the past, the future, all don't exist? Suddenly, a light flashed, blinding Tusu. She couldn't see anything. Tusu had to put on sunglasses to look at the object in Chanda's hand, her voice full of curiosity. "Laura, what is this?" Chanda replied, his voice deep and warm. "This is the lineage of the Buddha sect. Back then, the Buddha of the past, Dipankara, and I were life and death friends. Before he left, he entrusted the orthodox lineage of the Buddha sect and its 13 divine artifacts to me." Chanda became serious, his voice filled with emotion. The Buddha sect sacrificed themselves, losing their past and future. But they were taken advantage of by ambitious, evil cultivators who used their image to do evil. I must naturally clean up their sect for them and preserve the reputation of the Buddha sect. Tusu said excitedly, her eyes shining. "The lineage of the Buddha sect is in Lao Jia's hands. That means as long as Lao Jia lives, their lineage will not be broken." Chanda smiled, a rare smile. "In the future, if I meet a suitable person, I will pass on the Buddha's path so that the Buddha sect can continue once more." Hearing this, Tusu fell into deep thought, her face pensive. The Tao tone passing on the Buddha sect's lineage. It feels strange for some reason. At that moment, Chanda called out to Tuhak. "Tuhak, go to the training grounds and call the 3, Truong Than and the others, to the main hall." Tuhak tilted his head innocently and asked, his voice young, "Tiohak, is the great lord calling me?" Tusu sat on Tuhak's head and laughed, her voice full of amusement. "He's appeared! Lao Jia's special naming method. Lao Jia has given you a name. From now on, you are one of his own." Chanda glanced over and kindly explained, his voice gentle. "The name Dima contains the tragedy of the Tianma Thuong Tien and the murderous karma you created. If you want to say goodbye to the past, you must naturally make some changes. From now on, your name will be Tiahak." Tuhak bowed in gratitude, his voice full of respect. "Thank you, Dao Ton, for bestowing this name." The scene changes to the martial arts training ground. The atmosphere is as tense as a drawn bowstring. Thuchu was punched in the face and screamed in pain. Thuchu knelt, propping himself up with his hands, wiped the wound on his face, and cursed, his voice filled with frustration. "Damn it! Do you have a grudge against me? Why do you keep chasing me? If that Taoist hadn't suppressed me to the Kuaitang realm, a little girl like you wouldn't be able to hurt me." Tionam looked at him with contempt, her voice challenging. "I'm hitting you. Who told you to be covered in fur? I hate furry little animals the most." Than Swang chimed in from behind, her voice calm. "He is a demon beast, so it's normal for him to have a lot of fur." Tu Chu said aggrievedly, his voice on the verge of tears. "I'm not little either." Tunam ignored him and turned to the side, proudly sniffing, her face smug. "Hey, Athan, look. As long as a Swang and I team up, even if it's Kuaitang." Before she could finish, Tunam was petrified by the scene Tutrong Than created, her jaw dropping. Tutrong Than even turned to ask, her expression innocent, "What's wrong?" Tunam stammered, "No, nothing. Comparing fighting skills with a Thwanam body like you, I'm really dumber." While no one was paying attention, a stream of light appeared, extremely mysterious. Tuhak appeared and said in a steady voice, "Truong Than, Tunam, Than Swang, the Dao Ton has an order." Tutrong Than, hearing the voice, turned and said, Tuhak instructed, his voice serious, "You are to go to the Dao Palace's main hall now. The master has something to say." Truong Than replied happily, "Okay." Tunam, on the other hand, was still standing there, lost in thought, her head in the clouds. "The one who came has bad intentions, you big-breasted girl. I still don't understand what the white-haired girl's master wants to do." Than Swang beside her said with a philosophical tone, "If it's a blessing, it's not a disaster. If it's a disaster, you can't avoid it. In short, we have to face it. Besides, he saved both of our lives. If he really wanted to harm us, he wouldn't need to be so troublesome." Tunam crossed her arms and boasted, her face smug, "We are transmigrators." Than Swang smiled lightly and said, her voice full of hidden meaning, "So what if you're a transmigrator? Maybe the great Dao Tun likes your type." Tunam asked naively, her face blank, "Huh? Likes? What about me?" Fan Swang replied with 3 parts sarcasm and 7 parts mockery, her voice teasing, cute appearance, but a sharp tongue. In the martial world, they call it deep affection. So deep, it stinks. Toonam flared up and cursed, her face blushing. Damn it, are you looking for a fight? In the main hall, Toonam and Fan Swang suddenly shouted in surprise, What? Join the Chu Thien Van Dao sect? At that moment, Tranda was being massaged by Tu Hak and Tu Su, his voice full of authority. No matter who you were before, once you join the Chu Thien Van Dao sect, you will be my subordinates. You are the grand disciples that I have long planned for. Besides Truong Than, the other 2 were dumbfounded, their minds unable to process it. Anam and her friend will be my junior sisters? So the Dao Tan wants to take us as disciples. Why do I feel like I've just escaped a wolf's den only to fall into a tiger's pit? This Chu Thien Van Dao sect doesn't have many members. It doesn't feel very reliable. Toonam turned and sent an SOS signal to Fan Shuang. You fool. The sect has few members for now, but as long as the sect master is strong, it's fine. Have you ever seen anyone stronger than this Dao Tan? Besides, we are transmigrators and have to hide our identities. If we have the Dao Tan as our backer, traveling throughout the heavens will be much safer in the future. Fan Swang understood Toonam's meaning and nodded in agreement. That's right, I can't think of any reason to refuse either. Then, the 2 of them suddenly bowed deeply and shouted in unison, Disciple Toonam pays respects to Master! Disciple Fan Swang pays respects to Master. Chanda raised his hand to signal, his voice calm, Don't be so quick to kowtow. Truong Than, you come here. He then lifted Truong Than up. Truong Than was surprised, her voice innocent, Master? Then Chanda said bluntly, a shocking statement. From now on, Truong Than will be your master. The other 2 were shocked to the core, not believing their ears. Truong Than, on the other hand, asked in surprise, her expression uncertain, I'm to be their master? Chanda replied, his voice firm, That's right. The 2 of them were originally disciples I prepared for you. Toonam refused and was about to make a move, her face defiant. In your dreams! White-haired Taoist, don't push people too far. I'd be your disciple, but a Than is younger than me. You're telling me to be her disciple? I'll curse you to death. Truong Than hurriedly intervened, her voice gentle. A Than, you can't be rude to Master. Master must have his reasons for doing this. Chanda raised a finger and softly commanded, Freeze. In an instant, Toonam was bound tightly, unable to move. Toonam was flustered, her voice helpless. What do you want to do? I'm not someone you can mess with. If you come any closer, I'll bite you. Tranda couldn't resist pinching Toonam's cheek, his voice amused. You're quite cute when you're not talking, Toonam stubbornly said, her voice resentful. I'll bite you. Tranda also spoke frankly, without beating around the bush. Your status as transmigrators is no secret to me. You should know that as transmigrators, no matter who kills you, it will not affect the karma of the Tianma realm. The 2 of them were stunned, speechless after hearing this. Chanda said coldly, his voice full of authority, If you understand, then obediently acknowledge Truong Than as your master. He then raised his hand, his voice cryptic. Also, he pinched Toonam's cheek, his voice teasing, You have a pretty face, but you talk too much. After joining my Chu Thien Van Dao sect, you are not allowed to speak such nonsense anymore. Toonam was pinched so hard she begged, her voice on the verge of tears, Grandmaster, I was wrong, I'll change. A cry echoed from somewhere outside the river of time, a mysterious space. 2 hands slammed down on the table as someone scolded, their voice filled with anger. A great 1,000 world of that size, destroyed just like that? Is this the host you chose? Tiu Tien appeared right beside him, his voice calm. This time, my judgment was indeed wrong. I didn't expect him to be so decisive as to destroy a world like that. Relay my orders to our side. Tell everyone to avoid contact with Tranda as much as possible in the future. The person beside him protested, his voice full of dissatisfaction. So we're just going to let this go? Do you know how much time it took me to occupy the Buddha realm and support those false Buddhas to spread their teachings? Tu Tien raised his wings, looking menacing, his voice threatening. Are you telling me to risk having all the gods under my command annihilated just to kill Tranda? Do we still have the Buddha realm? The other side snorted coldly in defiance, saying nothing more. With that, Tu Tien spread his wings and stood tall, saying with a calculated tone, To achieve great things, one must be patient. The destruction of the Buddha realm has indeed caused us a significant loss. But this does not affect the bigger picture. Tranda has already recruited the human emperor and the demon ancestor. His next disciple is the Tuyet Niet Tien Ton. The Holy Master of the Heavens was separated from me at birth, and her powers have been successively locked. For now, she still doesn't know her true mission. But that's fine. As long as she stays by Tranda's side and gains his trust, it's enough. Everything is proceeding smoothly according to plan. The time is not yet ripe. Unless absolutely necessary, I do not want to confront this strongest deity of the heavens directly. On another side, Tusu sneezed and shivered. She then hugged herself and shivered, her voice full of confusion. What's going on? Why is my back suddenly so cold? In the Nanhuang realm, a fierce dragon was causing chaos, a terrifying scene. Tien Pham entered the battle, brandishing his spear, his presence overwhelming. Kwa Long Huang Kuk. A single thrust pierced through the dragon, its power terrifying. Thuong Long Fa. At this moment, Tiusu was watching Tien Pham's fight with the dragon on a 3D screen, her eyes shining. Wow, so cool! While eating popcorn and observing, she said with an excited voice, Tu Tien Pham can kill this great silver dragon with one spear. At this rate, it won't be long before Tu Tien Pham breaks through to the celestial realm. Chanda, from behind, called out in a steady voice, Tu Su. Chanda took back the screen and asked Tu Su, his voice full of questions. When did the inner demon task increase to 99%? Tu Su was flustered, putting her hands behind her back and stammering, it increased not long ago. Lao Ra was busy, so Tu Su didn't mention it. Tu Su had completely forgotten about this, her voice full of remorse. Anyway, as long as the mission is completed, there will be a notification then. Chanda raised a finger and transformed Tu Su into a different, more compact form, the energy-saving form. He then grabbed Tu Su and questioned her. You never mentioned it when other missions were completed before. Do you have anything else to say? Tu Su admitted her mistake, her voice small. Lao Ra, I was wrong. No, really, all the other missions have been completed. Only the inner demon mission is left. Then Chanda casually tossed Tu Su aside, his voice thoughtful. Logically, Trong Than should not have an inner demon now. But the mission still exists, which proves there is still a hidden danger that has not been eliminated. Tu Su now returned to her true form, miraculously. Tu Su clutched her head in pain, her voice on the verge of tears. Tu Su feels the same way. Tu Su said, her voice analytical, in the future timeline, Tu Trong Than is the white-haired demon ancestor who killed countless powerhouses of the heavens and destroyed dozens of worlds, making others extremely fearful. And the reason she became a demon ancestor is probably due to her tragic past and her special physique. Tu Su raised her hand to her chin and said, her expression pensive, becoming Lao Jia's disciple, in a way, has compensated for her lack of family affection. The interaction with the pink-haired girl shows that Tu Trong Than's social skills probably have no problem. Tu Su raised a finger and stated her judgment, her voice firm. Family and friendship have both been resolved. Then there is only one possibility. Trenda didn't care and just lay down, his voice tired. Forget it. Even without thinking about the mission, the inner demon problem must be resolved quickly. Otherwise, it will greatly affect Trong Than's future cultivation. With that, Tranda's voice trailed off into a whisper. When I have time, I will talk to Truong Than. That's enough for today. Seeing that Tranda was tired, Tu Su grabbed a blanket. She then covered Tranda with it, her voice full of concern. Tu Su will also help think of a way. Tu Su also lay down next to Tranda, her voice gentle. Good night, Lao Ra. Suddenly, Tranda called out, his voice hoarse. Tu Su. Tu Su replied quickly, her voice soft. What is it, Lao Ra? Do you want to hear a bedtime story to help you sleep? Then Tu Su will tell you one right away. Once upon a time, there was a mountain. On the mountain, there was a temple. In the temple, there was a monk. In the middle of her story, Tranda cut her off, his voice slightly annoyed. Shut up, dim the light on you a bit. Tu Su was startled and turned off the light, her voice full of remorse. Sorry, I forgot. Tu Su will turn off the light right away. At night, the moonlight shone in the sky, and cherry blossom petals fell, carried by a gentle breeze, a romantic scene. Tu Nam was currently dissatisfied, her voice full of grievance. Who forces people to take disciples like that? I've been wandering the heavens for so many years and have never suffered such humiliation. Than Shuang was combing her hair and comforting her, her voice gentle. All right, you've been complaining for half a day. Besides, the Grandmaster gave us that divine-level cultivation technique. Joining the Grandmaster sect isn't so bad. But Tunam grew even angrier, her face blushing. If he took me as his disciple, I would accept it. But he made me his disciple's disciple. I don't get it. It's making me so mad. After complaining, she turned to ask Truong Thon, her voice full of curiosity. Master, did the Grandmaster also force you to become his disciple like that? Truong Thon's eyes widened as she replied, her voice innocent, no. Truong Thon put down her pillow and began to recount, her voice sorrowful. 8 years ago, because of my Thuan Am body, I was targeted by an evil sect. That demoness killed my entire clan and took me to be raised as a cultivation furnace. On my coming-of-age day, it was Master who saved me and let me kill my enemy with my own hands. Truong Thon blushed and smiled, her voice full of gratitude. Master has never forced me to do anything, and unlike others, he doesn't covet my physique. Master is actually a very gentle person. Hearing this, Tunam was surprised, her voice full of doubt. Gentle? Are you sure we know the same person? I can feel that today, when he was accepting disciples, if I had dared to say half a word of refusal, the Grandmaster would have really dealt with me, and without a moment's hesitation. Suddenly, Tunam paused, feeling that something was not quite right, her face pensive. Wait a minute. Tunam moved closer to Truong Thon and said, her voice full of mystery, I say, Truong Thon, Master. Truong Thon turned to ask, her expression innocent, what is it? Tunam leaned close to her ear and said, whispering, you don't, by any chance, like the Grandmaster, do you? Hearing this, Truong Thon, out of embarrassment, used her powers to push Tunam away, causing Tunam to scream, her face blushing. Tunam rubbed her head, her voice pained. Ouch, ouch, ouch. I was just kidding. Do you have to react so strongly? Thon Swang, beside her, even teased, her voice sarcastic. Serves you right. Truong Thon is our master after all. Can you joke about such things? Truong Thon then admitted, her voice small. You're not wrong. I like Master. The other two were shocked, their jaws dropping. Huh? Tunam was still skeptical and moved closer to ask, her expression disbelieving. Wait. Based on my understanding of your IQ, you might not have understood what I said. The like I'm talking about isn't the master-disciple relationship. It's the romantic love between a man and a woman. Do you understand what I mean? Hearing this, Truong Thon pondered for a moment. Then she turned and gave the same answer, her voice firm. Then, I also like Master. Is that not allowed? Tunam was helpless with Truong Thon, her expression one of resignation. My master is in love with my Grandmaster. What kind of strange script is this? Thon Swang, beside her, said, her voice thoughtful, it doesn't seem to be a bad thing. Tunam retorted, her voice full of dissatisfaction. What do you mean it's not a bad thing? This seniority will be all messed up. Thon Swang whispered to Tunam, her voice calculating. Think about it. We are now disciples under Truong Thon. If Master becomes the Tao companion of the Grandmaster, what will our status in the sect be like in the future? Tunam immediately understood, her eyes shining as she thought, that's right too. If Truong Thon Master becomes the Tao companion of the Tao Grandmaster, wouldn't our seniority increase by 2 levels? Thon Swang asked, her voice full of hidden meaning. So. Tunam then grabbed Truong Thon's hand, her voice full of excitement. Truong Thon Master! Truong Thon was surprised, her expression innocent? Huh? Tunam pointed to herself and said, her voice determined, Thon Swang and I will fully support you in pursuing the Grandmaster. Thon Swang also chimed in, her voice supportive. Yes, just leave the matter of becoming the Grandmaster's Tao companion to us. Truong Thon didn't understand what they were saying, her face blank. Pursue Master? Tunam and Thon Swang on either side of Truong Thon whispered to her, their voices full of mystery. Come, let us tell you. You do this first, then after that, do this. Truong Thon listened to what they said and nodded. Uh-huh, Tunam affirmed, her voice firm. Follow our steps, and the Grandmaster will definitely take the bait. In the non-Hong realm, the place was dark and surrounded by black clouds, a gloomy scene. A bolt of lightning struck down, its roar echoing through the sky. It struck the ground, shattering it and leaving a deep crater. A sound that shook the heavens and earth echoed. The dragon saw the scene and broke out in a sweat, terrified. Fook Lin, sitting on the dragon's back, observed everything, her voice grave. The lightning tribulation of the celestial realm? This is the final path. The smoke gradually dissipated into the air. It seemed there was no danger. Thien Pham stepped out from the smoke, his body surrounded by lightning, his presence overwhelming. Fook Lin saw Thien Pham and silently congratulated him, her voice full of joy. Congratulations, Master Thien Pham, for passing the lightning tribulation unscathed and successfully advancing to the celestial realm. For a genius of your age to break through to the celestial realm is a rare talent even throughout the heavens. Thien Pham now forced a smile at Phuc Lin, scratching his head politely, his voice a bit embarrassed. Maybe it's because I was hit by Master's lightning talisman so many times before. This lightning tribulation of the celestial realm was simpler than I imagined. Thien Pham clenched his fists and looked up at the sky, determined, his voice full of confidence. No matter how many disciples Master takes, I will always be the one he likes the most. As the senior disciple, I must naturally set a good example for the junior disciples to follow. Phuc Lin called out telepathically, her voice steady. Master Thien Pham asked, his expression surprised. What is it? Phuc Lin replied, her voice cautious. There is a strong fluctuation of spiritual power approaching the non-Hong realm. There are many of them. Thien Pham looked up, his voice full of curiosity. Let me see. Thien Pham zoomed in his vision to observe a magnificent scene. Outside in the universe, a large, incredibly modern spaceship appeared. Seeing it, Thien Pham couldn't help but be surprised, his jaw dropping. A spirit ship! In the Thien Ma realm, at the Dao Palace, a quiet space. At this moment, Tunam and Thon Suang were soaking in a hot spring, relaxed and comfortable. Thon Suang asked Tunam, her voice full of curiosity, "Can we really take a hot spring bath? How did you know the Grandmaster could conjure one?" Tunam replied confidently, "The Dao Palace and the rooms that appeared before all came out of nowhere, so I thought the Dao Palace must have the ability to transform. Even the weather changing to snow was beyond my expectations. But this is good too. Speaking of which, the new plan is just beginning." Before that, Truong Thon had pleaded with Tranda, her voice full of longing, "Master, disciple wants to take a hot spring bath." Tranda agreed without hesitation, his voice warm. Combining cultivation with relaxation is also very important. Let's do it then. Truong Thon exclaimed, her face full of gratitude. I didn't expect the Grandmaster to agree to that. At this moment, Thon Suang put her hand up to play with the water and said, her voice full of surprise, "And Nam, did you notice?" Thon Suang pointed to the water droplets on her hand, her voice full of excitement. The water in this hot spring is not ordinary water. Tunam also touched it and replied, her expression equally surprised, "I feel it too. The water contains a surging spiritual power." Thon Suang spoke again, her voice analytical. "It looks very similar to Dien Mao Lin Dik, but it also has some purifying effects." In the end, they both leaned back and enjoyed themselves, their faces relaxed. Thon Suang exclaimed, her voice full of delight, soaking in such a precious spiritual liquid. "I feel like my soul is being cleansed. Should we just live here, and Nam?" Tunam also sighed with satisfaction. "The benefits of this sect are not bad. This is amazing." Suddenly, Tionam sat up straight, her face serious. No, that's not right. I almost forgot the important thing." Tunam then called out to Dahao on the other side, her voice urgent, "Hey you, come here! How's that thing I asked you to do?" At this moment, Dahao was still enjoying herself, completely relaxed. Hearing Tunam's question, Dahao arrogantly flicked her hair and replied confidently, "I finished it yesterday. You little girls actually want a celestial like me to be your spy." Tunam retorted, her voice reasonable, "None of us know how to sew, so what choice do we have?" Dahao didn't listen and tried to act superior, her voice arrogant. "Considering you took me to such a nice hot spring, I'll forgive you." Tunam then got angry and punched Dahao in the chest, her voice calculating, "If this is done well, we'll put in a few good words for you in front of the Grandmaster and get your freedom back. If it fails, you can continue to be our punching bag outside." Dahao was annoyed by this, her face defiant. "You damn brat." Now, Truong Than appeared and said softly, her voice a bit embarrassed, "This outfit doesn't seem to fit very well." Hearing Truong Than's voice, the three of them turned to look, their faces innocent. Truong Than shyly covered herself with her hands, her voice small. "Or maybe we should just forget it." Thon Suang then turned to ask Tunam, her voice suspicious. "So your plan is still seduction?" "That makes sense. You've learned more than a dozen types of charm magic, but I rarely see you use them." Tunam waved her hand and said confidently, Wrong. Seduction is too low class. This is my own special design." Nam Tu sidled up, wrapping her arm around Truong Than's waist, and began her lecture on the art of seduction. If it's just about seducing a man, there are a ton of options. But with my discerning eye, that Grandmaster is definitely not into the flowery, flirtatious type. Nam Tu leaned close to Trung Than's ear, playing the role of a love expert, her voice full of mystery. Dressing pure and lovely, a perfect figure, combined with this face, is the simplest and most effective super weapon. Trung Than asked shyly, "Will Master like it?" Nam Tu clenched her fist. It would be a waste if this didn't work. A 3-hit combo, romantic snowfall, an inviting hot spring, and a beautiful, delicate young woman. Even if the Grandmaster is a 1,000-year-old iceberg, he'll have to melt. I'm sure to win this round. In her heart, Nam Tu had long been plotting her revenge for the previous bullying from the Grandmaster. Now I'm looking for a new playground to get even. With that, Nam Tu approached, her voice full of excitement. Come, Trung Than Master, let me fix your hair." Trung Than fearfully hugged herself and backed away. "My hair?" A moment later, at Tronda's place, Tu-Su asked curiously, "Lao Ra, why are you in the mood for a hot spring bath today?" Chanda lifted the teacup that Teo Hak had just brewed and replied calmly, "Rest and cultivation are equally important. It's rare for Truong Than to make a request of me. The inner demon task has no clues for now, so we can think about it later." Tu-Su, swimming happily in the hot spring beside him, enjoying herself, said, "Oh, this inner demon matter can't be rushed. It's the only mission left." Tu-Su opened the system panel and said, "Although we can't activate new missions yet, Tu-Su has already obtained the detailed information of the third disciple. Lao Ra, take a look." Chanda opened his eyes and glanced over, replying curtly, Chanda looked at the system panel and mumbled, "Tuyet nuyet, Thienton, Ten Huyen Cha." Tu-Su replied, "To be called a Thienton, she must be a very famous great master. But why have I never heard of such a top figure in the heavens?" Chanda lifted his teacup to his lips, his voice calm. "It's normal. Even the people from that era, not many knew of her existence. Without the power of law, her existence will slowly fade from people's minds, forgotten by everyone." Tu-Su asked curiously, "Why?" Tranda explained, "Her true form is the Tuyet Nguyet flower, a divine-grade spiritual root that only exists in legends. She was born with the power of law to manipulate space. If I'm not mistaken, she must have used the law of time to erase her existence from the memories of the world." Tu-Su was surprised, her mouth agape. "Erasing the memories of the world? Can such a thing be done?" Tranda calmly said, "This is not strange at all. For someone without the power of law, it's very difficult to remember her existence. However, I'm quite curious why she wanted to do that. And also, as the manager of the rules of time, what led to her death? Tuyet Nguyet, Thien Ton, Tan Huyen Sa will become my third disciple." Interesting. At that moment, at Truong Than's location, a voice rang out. Well then, Than Suang and Nam Tia were still channeling all their spiritual energy. Nam Tia asked again, "Have you memorized what to say? You have to go now." Truong Than was flustered. Wait. A loud noise echoed, drawing the attention of Tranda and Tu-Su. Then another explosion rang out, shattering the dividing wall. Water splashed everywhere, and the strong wind swept Tu-Su away. From under the water, a figure emerged. Truong Than slowly rose from the water's surface. Tu-Su's jaw dropped when she saw Truong Than appear. Truong Than," a voice called out, asking, Truong Than, why did you come over here?" Tranda was quite surprised to see Truong Than. Then he looked down. "Also your clothes." Tu-Su, on the other hand, looked at Truong Than and exclaimed, her eyes shining, "Wow!" Truong Than blushed and stammered, "Truong Than wants to bathe with Master. Is that not allowed?" Nam Tio and Than Suang were now on the other side, peeking through a small hole in the dividing wall. Nam Tio was fuming. "Damn it, why can't I see anything? Does the Grand Master have to be such a gentleman?" Than Suang also chimed in, her voice full of regret. "There's actually a concealment spell placed on the fence." Nam Tio, being mischievous, came up with an idea. "How about we sneak over there to see?" Than Suang vehemently objected, "If you want to die, don't drag me with you." Nam Tio then asked Than Suang, her voice coaxing, "A Than is our master after all. Aren't you curious?" Than Suang replied, her eyes darting around, curious. At this moment, on Truong Than's side, both were silent. Out of embarrassment, Truong Than sank into the water to hide. "This is bad. My mind is a blank slate now. All the lines, a Nam fed me flew out of my head as soon as I saw Master's face." Tranda then started the conversation first. "I don't remember ever giving you an outfit like this. Was it the Nam girl's doing?" Truong Than frantically denied it. No, it's not." Tranda was skeptical. Truong Than stammered, It was her who gave it to me." Tranda then called out, Truong Than. Truong Than jumped and replied, Yes, disciple. Tranda asked, tilting his head slightly, causing his hair to stir. Do you have something important to tell me? Truong Than shyly stumbled over her words. Important words? Truong Than turned away and clutched her heart, which was pounding in her chest, flustered and not knowing what to say. What should I do? Could it be that Master already knows? Truong Than clenched her fists, trying to calm down. Calm down. Calm down. As a precaution, I wrote down the words and Nam taught me. Truong Than opened her palm to look at her lifeline, but alas, the words had already washed away from her hand. The words washing away made Truong Than even more panicked. I'm doomed. Just then, the object in Tusu's hand buzzed. Tusu called out to Tranda, Lao Ra, Lao Ra, the progress of the inner demon mission is fluctuating. Tranda replied, He then patted Truong Than's head and said, Truong Than. Truong Than shyly said, Master. Tranda spoke to Truong Than with a gentle voice. I know. In those years under the Kanangyet sect, your family members are all gone. You, with your unique physique, were imprisoned for many years. It's not easy to truly regain your freedom now. It's also very difficult to make you forget your hatred in a short period of time. Tranda said gently, but I hope you don't hate your Thwanam body. Don't dwell on the past. Truong Than asked innocently, Hate myself? Tranda smiled faintly. I have the power to reverse life and death, but your parents and clansmen were not cultivators. Their souls have long since entered the cycle of reincarnation. Forcibly bringing back someone who has already been reincarnated would greatly affect karma. I cannot interfere arbitrarily. But if this can ease your heart, Truong Than smiled lightly and replied, No need. Knowing that my parents have been reincarnated as humans is enough for Truong Than. Master, rest assured, disciple will not hate my physique. Truong Than played with her fingers on the water and said, I used to think that if it weren't for my Thwanam body, I would just be an ordinary girl, and the tragedy of the two family might not have happened. When I was imprisoned, I wanted to end my life more than once. Truong Than recounted, her voice choked with emotion. I am very grateful to Tranda. That day, it was Master who saved me from the hands of that demoness and gave me the chance to kill my enemy with my own hands, allowing me to live as a person again. Tusu behind him smugly quipped, Very good. Just a little bit more and it'll be perfect. Truong Than continued, For the first time, I felt that having a Thwanam body was not a bad thing. It was because of it that I was able to meet Master and become his disciple. Tranda was a bit taken aback, thinking, releasing the pent-up resentment of many years, the inner demon naturally. Truong Than suddenly interrupted Tranda's thoughts. Disciple has something to say to Master. Tranda replied, I'm listening. Truong Than answered bluntly, Truong Than likes Master. Tusu froze, 3 parts surprised, 7 parts in need of an SOS, her mouth agape. Huh? Tranda was also a bit surprised. Tranda gently told Truong Than, You and I are master and disciple. You may have misunderstood your feelings for me. Truong Than took Tranda's hand and said, Disciple has not misunderstood. My feelings for master are not the same as a disciple's feelings for a master. Tranda covered Truong Than's mouth, interrupting her. Tranda replied gently, You are only 18 years old this year. The only person of the opposite sex you've had contact with is me. It's still too early for you to think about romantic feelings. Truong Than replied shakily, but then she stopped. Truong Than bit her lip, feeling wronged. Noticing this, Tranda called out, Truong Than. Truong Than turned away to wipe her tears, trying to act strong. It was Truong Than's fault. Truong Than will not say such things again to trouble Master. Then Truong Than stood up and left, feeling hurt. I was so stupid to say such things to Master. Tranda and Tusu watched Truong Than's retreating back. Tusu felt sorry for her and asked, Laura, what should we do now? Tranda was stunned, asking himself, Truong Than's inner demon is me? Tusu turned to look at the system panel and replied, It seems so. And Laura, look. The system panel showed the result, 95.8%. Tusu reported, Since Laojia refused, the completion progress of the inner demon mission has been dropping dramatically. Tusu looked at the result and mused, I didn't expect that the usually most obedient Tu Truong Than would confess directly to Laojia. She hit a 1,000-year-old iceberg who hasn't known love for countless eons like Lao Ra. It was destined to have no result. In the meantime, Chanda had stood up and quickly changed. If the inner demon arose because of me, as her master, this matter must be resolved quickly. Let's go, Tusu. Tusu replied sweetly. Okay. For the mission, or maybe Laonan Jia, you should just go along with it. Hearing this, Tranda glanced over at Tusu. Tusu. Tranda angrily pinched Tusu's cheek. You've been talking a lot lately. Tusu flusteredly admitted her mistake. I was wrong, Laura. Tusu was wrong. Tusu shouted, If you keep pinching, I'll turn into a cat. Tusu slowly raised her wings and then reluctantly attached them to the sides of her hair, her face puffed up as if unwilling. All right, Laura, let's go. Chanda looked at Tusu and then asked, By the way, are you missing something? Tusu, completely unaware that the halo on her head was missing, asked naively, Missing something? Only later did she remember the halo on her head. Tusu immediately rushed to get it. Ah, my halo! Chanda sighed and let out a weary command. Gather. The lake suddenly lit up. Chanda seemed to see something in the water. As the water receded, it revealed 2 tree branches growing in the middle. When the water completely receded, Nam Tiu and Than Swang were exposed, looking like 2 boiled shrimps. Tusu behind them exclaimed, 2 Truong Tan's disciples. Chanda saw them and became stern. What are you 2 doing here? Nam Tiu panicked and explained, Grandmaster, please listen to my explanation. We are here. Than Swang, to save her own skin, confessed everything. Grandmaster, I don't know anything. It was all Anam's idea. Anam, being betrayed, angrily cursed Than Swang. You big-breasted woman, you sold me out! Than Swang felt no remorse and even retorted, If you dare to do it, you dare to admit it. Anam, you should just confess. The Grandmaster will forgive you. Anam retorted, Confess my ass. It's obvious you were very curious too. In the end, both were scolded by Tranda, their faces pale with fear. You have not been in the sect for long. Truong Tan, being inexperienced, couldn't teach you any rules either. Tranda reached his hand towards them, his killing intent thick. Let me do it for her. A blood-curdling scream echoed immediately after. Night fell. Nam Tio was currently consoling Truong Than. It's just a failed confession. It's no big deal. Than Swang, on the other hand, blamed Nam Tio. All right, you should talk less. It's all because of your stupid idea that things turned out like this. Nam Tio, with one side of her face swollen, retorted, How can you blame me for this? I was just trying to help Truong Than Master. Than Swang, with a lump on her head, retorted back, Oh, and you're not admitting your methods? As if you understand anything about love. Nam Tio confidently raised her chin and said, Of course. Remember back in the Vungma realm, the number of people pursuing me stretched from the foot of the mountain to the peak. I had to reject more than 10 people every day. It was so annoying. Than Swang teased, So that means you've never been in a relationship. 3 people with 0 dating experience sat together in a room. Nam Tu angrily retorted, That's because I didn't want to. Aren't you and I the same? We've been together for so long, and I've never heard you mention having a partner. Than Swang turned her face away, her voice nonchalant. Men will only affect my cultivation speed. Nam Tu turned away and picked her nose with a look of contempt. What a pity. Even if you wanted a partner, you could only find a male ghost. Than Swang angrily scolded, Are you a pig-headed fool? I wasn't born a spirit body. They just ignored Truong Than, who was feeling sorry for herself, and continued to argue behind her back. Than Swang shouted, You clearly don't understand anything and you still want to teach me? Are you looking for a fight? Nam Tu also retorted, You big-breasted idiot. Are you really going to fight? Let's go then. While the 2 were bickering, Truong Than suddenly spoke up. Master, Truong Than asked sadly, Will he hate me? Nam Tia heard this and quickly waved it off. How could he? You are the Grandmaster's most beloved disciple. How could the Grandmaster hate you for such a small thing? Than Swang also chimed in, That's right. The Grandmaster, well, he probably feels that he can't get over the master-disciple relationship for now, so he rejected you. Nam Tio put her arm around her shoulder to comfort her. Besides, he's just a man. Truong Than Master, you are so lovely and talented. In the future, what kind of outstanding man can't you find? Nam Tio said some unkind things about Tranda just to make Truong Than feel a little better. The Grandmaster's thinking is too old-fashioned, and he doesn't understand romance. The proverb says it well, no man is good. Suddenly, Truong Than covered Nam Tu's mouth. Then she glared and warned, You are not allowed to speak ill of Master. Nam Tu fearfully nodded in understanding. Just then, someone knocked on the door. Nam Tu broke free and hurriedly said, Master, I'll go get the door. Nam Teo went to open the door and saw Tranda, Grandmaster. Than Swang also came to see. The two of them stepped aside to let Tranda in. Master is inside. We won't disturb you and Master anymore. Tranda replied coldly, and went inside, closing the door and leaving the two of them outside. Outside, Nam Teo started talking with Than Swang again. The Grandmaster isn't a complete blockhead. If he's actively coming to see Trong Than, it proves our strategy is still effective. Than Swang raised her hand and told Nam Tu, "Shh, keep your voice down. The Grandmaster will hear you." With that, Nam Tu started plotting again, coaxing Than Swang. I say, Than Swang, we are disciples. It's very normal for us to care about the romantic life of our master and grandmaster. Than Swang turned her face away, not listening to Nam Tu. If you want to go by yourself. Nam Tu continued to persuade, "Come on." A moment later, both of them pressed their ears against the door to eavesdrop. Nam Tu sneered, "You said you didn't want to, but your body is quite honest." Than Swang, out of embarrassment, scolded Nam Tu, "Shut up! My head isn't as hard as yours. I don't want to be hit by the Grandmaster again." From somewhere, Tu Su appeared and grumbled, "Look what I've found." Tu Su appeared right behind them without them knowing. Tu Su pulled out her wand and cast a spell, two little grand disciples eavesdropping. Tu Su chanted a spell, "Seal spiritual power, Tu Su the great Nazi." A giant boulder right there was lifted up. Then it flew straight down onto Nam Teo and Than Swang's heads. In a room illuminated by candlelight, outside the door, Tu Nam and Than Swang were peeking at something. Suddenly, a large rock appeared in the sky. It was surrounded by a thread of golden light like starlight. Tu Nam and Than Swang looked up in panic. "This rock? Anam? Did you create it?" Anam immediately scolded, "Are you stupid? We're eavesdropping. Why would I create such a big rock?" Suddenly, the rope around the large rock came loose, causing it to fall quickly. Tu Nam and Than Swang didn't have time to get out of the way and were crushed by the rock. The rock fell, sending sand and dust flying everywhere. The one who made the rock float and fall was Tu Su, who was calmly dusting off her heart-shaped magic wand. Now is the crucial moment for Tuochuang Than's inner demon mission. Tu Su calmly turned and flew away, but not without dragging Tu Nam's leg along. As for Than Swang, after being crushed by the rock, she flew back into the ring Tu Nam was wearing. "I can't let you two grand disciples disturb Lao Ra." The night had become more peaceful and quiet. Suddenly, a stream of light appeared in the air. That was the light from inside the room where Tu Nam and Than Swang had been peeking earlier. Inside the room at this time were Tranda and Tu Truong Than sitting on the bed. After a moment, he spoke calmly, "In 3 days, I will leave the Thienma realm." Tu Truong Than turned in surprise to look at Tranda and said, "Leave the Thienma realm?" Tu Truong Than's call suddenly made Tranda open his eyes. "Master, what are you doing?" Tu Truong Than knelt on the floor, her hands outstretched towards Tranda. "It's Disciple's fault. Disciple shouldn't have said those kinds of things to Master. I will definitely cultivate heart in the future and not think about other things." Tu Truong Than bowed her head, her eyes shut tight, tears streaming down her face as she begged Tranda. "So, please, Master, don't leave Truong Than behind." He reached out and took Tu Truong Than's wrist. "Stand up." He gently helped Tu Truong Than up, looked at her with tears still on her eyelids, and said, "I have been in the Thienma realm for some time. I came to this world for you. Now that you have made some small achievements and your Thwanam body will no longer backlash, it's time for me to go to the next world. This was planned a long time ago and has nothing to do with what you said." She didn't wipe away her tears but looked at Tranda worriedly. Truong Than said disrespectful things to Master. "Aren't you angry?" He smiled gently, his eyes soft as he looked at Truong Than. That shy little girl who couldn't even speak clearly before now has the courage to face her own heart and speak her mind to me. Seeing my disciple's growth, why should I be angry? Tranda's slender hand gently rested on Tu Truong Than's pale waist. His hand was here, but his face was turned towards Tu Truong Than. "As for what you said," Tu Truong Than was about to say something, but before she could speak, Tranda used his hand to pull Tu Truong Than into his arms. "Truong Than, I have lived in this myriad of worlds for a very long time. The years I have experienced are far beyond your imagination. For so many years, besides the wind and light of thousands of worlds, what I have seen the most are scenes of meeting and parting, of life and death. After hundreds of thousands of years of cultivation, I have always been alone. I don't know when I gave up the thought of being with anyone." At this point, Tranda's face became serious. "I understand your feelings for me." The word love encompasses a lot, but right now, I only have the pure affection of a master for his disciple. I don't want to deceive you. If I avoid answering or lie to you, it might have an even greater impact on you." Hearing this, Tutrong Than looked up at him, her tears streaming down as she said, "So Master really isn't mad at me for my presumptuousness?" Tranda's eyes were gentle as he patted to Truong Than's head. "I just said, I don't mind. You don't need to take it to heart either. I haven't finished what I was saying." Tu Trong Tan looked at Tranda in surprise as he continued. "In 3 days, when we leave the Tianma realm, you will come with me to the Nyan Hoang realm to meet your senior sister." Senior sister? In the universe at this time, there are 2 opposing worlds, Nan Hong and Tianma. He explained to Tu Trong Than, Nan Hong and Tianma are just small thousand worlds. Managing them separately is too troublesome. I need you and Thien Pham to merge the 2 worlds. Merging worlds, besides special techniques, also requires a cultivation of the celestial realm. Your senior sister, Nyan Hong Ko Thien Pham, broke through to the celestial realm a few days ago. You must also strive in your cultivation to reach the celestial realm as soon as possible. After speaking, Tranda stood up and walked away. Tutrong Than weakly turned her head to look at Tranda. He advised, "All right, it's getting late. You should rest early." After speaking, Tranda turned to leave. Suddenly, Tutrong Than called out, "Master." He tilted his head slightly and answered, "What is it? Is there anything else you need me to explain to you?" Tutrong Than lowered her head and let out a soft sigh. "Disciple will definitely cultivate hard in the future, and one day, Disciple believes. Disciple will definitely be able to move your heart." The candlelight shone on Tranda's face. He just remained silent and deep in thought. Behind that calm expression, a mysterious smile appeared on his lips. A moment later, the room was silent again, leaving only the quiet atmosphere of the night. Suddenly, a notification panel appeared, showing 100%, and paper fireworks exploded. As expected of Lao Ra, as soon as you make a move, you solve the most difficult mission. Chanda just turned his back and said nothing. Only Tusu was celebrating. The #1 god of the heavens has made his move. What is this about love between men and women, love and hate? It's all resolved in a flash. His face was dark and annoyed. Here, at this moment, Tiu Nam was sleeping on Tranda's bed. Tranda asked Tusu with a displeased expression, "What did you do?" Hearing this, Tusu immediately explained to him Trong Than's 2 disciples were eavesdropping outside. Tusu was afraid they would affect Lao Ra's important business, so she knocked them both out. Tusu floated beside him and shrugged, while he remained silent with a dark expression. Tusu continued to explain to Tranda, "But I don't have the authority of the Dao Palace and can't create a new room. I was afraid they would be cold if I left them outside, so I just had to put them here with Lao Ra for now." Tusu said cheerfully to him, "Lao Ra, about this love thing. If you really can't bring yourself to do it with your disciple, how about trying with your grand disciple first?" Hearing Tusu say this, Tranda flared up in anger, but Tusu just continued to buzz in his ear, or Lao Ra can just skip the whole dating process. At this point, he had lost his patience and immediately transformed Tusu into a winged yellow ball, which was her energy-saving form. In the quiet night, a cry from Tusu echoed from the room. "Lao Ra, I was just kidding, just kidding." In the room, Tu Li was lazily sleeping on Than Su's head. Tu Nam asked, "Than, that night, what really happened between the Grandmaster and the Master?" Than Swang, while cultivating, patiently said to Tu Nam, "Who knows? I was also knocked out and returned to the ring. As disciples, we shouldn't pry too deeply into the affairs of our elders. I don't want to be beaten again." Tu Nam looked over at Truong Than and Tu Hak, who were focused on cultivating, their bodies radiating a powerful spiritual aura. She praised them admiringly, but Truong Than Master is too amazing. Since that day, she has been cultivating with Tu Hak. In just 2 days, she has reached the Kwai Tang realm. Damn it, if she cultivates for another 2 days, won't she ascend? Than Swang heard this and replied, "Master is a genius. How can ordinary people like us compare?" While Tu Nam was frowning and grumbling, a figure holding a wooden sword stood behind her. "I'm just very impressed. Tu Hak can even share spiritual energy with her master for co-cultivation. No wonder so many evil cultivators died to obtain her back then." Dao Lan hit Tu Nam on the head with the wooden sword, causing her to scream in pain and fall forward. Tu Nam rubbed her head and angrily turned around to shout at Dao Lan, "You blockhead! What are you doing? I am your master! How dare you hit me?" Dao Lan turned her head away, closed her eyes, and calmly replied, Although you are my master, your strength is too poor. Dao Tone told me to come and supervise your cultivation. Dao Lan crossed her arms, her expression unchanged, emphasizing her words. Especially you. The master has instructed that I can use force on you when necessary. Tunam clutched her head in anger, but could do nothing. Damn it! If I had known, I wouldn't have accepted it. I thought it was a benefit for the Grand Disciple. Damn it! The spiritual energy given to me was just so I could be monitored at any time. Rotten Grandmaster. Than Swang stood helplessly beside Tunam and advised, All right. The Grandmaster is also doing this for your own good. Dao Lan is at least a cute girl. In short, she's better than a little chicken that sleeps 12 hours a day like me. Tunam seemed not to care and snorted in annoyance. 2 days ago, in Tranda's room, his voice echoed everywhere. Tu Hak, from now on, Tru Ong Than is your new master. Tranda was sitting on a chair looking at Tu Hak and Trung Than, then explained to Trung Than, Tu Hak is a spiritual artifact created through soul forging. As long as you form a contract, your spiritual powers will be linked. Your cultivation speed should be much faster than before. After hearing this, Truong Than's face lit up with joy and gratitude. Thank you, Master. Before the admiring gazes of Tunam and Than Swang, Tu Hak bowed with clasped hands towards Truong Than. Tu Hak greets Master. Truong Than looked at Tu Hak happily. From now on, just call me Truong Than. Let's cultivate hard together. Hearing Truong Than's words, Tu Hak immediately replied, Okay, Master. Suddenly, Tranda mentioned Tunam and Than Shuang, making them wonder, And you two? He glanced at Dao Lan standing beside him and said, Dao Lan, what do you think of this pink-haired girl? Dao Lan glanced at him and said, Let me see. Dao Lan approached Tunam, which frightened Tunam. You, what do you want to do? Dao Lan touched Tunam's hand. Countless streams of pink energy appeared from Tunam's hand. Dao Lan closed her eyes to sense and evaluate. Her talent is average, only at the peak of the Than Phak realm. Her cultivation is a bit messy. Her techniques are a bit weak. However, Dao Lan happily turned her head to look at him. Although her personality is hot-tempered, she is loyal and righteous. Not only that, like a loyal master, she has a fear and hatred for ghosts and evil spirits in her soul. Therefore, Dao Tan, this little girl will do. Hearing this, Tunam immediately cursed angrily. So what if I'm afraid of ghosts? I didn't steal your rice. Do you have to say it so loudly? He closed his eyes and calmly drank his tea, saying, as long as you like her. After finishing his tea, Chanda turned his head to look at Than Swang and asked, And you? It's not difficult to restore your physical body, but the technique you cultivate is based on heavenly fire. Compared to a physical body, this spirit body state is obviously more suitable, Than Swang stammered. I can resolve the matter of restoring my physical body myself. There's no need to trouble, Grandmaster. Then Tranda reached out his hand and created a spiritual energy screen in the shape of a bird. He decided, however, I once captured a fragment of the Divine Fire Atlas. Neither Thien Pham nor Trong Than are suitable for it. I'll give it to you. Hearing Tranda's words, Tiusu was surprised. A fragment of the Divine Fire Atlas? Let me remember. A giant green bird appeared in Tiusu's mind, terrifying her. Isn't that Divine Fire fragment super dangerous? Tiusu hid behind Tranda's chair in panic. He calmly took it out. Getting burned by that fire will turn you into an idiot. It's over. It's over. The Dao Palace is about to burn down. The green flame from the fragment spread throughout the room. It gathered into a ball of spiritual energy on Than Swang's hand. A moment later, that green spiritual energy transformed into a cute, plump green chicken. Seeing the shape of the chicken, Tiusu and Tranda were extremely surprised. Than Swang looked at the glowing green chicken in her hand in astonishment. It said, Greetings, Dao Tan. He looked at the green chicken in surprise and asked, Vong Shuyen Li Diem, why have you turned into this form? The chicken in Than Swang's hand looked shy, raising its wing to cover its beak. That name, Vong Shuyen Li Diem, is too much of a tongue twister. Dao Tong can just call me Tu Li. In the Dao Tan spatial world, the great sisters Vo Luong and Shish Luyen taught me the rules. From now on, I, Tu Li, will be the Dao Tan's bird. Whoever the Dao Tan tells me to bite, I will bite. He understood the situation and gave an order. Very good. Then from now on, you will be the life-bound spirit artifact and follow my grand disciple, Than Swang. Tiusu hid behind Tranda, scared and confused. I remember this great fire was super fierce before. What happened to it in La Ra's storage space? Than Swang looked at Tu Li and stammered shyly, Hello, my name is Than Swang. Please take care of me from now on. Tu Li looked disdainful. and remained silent for a moment before saying, I refuse. First of all, you little girl are just a Van Fatch realm amateur. You don't even have a physical body and you want to command me, a little bird? Suddenly, an arm holding a black iron whip appeared from another universe. Than Shuang looked at the arm with an innocent expression, while Tu Li just crossed her arms, closed her eyes, and turned her head away with a superior look. Although I'm just a fragment, I am still a noble divine artifact. Useless cats and dogs like you should just go home and inherit the family business. Don't come out and embarrass yourself. Shich Luyen struck once, causing Tu Li to cry out in pain and fall from Than Shuang's hand to the floor. Big sister! Zhish Luyen's arm immediately retracted as she scolded Tu Li. Tu Li, on the other hand, lay on the floor, crying in pain. As an artifact spirit, you do what your master tells you to do. If you are not willing to be the artifact spirit of the master's grand disciple, then go back. I have to say, whether as my punching bag or as a shield for that girl Thien Chu, you, a chicken, seem quite useful. Hearing this, Tu Li immediately put on a cute expression, forming a heart shape with her wings to apologize. Big sister Shish Luyen, I was wrong. How could I, Tu Li, be unwilling? My heart is blooming with joy, ha ha ha, he he he. Shish Luyen shouted. Hurry up and apologize. Hearing the command, Tu Li immediately bowed her head sincerely. I'm sorry, big sister, Shish Luyen. Shish Luyen shouted again. Not to me! To the master. Tu Li cried, I'm sorry, Dao Ton. Tu Li was wrong. Please don't throw me back to that world, Tranda said thoughtfully. It's fine. From now on, you will follow Than Shuang. Than Shuang smiled helplessly. Thank you, Grandmaster. On the morning of the third day, Tranda and Tu Su stood together in the courtyard. Tu Su said, La Ra, have you really decided to take Tio Trung Than with you? That's right. Right now, it's just Thien Pham and Trung Than, but there will be more disciples in the future. Building the Chu Thien Van Dao sect also needs a base. He looked into the distance, thinking further ahead. Merging small worlds like Nanhong and Thien Ma will make it more convenient for the disciples to manage in the future. Tu Su could only remain silent, but deep down, she felt very helpless. She wiped her sweat and thought, forget it. A 100% straight guy like Laura probably doesn't understand what I mean. The human emperor and the demon ancestor are mortal enemies. If they meet and fight, how will we handle it? Besides, both of them are super fond of you. This is no longer a normal love triangle. Tunam, Than Shuang, and Truong Than also approached. They called out loudly, Master! Truong Than happily reported, We are ready. Than Shuang and Tu Nam, however, were at odds with each other. I say, don't you people have storage rings? This is called a sense of ceremony. Do you understand? Chanda raised his hand and opened a portal to another dimension. Then let's go. The portal gradually opened wider, and the objects around it all lit up and then vanished. In this space, countless different fragments of time appeared, astonishing both Tu Nam and Than Shuang. Than Shuang said, When I was in the celestial realm before, I also traveled through other worlds, but logically, I could only go to nearby small worlds, and it consumed a lot of energy. I've never seen a method like the Grandmaster's before. Hearing this, Tu Nam immediately said, What do you mean, traveling through worlds, you fool? Can't you see? We are now in a space tunnel. The Grandmaster is truly traveling through space-time. In front, Truong Than poured tea and offered it to him. Master, have some tea. Suddenly, a strange light appeared in the air. It seems Tranda sensed something and opened his eyes. Seeing this, Tu Su immediately flew up and asked, What's wrong, Laura? Your emotions suddenly fluctuated. Did something happen? His face serious, he replied, When I left the Nanhong realm, I gave Thien Pham a set of spiritual clothes. It has a seal I carved on it. Just now, Thien Pham's spiritual clothes were damaged. Tranda gave an order to everyone, and he created a blue magic spell. Hold on tight. I have to speed up to the Nanhong realm. Truong Than obeyed. Yes. Tio Nam and Than Shuang were quite surprised and asked each other, He wants to go even faster? The strong wind blew Tio Nam's and Than Shuang's faces so hard their mouths couldn't close. The carpet was moving at the speed of light, accompanied by the terrified screams of the two girls. In the Enhan Hong realm at this time, the battle was getting worse. Thick smoke and dust filled the air, and the bodies of fallen warriors lay scattered on the ground. The various sects were also leaning against the walls to rest. Suddenly, from a distance, a small beam of light appeared. The leader of the generals stood out, clasped his hands behind his back, and offered a condescending blessing. Human Emperor Ko Thien Pham, I will give you one last chance. immediately lead the Anhang realm to kneel and submit to my great Tian Tan Empire. He was also the leader of the 4 great generals of the Tian Tan Empire, Bak Kai. Ko Tian Pham supported Fuklin, her face cold as she listened to Bak Kai's endless speech. Otherwise, this small world will be flattened by the iron hooves of my great Tian Tan Empire's army, turning into dust in the river of history. Ko Tian Pham frowned, her unyielding spirit showing. In all the myriad worlds, there is only one person who can make me kneel and submit. In Ko Tian Pham's dictionary, the word surrender has never existed. You invaders, if you want to fight, then fight. There's no need for so much talk. Tian Pham's eyes were resolute, her voice as sharp as a knife-cutting stone. The Nanhong realm will fight to the death and will never retreat. Bak Kai's face was defiant as he steered the airship aggressively forward, not forgetting to bless Tian Pham. You fool. Your little Nanhong realm is nothing but a praying mantis trying to stop a chariot before my great Tian Tan army. Fuklin, her eyes half closed, whispered to Ko Tian Pham, Daoton Master, I don't know where he is, and I can't contact him. The gap between us and the enemy is too large. The invaders are all experts from the celestial realm and above. If this continues, you will die. As your artifact, I absolutely cannot let this happen. In a moment, I will self-destruct my Dharma body. You take the opportunity. Before Fuklin could finish, Tian Pham cut her off, her voice resolute. Fuklin, if the Nanhuang realm is gone, am I still worthy of being called the human emperor? I have made my decision. No matter what, I will not abandon the Nanhuang realm. My spiritual clothes are damaged, so I'm sure Master will sense it. If I can't even handle a small matter like buying time, Master will definitely blame me for slacking off in my usual cultivation. Tian Pham gently laid Fuklin's head against a stone dragon, her voice deep. So, before Master arrives, I am the ruler of the Nanhang realm and absolutely cannot retreat a single step. Master Tian Pham. Ko Tian Pham struggled to her feet, a thin layer of light enveloping her body. She reminded herself of her identity. Besides being the human emperor, I am also the senior disciple of the Chuthian Vandao sect, the chief disciple of the Daoton. As she finished speaking, a brilliant golden light radiated from Ko Tian Pham's body, dazzlingly bright. A mere foreign invader wants to take my life. Then come at me with all you've got. This technique is called the ultimate soul-burning art, open. The generals surrounding Bak Kai began a comedic routine of taunting Tian Pham. One spoke first, shameless boasting. The light of a candle dares to compare with the brilliance of the sun and moon. The only man worthy of the title of Supreme Emperor in all the heavens is our Majesty. Another criticized an entire court. The so-called human emperor is just a little girl who still smells of her mother's milk. Another stroked his chin and sneered disgustingly. Heh, this girl's unyielding spirit, preferring death to submission, really suits my taste. Brothers, how about handing her over to me to deal with? The powerful light from Tian Pham shot out as fast as lightning, tearing through the air. The light from Tian Pham's spear shot out decisively, surprising the 3 generals, their faces frozen in shock. Tian Pham waved her hand, and 3 small rays of light also shot out at rocket speed. The first 2 soldiers hastily swung their swords to dodge the blows, looking quite impressive. Bak Kai was cooler, using his shield to block the blows as easily as turning his hand, and even crossed his arms in contempt, as if to say, petty tricks. Suddenly, Bak Kai felt that something was strange. Tian Pham thrust her spear into the stomach of the general who had just demanded to deal with her, causing the whole group to stare and shout, Lao Nyem! Tian Pham's voice was icy and decisive. First one. Bak Kai gripped the saber in his hand, trembling with anger. You foolish girl. He raised his spear and roared in anger, If you won't submit, then die! Tian Matrui! Tian Pham was not to be outdone, raising her spear to block the blow. The 2 immense magical powers collided, creating an earth-shattering explosion. The nearby generals were thrown back like dry leaves. The remaining generals stared at the explosion in shock. One stammered, This girl, how is it possible? She's clearly only at the celestial realm, yet she can block a full-power attack from Lord Bak. Bak Kai pressed down on his saber, his eyes reassessing Tian Pham. It seems that killing so many of my celestial realm subordinates before was not luck. You are not an ordinary celestial. If we weren't on opposing sides, I would really want to spar with you. Tian Pham tried to resist with all her might. Bak Kai delivered a final, humiliating blow. Unfortunately, you chose to oppose Tian Tan. The outcome is only one path, death. Tian Pham's spear began to crack. Bak Kai shouted, his voice full of pride. Your fate is the same as this spear for opposing us! Tien Pham's eyes widened, unable to react, and she shouted, Nan Hoang Thuong! The spear shattered into 100 pieces. Ko Tien Pham's strength could not hold out. She was thrown back, crashing into the ground, sending dust flying everywhere. A true SOS situation. The smoke gradually dissipated. Bak Kai brought his saber back and offered a flattering compliment. Excellent physique. To be able to avoid a vital spot in a hair-raising situation. But the next attack, something interrupted Bak Kai mid-sentence, causing him to pause again. 1,000 ice spears were hurtling towards Bak Kai. He hurriedly swung his saber, dodging and blocking the large ice blocks. Someone's voice echoed from a distance, enough to give you goosebumps. You bastards, how dare you mess with the boss of my little bird's boss? Tu Li transformed into a giant green phoenix and shouted decisively, Your time of death has come! The generals were terrified and panicked, stammering, A phoenix! The smoke also gradually dissipated. Tunam and Than Swang were helping Tien Pham up. Tunam asked with concern, Senior Aunt, are you all right? Than Swang checked, her face changing color. Not good. Senior Aunt's spiritual power is almost depleted. Ko Tien Pham opened her eyes and looked, her voice weak. Senior Aunt, you two are. Tunam scratched her head in confusion, her face innocent. Did I say it wrong? Senior sister of Master, isn't she also called Senior Aunt, a Swang? Than Swang hurriedly explained, Senior Aunt, it's like this. My name is Than Swang, and she is Tionam. We are both disciples of Truong Than Master. And you are Truong Than Master's senior sister. According to seniority, you are our senior aunt. Hearing Truong Than's name, Tien Pham immediately turned, surprised. Truong Than, junior sister. Tionam replied, That's right. Look up in the sky, that white-haired girl is our master. We'll take senior aunt to a safe place first. Her white hair flew in the wind. That person spoke, her voice clear and majestic. Thien Hoa Lin Li, 2 artifact spirits plus a Kwai Tang spirit body with a divine phantom. Bak Kai immediately asked, Who are you? Truong Than stood between Tu Li, Dao Lan, and Tu Hak, announcing her name clearly, the second disciple under the Dao Tun of the Chuthian Van Dao sect, Tu Truong Than. In the sky, the battle raged fiercely, with large explosions going off one after another like New Year's fireworks. The explosions lit up the entire sky. Bak Kai retreated, giving a high appraisal. You have skill. The other generals outside saw that the situation was not good and hurriedly spoke up. General, let's go. Bak Kai gave an order, his voice full of authority. Retreat! This is my battle! Anyone who dares to advance will be killed. The generals still wanted to charge forward. General, let us go. But hearing Bak Kai's order, the minions didn't dare to disobey and obediently followed. Bak Kai thought to himself, this girl's cultivation is not strong, but her body radiates a strange cold aura. It doesn't feel like a technique or a magic weapon, but more like an extreme coldness formed from the source of her spiritual energy. Bak Kai looked at Truong Than's shadow radiating a powerful magical aura and thought, again, we only exchanged a few blows, but that strange, extremely cold spiritual energy has already infected me, forcing me to divert spiritual power to dispel it. Truong Than held her sword firmly. Bak Kai judged Truong Than to be quite weak, but then he thought, however, her realm is only the Ki Tang realm, not worth worrying about. The troublesome ones are the other two. Bak Kai looked at Dao Lan and Tu Li, analyzing in his head, the fire from that phoenix has no warmth, yet it can directly burn the soul, and the movement technique of the other sword spirit is unpredictable. Her attacks don't cause physical damage, but for a moment, they made me think of giving up the fight. Tu Li looked straight ahead and whispered to Dao Lan, Sister Dao Lan, what should we do now? That soul girl's spiritual power is too low, my fire can't kill them. Dao Lan replied, I'm not good at dealing with living creatures. Let's hold off the axe-wielding general for now. Dao Ton's side should be finishing up soon. We just need to ensure the safety of the Master's beloved disciples. Understood. Large and small explosions continued to rock the area fiercely. Thien Pham was being helped by Than Swang. She looked at Truong Than and asked, My junior sister, what realm is she in? Than Swang explained. 2 days ago, Truong Than Master just broke through to the Kwai Tang realm. Senior Aunt, you don't need to worry. With Vong Shuyen and Dao Lan there, coordinating with Master to hold back those intruders is not a problem. Tionam looked over the battlefield, pouring medicine into her hand, her expression puzzled. Tionam looked at the soldiers lying scattered on the ground, worried. This is bad. Why is there still some celestial aura left on the ground? These celestials couldn't have all been killed by you alone, Senior Ant, right? Tien Pham explained, 3 days ago, this group of people claiming to be from the Tiantan Empire stormed the Non-Hong realm. At that time, I didn't know their background, so I ordered all the sects and countries in the Non-Hong realm to retreat to a safe place, only bringing a few sect elders to fight them. Tien Pham looked at Fuke Lin, her face filled with regret. But I miscalculated. The enemy is from a powerful force in the heavens. Even the vanguard soldiers are at the Kwai Tang realm. There were over 100 celestial realm generals. We fought these invaders for 3 days and were at our wits' end. If it weren't for you just now, I might have lost. It's just a pity about those senior elders. Even the Grand Elder of the Daila sect, who returned upon hearing the news, Tunam interrupted, praising effusively. They only brought a few people to fight against an army from another world and survived until now? And they even killed dozens of their celestials? Oh my god, are all the disciples of the Daotan Grandmaster monsters? Than Suang also chimed in, Senior Ant is amazing! Ko Tien Pham looked over and asked a question that stunned the whole group. Master, where is he now? Tunam pointed to the sky and said nonchalantly, Grandmaster? That old man is probably out stealing right now. Fan Suang immediately reprimanded her like an old woman. What do you mean, stealing? Don't you know how to talk? Hearing this, Tunam and Fan Suang started their verbal sparring again. Are you looking for a fight? Isn't the Grandmaster going to deal with the fleet surrounding the Non-Hong realm? If it's not stealing, then what is it? But can you call what the Grandmaster does stealing? This is called plundering. Isn't it the same? What nonsense are you talking about? Suddenly, the two of them looked over at Tien Pham and asked in unison, Senior Ant, what are you doing? Your injuries are very serious, and your spiritual power is almost depleted. You can't move recklessly for a short time. Ko Tien Pham stood up and looked at the battle, saying calmly, There is no reason for a senior sister to let her junior sister face the enemy alone. Besides, this was originally a matter of the Non-Huang realm. Tien Pham smiled lightly, her body radiating a powerful spiritual energy, her voice firm. I'm better now. As the Emperor of the Non-Hong realm, I will personally drive these invaders back to the heavens. Master must be watching from somewhere. I can't lose to my junior sister. At this moment, the Daotan was outside the Non-Hong realm, his white hair flowing in the wind, looking cool and beautiful. The warship still approached in a dense swarm, like flies to honey. Tu Su fearfully hid behind Tranda and stammered, there are too many of them, Laura. Will Tu Tien Pham be all right? Tranda remained cold and analyzed, as if he knew everything. Most of the enemy's forces are here. On the Non-Hong realm side, Trong Than and the artifact spirits can handle it. The small portal opened. Tu Su shouted, Ah, they're here! A middle-aged man stepped out, his voice full of condescension, daring to stand alone before the great army of our Tiantan. Your Excellency, are you also here for the heavenly opportunity? This man is the Prince of Tiantan Tan Tuan. Chanda asked calmly, his voice neither fast nor slow. Thien Ka, who are you? Tan Tuan puffed out his chest and introduced himself, so grandiosely it was almost comical. I am Tan Tuan, the second prince of the Tiantan Empire. I represent the Tiantan world of the Great Thousand Worlds, conquering the myriad realms in search of the scattered fragments of the heavenly opportunity. If your Excellency is also here for the heavenly opportunity, then please return. This is something my Tiantan must obtain. Tan Tuan looked at Tranda and thought, I can't sense the existence of his soul or spiritual power. He's as reserved as a normal person. But this subtle sense of threat is unmistakable. This person is in existence on the same level as my father. I must be cautious to avoid any complications. Chanda spoke bluntly, without any reservation, sending a great army across countless heavenly realms to this place, not hesitating to start a war that brings devastation to the Non-Hong realm, all for a heavenly opportunity that might not even exist? Tan Tuan spread his arms, his tone as if bestowing a favor. Your Excellency is joking. Tiantan never does anything uncertain. The matter of the Non-Hong realm hiding a heavenly opportunity has been calculated countless times by our country's grand preceptor. It will absolutely not be wrong. As for the devastation you speak of, as long as the Non-Hong realm cooperates and hands over the heavenly opportunity fragment and submits to the Tiantan Empire, then such a thing will naturally not happen. Tan Tuan looked towards that planet and continued, his voice full of arrogance. Otherwise, even if it is the homeland of the human emperors, it is just a small world. Destroying it is no big deal. The myriad worlds have always been a world where the strong prey on the weak. If your Excellency is concerned about the lives of the people of the Non-Hong realm, then I can assure you, After I obtain the heavenly opportunity, as long as the people of the non-Hong realm bow their heads and submit, we will absolutely not commit any harmful acts. Tranda raised his hand, and a magic weapon enveloped it, his voice challenging. So what you mean is, whoever has the bigger fist is right? Then let me see. Chanda pointed at Tantuan and threatened with a grim voice. Is the backing behind you strong enough? Tantuan's eyes flashed with light from his power, surprised. What? A long, straight line of light shot out, piercing through Tantuan's eyes. The light flashed past everything. At this moment, in Hamduong, a large, magnificent white city stood proudly between heaven and earth. This was the Tiantan realm, the Tiantan Empire. Tranda, in his spirit form, looked down. He looked at the Tiantan Empire and said, "A great thousand world formed by annexing other worlds. It has not yet given birth to the will of the heavenly Tao. The highest cultivation is only the Nikmen realm." Tranda waved his hand in the air and said nonchalantly, "Forget it. Using it as a training ground for Thien, Pham, Truong Than, and those two girls later on is barely acceptable." Chanda created a small magic circle. A small white sphere was in the center of the magic circle. The small sphere gradually merged with the formation. Tranda turned away, assessing the training grounds. With the cultivation speed of these girls, this Tiantan world won't take long as a training ground. It seems I'll have to find a few more suitable worlds for them to practice in the future. Below the imperial city of the Tiantan Empire, a pillar of light slammed down, causing the people to panic. "Protect the Emperor! Protect the Emperor!" The earth shook and the sky rumbled. The soldiers frantically protected the king. With this level of power, it's likely a powerful enemy has invaded. Protect His Majesty. Everything suddenly became strangely quiet. Outside the imperial city, people were discussing animatedly. The tremor has stopped. Has that aura also disappeared? On the throne, the king called out, "Grand Preceptor." His name was Tan Deep. The Grand Preceptor heard the call and immediately turned back. "I am here. What do you see?" The handsome young man smiled lightly and reported, "This power only lingered for a moment before disappearing. Your subordinate believes this is the aftershock of some great power in the heavens releasing their spiritual energy. It was not directed at us. This person is the Grand Preceptor of Tiantan, Macfam." Tandiep rubbed his forehead and sighed. "I hope so. Although Tiantan is a great thousand world, it was formed by swallowing countless small and medium-sized worlds. It has the flaw of lacking a heavenly Tao. Collecting the scattered fragments of the heavenly opportunity in the heavens is our top priority right now. I'm worried that Tianni and Tuanni will encounter some wild beasts and ancient demon gods hidden in the heavens because of this." Macfam comforted him, his voice firm. "I have investigated the world where the fragment exists. The strongest there is only a middle thousand world. With the cultivation of the first and second princes, plus the Tiantan fleet led by the 4 generals, dealing with them will be more than enough." Macfam looked at the 2 artifacts surrounded by a purple light and said, "Moreover, before they set out, I placed a formation on the 2 princes. As long as they are not killed instantly, they can use the Tianmen Tin to teleport back to the country. Please rest assured, Your Majesty." One of them was gradually cracking. Outside in space, the warships were still advancing. Ahead of them was the Non-Hong realm, the fleet of the Tiantan Empire. Inside the fleet, a soldier reported, "General, Your Highness, this old man standing proudly is the Violet General of the Tiantan Empire, Meng Dian." Meng Dian slammed his staff down, his voice annoyed. "That old Bach is taking so long to deal with a small world. And His Highness, too, the opponent is only one person. Being so scared, how can he inherit the imperial enterprise of His Majesty in the future?" Meng Dian's eyes flashed red as he glared menacingly at his subordinate and gave an order. "Relay my command. All Tiantan fleets, prepare for battle. 320 grand cannons, prepare. When His Highness returns, we will fire. Blast those dogs blocking the way, and that blind non-Hong realm. Then we will find the heavenly opportunity." The generals began to move out. "As you command." Over here, Tantuan had just escaped from his terror as his magic stopped. Tantuan panted and asked, his voice trembling, What did you do to me?" Tusu stood to one side, fearfully advising, "Although this may be redundant, Tusu must still remind you. This place is very close to Tu Tien Pham's Nyanhuang realm. Please, Laura, be mindful of your actions." Tantuan anxiously asked his purpose, his tone less arrogant. "What do you want? We cultivators are going against the heavens. It's just a small non-Hong realm. So what if it's destroyed?" If we can't retreat unscathed, let alone the non-Hong realm, I'm afraid even the surrounding worlds will be immediately thrown into chaos. Tranda, not liking what he heard, immediately reached out his hand to cast a spell and asked back, his voice as cold as ice, "You say, a non-Hong realm is nothing?" Tantuan's face changed, and he was speechless. His body radiated a giant tower that illuminated a region of the sky. A supersized green dragon appeared. The dragon coiled around a bright golden globe. The small dot in the corner was the non-Huang realm. The huge dragon opened its mouth. Chanda clenched his fist decisively. The dragon swallowed the entire globe in one gulp. A small, powerful bead appeared from Tranda's hand. He opened his hand to look at the small gem. Tantuan's face turned green, and he thought in fear. With a single wave of his hand, he shattered a star and easily held it in his palm. This Taoist. After scaring him, Tranda turned to Tantuan and said, "Since you think a non-Hong realm is nothing, then I will tell you something." He tucked in his index finger, preparing to flick it. "In my opinion, your so-called Tiantan realm," he flicked the small bead away, his voice full of sarcasm, "is nothing more than an ant." The bead shot through Tantuan's stomach, leaving a large hole. The gem, as if not satisfied, continued to fly. Its speed was close to the speed of sound. The small bead pierced through one of the warships. The other warships saw this and immediately retreated, the warning sirens blaring loudly. "Warning! Warning! Spirit ship number 3 has been attacked. Retreat, quick!" Less than a second later, the small bead had pierced through the hulls of the remaining warships. Not a single one was missed. The warships exploded one after another, gradually lighting up the night sky. Tusu praised, her voice full of admiration. "Wow! What big fireworks!" As expected, of Lao Da, just casually shooting a ball and blowing everything up. Back to the battle in the Enhanhuang realm, Thian Pham panted and asked Truong Than, junior sister, "Can you still summon the divine phantom?" Truong Than replied shakily, "I can, but my spiritual power is also running low. I don't think I can hold on for much longer. Senior sister, what do you want to do?" The two of them looked straight ahead, speaking. "The gap in our cultivation levels is too great. Right now, we're no match for that man. Master gave you the Dao Yi Yansheng Sutra, right?" "Yes. Although our cultivation techniques and physiques are different, our spiritual energy comes from the same source. I have a method I want to try, and I need your cooperation." The two girls' bodies radiate their own unique life force. Truong Than agrees. "Understood. I will do my best to cooperate with you, sister. Then, let's begin." Bak Kai's saber, still brimming with life force, swings down. He plunges the saber into Tu Li's body. Bak Kai curses with contempt. "Vile beast, get out of my sight!" Weakened, Tu Li shrinks down, crying, "I can't go on." Bak Kai is triumphant. Meanwhile, the two sources of life force are fusing, forming a spiral that converges on a single point. Bak Kai is shocked. This explosive increase in spiritual energy, what technique is this? Streams of green and yellow light converge and gather in one spot. The two beams are attempting to form something. Bak Kai focuses on the stunning light, analyzing it. This bizarre spiritual energy is fast. I can't let them continue. Acting on his thought, Bak Kai raises his saber, his body enveloped in purple light as he roars, "Dragon-slaying art!" The beast born from Bak Kai's spiritual energy lunges at the converging light. Army breaker. From within the light, a sword swings out, effortlessly deflecting Bak Kai's attack. The sword surprises Bak Kai. The sword's power is so immense that Bak Kai is forced to leap up and evade. Bak Kai shields his face from the smoke, shouting in frustration. "I was a step too slow." Bak Kai, refusing to accept it, mutters to himself, "I have dominated the heavens for thousands of years." The purple smoke gradually dissipates, revealing something. Bak Kai continues, his voice filled with astonishment. "I've fought countless battles across worlds, big and small. Yet, I've never seen a technique like this. It's unbelievable. A red warrior with green armor fights valiantly," Bak Kai exclaims. Their divine constructs actually fused. Truong Than and Thian Pham's hands touch. Two streams of spiritual energy converge. Thian Pham looks straight ahead and tells Truong Than, "Our remaining spiritual energy won't last long. We need to end this quickly." Truong Than agrees. "Right." Bak Kai grows excited, the purple spiritual energy within him erupting. Interesting. An opponent like this is worth defeating. Bak Kai shouts, "If that's the case, then I'll use my full power too." The other commanders witness this terrifying scene. They cry out in fear, "Not good! The general is summoning his divine construct! Scatter! Scatter now! If you don't want to die, get far away! A pillar of purple spiritual energy shines intensely, shooting straight into the sky. Black wings appear. On its head is the shape of a ferocious beast. It is a monster, a hybrid of a bird and a demon, created from Bakkai's spiritual energy. Tianfam frowns, realizing something is wrong. Trong Than's eyes widen in amazement. Bakkai scoffs at the two girls, his voice dripping with mockery. Did you think you were the only ones with divine constructs? Little girls, a gap in cultivation can't be bridged. Even with your fused avatar, you are no match for me. Soon, you will all become nourishment for my human puppet divine construct. Bakkai swings his sword, ordering his divine construct to charge. He speaks arrogantly. To show my respect for you two, after I kill you, I will slaughter every living being in the human emperor realm to accompany you in death. On the other side, Truong, Than, and Tianfam's avatar is also charging forward. A series of explosions stretches across the sky. The explosions continue without stopping. Bakkai keeps swinging his sword, fighting as he roars with excitement. Good, 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 you promising youths, come at me again! Tianfam winces, trying to control her cultivation. We don't have enough spiritual energy to keep this up. Junior sister, let's bet it all on this one strike. Trong Than doesn't argue, saying, understood. All of Truong, Than, and Tianfam's cultivation power gathers into a single point, causing the divine construct's eyes to flash. With all its might, the divine construct lunges forward. The two divine constructs ferociously crash into each other. A world-shaking explosion erupts over a wide area. Truong Than and Tianfam's divine construct loses consciousness. The two girls fall, their cultivation power completely depleted. Two beams of light shoot from their bodies, crashing into the ground. The smoke gradually clears. Bakkai's voice can still be heard, sounding smug. In the words of you younger generations, you two are really not bad. The dust at Tianfam and Trong Than's location also begins to settle. Bakkai continues, his voice full of mock pity. It's a shame that even a fused divine construct is useless against absolute, crushing power. Today, you must. He's cut off mid-sentence. Suddenly, a massive explosion from the ship behind him startles Bakkai, his face turning pale. Following that, a series of other ships are also obliterated by the boy's energy orb. The ships break apart, and soldiers fall, screaming in agony. Bakkai turns and asks, his voice filled with panic, what happened? Why didn't the spirit fleet outside the human emperor realm give any warning? Not good! Your Highness, the second prince! From the horizon, a familiar voice rings out, sending a chill down his spine. A divine construct formed by gathering the killing intent on a battlefield, is it? Bakkai is terrified. Tranda is binding Bakkai's divine construct, lecturing it like a teacher. The killing intent lacks fierce, decisive power. There's no resolve to never retreat. It doesn't have the spirit of, if not me, then who? Tranda slices the divine construct's head in half contemptuously. It looks domineering, but that's all it is. That slash makes Bakkai vomit blood. Down below, Truong Than and Tianfam are overjoyed. Truong Than calls out, Master! Bakkai panics, stuttering, his voice trembling uncontrollably. You are. And Tranda closes his eyes, ignoring him. I don't care. Does a dying man need to know the truth? Bakkai clutches his wound, furious. You! The boy's energy orb pierces through Bakkai's body. It was so sudden that Bakkai couldn't react. His body begins to disintegrate. Before he dies, Bakkai cries out resentfully. His Majesty's great undertaking is not yet. Bakkai vanishes completely, without a trace. On a high mountain piercing the clouds, an ancient city appears. This is the Tao Palace. Tio Li is talking to another spirit beast in some language that sounds like a frog's croak. Then, Tio Li sits on its head, looking smug. Very good. You're Tio Than, right? From now on, I'm your big sister. If anything happens, just mention my name. I guarantee you can run wild all over this human emperor realm. Inside the Tao Palace, a small bolt of lightning appears on the ceiling. Suddenly, it shoots straight down. Tunam is startled and falls, shouting, Again! Tunam rubs his backside, praising himself and then sighing, I really have the potential to be a comedian. Damn. Good thing I'm agile. Otherwise, my butt would have been struck by lightning and blossomed. We can't go on like this. Aswang. Than Shuang sits cross-legged, cultivating. She advises Tunam with a resigned tone. Just endure it. I'm out of ideas too. 3 days ago, after Senior Master's injuries healed, she became like this. Luckily, the Tao Palace's spiritual energy is abundant and endless. Otherwise, with the speed they're absorbing it, any spirit mountain would be drained dry. Tunam and Thunswang watch as Truong Than and Thien Pham cultivate with all their might, their cultivation levels exploding. Tunam laments, "Damn it, when will this end?" Forget cultivating, just sitting next to them is dangerous. Tunam and Thunswang recall the divine construct from before and discuss it. They were so in sync when dealing with the intruder, they even managed to fuse their divine constructs, something I've never heard of before. So why are they competing like this after the battle? Thunswang replies with understanding. I heard from Ancestral Master that this was the first time Master and Senior Master met. Meanwhile, Thien Pham slightly opens her eyes, looks at Truong Than, and thinks. Master said that Junior Sister was always stuck at the Kong Dong stage for 8 years because of her pure yin body. But after just a few short months with Master, she has already reached the Gui Tang realm. I must increase my speed of absorbing spiritual energy. As the senior disciple of the myriad Tao of the Heaven sect, I absolutely cannot be surpassed by my junior sister. Over here, Truong Than also frowns slightly, looking at Thien Pham. She thinks with determination. Senior sister is only a few years older than me and is already at the Thien Nan realm. Plus, she's the empress of the human emperor realm. I have to work even harder to catch up to her. Both have their own resolve and make a final decision to use even more strength. Tionam and Than Swang sit between the two powerhouses, sighing, their faces contorted. How are we supposed to cultivate like this? An Ancestral Master isn't managing them either. We haven't seen him for 3 days. Than Swang answers with some uncertainty. It seems he's repairing Senior Master's artifact spirit. With Ancestral Master's cultivation, isn't fixing an artifact spirit something he can do with a wave of his hand? You ask me, but I don't know either. Tionam and Than Swang talk. Tionam suggests doubtfully, "Hey, Aswang, cultivating with Senior Master and Master, could this be a trial that Ancestral Master set for us?" Than Swang replies, a bit dejectedly, as if accepting her fate. With Ancestral Master's personality, probably, maybe, it might be true. Hearing this, Tunam feels helpless and cries out, "Damn it, I'm going to die." At this moment, in a sealed room in the Tao Palace, Tio Su asks with a puzzled voice, "Master, with that Tio Than, couldn't you have fixed Fuke Lin with a single wave of your hand?" Tio Su sits on a table, drinking water and eating pastries, speaking like a child. Why go through so much trouble? Tranda patiently explains, as if teaching a child. Fuke Lin's structure is special. She is a puppet. Her body is not only exquisitely assembled from over 30,000 spiritual components and technique arrays, but she also possesses self-awareness and an independent personality. But unlike a soul, repairing her body isn't difficult. The troublesome part is how to reshape her core without destroying her original structure. Tranda reaches out to repair the chip inside Fuke Lin. He takes out the chip, looks at it, and says, "To perform modifications on such an intricately designed robot, the control over spiritual energy must be incredibly precise. Otherwise, even a small mistake could cause damage to her consciousness." Tio Su slams her face on the table, praising him with admiration. "It sounds very troublesome. You've worked hard, Master." Tranda looks at Fuke Lin, holding the chip, and decides, "All right, your core and bodily functions have been fully repaired." He puts the chip back into her body and tells Fuke Lin, "To facilitate your future cultivation, I've changed the operational mode of your core technique array. I also carved the Dao Yi Yansheng Sutra inside. This way, your future cultivation will no longer have any limits. Simply put," Fuke Lin hugs her body, her face flushing with joy. He continues, "Aside from your functional structure, you are now not much different from a real living being." Fuke Lin stammers, "Becoming a real person?" Tranda maintains a cold expression and says emotionlessly, "If you don't want to, you can keep your current body. Cultivating now won't have any negative effects." Fuke Lin quickly replies joyfully, "No, Fuke Lin is very happy." "Thank you, Master." Tranda, Tio Su, and Fuke Lin step out. Tranda sees a strange scene and asks in surprise, "What are you all doing?" Tionam and Than Swang are clinging to an iron pillar, on the verge of tears from Truong Than and Thien Pham's spiritual pressure. They cry out, "Ancestral Master!" Tionam and Than Swang hug his legs, weeping with joy. Fuke Lin stands to the side, at a loss for words, while he maintains his expressionless face, befitting a final boss. "You're finally back! I was about to be struck dumb by lightning. Save us, Ancestral Master!" Hearing this, Thien Pham and Truong Than are overjoyed. Master! Thien Pham and Truong Than run to him, knocking Tu Nam and Than Swang aside. Master, you're back! Let me tell you, while you were away, I worked very hard to cultivate and transform my spiritual energy. I've now stabilized at the mid-stage of the Tien Yan realm. He replies, good, very good. Truong Than also boasts, I've also ascended to the peak of the Gui Tang realm, Master. I can break through to the Tien Nan realm at any time. Thien Pham notices something odd and asks, by the way, Master, why is your hair turned white? Are you injured? I'll call the imperial physician for you right away. Tranda raises 2 fingers and replies nonchalantly, I almost forgot you mentioned it. Tranda's hair immediately turns back to black. Thien Pham sighs in relief. So it was just a color change. You scared me to death. Truong Than's eyes widen in surprise. Master, isn't your hair white like mine? Thien Pham interjects. Of course not. This is Master's original appearance. Tranda explains as if telling a fairy tale. When I went to the Tianla realm, I wanted to change my image, so I altered it a bit. He continues, because Truong Than has white hair, I also chose to turn mine white. Truong Than suddenly feels her heart bloom. Huh? Truong Than covers her face, thinking shyly, Master did it for me? Thien Pham feels as if she's been struck by lightning, speechless. All she can think is, wait, this is a huge problem. Master changed his appearance for his junior sister. Unwilling to lose, Thien Pham runs over and calls out in a whiny voice, Master! Thien Pham hugs him tightly. While you were away, Thien Pham missed you very much. Tranda pats Thien Pham's head, smiling as he replies, during the battle in the Tien Tan realm, you, as the Empress of the Human Emperor realm, single-handedly held off hundreds of invaders above the Thien Nan realm. Your performance was not bad. Thien Pham says excitedly, Of course, just look at whose disciple I am. Thien Pham then turns to Truong Than with a mocking look, thinking, hey, although junior sister has been with Master longer than me, I am Master's first disciple. So, it's me and Master. Thien Pham is suddenly surprised. Huh? Truong Than also runs over, whining, Master! Truong Than hugs his arm, boasting, when the Human Emperor realm was invaded, Truong Than also worked very hard. Thien Pham is confused and surprised, her face bewildered. Tranda pats Truong Than's head. Yes, you were able to flexibly use your divine construct. Your performance was also not bad. Thien Pham puffs her cheeks in jealousy, thinking resentfully, Annoying! I'm so mad! Why can junior sister be so close to Master? I was clearly here first. Suddenly, he calls out, Thien Pham, Truong Than. Tranda looks at them and says, Seriously, you are both my disciples. Your cultivation techniques are of different types. Are you interested in a spar? Thien Pham and Truong Than look at each other and say, in unison, their voices filled with excitement, A spar? A spacious arena surrounded by rocks is created. Tu Nam exclaims in admiration, his voice full of excitement. It's starting! It's starting! Wow, as expected of Ancestral Master. He can create a small world like this with just a wave of his hand. While the atmosphere is tense, our boy Tu Nam is casually watching the show while munching on walnuts. Than Swang gives him a sidelong glance, her eyes wide. Seriously, where did you get walnuts? And they're already shelled. Tu Nam, his eyes still glued to the match, nonchalantly replies, Didn't Senior Master's father visit the other day? Besides the heavenly treasures, there were also a lot of snacks like this. I heard they're all food Senior Master likes. Hearing this, Than Swang scolds Tu Nam. Why didn't you get some for me? Tu Nam calmly replies, You didn't say. In the arena below, the figures of 3 people are clearly visible. On one side is Thien Pham, on the other is Truong Than. Fuklin stands in the middle as the referee, looking very official. Fuklin speaks, announcing the rules clearly. In this sparring match, I will observe the entire process on behalf of Daotan Master. Since this is a spar between fellow disciples, you both must give it your all, but must not cause fatal harm. Otherwise, I will interrupt the match. Besides weapons, artifact spirits, divine constructs, and spirit beasts are not allowed. After saying that, Fuklin glances at Tu Nam and Than Swang, adding a devastating final sentence. Also, apprentices, oh no, snacks are also not allowed. Hearing this, Tu Nam and Than Swang, who were munching away, spit everything out. Food flies everywhere, their faces as innocent as a deer caught in headlights. 2 months ago, the Gossip King immediately leans in and whispers, Ancestral Master told us to watch and learn. The gossiping crowd can just ignore us. Fuklin closes her eyes, finishes her last sentence, and gradually vanishes. Alright, those are all the rules for the match. Now, you two may begin at any time. Truong Than looks around and asks Thien Pham, Senior sister, where's your weapon? Thien Pham scratches her head, looking a bit embarrassed. The human emperor's spear broke when I was fighting that big-headed intruder. Before she finishes, Thien Pham materializes a long, slender, glowing object in her hand, saying casually, but it's fine, I can use this. With that, she takes out another spear, this one looking much more reliable. She sticks it into the ground, her expression patient. Junior sister, you're only at the Gui Tang realm, right? To be fair, I will also suppress my spiritual power to the Gui Tang realm. Feel free to come at me. Hearing this, Truong Than throws her sword away as a sign of respect. Senior sister is suppressing her cultivation for fairness. Of course, I can't rely on my divine weapon either. With that, Truong Than draws a saber covered in ice and snow, its aura soaring. Let's begin. Thien Pham holds out her spear and smiles lightly. All right. Immediately, Thien Pham leaps up. A brilliant golden light flashes from the ground, symbolizing her terrifying spiritual power. On the other side, Truong Than is no less impressive, leaving a large block of ice on the ground as a memento. Truong Than thrusts her sword forward, shouting, Tai-am, inverse profound! Thien Pham refuses to back down, shouting back in response, Imperial Dragon's apex! Two powerful streams of spiritual energy roar as they collide. On one side, a white frost flower of ice. On the other, a mighty, destructive dragon spear. The sparring match is incredibly fierce, even though it's just a light warm-up. Both are thrown back at the same time. Thien Pham speaks first. Not bad, junior sister. Let's go again. The great battle continues. The aftershock spreads so far that even outside the arena, one can clearly feel their world-shaking spiritual power. In the stands, Than Swang and Tu Nam are desperately clinging to each other, their faces pale as they groan in misery. Ah, I regret this. I want to go home. This isn't a friendly spar. It's all your fault. I told you not to come watch the fun. Meanwhile, in another corner, Fook Lin is watching intently, muttering over 3 evaluation tablets. Combat level assessment, Gui Tang realm. Estimated battlefield is within a controllable range. At the same time, in another space, Tranda and Tu Su are sitting and watching the battle on a large screen, looking very comfortable. Tu Su, with a worried expression, turns to Tranda and asks, This is too terrifying. I can imagine them destroying dozens of worlds in the future because of a fight. Master, is it really okay to let Tu Thien Pham and Tu Truong Than continue fighting like this?